In a grove, Lin Juyong got up from the ground, holding his groggy head, muttering, "Fuck, can you drive? What's going on? Wasn't I hit by a speeding truck that ran a red light on the zebra crossing? Why is this?" Lin Juyong looked at the surrounding environment, the lush grove, and the yellow mud. Damn it, where did this come from? Is this still China? Ding. Blue star life form detected. System activated. Binding started. Binding successful. Host, hello, the super awesome system is here to serve you. The system is currently 10 minutes away from being smart. If you have any questions, please use your fastest hand speed in your life. Oh no, it's speed, otherwise you will never have another chance. Huh, what the hell? Lin Juyong was originally quite happy when he heard the ding sound in his mind. After all, it meant that he had traveled through time. As a 996 social animal in modern society, he grew up in an orphanage. Now that he has traveled through time, plus the ding sound in his mind, doesn't it mean that he has become successful and reached the peak of his life? But now, cough cough. Well, the system is mentally retarded. No, it's intelligent, right? Can you introduce your role to me? Oh, okay. Ding. Okay, host. This system is called the Super Invincible Supreme Taiji Invincible Hunyuan Infinite Super Awesome System. In short, Super Awesome System. This system has two main functions. 1. Random punch-in function in simple terms. Randomly punch a few times, anytime, anywhere, anytime, any place can punch in, but the things obtained by punching in this way are also very random. 2. Time-limited punch-in. It's no different from the first function. The only difference is that there is a time limit for time-limited punching. The minimum time is 1 month, and the maximum time is unlimited. The longer the time, the better the things you get. In addition, this system reminds the host that the first random punching and time-limited punching will have a critical hit. Please consider it yourself. Oh, it's all nonsense. Lin Juyong rolled his eyes after listening to the system's words. Forget it. I don't count on you. You better tell me what kind of world I have traveled to. Ding. Okay, host. The world the host traveled to is pirates. Lin Juyong is listening? What's the situation now? System? Intelligence? Mentally handicapped? Old wisdom? Damn you, DJ. Didn't we agree on 10 minutes? Your 10 minutes are faster than my craftsmanship. Did you turn on the accelerator? I checked my password. Oh. Lin Juyong stood there, pointing at the air like a shrew and blasting out a 2-minute Chinese language art spell. Super difficult version of parse. Well, I have to rely on myself in the end. By the way, this shouldn't be some weird world full of demons and monsters, right? Lin Juyong looked at the slightly dark grove, feeling a little uneasy. Then check in, ding. Check in successfully. Since this is the first time the host checks in, a critical hit effect is generated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special bloodline, three-headed dragon bloodline. Note, this three-headed dragon is the first three-headed dragon in the world. Its body is still that of Chinese dragon, but it has 3 dragon heads. It is the first beast in the world. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the skill One Palm World Sutra. One palm can calculate all the affairs in the world, and one palm can eliminate all the evil in the world. One palm can hold the power of the world, and one palm can kill all the people in the world. For specific power, please see the follow-up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the weapon Endless Flying Knife Box 1 meter long, 25 centimeters wide, with an infinite number of flying knives, extremely sharp. Note, only knives that can fly can be called flying knives. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting 100 gold bars. All rewards have been automatically merged with the host, and the item rewards have been placed in the system space. As the system voice fell, before Lin Juyong could react, an extremely surging, hot, dark, and illusory power suddenly surged into his body. At the same time, another memory rushed into his mind. Fuck you. You dog system, you bastard, you don't care if I can bear it or not. You just do this to me. It hurts so much. I miss my mom down on the other side of the grove. At this time, there were 4 people squatting on a small mound, 1 old, 2 middle-aged, and 1 child. None of the 4 people spoke, just staring at the strange-shaped shovels on the ground. Suddenly, the elder spoke first. Let's go down, Xiao San. You stay up there for us. After saying that, regardless of whether the child called Xiao San agreed or not, the other 3 picked up the shovels on the ground, stood up, and started digging in one place. After a while, the 3 dug a hole, then took out a rope and a special match and threw it in. seeing that the match did not go out after entering the hole. The elder looked at the two people beside him and nodded, and then the three of them slid down the rope. Only the youngest child was left standing outside, holding the rope in his hand. After a while, Saner, run, run, bloody corpse. A scream suddenly came from the bottom of the pit, and, at the same time, the rope in the hand of the child named Saner suddenly tightened and then broke. Looking at the broken rope in his hand, the little boy shuddered immediately, and then heard the sound coming from the pit, turned around, and ran with a face full of fear, just because he seemed to have seen something horrible running out of the pit just now. And on the other side, the pain in his body and mind slowly eased. Lin Jiang finally survived. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Oh my God, almost, just a little bit. They'll see my mother, whom I've never seen before. Lin Jiang panted heavily, and then looked at the other side of the grove as if he remembered something. Strange. Was there someone screaming in that direction just now? Did you meet a ghost? The screams were even more miserable than mine, so speechless. Lin Jiang rolled his eyes, then sat up, patted his head, which still seemed to be a little painful, and thought about it and decided to go over and take a look. After all, he had just crossed over and was unfamiliar with this place, and he still didn't know what kind of world he had come to. So after thinking again and again, and in order to find out the information of this world, he slowly stood up from the ground and walked towards the place where the screams were just made. As for whether there would be danger in that place, he looked directly at a piece of thing in front of him that others could not see. Chapter 2. There is a ghost. Host. Lin Jiuyang Bloodline. First extraordinary beast, three-headed dragon. 1. Bloodline ability, extremely long lifespan, eternal youth. Immunity to all poisons. Physical quality, 100, average person 10, human limit 99. Mental strength, 100, average person 10. Human limit 99. Skill, 1 palm to rule the world, LV1. Items, endless dagger box, 100 gold bars. Gazing at his personal information panel, Lin Jiuyang chuckled softly to himself. With such extraordinary attributes, superhuman strength and mental prowess, coupled with the unique trait of his bloodline rendering him immune to all poisons, and the unparalleled skill of 1 palm to rule the world, what could he possibly fear unless confronted by a ghost, even if he were to encounter one? As long as it wasn't overly formidable, his confidence in his skill would allow him to handle it. Thus, with an air of indifference, Lin Jiuyang strode forth. His chin slightly raised, arms swinging as he approached the source of the sound. Soon, he arrived at the place where the scream had originated. Strangely, there was no one in sight. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a chaotic array of footprints on the ground. Following the trail, he quickly discovered a dark pit. Peering into the abyss, Lin Jiuyang furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with this hole, as if he had seen or heard of it before. Should he venture inside? Yet, the pit appeared rather dubious. He hesitated at the entrance, contemplating his next move. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together with a resounding sound. Surely, the 1 palm to rule the world is said to unravel all mysteries of the world. I can ascertain whether it is safe to enter. Resolute in his decision, he extended his left hand and began to calculate, employing the palm technique from his memory. In a short while, he arrived at a conclusion. There was nothing to fear. With that, he felt emboldened. After confirming the results of his calculations, he cast another glance at the dark pit and leaped into it without hesitation. With a thud, Lin Jiuyang landed safely and began to explore his surroundings. At first glance, he found himself in a corridor. Wait, a corridor? Why does that thought cross my mind? He paused, stroking his chin in confusion. The pit, the corridor, these scenes felt so familiar. Suddenly, realization struck him. Was this the very description often found in tomb raiding notes? So, he was currently in a tomb passage. Lin Jiuyang shook himself from his reverie and approached the side of the corridor, searching for any murals or inscriptions. Sure enough, after advancing a little further, he discovered some unintelligible wall paintings. Could this be mere coincidence? Or had he truly crossed into this world? It was then that he recalled the last words of his system, which had trailed off. The host has crossed into the world of tombs. The final words must refer to the tomb world. Thus, he had indeed traversed into the realm of tomb raiding. As he contemplated the dimly lit corridor ahead, memories of the tomb raiding novels he had read in his past life flooded his mind. The 8 great families, Ghost blows out the light, and the 4 major tomb raiding sections. While he had once fantasized about what it might be like to enter this world, he now understood the perilous nature of it. Once one entered a tomb, one could easily meet their demise without even realizing how it had happened. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Zhuyang's heart began to waver. Despite possessing extraordinary power, a bloodline of the legendary three-headed dragon, he had lived in a relatively safe and equitable society for over 20 years as an ordinary person. Suddenly thrust into such a treacherous world, especially now. Inexplicably inside a tomb, he felt overwhelmed. In an instant, he considered retreating, for his mindset, shaped by years of peaceful living, could not so swiftly adapt to this new reality. Quickly, he made his way back to the entrance of the corridor, gazing at the pit and Oppos' exit before him. He hesitated once more. No. Since I have crossed into this world, must I spend my life avoiding tombs? Moreover, the treasures within tombs are numerous. Any single item would fetch thousands in my previous world. If of good quality, even millions or billions would not be out of reach, though they would ultimately not belong to him. Most importantly, he now possessed skills akin to those of the legendary tomb raiders, even stronger than theirs. Could he continue to live the mundane life he once had? No, absolutely not. With newfound determination igniting his spirit, Lin Zhuyang turned and marched boldly into the depths of the corridor, feeling his heart racing in his chest. He reassured himself, everything is fine. I have calculated the risks. There is nothing to fear. I'll grab a few items and make my exit. Yes, that's the plan. Before long, he arrived at the deepest part of the corridor, where two tomb paths lay before him. Despite his indecision, he chose one direction almost instinctively. Driven by a surge of adrenaline, he momentarily forgot his skills and bloodline, acting on pure impulse. He soon stumbled upon a side chamber and entered without hesitation. Beginning his search, ceramic jars, collected. Shards of pottery, gathered. A few small wooden boxes, stored away. Lin Zhuyang transformed into a whirlwind of activity, tossing anything he encountered into the system and Oppos' storage space. As he rummaged, he reached the center of the chamber, where a sarcophagus awaited him. A sarcophagus? This chamber also contains a sarcophagus? Should I open it? As he contemplated the sarcophagus before him, Lin Zhuyang suddenly caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. What is that smell? It stinks. Just then, as he was inspecting the sarcophagus, he felt a twitch in his nose and turned around. Glaring back at him was a grotesque figure, blood-soaked and disfigured. Ah, a ghost! Lin Zhuyang screamed, instinctively splaying his fingers and then clenching his fist. In an instant, it felt as if an invisible force was gripped in his palm, and he swung a punch at the ghastly creature. With a resounding crash, the creature was sent hurtling back, slamming into the wall of the tomb chamber like a grotesque human imprint. However, Lin Zhuyang didn't linger to witness the aftermath. He activated his super speed and dashed out. Good heavens! How terrifying! What kind of monstrosity was that? No way. I need to get out of here. This place is not safe. Outside the pit, Lin Zhuyang dared not linger, sensing the distant growls behind him. After catching his breath, he randomly chose a direction and began to sprint away. Chapter 3. Time flies. A year passes, the fury of Xiangxi. Time elapses, weaving the fabric of existence. In the blink of an eye, an entire year has elapsed since Lin Zhuyang encountered the blood corpse. In the region of Xiangxi, after Lin Zhuyang hastily chose a direction and fled, he unknowingly found himself here. Over the past year, he has thrived on the treasures he unearthed from that blood corpse tomb, along with 100 gold bars acquired during his initial exploration. Moreover, to cultivate his courage, he ventured into numerous tombs, each time returning laden with riches. Gradually, his reputation burgeoned within the tomb raiding circles of the southern province. And due to several sensational exploits over the past year, the tomb raiding community crafted a few cryptic phrases in his honor. Phrases such as those who encounter him, gods and ghosts alike, despair, the sword immortal with a backpack, and do not provoke the 1,000-year-old corpses in the tomb, nor the solitary wanderer with a backpack. In a certain Mao village in Xiangxi, Lin Zhuyang emerged from a house constructed of rammed earth, gazing up at the radiant sun in the sky while stretching lazily. Ah, how delightful. Today marks my 365th day since my arrival, a full year. I wonder what marvelous gifts my prolonged time here will yield. Haha. The sun is shining. The weather is perfect. Let us go. Ding. Time effect sign in. As this is the host's first time signing in, a critical hit is generated. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your bloodline has been enhanced to 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your one palm to rule the world technique has reached minor success. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the skill Fleeting Shadows of Life, an exceptional lightness technique, capable of soaring into the heavens to catch birds or diving into the sea to catch turtles, with unparalleled speed and stealth. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the comprehensive inscription techniques, utilizing one's mental strength as a pen, channeling the power of heaven and earth, inscribing myriad runes, whose strength can shake the world or extinguish life, subject to the limitations of the inscriber's mental capacity. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the weapon Fire God Gatling, a special-grade technological artifact with unlimited ammunition, a firing range of 3,000 meters, using exclusive Fire God bullets. It is said to be a divine tool of a modern bodhisattva, utilizing pure depleted uranium rounds with 6 rounds capable of spinning 3,600 times per breath. All rewards have been automatically granted. The system and Appo's voice resonated in Lin Zhuoyang and Appo's mind. Soon, a surge of unknown, immense power flooded his body and mind, reminiscent of the experience from a year ago. However, this time, he refrained from crying out for his mother. Sneaky smile. Moments later, the overwhelming sensation subsided, and Lin Zhuoyang opened his eyes. Host. Lin Zhuoyang. Bloodline. First extraordinary beast, 3-headed dragon, 10. Bloodline abilities, extended longevity, eternal youth, immunity to all toxins, exorcism and protection from evil, dragon and Appo's roar to command the heavens, dragon and Appo's might to dominate the world. Physical attributes, 200, mental strength, 200, skills, 1 palm to rule the world, LV2, fleeting shadows of life, LV3, comprehensive inscription techniques, LV3, items, Fire God Gatling, gold, silver. Ah, how splendid. My bloodline abilities have increased by 3, and my physical and mental prowess has doubled. The life of invincibility becomes even more pronounced. Lin Zhuoyang mused, admiring his personal information panel, shaking his head in self-admiration with a sigh. Brother Yang, what are you up to? Suddenly, as Lin Zhuoyang was immersed in his fantasies of invincibility, a voice interrupted him. De, what brings you here? Lin Zhuoyang inquired of the child named De who stood before him. Brother Yang, you Haven and Appo's forgotten, have you? Just a couple of days ago. You asked me to talk to the old herbalist about the big rooster, right? The old herbalist just agreed to me, De replied. Upon hearing De and Appo's words, Lin Zhuoyang suddenly remembered. Half a month prior, he had deduced that a significant tomb lay nearby and had come to this village to rest and await his annual sign-in. During this period, he had extravagantly spent $50 silver to rent the very house he resided in. Subsequently, he spent the next half-month surveying the surrounding terrain in preparation for his imminent tomb exploration. A few days ago, he had casually passed by a house and noticed a chicken inside. Indeed, it was no ordinary chicken. Utilizing the bloodline of the 3-headed dragon, he discerned its extraordinary nature. Coupled with his observations of the local geography, he realized that this place, along with the tomb he intended to explore, bore a striking resemblance to a tomb raiding film he had once seen. Ghost blows out the light, the fury of Xiangxi. To validate his hypothesis, he visited the site of the tomb he planned to excavate and returned to study the peculiar rooster. His conclusion was unequivocal. It was indeed special. Lin Zhuoyang then resolved to leverage his affluent aura to purchase the rooster from the old herbalist. However, despite his prowess, he recognized that he did not necessarily require the rooster for his tomb exploration. Yet, this rooster was the first extraordinary beast with a special bloodline he had encountered since arriving in this world. Old herbalist, Grandpa, De is here to see you. Before long, Lin Zhuoyang followed De to the old herbalist's home. Ah, it's little De. Come in, the old man beckoned. Hello, old sir. I am Lin Zhuoyang, the one you met before, Lin Zhuoyang greeted as he entered the fenced yard behind De. Ah, I know. You came for the chicken. The old herbalist stated plainly. Well. The old man is quite direct. Lin Zhuoyang thought to himself. I can give you the chicken, but first, you must help me with something, the old herbalist continued. Lin Zhuoyang regarded the old herbalist as they held each other's gaze in silence for a moment before Lin Zhuoyang finally spoke. Sure, old sir. Please tell me what you need. I will certainly assist you. There is no need for such formalities. I know you must have noticed this chicken and Appo's uniqueness. Likewise, I have perceived something extraordinary about you, the old herbalist remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Zhuoyang before turning to walk into the earthen house. Lin Zhuoyang furrowed his brow slightly at the old man and Appo's words, pondering to himself. He noticed something extraordinary about me? Him? What a joke. But this old fellow has been roaming the mountains for decades. Perhaps he truly sees. Chapter 4. Parchment and the First Inscription. A few minutes later, The elderly herbalist walked out of the house again, this time holding an object in his hand. The herbalist did not shy away from Rong Baodai, who was still nearby, and approached Lin Jiuyang directly, speaking to him. In fact, we encountered each other when you first arrived in our village. At that time, I sensed a hint of earthiness about you. Having roamed the mountains for decades, though I haven't ventured far, I have heard much about your profession. Thus, I could naturally deduce your identity. Lin Jiuyang nodded quietly in acknowledgement. I do not know your purpose for this chicken, nor do I wish to pry. However, if you desire it, you must offer something in exchange, and that something can only be found within the mountains, the herbalist said, extending the object in his hand towards Lin Jiuyang. It was a piece of parchment, seemingly of recent origin, adorned with illustrations. At that moment, Lin Jiuyang felt puzzled. He had initially recognized the parchment, but assumed it was a relic discovered from a burial site. Is this all? He inquired. I understand your thoughts. Yet this is not as you imagine, the herbalist replied, having gleaned some insight into Lin Jiuyang's contemplation due to his extensive experience. A few years ago, I ventured into the mountains to gather herbs and stumbled upon a wild Ganoderma of exquisite quality. Although I did not approach it closely, my decades of experience assured me it was a wild Ganoderma that had grown for a millennium. However, when I attempted to harvest it, I discovered a gigantic python. Unlike any I had seen before, lurking in the grass nearby. I once considered slaying that python, but all my attempts proved futile. Even the fierce chicken could not best it and nearly fell victim instead, leading us to this predicament. So you wish for me to assist you in dealing with that python and retrieve the wild Ganoderma in exchange for the chicken? Lin Jiuyang deduced. Indeed. I am aware of your capabilities. Since you can navigate that terrain with such ease, confronting that python should not pose a challenge for you. Moreover, this parchment contains my insights about the python and the safest method for harvesting the Ganoderma. Enough, you need not elaborate further. I accept the task. Lin Jiuyang interrupted, taking the parchment and turning towards the fence gate, unperturbed by the prospect of a mere python. He was eager to ascertain the nature of the creature that had managed to overpower the fierce chicken. Brother Yang, are you truly going? Rong Baodai continued to murmur beside Lin Jiuyang, expressing concern about the python that even the fierce chicken could not defeat. Lin Jiuyang recognized the boy's sincere concern, characteristic of the innocence and kindness of children in this era. Do not worry, Di. Your brother Yang is formidable. Traversing the heavens and the earth is a trivial matter for me. You need not fret, he reassured. But brother Yang, that cannot be true. How can one traverse the heavens and the earth? My grandfather said such tales are mere fables for children. Rong Baodai replied, his expression earnest. Lin Jiuyang smiled at the boy's naive sincerity. Indeed, it was true that no one could genuinely traverse the heavens and the earth, not even he. Although the technique he practiced was exaggerated, it merely represented a unique form of lightness skill. Even diving into the sea to catch turtles was merely a matter of prolonged breath-holding combined with a special swift swimming method. Wait a moment, though. The compendium of inscriptions contains countless inscriptions, and there are indeed some that allow one to soar through the skies. However, given his current level of mastery, he might still find it challenging. As Lin Jiuyang contemplated the compendium, he glanced at Rong Baodai, a spark of inspiration igniting in his eyes. Dai, would you like to fly? Huh? Fly? Is that possible? But my grandfather. The boy and Appo's eyes lit up with longing at the prospect of flight, but he hesitated. Recalling his grandfather and Appo's words. Come now, Dai, do not heed your grandfather and Appo's words. Today, your brother Yang shall take you flying, Lin Jiuyang declared, bending down to lift Rong Baodai into his arms. With his left index finger, he began tracing patterns in the air, then grasped the atmosphere with his hand and slapped it against himself. Initially confused, Rong Baodai wondered what his brother was doing. Suddenly, before he could comprehend, he felt himself slowly ascending into the sky. Higher and higher they rose. Before long, they found themselves several hundred meters above the ground. Ah, brother Yang, we are flying. Rong Baodai exclaimed, eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the diminishing landscape below, the fields, trees, and houses appearing ever smaller. Wow. Lin Jiuyang shared in the awe, for it was his first experience of flight as well. Though he had previously tried to soar using the flying daggers from the endless dagger box, that sensation was nothing compared to the control he felt now. Let us go. Dai, brother Yang will take you home. Although the distance back was not far, the novelty of flying kept them reveling in the experience for quite some time. Eventually, When Lin Zhuoyang sensed his energy waning, they gently descended. Brother Yang, are you a deity? Can you take me flying again next time? Once on solid ground. Rong bowed eye and Appos, S cheeks flushed with excitement as he chattered incessantly. Lin Zhuoyang, noticing the boy and Appos, S animated expression, affectionately ruffled his hair and then looked solemnly at him. De, what occurred today must remain our secret. You cannot share it with anyone, not even your grandfather. Why not? Rong bowed eye asked, puzzled. There and amp, Appos, S no reason. If you wish to soar again, you must heed my words. This is our secret, understood? Lin Zhuoyang added, playfully winking at him. Okay, I understand, Brother Yang. You can count on me. I won't tell a soul, not even Grandfather Jida. Rong bowed I promised, grasping the importance of the secret. Good. Now, let us hurry back. Otherwise, your grandfather will start to worry. All right, Brother Yang. I will confide you to play again tomorrow. Chapter 5. The Quest for Wild Ganoderma and the Colossal Python. The following day, before dawn, Lin Zhuoyang, with the endless flying knife pouch slung over his back, stepped out of the yellow earth dwelling. Glancing around the deserted surroundings, he bent slightly and leaped into the sky, soaring toward the distant mountains. After spending several hours traversing the skies yesterday and dedicating the night to studying the compendium of inscriptions, he had now mastered the use of various low-level inscriptions. However, for higher-level inscriptions, his current proficiency required at least several dozen seconds of engraving time before they could be utilized. As for the most advanced inscriptions, their complexity was beyond measure. Far from the Miao village, nestled within the mountains, Lin Zhuoyang held the parchment given to him by the old herbalist. Surveying his surroundings. Goodness! The map drawn by the old herbalist was utterly incomprehensible. Even a geographical expert would struggle to decipher it. Lin Zhuoyang stared incredulously at the nonsensical depiction at the top of the parchment. With such a chaotic map, even the mightiest would find themselves scratching their heads in bewilderment. Sighing, he decided it was best to rely on his own instincts. Shaking his head, he ventured deeper into the forest. As long as he maintained a general sense of direction, he believed that locating the so-called Millennium Wild Ganoderma and the enormous python spoken of by the old herbalist would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, he underestimated the vastness of the mountain range beneath his feet. Without the guiding principles of the one palm to rule the world, he might have found himself hopelessly lost within its depths. Of course, this was only true if he had not taken to the skies. Even so, it took him an entire day and night to locate the spot recorded on the old herbalist and Appos, S parchment. The old herbalist was indeed impressive. This location was at least 30 to 40 miles from the mountain and Appos, S edge. To have survived this trek was no small feat. Lin Zhuoyang observed the lush vegetation surrounding him, with several large openings in the mountainside in the distance. Those gaping holes must surely have been created by the colossal python the old herbalist had mentioned. Judging by the size of those openings, the python was indeed formidable. However, his primary focus was on finding the wild Ganoderma. Thus, Lin Zhuoyang pressed onward, wielding a withered branch to sweep through the underbrush at his feet. Before long, he discovered the Millennium Wild Ganoderma as described by the old herbalist. Even from a distance of several meters, he could detect a faint, enchanting fragrance wafting from the fungus, refreshing his senses. Impressive. The old herbalist had a keen eye. Even if this Ganoderma were not quite a millennium old, it was likely very close. As he prepared to approach and harvest it, a sudden rustling sound and a distinctive hissing noise echoed behind him, just a meter or so away from the Ganoderma. Finally, it has appeared. Lin Zhuoyang turned to face the massive creature looming behind him. His gaze was met with the sight of a snake and Appos, S had the size of a small water barrel. Its cold, slitted eyes fixed upon him, and its forked tongue flicking in and out, nearly a meter long. The body of this beast, from what Lin Zhuoyang could discern, must have measured at least 20 to 30 meters in length. Hiss. Roar. Just as Lin Zhuoyang continued to assess the colossal python before him, it became evidently impatient. With a swift opening of its massive jaws, it emitted a piercing hiss that echoed like a beastly roar, but sharper. It then lunged toward Lin Zhuoyang with ferocity. Swish. Bang. The python's head struck the mountainside like a cannonball, yet Lin Zhuoyang's reflexes were swifter. In the instant the python attacked, he transformed into a mere shadow, vanishing from sight and landing atop a tree. It was at this moment he finally comprehended the full extent of the python and Appos' colossal form. Incredible! Such a size would undoubtedly secure a place in the Guinness World Records. Hiss. Below, the giant python turned its gaze upon Lin Zhuoyang, perched atop the treetop. and let out another hiss before attempting to bite him once more. Ah, the world is so complex, yet you are so aggressive, Lin Zhuyang mused to himself, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. His gaze sharpened as an inexplicable aura surged forth from him, crashing down upon the advancing python. Boom. As the invisible force descended, the python was struck as if by a massive rock from the heavens, instantly collapsing to the ground, its entire body immobilized and unable to move. Goodness, my bloodline ability is remarkably potent. I expected merely to subdue it temporarily, yet it has been completely suppressed. No wonder it is called dragon, might shakes the world. Lin Zhuyang observed the immobilized giant python below him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He did not dwell on it for long, for he possessed the bloodline of the legendary three-headed dragon from the myriad realms. With a gentle leap, he landed atop the python and Apos' head. A creature of such magnitude was no ordinary beast. Had no one intervened, it must have consumed some extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth. Bears possess bear gall, and snakes possess snake gall. If this python had indeed ingested such rare treasures, it might even harbor a legendary inner Dan. As he strolled leisurely along the expansive python's body, it seemed as if the creature had gained a semblance of consciousness, its eyes reflecting an anxious humanity. Yet, due to the overwhelming aura of the dragon emanating from Lin Zhuyang, it was rendered powerless. Soon, Lin Zhuyang halted in his tracks atop the python's colossal form. Observing the serpentine body beneath him, he casually summoned a dozen or so 3-inch-long flying knives from the endless pouch on his back. With a flick of his wrist, the knives formed a circular matrix, embedding themselves into the python's vast body, akin to a meat grinder springing to life. Half an hour later, Lin Zhuyang sat upon a stone, roasting python meat over a fire, while his gaze remained fixated on a peculiar orb in his hand. This orb, though irregular in shape, emitted a unique fragrance reminiscent of the Millennium Ganoderma on his left hand, yet distinctly different. It resembled the essence born from the fusion of countless Millennium Ganoderma. So this python grew strong on Millennium Ganoderma. How impressive, Lin Zhuyang remarked, glancing at the lifeless python nearby. He then noticed the large hole he had created with his controlled flying knives still oozing with python blood. A moment, in his eagerness for the inner Dan and Ganoderma, he had almost forgotten that such a massive python held treasures throughout its being. This blood must not be wasted. With that thought, Lin Zhuyang summoned the flying knives once more and began to dissect the python and Apos' carcass. Chapter 6. Am I running in the mountains while someone attempts to steal my home? In an instant, Lin Zhuyang had spent a night in the mountains and had returned to the Miao village. After refreshing himself in the modest earthen dwelling rented from Rongbao, he set off towards the old herbalist's home, carrying a bundle of Ganoderma wrapped in burlap. Meanwhile, at the herbalist's residence, several unwelcome guests were causing a disturbance. Old herbalist, since keeping the angry rooster is of no use to you, why not sell it to Brother Zhigushao? Remarked a somewhat youthful voice. Indeed, Master Herbalist, we truly require that angry rooster. Name your price. We shall meet your demands. Chimed in a more mature voice from the side. Sigh. It is not that I wish to deny you, but the rooster no longer belongs to me. The old herbalist stated plainly. Hey, Rongbao, what is the situation here? A young man with slightly long hair, resembling a mixed blood, inquired as he clapped Rongbao's shoulder. Rongbao was momentarily at a loss for words. Humph. Whether or not that rooster belongs to the old herbalist. If he refuses to part with it, we shall simply take it, declared a bold girl clad in red, her waist adorned with several flying daggers. Do not, red girl. This is not the way to proceed. Spare me the moral high ground. If you have a better idea, then speak up, interrupted the girl known as Red. Excuse me. Who are you people? Why do you wish to steal my brother Yang and Apos' rooster? At that moment, Rongbao and Apos' voice resonated from outside the fenced yard. What brings you to the old herbalist and Apos' place? And what was that you just said? Rongbao gazed at the approaching Rongbao, puzzled. Brother has that young lad not returned yet? Before Rongbao could finish, the old herbalist posed a question to him. Grandpa Herbalist, Brother Yang has returned. When I left, I saw the lights on in his house, Rongbao replied, turning to face the old herbalist. Did he bring back that item? The old herbalist and Apos' excitement surged at Rongbao and Apos' words. Huh? Item? I have no idea. Rongbao scratched his head. I see. No matter if he obtained it. He shall surely come soon. The old herbalist's expression shifted from disappointment to contemplation, realizing that Rong Baoda seemed unaware of the purpose behind Lin Zhuoyang's mountain excursion. Rong Baoda only understood that the mountains harbored dangers, ones that even the angry rooster could not handle, for its ferocity was well known throughout their village. Hey, little brat. Did you just say that angry rooster belongs to your brother? Where is your brother? The mixed-blood youth suddenly interjected, directing his question at Rong Baoda. Senior brother. Could you not be a bit gentler? He is but a child. A more youthful and lively girl among them addressed the mixed-blood man. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuoyang stood at a corner near the old herbalist's home. In truth, he had arrived earlier but had paused. Drawn by curiosity upon witnessing the crowd gathered in the herbalist's yard, seemingly engaged in a heated discussion. After listening to the entire exchange, he felt a surge of anger. What the hell? I have been running around in the mountains, and now I discover people are attempting to rob my home. This is intolerable. As for the individuals in the old herbalist's yard, Lin Zhuoyang had surmised their identities. The mature, composed man with a hint of weariness was likely the leader of the mountain movers, Zhigu Xiao. The mixed-blood individual was Old Yang, while the vibrant girl was Hua Ling. And the one brandishing several daggers was undoubtedly the formidable Red Girl, a trusted aide of Qin Yulo, the chief of the Unloading Ridge. Observing the group from a distance, Lin Zhuoyang mused, damn it. While I acknowledge that the mountain movers possess some skills, and the Unloading Ridge has many capable individuals, so what? I single-handedly slaughtered over 2,000 armed soldiers once. After all, how else could the tales of the 1,000-year corpse in Ninger Tomb and the solitary wanderer of Beixia have spread? With such thoughts, Lin Zhuoyang strode towards the old herbalist and Apos' home. Old man, I present you with two choices. Either you willingly surrender the rooster, or I will be compelled to take it by force, Red Girl declared, brandishing her dagger menacingly at the old herbalist. Red Girl Zhigu Xiao watched her actions with a conflicted expression. Brother Yang. Suddenly, Rong Baoda called out. Instantly, all eyes in the yard turned towards the entrance. TSK, I have long heard of the fiery temperament of Qin Yulo's Red Girl, and today I witness it firsthand. Moreover, not only is she fiery, but also impolite, threatening an elder. Though Lin Zhuoyang had yet to enter the yard, his voice had already preceded him. What did you say? Whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing the voice, Red Girl turned red with fury and swiftly hurled 2 daggers in the direction of the sound. Swish. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the gathered crowd. Then, with a resounding thud, Red Girl was sent flying backward. I generally do not take the initiative to strike, but I also do not appreciate being attacked. Since this is our first encounter, consider it a courtesy to Chieftain. Should there be a next time, you shall meet your demise. The voice rang out as the sound of a bowstring being drawn taut echoed simultaneously. Junior brother, do not. Zhigu Xiao and Apos' warning came too late, and met with the same fate. Thud. Ah, leader of the mountain movers, I extend the same words to you as I did to your junior brother. Old Yang was sent flying as Zhigu Xiao reached for his gun, but upon seeing the unexpectedly handsome figure before him, his instincts warned him against making a move, lest Red Girl and Old Yang share the same fate. Thus, he slowly released his grip on the gun, regarding the handsome man with a serious expression. Sir, we apologize on behalf of Red Girl and my junior brother, Old Yang, for our earlier transgressions. A wise choice. Lin Zhuoyang did not respond, but instead wore a smile as he regarded Zhigu Xiao with a hint of meaning behind his expression. He then turned and approached the old herbalist, extending the burlap-wrapped bundle to him. Here, old man, take a look. Startled by Lin Zhuoyang's voice, the old herbalist snapped back to reality, momentarily dazed, before recalling something and excitedly accepting the bundle from Lin Zhuoyang. He quickly unwrapped it. Chapter 7. The Encounter with the Ghostly Immortal, Lin Zhuoyang. Ah, you are indeed the ghostly immortal, Lin Zhuoyang? Excellent, splendid. This is it, the Millennium Wild Ganoderma. I never expected you actually managed to procure it. Well done. However, you are rather obstinate. Couldn't you have found a more suitable box for such a treasure? Look at this tattered burlap. How much medicinal essence do you think will be lost? The old herbalist gazed upon the wild Ganoderma in his arms, his excitement akin to that of a parent beholding their newborn, all while reproaching Lin Zhuoyang. Come on, old man, in this desolate wilderness. Where do you expect me to find a box for you? Lin Zhuoyang retorted. Now that you have the item, the chicken is mine, right? Of course. But let me warn you, that chicken is quite fierce. I certainly won't accept any returns. With that, the old herbalist cradled the wild Ganoderma and strode into the house, shutting the door behind him. Observing the old man's actions, Lin Zhuoyang chuckled and shook his head. Truly unbelievable. He then approached the cage housing the furious rooster. Cluck, 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 flapping its wings in agitation. The furious rooster grew increasingly restless as Lin Jiuyang drew near. Hey, do you think I exchanged a millennium-grade wild Ganoderma for you just to be defiant? Lin Jiuyang observed the increasingly agitated rooster with a smile, yet a formidable aura briefly flickered around him. Though it was but a fleeting moment, the furious rooster, bearing a trace of phoenix bloodline, distinctly sensed the power emanating from Lin Jiuyang. Thus, the once irate rooster suddenly quieted down. Now come out, Lin Jiuyang commanded as he unlocked the cage. The rooster obediently stepped out and circled around his feet like a child. The onlookers, especially Rong Baoda and Rong Baoi, were left utterly astonished. Wow, Brother Yang, you are remarkable. Just a word from you, and the furious rooster comes out willingly. Rong Baoda exclaimed excitedly as he approached Lin Jiuyang. All right, you already know about my capabilities, don't you? Now, go home, Baoda. I have matters to discuss with these folks. Oh, okay, Brother Yang. Rong Baoda pouted, appearing somewhat displeased. Before I depart, however, I shall grant you another flight. Along with a special gift, Lin Jiuyang whispered in Rong Baoda's ear. Really? That is wonderful, Rong Baoda exclaimed, bouncing away in delight. Once the child had left, Lin Jiuyang turned his attention to the group. Head of the mountain-moving clan, Zhigu Shao, I must say your earlier behavior was somewhat discourteous. So I left you waiting for a bit. I hope you don't mind? At this moment, Honggu and the old foreigner had returned to Zhigu Shao's side. Upon hearing Lin Jiuyang's words, their expressions turned somewhat awkward, yet they remained silent. Not at all. Your skills are indeed impressive. We were simply outmatched. Moreover, we were indeed remiss in our manners. Who would have thought you could produce a Millennium Ganoderma as a bargaining chip for the furious rooster? Zhigu Shao replied, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. After all, they could not produce such a rarity, and initially, they had not contemplated using such a valuable item to negotiate for the rooster. They had even nearly resorted to forceful means, which made them feel somewhat ashamed in comparison to Lin Jiuyang's approach. Honggu, standing behind Zhigu Shao, had witnessed the entire exchange and could only lower her head, her cheeks flushed. Haha, there is no need for such formality, head of the mountain. To be honest, I hold a deep admiration for the mountain-moving and unloading ridge clans. As for the latter, I have traversed many places and have often heard of the noble character of Chun Yulo, the leader of Unloading Ridge. Their purpose in tomb raiding was to provide aid to the suffering, a cause worthy of respect. However, the actions of Ms. Hong today have left me feeling rather. Lin Jiuyang's gaze shifted to Honggu. Initially, Honggu felt a swell of pride at Lin Jiuyang's words, but as he continued, her previously flushed cheeks reddened anew. Esteemed one, I must sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. I also extend my apologies to the elder within. Honggu stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Lin Jiuyang. There is no need for such formality, Miss Hong. I see you all desire the furious rooster. It seems you are in some predicament. I trust it isn't related to the items within the mountains? Lin Jiuyang stated candidly. There is no need for such formality. You may simply address me as Lin Jiuyang. I am but a solitary wanderer. Given your seniority, should you not mind, you may call me Xiao Jiu or a Yang. Before Zhigu Shao could finish, Lin Jiuyang interrupted, explaining that a solitary wanderer is one who operates alone within the tomb raiding community. As Lin Jiuyang spoke, Zhigu Shao and his two disciples, along with Honggu, furrowed their brows in contemplation. Lin Jiuyang. I feel as though I've heard this name before. The old foreigner murmured softly. Wait, Lin Jiuyang. It can't be. Honggu suddenly looked up, her expression one of shock as she gazed at Lin Jiuyang. It is he. Zhigu Shao and his companions shared the same astonished expression as they regarded Lin Jiuyang. May I inquire if you are indeed the ghostly immortal Lin Jiuyang, known as the Blade Immortal of the Backpack? Honggu asked formally, bowing. The ghostly immortal Lin Jiuyang? Ah, I suppose some have referred to me as such, Lin Jiuyang mused, stroking his chin as he recalled that indeed. Since he single-handedly vanquished a well-armed warlord, some in the circle had begun to call him by that title. Rumors circulated that those who provoked him met their demise, while the divine forces that crossed him fell as well. Ghosts would steer clear of him, and men would tremble at his sight. Coupled with the phonetic similarity of his name to grandfather, it gradually led to the moniker of ghostly, immortal Lin Jiuyang. Yet, he had never taken it to heart. Unaware that even Zhigu Shao had heard of him, it seemed his past actions had indeed made quite an impression. It is indeed the ghostly immortal Lin Jiuyang. I am Zhigu Shao, head of the mountain-moving clan, at your service. Mountain-moving, old foreigner, at your service. Mountain-moving, Hualing, at your service. Unloading Ridge. Honggu, at your service. Upon recognizing Lin Jiuyang's identity, the group immediately performed a special bow, acknowledging him with deep respect. This unique bow is customary among those in the circle when addressing the heads of a clan or lineage. Although Lin Jiuyang was merely one man without disciples or a faction, his deeds were of such an extraordinary nature that they inspired fear and awe among all in the tomb raiding community. Thus, even against a solitary figure, he commanded the respect typically reserved for the leaders of the 4 major tomb raiding clans, effectively establishing himself as the 5th faction in the realm. With whispers suggesting that the ghostly immortal Lin Jiuyang represented a 5th lineage distinct from the 4 clans of mountain moving, gold seizing, tomb raiding, and unloading ridge. Chapter 8. Brotherhood and the leader of unloading the ridge, Chen Yulo. Of course, these are merely rumors of the Jianghu. At this moment, Lin Jiuyang stood there, momentarily taken aback by the actions of those around him. Although his time in this circle had been brief, over the past year he had gleaned some understanding of the unspoken rules of the Jianghu, particularly regarding the gestures unfolding before him. Thus, he hurriedly returned the courtesy, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. I, Lin, am not worthy of such honor. Lin Jiuyang, your words are quite excessive. If you are unworthy, then I, Zhigu Shao, am even less so," Zhigu Shao replied gravely. "By the way, weren't we just discussing the matter of the Bottle Mountain? Perhaps we should resume our conversation?" "Very well." Lin Jiuyang. Suddenly, Zhigu Shao interrupted. Wait. I mentioned earlier that you were my senior by a few years. How about this, since our meeting is fated? Let us call each other brothers from now on." Although Lin Jiuyang had spent a full year in this world, he was still unaccustomed to being addressed so casually. Thus, he proposed to Zhigu Shao, "How about we refer to each other as brothers instead?" Zhigu Shao furrowed his brow upon hearing this, remaining silent. "Is it that you, Brother Zhigu Shao, believe I, Lin Jiuyang, am unworthy to call you brother?" Lin Jiuyang's expression darkened at Zhigu Shao's hesitation. "Goodness, my discomfort with being called sir does not imply disdain. On the contrary, to befriend someone like you, Jiuyang, is truly an honor for me." Zhigu Shao quickly clarified, eager to dispel any misunderstandings. His words were sincere. Despite being the leader of the unloading ridge with a lineage spanning a millennium, he found himself dwarfed by the significant deeds Lin Jiuyang had accomplished over the past year. "Then it is settled. From now on, I shall call you Apos, elder brother, Apos, and you may call me Apos, Jiuyang, Apos. Come, let us return to my residence for a detailed discussion." With that, Lin Jiuyang took Zhigu Shao by the arm and led him toward his rendered abode, followed closely by Honggu and the others. Upon returning to Lin Jiuyang and Apos' residence, they quickly shared their respective circumstances. When Zhigu Shao and his companions learned that Lin Jiuyang had also come for the tomb at Bottle Mountain, they understood that his curiosity about the formidable angry chicken had led him to search for 1,000-year-old ginseng as a bargaining chip, which had delayed him for several days and allowed them to arrive first. After comprehending the situation, Zhigu Shao invited Lin Jiuyang, saying, "Since you, Jiuyang, are also here for the Bottle Mountain tomb, why not set off together at once? With your assistance, our expedition will be significantly easier." Elder brother, I have a few matters to attend to that will not take much time. Why not rest here today, and we shall depart tomorrow morning?" Although Lin Jiuyang was inclined to agree, he remembered his promise to Rong Baoda and considered that after this visit to the Bottle Mountain tomb, he might not return. The next morning, at the Bottle Mountain's corpse transport station, a rugged middle-aged man in military attire gazed up at the blue sky and white clouds, then spat on the ground beside him. "What the hell? I say, Chief, when will you tell us what to do? My brothers have already perished by the dozens." "Calm down, Luo Shuai. Our unloading ridge brothers have suffered losses as well," replied a handsome man beside him, exuding an air of both elegance and banditry. Dressed in a white robe and holding a folding fan, this man was Chen Yulo, the current leader of the unloading ridge. Initially, he had arrived with high hopes alongside his brothers, but to his dismay, they had yet to fully enter the tomb and were already beset by such troublesome entities. Thinking of the centipedes, Chen Yulo ground his teeth in frustration. These poisonous creatures were impervious to fire and water, yet they were filled with deadly venom, reducing any who touched them to mere puddles of pus. Their sheer numbers seemed insurmountable. I wonder if Honggu and Zhigu Shao have found anything to counter those centipedes? As fate would have it, just as the two leaders were in a state of agitation, one of Luo Shuai's soldiers rushed over, breathless. "Report, Luo Shuai. Honggu and the 3 Taoist priests have returned from the mountain." Upon hearing this, Chen Yulo and Apos' spirits lifted, while Luo Shuai exclaimed, finally. I was about to lead a search party down the mountain myself. The two hurriedly made their way down the mountain and soon spotted Zhigu Xiao and his group. Among them was a strikingly handsome young man, tall and poised, with what appeared to be a box-like object strapped to his back. However, Chen Yulo merely glanced at him. His primary concern was whether they had discovered a method or item to subdue the poisonous centipedes. Approaching with a warm smile, he greeted Zhigu Xiao, "Brother Zhigu Xiao. You have finally returned." He embraced Zhigu Xiao warmly before continuing. "By the way, how did your expedition go? Have you found a way to deal with those centipedes?" "Indeed. Have you found a solution, you scoundrel Taoists?" Luo Shuai interjected. "If you Haven and Amp, Oppos, Chief. We have secured the assistance of a master who can handle those centipedes," Zhigu Xiao replied, ignoring Luo Shuai's interruption. "Oh, a master?" Chen Yulo and Oppos' interest piqued as he turned his gaze toward the young man he had briefly observed earlier. At that moment, Lin Jiaoyang met his gaze. And Chen Yulo thought to himself, "Indeed, he resembles the descriptions of the leader in the books of my previous life, perhaps even surpassing them. What nonsense is this? A master? Who is he? This pretty boy?" Luo Shuai, despite his rough demeanor, could not contain his skepticism, focusing on Lin Jiaoyang. "Luo Shuai, you ought to be cautious with your words, lest the consequences be, well, let and Oppos. Let's not even think about it." Honggu chimed in mischievously from the side. "What do you mean, Honggu? What consequences? What are you afraid of? Can this pretty boy devour me?" Luo Shuai, annoyed by Honggu and Oppos' teasing tone, stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Lin Jiaoyang. "So, you think you're quite impressive, huh?" As he spoke, Luo Shuai stealthily placed his hand on the grip of his sidearm, clearly not one to underestimate a situation. Meanwhile, Chen Yulo, having overheard Honggu's words and observing the expressions of Zhigu Xiao and the others, began to speculate. This young man was surely not simple. Chapter 9. Luo Laowai is shaken and prepares to descend into the tomb. Otherwise, Honggu would not have spoken so, and the Zhigu Xiao brothers would not have shown such expressions. "Luo Shuai, I advise you to remove your hand from the gun, lest it accidentally discharge." At this moment, Lin Jiaoyang suddenly spoke, his voice cold yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He harbored no fear of Luo Laowai's fierce gaze. On the contrary, a hint of provocation danced in his eyes. "What if I don't?" Luo Laowai, stubborn as ever, gripped the gun firmly, his hand steadily pulling it upwards. Meanwhile, his soldiers began to raise their weapons as well. Observing this scene, Honggu and the old foreigner discreetly began to retreat. Just as they anticipated witnessing Lin Jiaoyang unleash his formidable prowess, Zhigu Xiao interjected. "There is no need to stoop to the level of a brute like Luo Shuai." He approached Luo Laowai and subtly pressed down his twitching hand. "Lin Jiaoyang?" Upon hearing Zhigu Xiao and Oppos' words, the leader of the Shuling faction, Chen Yulo, instantly glanced at the box at Lin Jiaoyang and Oppos' waist. Luo Laowai's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded the seemingly unassuming figure before him. Hastily, he withdrew his hand from the gun and took a step back. Good heavens! This young man is Lin Jiaoyang, the ghostly immortal? Is this for real? Sensing Luo Laowai's reaction, Zhigu Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He knew well that if Luo Laowai or his soldiers dared to point their weapons at Lin Jiaoyang, retribution would be swift and severe, given Lin Jiaoyang's elusive abilities. Even if they were spared their lives, severed limbs would be inevitable. However, in the current situation, it was paramount that they united and avoided internal strife. It had long been rumored that the South Province harbored a man so formidable that even ghosts trembled at his name, the ghostly immortal Lin Jiaoyang. Today, witnessing him firsthand was indeed extraordinary. "I am Chen Yulo, leader of the Shuling faction, and I pay my respects." At this moment, Chen Yulo stepped forward and bowed to Lin Jiaoyang. I did not realize it was the esteemed Lin Jiaoyang before me. I, Luo Laowai, am just a coarse fellow. Please forgive my ignorance." Luo Laowai, regaining his composure, hastily offered an explanation. Among the gathered, it was Luo Laowai who feared Lin Jiaoyang the most. Despite his men and weapons, the latter's record spoke volumes. Initially, he scoffed when he heard of someone single-handedly annihilating an entire warlord and Oppos' army of thousands. Yet, after sending men to investigate, he was truly astounded. He even made a personal visit. My heavens, the carnage, the severed limbs. Even he, a formidable warlord, felt a chill of fear. What terrified him further was the strength of the warlord and Oppos' army. Though small in number compared to others, their soldiers were highly trained and well-equipped. The soldiers under that warlord had undergone 3 years of rigorous training, wielding some of the most advanced weaponry in the world. Yet, such forces were effortlessly decimated by the very figure before him, Lin Zhuoyang. The mere thought was enough to instill fear. I am but a humble individual, Lin Zhuoyang. If you do not mind, you may call me Zhuoyang, dear brother. Lin Zhuoyang responded, turning to Luo Laowai. No, I dare not. Before Lin Zhuoyang, I am but a mere general. You may call me Lao Luo or simply Luo Laowai. Luo Laowai's demeanor exhibited a hint of obsequiousness, eliciting a smirk from Qin Yulo and the old foreigner, who had previously been looked down upon. All right, now that dear brother Zhuoyang has arrived. And since Zhigu Xiao mentioned that you can restrain those centipedes, perhaps we should discuss our next course of action, Qin Yulo suggested. And the group began to make their way toward the corpse transport station to deliberate on their descent into the tomb. An hour later, Lin Zhuoyang, accompanied by Qin Yulo and Zhigu Xiao, arrived at the entrance of the Bottle Mountain. From this vantage point, they gazed down upon the tomb of the Yuan dynasty general. However, as Lin Zhuoyang reflected on the plot lines he had encountered in his previous life, he realized that many details had eluded his memory. Thus, he resolved to follow Qin Yulo and the others. Standing at the cliff and Appo's edge, feeling the chilling gusts below and the palpable scent of blood, Lin Zhuoyang furrowed his brow. This tomb is indeed ominous. Zhuoyang, do you perceive anything? Qin Yulo inquired, noticing Lin Zhuoyang and Appo's frown. Lin Zhuoyang shook his head, then declared, this tomb is fraught with danger. Upon hearing this, Qin Yulo nodded silently, having already learned of the tomb's perils through the sacrifice of several of his men. After a moment of silence, seeing that Lin Zhuoyang had no further insights to share, Qin Yulo began instructing the Shuling brothers to prepare the centipede ladder for their descent. Do take your time. I shall descend first to scout ahead. Observing the frantic activity of the Shuling crew, Lin Zhuoyang, impatient with the slow pace, announced his intention and leaped down. Ultimately, he was accustomed to acting alone. With the formidable abilities bestowed upon him by the system, he could confidently declare, as long as he did not encounter any monstrous beings like the snake god, that he could enter any tomb and simply exclaim, I have arrived, taken what I need. And I am leaving. At the cliff and Appo's edge, Qin Yulo and Zhigu Xiao stood in stunned silence, watching Lin Zhuoyang leap into the abyss. What on earth? What kind of stun is this? Do you treat this place as a bungee jumping venue? Or is it your home? You jump as you please. Possibly spurred by Lin Zhuoyang's audacious leap, Qin Yulo initially contemplated following suit. However, after taking a step forward, he ultimately chose to climb down the ladder. He shifted from waiting for the Shuling brothers to set up the ladder to taking matters into his own hands, building the ladder as he descended. Meanwhile, after deliberating amongst themselves, Zhigu Xiao and his companions decided to leave their junior sister, Hualing, at the top while they and the old foreigner descended. Their method was even more ingenious than the centipede ladder employed by the Shuling faction. They utilized specially crafted ropes from the mountain-moving lineage, which were not only thin but possessed remarkable tensile strength and considerable length, with a single bundle stretching several hundred meters. Thus prepared, the two swiftly descended along the rope, executing their descent with remarkable ease. Their seamless glide down the cliff left Qin Yulo, who was still laboriously setting up the ladder, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Everyone knows that Qin Yulo, the proud head of the Shuling faction, always seeks to compare himself with others. Even in situations where he cannot compete, he still finds a way to mentally measure himself against them. Now, however, he was faced with the spectacle of Lin Zhuoyang's bungee jump, a feat beyond imitation, followed by the mountain-moving lineage's effortless descent down the rope. And here he was, still clutching a rickety ladder. Was he not being made a fool of? Doesn't this imply that the methods of unloading the ridge are inferior to theirs? Upon this realization, Qin Yulo instantly transformed into a fervent builder, hastening the installation of the cloud ladder with renewed vigor. Chapter 10. Everyone is here. Let's get started. On the other side, Lin Zhuoyang descended below. The pungent scent of blood, which had been faintly detectable above, now loomed heavily in the air. Raising his gaze towards the grave pit previously excavated by Qin Yulo and his companions, a chill ran through him. Surrounding the area were numerous garments soaked in pools of pus, likely remnants of the fallen brothers from the shelling and soldiers under Luo Laowai. After a brief wait, just as Lin Zhuoyang was contemplating stepping forward to investigate, he sensed two swift sounds approaching from behind. Turning around, he beheld the safely landed figures of Zhigu Xiao and Lao Yongren. Zhuoyang, Master Lin. Zhigu Xiao and Lao Yongren greeted him before directing their attention towards the grave pit not far off. It was this very pit we opened. We had T fully entered before encountering countless venomous centipedes. Many of Commander Luo's men perished before we could retreat safely. Zhuge Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the entrance of the grave pit. Lin Zhuyang, hearing this, offered no reply but merely nodded, his focus on the ominous opening. With the bloodline concentration of the three-headed dragon reaching 10%, he possessed an extraordinary sixth sense, enabling him to sense impending danger without even employing the unparalleled skill of one palm to rule them all. This instinct was akin to a premonition, a unique ability to foresee threats. His intuition warned him of danger within, albeit faint. Simultaneously, his heightened senses, bestowed by his surpassing mental strength, detected numerous entities rapidly crawling towards the exit. Presumably, those venomous centipedes were approaching. "Commander, take your time. It's fine. I can manage." At that moment, the voices of Qin Yulo and the Shelling brothers echoed from behind. The group turned to see Qin Yulo, his face flushed and breathing heavily, approaching them. He first glanced at Lin Zhuyang with astonishment, inwardly marveling, "Good heavens, he truly is extraordinary." He leaps down without a speck of dirt on his clothes. Then he shifted his gaze to Zhuge Xiao and Lao Yangren, acknowledging that despite his own exhaustion, he could not compare to Lin Zhuyang. Minutes later, all the Shelling members and Luo Lawai and Apos men had gathered. Qin Yulo stepped forward to rally their spirits, declaring, "All right, everyone is here. Let us not waste any more words. Let us get to work. Let us get to work." No sooner had Qin Yulo's voice faded than a series of faint hissing sounds permeated the air, growing increasingly intense. Upon hearing this, the Shelling members, along with Luo Lawai's men and Zhuge Xiao, all changed their expressions. Just moments ago, they had nearly met their demise upon hearing these very sounds. Although they had retreated safely, it had come at the cost of many lives. Simultaneously, innumerable brownish-red centipedes surged from the grave pit in all directions, advancing rapidly. "Damn it, it's those centipedes again. Hurry, light the torches, prepare the lime powder, and be cautious of the surroundings." Possessing night vision, Qin Yulo had exceptional sight, while others were still attempting to locate the source of the centipedes. He was the first to spot them and alert the group. Hearing Qin Yulo's warning, Zhuge Xiao hurried to Lin Zhuyang's side, suggesting, "Zhuyang, should we? No need. These mere centipedes are not worth the trouble." Lin Zhuyang understood Zhuge Xiao's intentions. He sought to summon the angry rooster to deal with the centipedes. However, Lin Zhuyang was reluctant to exhaust the creature and Apos' stamina, for he yearned to witness the spectacle of the angry rooster battling the six-winged centipedes. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Lin Zhuyang turned his gaze to see a Shelling brother clutching his arm in agony, tossing aside a brownish-red centipede. Upon witnessing this, Lin Zhuyang furrowed his brow, an invisible pressure emanating from him like a tidal wave, sweeping outward. At the same time, a glimmering blade shot from behind him, swiftly severing the centipede from the Shelling brother's arm. "Quick, stop the bleeding. He can still be saved," Lin Zhuyang instructed Qin Yulo urgently. The powerful aura he had just unleashed sent countless centipedes tumbling back, and within moments, all the venomous creatures vanished from sight. "Commander, the centipedes, they've fled," a Shelling brother stammered, realizing the anomaly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yulo, Luo Lawai, and Zhuge Xiao swiftly began to survey their surroundings. Indeed, as the Shelling brother had said, the venomous centipedes had inexplicably turned tail and retreated. Only Qin Yulo, with his night vision, and Zhuge Xiao, closest to Lin Zhuyang, had their suspicions. Qin Yulo had seen the numerous exploded centipede carcasses nearby, while Zhuge Xiao recalled an overwhelming, inexplicable pressure he had felt moments ago. Though the pressure had not been directed at him and had only lasted an instant, it had felt as if a mountain was pressing down upon him, capable of crushing him in an instant. Thus, Qin Yulo approached Lin Zhuyang, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Lin. Had it not been for you, that brother of mine would have turned to mush." "Shelling, Li Laolu, we are grateful for Master Lin's life-saving grace." The Shelling brother, who had lost an arm due to Lin Zhuyang's intervention, also approached, bowing in thanks. "No need for such formalities, had I not been careless." "You wouldn't have lost an arm," Lin Zhuyang replied, helping Li Laolu to his feet. "Master Lin, you mustn't say that. For me to still have my life is already a tremendous fortune. All right, Laolu, you need not involve yourself further. I shall leave 2 brothers with you to escort you back." Qin Yulo patted Li Laolu's shoulder. "Thank you, Commander." After tending to the injured, the group gathered their resolve and prepared to advance once more. With Lin Zhuyang's invisible pressure aiding them, They encountered no further centipedes as they traversed the grave pit. Before long, they reached the depths of the grave pit. Before them loomed a colossal stone door. Upon seeing this door, Luo Lawai, who had been largely inconspicuous thus far, now shone with a brightness akin to a flashlight. Chapter 11. A sudden turn of events. A four-winged centipede? Help! Open the door for me. Let us enter the tomb and strike it rich. Ha ha. As the brazen voice of Luo Lawai echoed, his soldiers swiftly emerged, rushing toward the colossal stone door, ready to unveil its secrets. Lin Zhuoyang squinted at the unabashedly audacious Luo Lawai and mused inwardly, TSK, this is the Luo Lawai I remember. Unlike the one who was so frightened earlier, as if he had encountered a ghost. If Luo Lawai were aware of Lin Zhuoyang's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have knelt before him in a panic, clutching his trousers and exclaiming, "Oh, my esteemed Lin Zhuoyang, I cannot afford to offend you, lest you unleash your wrath and obliterate my hard-earned fortune amassed over a lifetime." After all, he had witnessed the carnage firsthand, which had haunted him with nightmares for days, each time envisioning the ignorant below provoking this harbinger of death, leading to their own demise. In reality, the crowd watched as Luo Lawai and Apos, as soldiers gradually pushed open the stone door. The sight within began to unfold before their eyes. The first thing that struck them was a massive stone pillar, enshrouded in untold riches of gold, silver, and jewels. Additionally, the walls were adorned with countless gemstones, each seemingly worth a fortune. Ha ha. By the Bear's paw, we've hit the jackpot. So many gems and gold. This expedition is worth it. Luo Lawai gazed at the countless treasures, even coated in dust, yet still radiating brilliance, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he exclaimed loudly, "Enough, Commander Luo. Do not behave as if you've never seen wealth before. The opulence outside suggests there are even greater treasures within. Let us venture inside." Chinyulo chimed in, equally exhilarated, as he patted Luo Lawai's shoulder. "Indeed, well said. Let us hasten inside," Luo Lawai replied, wiping the drool from his mouth in agreement. With Chinyulo and Luo Lawai leading the charge, the group soon entered the stone door. Upon crossing the threshold, Luo Lawai began to bellow orders to his soldiers. "Quickly! Move! Gather everything that shines, whether gold, silver, or jewels, and bring it to me at once. Commander Luo, perhaps we should exercise caution and scout for traps first. Just in case." "Nonsense! In this desolate place, what traps could there possibly be? Besides, we have you and the commander here. What is there to fear?" Luo Lawai interrupted dismissively. Meanwhile, one soldier was straining to move a chest when suddenly, a viscous substance dripped from above, landing on his head. "What the hell? What is this? It smells awful." The soldier touched the goo on his head, sniffed it, and then looked up. "Ah, my God, a monster!" he screamed, collapsing to the ground and scrambling backward on all fours. "Who was making such a ruckus? Do you believe I will?" Before Luo Lawai could finish, he witnessed a scene that left him questioning his sanity. A massive centipede, its body pitch black and adorned with two pairs of transparent wings nearly 10 feet long, was relentlessly pursuing the screaming soldier. "Ah, help! Save me!" Crunch, crunch, a delightful crunch, the taste of human flesh. "This is a four-winged centipede." Zhigu Shao stared in shock at the enormous creature devouring the soldier. "What are you all waiting for? Shoot! Shoot it down!" The terrified Luo Lawai suddenly shouted. Bang! 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 At Luo Lawai's command, his soldiers, jolted from their shock and fear, swiftly drew their weapons and fired at the four-winged centipede. However, the creature seemed impervious to their bullets, its tough exoskeleton absorbing the impact with nothing more than a few sparks. Hiss! The four-winged centipede reared its front half, emitting a piercing screech before charging towards the nearest group of people. Chaos erupted in the jewel-encrusted tomb. "Fall back. Retreat to the stone door," Chinyulo urged, observing the pandemonium. "This is bad. Commander, the stone door has suddenly closed and we cannot open it." A voice from the group of unloading Ridge brothers rang out. Instantly, a heavy silence fell over everyone, their brows furrowed in concern, mentally preparing for a life-or-death struggle. The brothers from Unloading Ridge quickly encircled Chinyulo with his strong subordinates, Kunlun, Huamagwai, and Honggu taking the lead. Luo Lawai stealthily edged closer. Meanwhile, Zhigu Shao, Lin Zhuoyang, and the old foreigner formed a small group. "Senior brother, what do we do now?" The old foreigner asked Zhigu Shao, clutching his bow and arrow, eyeing the Unloading Ridge group and the rampaging four-winged centipede. "Zhuoyang, what the heck? This plot is all wrong. It's gone off course." Zhigu Shao was about to question Lin Zhuoyang when the latter interjected. Ah, Lin. Jiuyang, what did you just say? Zhigu Shao, and the old foreigner looked at him, bewildered. Cough, cough. Never mind. I just suddenly recalled something. Lin Jiuyang feigned a cough and replied. He then gazed thoughtfully at the distant four-winged centipede, contemplating, what in the world? The promised six-winged centipede has morphed into a four-winged one, and didn't it arrive a bit too early? Is this its storyline? Moreover, isn't its size a tad too small? This does not align with the original text. This book also deviates from the original text smirking, as Lin Jiuyang remained lost in contemplation about whether his presence had triggered a butterfly effect, causing the six-winged centipede to become a four-winged one. A sudden sound reverberated from all directions. Thud, 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 thud. It sounded as if something solid was stomping across the ground, heralding an unforgettable moment for all present, except for Lin Jiuyang. Chapter 12. The swarm of colossal centipedes and the furious rooster engaged in battle. As their gazes shifted, they beheld the surrounding tomb chamber, where beams, the ground, and even the air were suddenly inundated with an uncountable multitude of centipedes. These centipedes were utterly unlike those they had previously encountered outside. Their colors, sizes, and even forms varied dramatically. The smallest among them measured nearly half a meter, and some even possessed wings. At that moment, a multitude of winged centipedes soared through the air, while countless gigantic centipedes crawled on the ground in beams, with a few rare four-winged specimens mixed in. The group from Shelling and the soldiers of the warlord Luo Laowai stood frozen in awe. Previously, mere tiny centipedes had barred their entry, claiming dozens of lives in the process. Now, they faced a swarm of colossal centipedes, some capable of flight, with the stone door behind them now firmly shut. They could only resign themselves to their impending fate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Jiuyang and his small group were contemplating the scene. Lin Jiuyang, observing the vast swarm of gigantic centipedes filling the tomb, thought it was time to unleash the furious rooster, while it might prove futile. Releasing it now could provide a thrilling live spectacle of the rooster battling the centipede swarm. He knew that when they eventually encountered the true six-winged centipedes, the furious rooster would likely be of little use. Indeed, the six-winged centipedes were no mere fantasy. Lin Jiuyang had come to realize that if the six-winged centipedes existed in folklore and films, then surely they must have laid eggs and spawned offspring during their life cycle. If memory served, the small centipedes outside were descendants of the six-winged variety. Given the countless generations and nearly a millennium of time, it was improbable that only a single six-winged centipede had emerged. Even without six wings, surely four-winged and two-winged centipedes would also be born. Having grasped this truth, Lin Jiuyang waved his hand and released the furious rooster from a miniature living space within his system. The moment the rooster appeared, a resounding crow echoed throughout the chamber. As the crow reverberated, the swarm of gigantic centipedes halted in their tracks, then began to retreat, searching for the source of the sound. On the side of Shelling, Honggu's face brightened at the sound of the resounding crow, exclaiming, "Wonderful, the rooster has arrived." "The rooster?" Chen Yulo remarked, glancing at the unusually large rooster before Lin Jiuyang and the retreating centipede swarm. His expression shifted as he cautioned, "We must not celebrate too soon. Even if this rooster can contend with the gigantic centipedes, its solitary presence pales in comparison to the sheer number of centipedes. There are simply too many." In an instant, his words extinguished the initial joy of the Shelling group, dousing them with cold reality. Indeed, no matter how extraordinary the furious rooster, it remained but one against a swarm that likely numbered in the thousands. Lin Jiuyang understood this as well. Thus, after releasing the furious rooster, he began inscribing a series of intricate runes in the air. To an outsider, it appeared as though he was merely drawing upon the air itself. Had he not been the renowned ghost master Lin Jiuyang, some might have deemed him mad. Within seconds, Lin Jiuyang completed 4 basic runes. He hoped that applying them to the furious rooster would yield effective results against the centipedes. Meanwhile, the centipede swarm, having pinpointed the source of the earlier sound, now focused their attention on the singular entity, the furious rooster, recognizing it as their natural enemy. In that moment, a silent tension enveloped the tomb as the battle loomed imminent. Despite the overwhelming presence of the centipede swarm, the furious rooster remained unfazed, a glimmer of disdain flashing in its unique eyes. As Lin Jiuyang gestured dramatically, the rooster felt an exhilarating surge of power, akin to awakening a dormant prowess within. "Who dares to challenge me?" The centipede swarm seemed to roar. "You insignificant pests. You are unworthy to know my name," retorted the furious rooster. "Brother, do you think this rooster can truly withstand such a multitude of colossal centipedes?" The old foreigner inquired softly to his companion. "Well, it should," He began, but before he could finish, the rooster crowed once more. You vermin. Prepare to meet your end. The resounding call echoed as the furious rooster took flight, soaring several meters high towards the centipede throng. With a fierce charge, the centipede swarm surged towards the rooster. As the two forces collided, the furious rooster, leveraging its downward momentum, spread its wings wide, slicing through several of the gigantic centipedes effortlessly. Its formidable claws, as if forged from steel, shattered the exoskeleton of one centipede beneath it, extracting its spine with a decisive strike. This initial engagement was a resounding triumph for the furious rooster. The two runes inscribed by Lin Zhuyang, sharpness and steel, enhanced the rooster's wings, beak, and claws to extraordinary levels of sharpness, akin to legendary weapons. The other two runes, speed and recovery, granted it enhanced swiftness and regenerative capabilities. Thus, the furious rooster embarked on a spectacular display against the swarm of gigantic centipedes, darting through them with remarkable agility. You are all mere fowl and dogs. Come and face me. It cawed defiantly. How infuriating. Charge forth. The centipede leader seethed. Commander, the enemy is fierce. Perhaps we should retreat. A centipede soldier urged. Foolish. Do not disrupt the morale. Face your doom, commanded the centipede leader. On the side of Shelling, one exclaimed in disbelief. What manner of divine rooster is this? It is far too powerful. It dances effortlessly through the swarm. Luo Laowai stared, astonished at the rooster weaving through the centipedes, his surprise palpable. Qinyulo, too, was taken aback by the rooster and Amp, Appo's prowess, having prepared himself for death in this chamber. Yet now, a flicker of hope emerged within him as he contemplated Lin Zhuyang's earlier actions, pondering what revelations might lie ahead. Chapter 13. The battle concludes. A new tomb door Lin Zhuyang could naturally sense the gaze of Qinyulo upon him. However, his attention was entirely captivated by the fierce battle unfolding before him. The spectacle was nothing short of exhilarating. He had not anticipated that the comprehensive engravings would enhance the Fury Chicken so significantly. Initially, he had been prepared to intervene at any moment, yet as time progressed, it became apparent that all the colossal centipedes had either perished or scattered, leaving behind a gruesome array of severed limbs as evidence of the recent skirmish. No giant centipedes remained in sight. Bravo, what an extraordinary chicken. I did not foresee that Lin Zhuyang possessed such prowess, Qinyulo remarked as he approached Lin Zhuyang. Your flattery is excessive, esteemed leader. It was merely a small feat. Lin Zhuyang humbly replied, promptly summoning the Fury Chicken back, though the Fury Chicken still exuded an aura of vitality. Any discerning observer could discern that it was not in optimal condition. After all, it had valiantly faced over 1,000 colossal centipedes, and despite Lin Zhuyang's assistance, it remained fundamentally just a chicken. Once the Fury Chicken stood before Lin Zhuyang, he waved his hand to return it to the previous system and Appo's living space. The sudden disappearance of such a large and vibrant creature left Qinyulo and the accompanying members from Unloading Ridge, as well as the old rogue Luo, gaping in astonishment. Is it just me, or did that chicken truly vanish? Luo exclaimed, rubbing his eyes and pointing at the spot where the Fury Chicken had just been. Calm down. Commander Luo, this is merely one of Lin Zhuyang and Appo's techniques. There is no need for alarm. Our immediate priority is to locate an exit or to discover a means to open that stone door. Otherwise, even if we uncover countless treasures, they will be of no use to us. Qinyulo interjected, redirecting the conversation. Indeed, what you say is true. With so much wealth at stake, I, Luo, would certainly rest uneasily if we could not take it with us. The mention of riches instantly shifted Luo and Appo's focus, and he hastily commanded his soldiers to collect the treasures while searching for any exits or mechanisms to open the stone door. Qinyulo also instructed the members of Unloading Ridge to spring into action, advising Luo to keep a vigilant watch, noting that the situation seemed far from straightforward. We must be cautious. We Woon and Appo's want to inadvertently trigger any traps. As soon as Qinyulo finished speaking, a voice from one of the Unloading Ridge brothers rang out. Commander, we've discovered a stone door. Good grief. Another stone door. Am I destined to battle with stone doors? Luo exclaimed, shaking his right hand in frustration. Regardless, let us investigate, Qinyulo declared as they made their way to the newly discovered stone door. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuyang and the foreigner Zhigu Xiao quickly approached upon hearing the commotion. Lin Zhuyang, Zhigu Xiao, have you uncovered anything? Qinyulo inquired as he reached the others. Not yet, Commander, Zhigu Xiao replied, while Lin Zhuyang shook his head. In that case, we must open the door. Qinyulo pondered aloud. Let and Appos. Just blow it up. Luo chimed in eagerly. That's not feasible, Commander Luo. We are still within the tomb. If we use explosives. Before Chen Yulo could finish, a thunderous crash resonated through the air. Everyone turned to see Lin Zhiyang retracting his fist, glancing towards the direction of the stone door. Gasp! A collective intake of breath filled the air. The area where the stone door had once stood was now a chaotic expanse of rubble, revealing a hollow tomb chamber that contained several coffins. The sheer volume of debris suggested that the stone door had been an immensely heavy barrier. Yet Lin Zhiyang had shattered it with a single blow. At that moment, a hint of impatience flickered across Lin Zhiyang and Appos' face. Indeed, tomb raiding was far more efficient when undertaken alone. What nonsense were stone doors and trivial mechanisms to him? With the unparalleled skill of the palm of the universe, nothing could withstand his might. Should any obstacle remain, he would simply strike again. While the others remained in shock, Lin Zhiyang stepped boldly into the newly revealed chamber. It was time for him to lead the charge into the depths of this pinnacle encounter. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of several opulent coffins adorned with intricate, albeit faded, colorful designs. Time had obscured the specific details, yet Lin Zhiyang was unfazed. He had never harbored an interest in history. His sole desire lay within the treasures hidden inside the coffins. After all, if the exterior boasted such wealth, the treasures within the coffins would undoubtedly surpass them, a lesson drawn from his previous exploits. No matter the allure of the artifacts outside, he only needed to remember one truth. The contents of the coffins would invariably be superior. As for the potential dangers of opening them, Lin Zhiyang simply chuckled. I may be in peril, but that is of no concern. With that, he unleashed a powerful strike, channeling an unseen force that effortlessly lifted the lids of all the coffins. Chapter 14. The Stone Door and the New Tomb Chamber. Just as Chen Yulo and the others were recovering from the shock of shattering a 1,000-pound stone door with a single punch, they witnessed Lin Zhiyang effortlessly sending all the coffin lids flying with a wave of his hand. Goodness, brother, have some decency. Though the lids were not particularly heavy, weighing dozens to hundreds of pounds, you just sent them soaring with a mere slap? Are we in a martial arts drama here? As the lids were tossed aside, Lin Zhiyang stepped forward and began to rummage through the coffins. My goodness. As Lin Zhiyang continued to search, Luo Laowai, who was usually arrogant and domineering, began to feel uneasy. After all, since they entered the tomb, he had regarded the treasures within as his own. However, the man currently collecting treasures from the coffins was someone he dared not provoke. So, Luo, there is plenty outside. That is more than sufficient. Chen Yulo, well aware of Luo Laowai's character, attempted to placate him. He had already begun to sense the impatience of Lin Zhiyang, who, if he possessed such abilities, would have long since reached the depths of this tomb. It was precisely because of them that they remained here. This thought left Chen Yulo feeling somewhat uncomfortable. As the leader of Chongqing Mountain, he was used to others looking down on him, not the other way around. Yet, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't afford to offend that man. A man who could annihilate an entire warlord, if he chose to act against them, would be a formidable foe indeed. A few minutes later, Lin Zhiyang emerged from the last coffin. As he landed, he was immediately asked, Lin, what treasures lie within? Can you allow me, old Luo, a glimpse? Luo Laowai approached Lin Zhiyang, rubbing his hands together, a sheepish expression on his face. There's nothing worth seeing, Luo. You've profited, Lin Zhiyang replied, turning to inspect the tomb chamber. This. Luo Laowai was momentarily taken aback. Haraha, Luo. What Lin Zhiyang means is that there is nothing of value here. It pales in comparison to what lies outside. Chen Yulo interjected. Lin Zhiyang did not refute this, nor did he consider venturing outside. Ultimately, this was his choice. Every sect has its own rules, and has dictated that he would only take treasures from within the coffins. If there were valuable items, he would benefit. If not, it was of no consequence. However, if it were an empty coffin, that would be. Lo and behold, another stone door. As they walked, Lin Zhiyang discovered yet another stone door. Upon hearing his words, Chen Yulo and the others immediately abandoned their search of the chamber and hurried to Lin Zhiyang and Appos' side to examine the stone door. Appos' found the mechanism. In no time, Chen Yulo identified the mechanism of the stone door, preventing Lin Zhiyang from demonstrating his incredible strength once more. As his voice fell, Hua Guai stepped forward to follow his instructions and pressed the mechanism button. With a series of clattering noises, the stone door began to creak open. My goodness, this must be the true tomb chamber. What we saw outside was nothing in comparison. As the door opened, the scene beyond was revealed. Seeing it, the inexperienced Luo Lawai immediately voiced his astonishment. Shin Yulo and the others shared his sentiment. Given the scale before them, it was clear that the previous chamber could only be deemed a side room. Indeed, Lin Juyang gazed at the stone arch bridge ahead, under which lay a dark abyss. Behind the arch stood a grand palace, with the words Wuliang Hall inscribed on a plaque above. He inwardly mused, "This is precisely the place I envisioned entering from the start. That previous area was insignificant." Moments later, they all crossed the stone arch bridge to stand before Wuliang Hall. Wuliang Hall? After traversing for so long without sighting the owner's coffin, it must be within. Shin Yulo remarked, gazing at the imposing palace. "Haha, Wuliang Hall. Does this not imply that countless treasures await within? This shall be my great fortune." Luo Lawai exclaimed joyfully. "I believe we should tread with caution. The closer we get, the more perilous it becomes," Zhigu Xiao advised. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement and began their approach to Wuliang Hall. Upon reaching the entrance, it was time for Luo Lawai's soldiers to exert their strength. With a series of jarring sounds, the grand doors of the palace slowly swung open. Through the partially ajar doors, they beheld a dark palace filled with countless treasures of gold and jade. Witnessing this scene, the members of Xialing and Luo Lawai were instantly captivated. While the previous chamber contained its fair share of riches, the treasures here seemed far superior. After all, who would ever complain about having too much wealth? Once the palace doors were fully opened, Luo Lawai, disregarding decorum, rushed inside, clutching gold and jewels. Shin Yulo gritted his teeth in frustration, furious at Luo Lawai's recklessness. This man, upon seeing treasure, acted as if he had lost his mind, failing to consider the potential traps that could spell his doom. Isn't this splendid? Someone is paving the way for us, saving us from risk. Lin Zhuoyang mused inwardly as he observed Luo Lawai, who was now inhaling the scent of the treasures he held. This fool, does he not fear the presence of germs on such antiquities? After all, these items had been here for ages. Who knows what creatures might have crawled over them? Speaking of creatures, he suddenly recalled the centipedes from earlier and glanced around the palace. If he recalled correctly, the six-winged centipedes made their appearance here. What is that? Is it human or ghost? Suddenly, Zhigu Xiao and Shin Yulo exclaimed in unison. Lin Zhuoyang turned to see a woman's silhouette appearing in a corner of the palace. Judging by her attire, she seemed to be garbed in clothing from the Ming dynasty, yet they were in a tomb from the Yuan dynasty. A Ming person appearing in a Yuan tomb? And this woman emitted no discernible aura. How intriguing. Chapter 15. The Paper Man, the six-winged centipede finally appears. However, it did not take long for Lin Zhuoyang to sense something amiss. If his eyes did not deceive him, it appeared to be a paper man. On the other side, Zhigu Xiao had already drawn 2 pistols from his waist, while Qin Yulo grasped his small divine blade. After exchanging a glance, the two cautiously approached the paper figure. Ahem, it is merely a paper man, Brother Zhigu, and there is no need for such caution, Mr. Qin. Lin Zhuoyang pretended to cough, offering a reminder. A paper man? Zhigu Xiao and Qin Yulo exchanged puzzled glances, whispering in disbelief. Could it truly be a paper man? Yet, it seems so lifelike. Seeing their lingering doubt, Lin Zhuoyang casually unleashed a gust of force towards the paper figure. As the wind struck, the paper man disintegrated into a flurry of fragments, vanishing without a trace. By the heavens, it really was a paper man. What a fright it gave me. Not far away, Luo Lawai cursed as he holstered his weapon. The rest of the group, along with the soldiers, were left in stunned silence. Upon confirming the existence of the paper man, Zhigu Xiao and Qin Yulo felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yet soon, another question arose. Why would there be a paper man in a Yuan dynasty tomb, especially one from the Ming dynasty? After a brief contemplation, Zhigu Xiao spoke up. Our sect, the Moving Mountain lineage, has records that tell of a group known as the Guanshan Taibao during the Ming dynasty. The Guanshan Taibao was a special position established by Emperor Han Wu of the Ming dynasty, tasked with overseeing the construction of imperial tombs, originally originating from tomb robbing. They somehow gained the Emperor and Appo's favor, leading to the creation of this official title. It was rumored that the Guanshan Taibao were skilled in witchcraft and even in the technique of using paper men for tomb exploration. At this point, Zhigu Xiao fell silent, his expression growing increasingly grave. Qin Yulo recalled a certain matter. The Guanshan Taibao, originally known as the Guanshan Taibao, derived its name from the Coffin Mountain region near the Bashu Wuxia. When it came to perilous terrains and danger levels, it was among the most notorious in the realm of tomb raiding. However, this was not the crux of the issue. The main point was that since receiving the support of Emperor Han Wu, The Guanshan Taibao had employed various methods to suppress, oppress, and even slaughter rival tomb raiders. Among them, the four major factions of tomb raiding, FHO, Embarking, Moving Mountain, and Unloading Ridge, suffered the most grievously. It was said that the FHO lineage, the foremost among these factions, had been eradicated. Thus, as Qin Yulo gazed at the now-vanished paperman, the thought of the Guanshan Taibao's corpses potentially lying in this Yuan dynasty tomb filled him with dark resentment. Humph. So it was left behind by foes. Could it be that there are their corpses within? I hope I do not encounter them, for if I do. At that moment, the old foreigner spoke with a sinister tone, recalling that several hundred years ago, during the reign of Emperor Hongwu, several leaders from their Moving Mountain lineage had perished at the hands of these very people. It was precisely because of the so-called Guanshan Taibao that their lineage had dwindled to just 3 surviving members. Had they not been situated outside the borders back then, he had no doubt they might not even have had the chance to be born. Qin Yulo nodded in agreement. For if it were not for the numbers of the Unloading Ridge faction, their lineage might have indeed faced extinction. All right. Let us focus on gathering the treasures within before concerning ourselves with that insignificant paperman. Luo Lawai, standing at a distance, wondered why Qin Yulo and the others were so fixated on a now-vanished paper figure. As he spoke, he began collecting gold and silver artifacts from the ground to stow away in his pockets. Lin Zhuoyang, lacking the experience of this era and the influence of his ancestors, was somewhat aware of the actions of the Guanshan Taibao, but felt no aversion. Rather, he admired them. After all, it was only natural to eliminate rivals for the sake of profit and survival. Turning, he too joined the ranks of treasure hunters. As for the rules he had previously set, apologies, but he had yet to even glimpse a coffin here, so what value did those rules hold? He was a representative of the new generation, one who believed in breaking old norms and creating new ones. In summary, he had no qualms about bending the rules. Subsequently, wherever Lin Zhuoyang passed, treasures would vanish with a mere wave of his hand. From a distance, Luo Lawai watched in envy. By the heavens, if only I, Luo, possessed such abilities, no treasure would be beyond my grasp. Commander Luo, do not indulge in wishful thinking. Such skills are typically family secrets or unique sect techniques, not for public dissemination. Huama Guai remarked, biting into a gold ingot. TCH, I know that. Suddenly, a distinct sound akin to high heels striking the ground filled the air, growing increasingly dense, as if hundreds were walking in unison on a polished floor. Everyone, be cautious. It may be a formidable adversary, Qin Yulo warned, clutching his small divine blade. Just as the group heightened their vigilance, they were abruptly startled by several blood-curdling screams from behind. Turning, they saw a surge of black mist had inexplicably arisen. Within the mist, a pair of blood-red eyes, as large as bowls, glimmered ominously. By the heavens, what kind of monster is this? Quickly, set up the heavy machine guns. Sweep that damn thing away. Luo Lawai shouted to his bewildered subordinates. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the black mist enveloped those caught within its grasp, the Unloading Ridge brothers and soldiers disintegrated into pools of putrid liquid. Luo, Commander, we did not bring the heavy machine guns. A soldier stammered, gazing fearfully at the ominous black mist. What did you say? By the heavens. Then why are you still standing there? Grab your weapons and attack. It dawned on Luo Lawai that they had neglected to bring their heavy artillery. Everyone, stay alert. That black mist is highly toxic, just like the centipedes we encountered before. Contact with it is fatal. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuoyang, observing the black mist from a distance, noted the sparks flying as bullets struck the creature hidden within. If his assumptions were correct, then that entity within the black mist was indeed the 6-winged centipede. However, Chapter 16, a single palm dispels the dark mist. Flying daggers defeat the centipede. Can this 6-winged centipede also expel mist? And it is black mist, no less? It has truly become a formidable being. Lord Lin Zhuoyang, we implore you to lend your assistance. At this moment, Qin Yulo, witnessing the ominous dark mist approaching, hurriedly bowed to Lin Zhuoyang beside him. Rest assured, I would have intervened regardless. I too am curious to see what lurks within, Lin Zhuoyang declared, raising his palm to confront the impending dark mist. In an instant, a tremendous, invisible force emanated from his hand, fanning out in a cone before colliding with the dark mist. After a brief standoff of mere seconds, the once dense black fog was completely dispersed, revealing the creature concealed within. In that fleeting moment, as the true form of the monster emerged from the mist, the onlookers collectively gasped, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Before them manifested an enormous centipede, nearly 10 zhang in length, over 2 meters wide, its body glistening obsidian. With blood-red eyes gleaming with ferocity and 6 wings sprouting from its back, black mist continued to billow from its fearsome mandibles, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Watch out, Zhiyang. Before the crowd could fully process their shock, the 6-winged centipede let out a piercing screech and lunged ferociously at Lin Zhiyang. Zhao Gushao urgently warned. At that moment, Lin Zhiyang, with a swift motion of his right hand, summoned an invisible force which he clenched into a fist, then unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. Hiss. The crowd, still reeling, felt a fierce gust slap against their faces, forcing them to stagger back several steps. Only Zhao Gushao and the robust Kunlun, bearing Chen Yulo, managed to maintain their footing. They bore witness to a scene that left them utterly astounded. With a single punch, Lin Zhiyang sent the 6-winged centipede flying over 10 meters, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Haha, 6-winged centipede, I know you have gained sentience and can comprehend my words. I offer you a chance, submit to me, or perish. After delivering his punch, Lin Zhiyang remained still, gazing at the centipede with an air of indifference. Yet, it was evident that he had overestimated the centipede's intelligence. Infuriated by being struck, the 6-winged centipede retaliated by spitting a stream of ancient phlegm directly at Lin Zhiyang. As the vile, viscous black liquid hurtled toward him, Lin Zhiyang deftly executed the floating life shadow technique, evading effortlessly to the side. Zhao Gushao had already leapt away, while Kunlun swiftly scooped up Chen Yulo and fled. The moment the ancient phlegm struck the ground, a hissing sound accompanied the creation of a large crater in the solid stone floor, from which thick black smoke billowed. Good heavens! Such power? Lin Zhiyang exclaimed, astonished by the gaping hole. In that moment of distraction, the 6-winged centipede lunged towards Lin Zhiyang, with a swift application of the floating life shadow technique. Lin Zhiyang effortlessly evaded, leaving only an afterimage in the centipede's path. I shall not play with you any longer, foul centipede, since you refuse to yield. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Lin Zhiyang struck the endless dagger case at his back, summoning a multitude of gleaming daggers that swirled around him like loyal subjects. The onlookers, particularly Hong Gu, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, recognized the skill behind the flying daggers. Having been trained in the ancient art of dagger throwing, she recalled the legend of a master who could command daggers through sheer will. Kill. With Lin Zhiyang and Amp Appo's command, the myriad daggers surged forth towards the 6-winged centipede. The centipede, brimming with confidence in its armored exoskeleton, prepared to defend itself, yet this time it had miscalculated. The daggers, though not forged from the finest materials, sliced through flesh as easily as cutting through silk. Pht, pht, pht. Indeed, the centipede and Amp Appo's resilient armor could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the daggers. Although they did not penetrate completely, they left deep gashes across its body. Undeterred, Lin Zhiyang pivoted, boldly retrieving the endless dagger case and pressing it before him. Boom! Clang! Clang! A thunderous sound erupted from the case as its sides slowly opened. In an instant, countless daggers surged forth like wild horses, the sheer number overwhelming. The air filled with the symphony of clashing metal and slicing blades. For the first time, a flicker of fear crossed the centipede and Amp Appo's large, crimson eyes as it beheld the storm of daggers. 6-winged centipede, I grant you one final chance, submit, or die? Lin Zhiyang proclaimed once more, only to be met with disappointment as the centipede turned and fled. Yet, having drawn forth the endless dagger case, Lin Zhiyang could not allow it to escape. The spectators, witnessing the commotion, would surely question his prowess if he allowed the centipede to flee. With a flick of his wrist, he transformed the daggers into chains that ensnared the 6-winged centipede, leaving deep cuts in its hide. Seeing that the centipede was now immobile, Lin Zhiyang activated the floating life shadow technique to hover above it, beginning to inscribe a special rune in the air. If it would not yield softly, he would resort to more forceful measures. To permanently control this creature, the best method would be to inscribe a soul-binding rune, which he knew existed within the grand compendium of runes. With a drop of his own blood combined with the rune and Appo's power, he could create a lasting imprint, thereby controlling the 6-winged centipede. What treasure is that behind Lord Lin? Such a small box, yet capable of holding so many daggers? Luo Laowai pondered, eyeing the endless dagger case with renewed interest, recalling the scene he had witnessed when Lin Zhiyang defeated the warlord. As he compared that moment to the current spectacle of flying daggers, realization dawned upon him, and his eyes gleamed with curiosity as he regarded the case. Commander Luo, tread carefully. Moreover, do not overthink. Chen Yulo furrowed his brows as he gazed at the golden glowing eyes of the old man Luo, offering a gentle reminder. Chapter 17. Luo Laowai's Betrayal of Intentions. Commander Luo, turn back while there's still time. Yet, it was evident that Luo Laowai paid no heed. His eyes gleaming with desire as he fixated on the endless array of flying daggers behind Lin Xiaoyang. Chen Yulo could only silently distance himself from him, inwardly lamenting, "Oh, Commander Luo, I hope you refrain from any reckless actions, for if you do, I shall be unable to assist you." He understood all too well that Lin Xiaoyang was no ordinary individual. From the onset, when they encountered a swarm of small centipedes, he had recognized the extraordinary nature of this man. Despite the ghostly figure of Lin Xiaoyang speaking little, his actions were decisive and effective. Just recently, with a single punch, he had sent a six-winged centipede flying, demonstrating that even without the treasure chest, he could easily handle such creatures. Moreover, Chen Yulo vividly recalled Lin Xiaoyang and Appo's earlier display of power, effortlessly sending a coffin board flying through the air, allowing the enraged chicken to valiantly combat thousands of giant centipedes. All signs indicated that this ghostly figure was far from mundane. Rather, he was a master possessing an array of mysterious skills, a superlative expert. Thus, the existence of that treasure chest was likely inconsequential to him. Furthermore, if that treasure chest were indeed a divine artifact, it would surely possess the ability to choose its master, and he doubted Luo Laowai could command such an entity. Conversely, Luo Laowai harbored different thoughts. Since witnessing the spectacle of the endless flying daggers, he had been unable to shake the image from his mind, a voice within him whispering, "What nonsense about the ghostly figure Lin Xiaoyang. He relies entirely on that treasure chest's power." He pondered, if he could acquire that treasure chest, might he not become equally formidable? Or even more so? Imagining himself wielding the artifact, commanding a torrent of millions of daggers against armies of tens or hundreds of thousands. He reveled in the grandeur of it all. The mere thought of possessing such a divine instrument filled him with ambition. As Luo Laowai observed Lin Xiaoyang, his mind, not particularly astute, concluded that now was the opportune moment. Although unaware of Lin Xiaoyang and Appo's current endeavors, it was clear that he must not be interrupted. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyang continued to carve the desired inscriptions in the void, sensing a malevolent intent approaching from behind. He quickly dispersed a thread of his mental energy and soon discerned the source. "Ah, Commander Luo, is it? It seems he has taken an interest in my endless flying dagger chest. Very well, let us see if he possesses the audacity." Moments later, a soldier stealthily approached Luo Laowai, cupping his hand over his mouth to whisper in his ear. Luo Laowai's eyes brightened, and he subtly nodded to the soldier. Shortly thereafter, he suddenly shouted, "Attack him!" Instantly, Luo Laowai and his troops hurled pre-prepared grenades in Lin Xiaoyang's direction. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed. Luo Laowai, still unsatisfied, led his men in a sustained barrage of gunfire towards Lin Xiaoyang and Appo's position, continuing until every last bullet was spent. As the smoke from the grenades dissipated, he cackled. "What nonsense about the ghostly figure Lin Xiaoyang. He is nothing but a fleeting shadow under my firepower. Even if you were a true immortal, you would perish." With the smoke clearing, the remnants of what was once Lin Xiaoyang lay scattered as mere fragments. This sight eased the tension in Luo Laowai and Appo's mind, and he began to swell with arrogance, convinced that Lin Xiaoyang and the fierce six-winged centipede had been reduced to nothing more than a heap of debris. "Commander, the treasure chest." A soldier approached Luo Laowai, brandishing the artifact retrieved from the pile of remains. "Is this the legendary device capable of storing and controlling countless flying daggers? Truly remarkable. Perhaps it can also summon treasures with a mere wave of the hand." His laughter filled the air. "With this artifact in hand, I shall surely prosper." As Luo Laowai reveled in his newfound power, he suddenly turned to Chen Yulo, recalling their earlier conversation about sharing treasures. "Now that the so-called ghostly figure Lin Xiaoyang is dead, I have some new ideas regarding our previous agreement on dividing the spoils. Would you care to hear them?" "Do enlighten me," Chen Yulo replied with a calm smile, his demeanor neither subservient nor arrogant. This composure irked the now overly confident Luo Laowai. "Damn it, Chen Yulo. I showed you respect before because of your talent in discerning treasure locations, but do you truly believe I hold you in high regard? Now that I possess this divine artifact, I could easily wipe out your entire Chongqing Mountain if I so desired." As he spoke, Luo Laowai imitated Lin Xiaoyang and Appo's earlier gesture, slamming the treasure chest onto the ground. Chen Yulo, witnessing this display, merely shook his head, maintaining his composed demeanor. "Commander Luo, turn back while they're in Amp. Apos. Still time. Startled by Chen Yulo and Apos' words, Luo Lawai and Apos' mind raced, scanning his surroundings. He feigned a stretch to glance behind him, feeling a slight sense of relief upon noting nothing amiss. What the hell? That nearly scared me to death. I thought that Lin Zhuoyang fellow might still be alive. Nonsense. With so many grenades, not even a person could survive, let alone leave such a massive crater. Despite his self-reassurances, Luo Lawai conveniently overlooked certain details. For instance, at that moment, Lin Zhuoyang and the six-winged centipede had been bound in midair by countless flying daggers. Logically, the explosion should have dispersed those blades, yet they remained intact. Moreover, the heap of remains on the ground bore no resemblance to either a human or a six-winged centipede, and the crater clearly indicative of something amiss. Ultimately, all signs pointed to the likelihood that Lin Zhuoyang had suffered no harm whatsoever. Perhaps he was even observing them from a distance. This notion echoed in Chun Yulo's mind, as well as in the thoughts of the other members of the Yuling sect. They were fierce but not foolish, capable of discerning the gravity of the situation, particularly since they had received prior warnings from their leader. Chapter 18. To bring about one's downfall, one must first drive them to madness. Similarly, neither the partridge whistle nor the old foreigner believed that Lin Zhuoyang would simply perish. Just as Chun Yulo had surmised, Lin Zhuoyang was currently seated in a corner of a beam several dozen meters away, perched upon the back of a six-winged centipede, observing the scene with keen interest. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a glint of icy murderous intent in his eyes, a palpable animosity directed towards Luo Laowai and his soldiers. Damn it! How dare you! On the other side, Luo Laowai, with a fierce expression, slammed his palm down upon the top of the treasure box, dramatically exclaiming, "Come forth, my endless torrent of flying daggers. Annihilate them. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths." Creak, creak, creak. A group of silent figures glided through the air. What is happening? This shouldn't be. After waiting a moment longer, Luo Laowai, observing the still inert treasure box, hastily inspected it. Yet, with his limited intellect, he comprehended nothing. Consequently, he imitated Lin Zhuoyang's earlier actions, turning with exaggerated bravado, not quite right, more comedic, and forcefully slamming the treasure box onto the ground, then fixing a cold, fierce gaze upon Chun Yulo and the others, shouting, "Kill!" Creak, creak, creak. Yet again, another group of silent figures drifted by. At this moment, the old foreigner could no longer contain his amusement and, with a struggle, managed to suppress his laughter as he turned to his senior, the partridge whistle. "Senior, this must be what they mean by driving a person to madness before bringing about their demise." Indeed, the partridge whistle, unsure of how to respond, offered a nonchalant reply. Yet, judging by the slight flush creeping onto his face, it was evident he too was fighting the urge to laugh. After all, witnessing a scruffy middle-aged man wielding a wooden box and acting with such exaggerated flair was quite amusing. Why can't you understand, Luo? Even if you were to slay Lin Zhuog, such artifacts possess a recognition capability, unless one possesses extraordinary fortune or immense power. Or is akin to Lin Zhuog with his unfathomable abilities, an ordinary person would never gain the acknowledgement of such a divine weapon. Chen Yulo interjected with a sigh directed at Luo Laowai. Extraordinary fortune? Immense power? Humph. I'm a warlord of the southern Hunan army, with that alone. I am a person of great fortune and power. Why can't this artifact acknowledge me? I must be using the wrong method, Luo Laowai retorted, indignant, as he continued to ponder over the treasure box. Meanwhile, Honggu observed Luo Laowai's antics, furrowing her brow. Why bother with him? Their essay saying, "Heaven's misdeeds are forgivable, but man's misdeeds are unforgivable." Ah, what nonsense. I, Luo Laowai, am among the top 5 warlords in the southern provinces. Who do you think you are? TSK. It appears that Luo may truly be losing his mind. Hua Maguai shook his head at the increasingly deranged Luo Laowai. Alas, he has been driven mad by fear. Chen Yulo lamented. Upon hearing this, the others nodded knowingly. After all, a being of unfathomable power, akin to a deity, was likely observing him from the shadows. It would be impossible to remain calm in such a scenario, especially when it was someone he inherently feared. How could this be? Something must be amiss. Why won't this treasure box heed my command? At this moment, Luo Laowai and Apos, as previously relaxed demeanor had become taut with tension. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Chen Yulo was correct. Lin Zhuoyang might still be alive, possibly watching him from some hidden place. If he could not master this treasure box soon, his demise would be inevitable. Trouble opening it? Just as Luo Lo was exhausting all means to open the treasure box in his hands, a voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Indeed. How could it be that I cannot open it? Luo Laowai, oblivious to the unusual presence, remained fixated on the treasure box. Perhaps I should give it a try? The voice coiled around him like a serpent, tempting him. Give it a try? Who do you think you are? Luo Loi's temper flared at the words, ready to lash out, but upon turning, he was met with a familiar visage. Ah, a ghost. With that exclamation, he stumbled backward, falling to the ground, and shouted to his soldiers, fire. Shoot him. Kill him. Bang, bang, bang. With Luo Loi and Appo's command. His soldiers hastily reloaded and aimed their rifles at Lin Zhuyang, pulling the triggers. However, after a barrage of gunfire, they discovered that all their bullets halted just a foot before Lin Zhuyang, unable to advance a single inch. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuyang bore an expression of indifference, even taking a moment to clean his ear. Once the gunfire ceased, he lifted his gaze to the soldiers. Are you done shooting? If so, it's my turn now. With that, Lin Zhuyang flashed before one of the soldiers, casually tapping the top of his head. A horrifying scene unfolded. The soldier, from head to toe, found his flesh and blood cascading to the ground, leaving behind only a skeletal frame standing in place. In that instant, every onlooker in the vast hall experienced their pupils constricting sharply, their faces flushing crimson before. Ugh, ugh. They all turned and vomited, including figures such as Chun Yulo and the mountain-moving chief. Yet, Lin Zhuyang showed no signs of halting his advance, continuing straight toward the soldiers. Ugh, run, quick. He is a devil. Run. As the horrifying death of the soldier unfolded, the soldiers' terror eclipsed their disgust, compelling them to flee in haste. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuyang paused not out of compassion, but rather, hisses. Ah, help, run. That centipede is still alive. In the wake of a surge of black mist, all the fleeing soldiers collided headfirst into the potent, corrosive darkness. And then, Chapter 19, The Demise of Old Luo, the Alchemical Well in the Guishu Bronze Cauldron. Oh, Luo Shuai, surely you do not believe that I, Lin Zhuyang, have arrived at this point solely due to that box? If that is indeed your belief, then you are woefully naive. Lin Zhuyang turned to face the prostrate figure of old Luo, who lay on the ground with a vacant expression. Ha, ha. Suddenly, the corners of old Luo and Appo's mouth twitched. Then he smiled with clarity, only to. Well, Lin Zhuyang gazed at old Luo and Appo's lifeless eyes, devoid of any spark, and his own lips involuntarily twitched twice. How absurd. This fellow is far too fragile to be frightened to death so easily. Indeed, old Luo has passed away. His departure was so refreshingly unique that Lin Zhuyang felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton. Nevertheless, it mattered not. This did not impede his subsequent actions. After confirming that old Luo was truly gone, Lin Zhuyang had no desire to linger. He proceeded directly into the depths of the Wuyang Hall, with the six-winged centipede trailing closely behind. The others within the hall hastily followed suit. Before long, he arrived at an opening, or rather, a wellhead. Although he had not fully viewed this scene when he first watched the play, if memory served him correctly. Beneath this wellhead lay the alchemical well, specifically designed for the emperor's alchemical pursuits. Below, there was a precious cauldron used for alchemy, along with numerous treasures such as millennium ginseng and various secret medicines. With this thought in mind, Lin Zhuyang leapt down without hesitation. The six-winged centipede suddenly vanished from sight. The other onlookers, upon witnessing the centipede and Appo's disappearance, hurriedly approached the wellhead to peer below. However, due to the dim lighting, only Chun Yulo could discern the situation clearly. What's below? Zhigu Shao inquired, knowing that Chun Yulo possessed night vision. I can only see a bronze cauldron below, due to the well's opening. I cannot discern anything further. Chun Yulo replied directly. Brother, since Lin Zhuyang has already descended, any dangers must have been dealt with by him long ago. Instead of speculating from above, we should descend and see for ourselves. The old foreigner suggested. I concur. Honggu echoed. Indeed. Huamaguai nodded. Very well. If that is the case, let us descend. Chun Yulo and Zhigu Shao exchanged glances before speaking in unison. Upon receiving their agreement, Honggu promptly began making arrangements. Huamaguai, observing Honggu's eagerness, teased, TSK. Chun Yulo, do you think Honggu has taken a liking to Lin Zhuyang? Otherwise, why would she be so attentive? You are courting death. Honggu retorted, hurling a flying dagger at Huamaguai and Appo's feet. All right, Huamaguai. Cease your jesting about Honggu. I believe I have gleaned her intentions. Qin Yulo patted Huang Magui's shoulder and contemplated the flying dagger at his feet. Honggu, believing that Qin Yulo also thought she was interested in Lin Zhuoyang, hurriedly attempted to explain. Head Qin. Honggu, no need for further words. The moment Lin Zhuoyang wielded the flying dagger, I sensed something amiss with you. If you truly wish to pursue this, then do so boldly. I support you. Qin Yulo interrupted. Honggu, not foolish, immediately grasped the implications of Qin Yulo and Appo's words and gratefully clasped her hands. Thank you, Head Qin, for your support. Wait, Head Qin. Honggu, what riddle are you two deciphering? Were we not just? Enough. Focus on your own matters. Qin Yulo firmly patted Huang Magui's shoulder, interrupting his words. He then turned to the assembled brothers of the Shuling sect, who had prepared a centipede ladder. Head Qin, all is ready. One of the Shuling brothers reported respectfully. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Yulo commended the brother before turning back to Zhigu Xiao, saying, Brother Zhigu Xiao, everything is in place, shall we? In that case, Head Qin, let us set off at once. Very well. With the agreement reached between Qin Yulo and Zhigu Xiao, everyone began to take action. Minutes later, all had descended into the well. The first sight to greet them was indeed the bronze cauldron previously mentioned by Qin Yulo. Before their descent, its true grandeur had eluded them. Now, face to face with the cauldron, Qin Yulo realized its immense size. The cauldron was crafted in an ancient, dignified style, supported by 3 legs as thick as a man and Appo's thigh, adorned with intricate carvings that bespoke its exceptional quality. Of course, only Zhigu Xiao, the old foreigner, and Qin Yulo paid heed to the cauldron, while the other Shuling brothers immediately fixated on the surrounding corpses. Honggu began searching for Lin Zhuoyang's figure. As the Shuling brothers rummaged through the bodies, Lin Zhuoyang approached from another direction. Lin Zhuoyang, Qin Yulo, and Zhigu Xiao called out as they saw him approach. Head Qin, Brother Zhigu Xiao. Lin Zhuoyang responded, then inquired, Have you discerned the origins of this cauldron? Not yet. Qin Yulo replied with a wry smile. Shaking his head, Zhigu Xiao echoed the sentiment. Observing this, Lin Zhuoyang scrutinized the cauldron and, after a moment of reflection, spoke. It is said that a tribe in the South Sea, known as the Hentian clan, once forged a bronze cauldron using the power of the dragon fire from the ocean depths, naming it Guishu. Surrounding this cauldron are also a mirror and 4 symbols. This mirror refers to the Guishu mirror upon the cauldron, while the 4 symbols represent the human, ghost, dragon, and fish. As Lin Zhuoyang's words flowed, the others began to compare the enormous cauldron before them with his description, finding it remarkably similar. At this moment, the well-read Qin Yulo recalled having encountered a historical text. He spoke, however, I recall that this Guishu bronze cauldron was presented to King Mu of Zhou by the Hentian clan of the South Sea. According to historical records, after King Mu acquired this cauldron, it was shattered by a bolt of lightning during transportation. How could it possibly be here? Upon hearing Qin Yulo and Appo's words, the group looked on in confusion, while Lin Zhuoyang furrowed his brow, gazing at the colossal cauldron before him, uncertain of its authenticity. After all, he had not witnessed the entirety of the events. After a while, unable to arrive at a conclusion, Lin Zhuoyang decided to cease his contemplation and, with a decisive wave of his hand, stored the cauldron away. Qin Yulo, Zhigu Xiao, and the others observed this spectacle without comment. The cauldron was too vast for them to transport, even if they wished to. Simultaneously, on the other side, Honggu, who had long been eager to act, hurriedly approached Lin Zhuoyang after he stowed the cauldron, kneeling before him. Chapter 20, Mastering the Art of Killing the Heavens. Before Honggu could utter a word, Lin Zhuoyang was already taken aback. What in the world? It's not even the end of the year, and yet, why is she suddenly kneeling? Unbeknownst to her, Lin Zhuoyang's thoughts swirled as he watched her sincerely bow 3 times before him. She then addressed him earnestly. I am Honggu of the Unloading Rich, and I earnestly beseech you, Master Lin Zhuoyang, to accept me as your disciple. What is this? A request for apprenticeship? Upon hearing her words, Lin Zhuoyang realized her intent. She wished to be his disciple. However, this was rather too forceful, was it not? Is this how one asks to be taken as a disciple? I feel as though I'm being coerced into this. He glanced at Qin Yulo, then at Zhigu Xiao, and finally at the rest of the Unloading Ridge crew. This was premeditated. Zhuoyang, given the sincerity of Miss Hong, why not accept her as your disciple? Zhigu Xiao interjected. If Master Lin has any reservations about her background, I, Qin Yulo, hereby declare that Honggu is no longer affiliated with the Unloading Ridge. Qin Yulo added with resolute conviction. Good heavens! What a brilliant tactic to cut off the roots. Lin Zhuoyang looked at Qin Yulo in astonishment, unable to fathom the implications. Honggu was somewhat of a senior figure within the Unloading Ridge, privy to many of its secrets. This is enough. You two need not continue this charade. Lin Zhuoyang interrupted their act, turning his attention back to the still kneeling Honggu. You wish to become my disciple? What do you wish to learn? Upon hearing this, Honggu's face lit up with joy, and without hesitation, she replied, Master, I wish to learn the art of the flying dagger. Lin Zhuoyang was momentarily taken aback by her swift response. Did she not even pause to consider? He gazed deeply at her, pondering the implications. Flying daggers? The endless dagger case? Has she taken a liking to my endless dagger case? Yet, it doesn't seem quite like that. Honggu was raised in the ancient art of flying daggers, so she must have witnessed my previous display of skill, which inspired her to. Having grasped the reasoning, Lin Zhuoyang nodded slightly. Observing his reaction, Honggu felt elated, believing she had successfully secured her apprenticeship. Qin Yulo and Zhigu Xiao exchanged knowing glances, a silent smile passing between them. Very well. Rise. From this moment forth, you shall be a member of my lineage of killing the heavens. Lin Zhuoyang casually fabricated a name for her. The lineage of killing the heavens? Although Lin Zhuoyang had made it up, it sent shockwaves through Qin Yulo, Zhigu Xiao, and the other members of the Unloading Ridge. Since Lin Zhuoyang's emergence, no one had ever discerned his identity or origin. Everything about him was shrouded in mystery. Master, what exactly is the lineage of killing the heavens? Honggu inquired with curiosity, inadvertently echoing the thoughts of the others. Cough, cough. Lin Zhuoyang cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance as he prepared to explain, fabricate, the lineage of killing the heavens. The others, observing his demeanor, failed to see anything amiss and assumed that Honggu had posed a question of great significance. They leaned in, eager not to miss any revelations. Cough, cough. The so-called lineage of killing the heavens comprises individuals who exist solely to slay the heavens. According to our records, when a person is slain, their lineage ceases to exist. If the earth's veins are severed, the surrounding area will become devoid of life, uninhabitable. Similarly, the heavens possess their own veins. Should they be cut, the sky will collapse. Clouds will descend, and chaos will reign once more. However, the heavenly veins are elusive, and our lineage has only one recorded attempt to kill the heavens, which occurred a millennium ago. It is said that our 98th clan leader, wielding immense power and accompanied by the first artifact, which we had meticulously nurtured for thousands of years, battled the ethereal heavenly veins for 7 days and nights. Alas, we ultimately failed. As a result of that confrontation, cataclysmic floods ravaged the land, claiming countless lives. It was after that endeavor that our lineage fell under the watchful gaze of the heavenly Tao, prompting us to retreat into the depths of the mountains, never to re-enter the world again. Lin Zhuoyang recounted this fabricated history with a grave expression, and the crowd was left in a state of upheaval, utterly astonished. Who would have thought such a race truly existed, one that sought to kill the heavens? What kind of beings would dare entertain such thoughts? And that someone had attempted it? The attendees were left in stunned silence, disbelief etched across their faces. After all, the vivid imagery of flying daggers still lingered in their minds. Hence, what could not be believed? If one were to proclaim Lin Zhuoyang as a celestial being, there would surely be those who would acquiesce. Master, is your purpose in entering this realm too? Honggu gazed intently at Lin Zhuoyang, a peculiar light shimmering in her eyes. Could it be that her master had descended to the mortal realm to slay the heavens? Similarly, Qin Yulo and Zhigu Xiao turned their eyes to Lin Zhuoyang, eager for an answer. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Zhuoyang, feeling the weight of their curious gazes, could not suppress several coughs. Can you believe such an absurdity? Yet, glancing at their earnest expressions, it appeared they truly believed him. This was precisely what he had desired. Yet even he found it hard to believe. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, My purpose in descending to this realm is simply that I grew weary of my secluded existence in the mountains, so I ventured forth for a change of scenery. Additionally, I seek to uncover the burial sites of certain ancestors of our lineage of killing the heavens. According to my forebears, our lineage boasts a lineage that stretches back millennia, even to the ancient times when we truly did slay the heavens. However, I know not why our lineage and Apos, as heritage, has become fragmented, leaving us with only records spanning a mere 1,000 or 2,000 years. As Lin Zhuoyang continued his elaborate tale, Qin Yulo, Zhigu Xiao, and the others began to concoct their own narratives. Perhaps Lin Zhuoyang had received a clandestine family directive, compelling him to traverse the realm in search of their lost history. or possibly to seek the first artifact lost during the battle of the 98th clan leader a millennium ago, and so forth. Although Lin Zhuyang had said nothing of the sort, their vivid imaginations ran wild, and such scenarios were not entirely implausible. Chapter 21. The Corpse of Guanshan Taibao. Gas explosion. Cough, cough. All right, Captain Zhong, Brother Zhigu, and all the brothers from Shelling, let us thoroughly search this place and see if there are any treasures left. Lin Zhuyang, noticing that the others had fallen into deep thought, quickly spoke up to shift the conversation. He feared that if a new question arose, he would lose his mind. Very well, Qin Yulo nodded. The information regarding the astonishing Shadianchi clan was too vast to unravel in a short time. It was better to focus on the present. Other matters could be considered later. Thus, the group hurriedly returned their attention from the Shadianchi clan's information, continuing to scour the treasures within the Danjing. Lin Zhuyang felt a wave of relief at this scene. If the conversation continued, he feared his cover would be blown. No. I must refrain from speaking next time. After this incident, the Shelling brothers tirelessly rummaged through the treasures and examined corpses within the Danjing. Zhigu led the old foreigner in search of their target, while Lin Zhuyang wandered about, glancing here and there. As for the treasures, he had already collected the valuable items from the other side of the Danjing. He had no qualms about letting the Shelling brothers have the spoils on this side. Captain, they're in Appos. Something. Suddenly, a brother from Shelling exclaimed. Hearing the shout, Qin Yulo quickly made his way toward the source of the voice. Zhigu and the others followed suit, and Lin Zhuyang had no choice but to trail behind. Upon arriving at the spot where the voice had come from, they soon discovered a corpse dressed in black Taoist robes, with a sheer veil atop its head, sitting in a corner in a meditative posture. If it were merely a desiccated corpse or an ordinary body, it would not have elicited such a scream from the Shelling brother. The extraordinary aspect of this corpse was its remarkably preserved condition. At first glance, it appeared to be a living person. Its skin was plump and rosy, muscles and veins clearly visible. Apart from some indecipherable markings on its face, it was almost indistinguishable from a living being. Captain, could this possibly be the corpse king of Pingshan that the little ghost mentioned? Huama Guai remarked, gazing at the corpse that resembled a living person yet exuded no life. Unlikely. Given the attire, this corpse is likely from the Ming dynasty. While we are in a Yuan dynasty tomb, Qin Yulo observed closely, remarking on the clothing of the corpse. Whatever it is, let Appos approach and check. Honggu, impatient, strode forward. Honggu. Just as her hand was mere centimeters from the corpse, Lin Zhuyang suddenly interjected. Master, what is it? Upon hearing Lin Zhuyang and Appos' voice, Honggu turned to him with a question. Nothing much. I merely meant to say that if you wish to meet your demise, feel free to touch that corpse. Lin Zhuyang advised, frowning at Honggu. This, Brother Zhuyang, is there something wrong with the corpse? Zhigu inquired, turning to Lin Zhuyang. The corpse is rife with corpse poison. If touched carelessly, it could. Though Lin Zhuyang and Appos' words trailed off, the others grasped the implications. I understand. At that moment, Qin Yulo suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Captain, what did you recall? Huama Guai asked, looking at his leader. Do you remember the paper figure we encountered in the previous two tombs? Coupled with this corpse dressed in Ming dynasty attire. Guanshan Taibao. The old foreigner exclaimed, casting his gaze upon the corpse. Similarly, others began to connect the dots. If I am not mistaken, this must be it. Qin Yulo gazed at the corpse, his eyes glinting with a mysterious light. Humph. Since it is the body of an enemy, what I, the old foreigner, said earlier must now be fulfilled. Without waiting for a response, the old foreigner knocked an arrow and shot. Whoosh, 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 as 3 arrows flew forth. Zhigu could only watch in vain as his reckless junior acted. Thud, thud. As the arrows struck the corpse, a sound echoed from the corpse and Appos' attire, followed by the sight of a golden token falling out. Lin Zhuyang, with a flicker of thought, summoned the pure gold token into his hand. Gazing at the token, which bore the inscription Guanshan Taibao, confirmed the identity of the corpse. Excellent. It is indeed the body of an enemy. In that case, I must. Junior. Before the old foreigner could make a move, Zhigu intervened, halting him. Everyone, be cautious. The corpse is emitting toxic gas. Suddenly, Honggu shouted, her eyes fixed on the gray gas that was beginning to seep out. Alas, Honggu and Appos' warning came too late. Several nearby Shelling brothers inhaled the gray gas, soon finding it difficult to breathe and ultimately succumbing. The time from inhalation to death was but a few breaths. And because Lin Zhuyang and Appos' earlier reprimand had reminded Honggu that she was no longer part of Xialing, but rather of the Shadianchi clan. She retreated to stand behind Lin Jiuyang, thereby narrowly escaping disaster. Quickly, the gas is still dissipating. We must flee the Danjing. Chen Yulo, witnessing the lifeless bodies of his brothers, barely had time to grieve as he urgently shouted at the corpse of Guanshan Taibao, which continued to emit toxic gas. Curse it! This Guanshan Taibao is a menace, even in death, wreaking havoc upon others. Truly despicable. During their escape, the old foreigner cursed vehemently. Enough. Were it not for your arrows, this would not have happened. Zhigu chastised the old foreigner. Hearing his senior's words, the old foreigner had no retort and fell silent. Lin Jiuyang said little. Although the gas posed no threat to him, he had no desire to linger in the Danjing any longer. As for the fallen Xialing brothers, he could only offer silent condolences, for the gas had indeed acted far too swiftly. Before long, everyone scrambled out of the Danjing. Yet before they could catch their breath, a series of explosive sounds erupted from within the Danjing. The entire Wuliang Hall trembled, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Chapter 22, The Narrow Passage and the White Giant Ape. Alas, observing the commotion, Chen Yulo realized that the corpse of the Guanshan Taibao must be connected to some explosive mechanism. The Grand Hall is about to collapse. We must flee. As he gazed at the trembling Wuliang Hall, the others had no time for hesitation and swiftly dashed towards the exit. However, upon escaping the hall, they found themselves disoriented. What should they do next? Retrace their steps or venture through a new exit? Regardless of the choice, given the shaking walls and the stones that had already begun to crumble, it seemed that no path would be viable. On the side of Lin Jiuyang, he observed the stone beam falling from above and effortlessly shattered it into fragments from a distance of 1 or 2 meters. Frowning, he then scrutinized his palm. Master, what are you looking at? Honggu, observing Lin Jiuyang's actions, was perplexed, wondering why her master was preoccupied with his hand at such a critical moment. Found it. Follow me. Without responding to her, Lin Jiuyang, as if having made a discovery, turned and sprinted in a particular direction. Seeing this, Honggu had no choice but to follow, calling out to the others. Quickly, everyone, including the mountain movers and the other brothers from the unloading ridge, follow us. Upon hearing Honggu and Appo's voice, Chen Yulo and the others immediately snapped back to attention, glancing at Lin Jiuyang, who had already run quite a distance ahead. They quickly understood that Lin Jiuyang had likely uncovered a secret passage and hurried to catch up. Mere seconds passed, just as they departed. Wuliang Hall collapsed with a thunderous roar. In a pitch-black narrow passage, Lin Jiuyang, possessing superior night vision, trudged ahead at a measured pace. Were it not for the presence of Honggu and the others behind him, he would have disappeared into the shadows long ago. Huff, huff. Lin Jiuyang, what kind of path is this? It and Appo's, as so dark and narrow. The old foreigner groped along the wall, his eyes straining to pierce the surrounding darkness as he spoke. Hearing this, Lin Jiuyang rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, "It's a survival passage. Junior brother, just walk. There's no need for excessive chatter. Jiuyang Wu Ti lead us astray," said Zhigu Shao. Haraha, old foreigner, if you think this is narrow, consider our companion, the robust Kunlun brother beside the mountain mover. His size must make this passage even more constricted. In the darkness, Huama Guai jested at the expense of the old foreigner. Upon reflecting on the mountain mover's large companion, the old foreigner felt a sense of balance. Indeed, if he, a lanky figure, found it cramped, how would that hefty man fare? If I am not mistaken, this is likely an escape route secretly excavated by the workers who constructed the underground palace. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so narrow and devoid of any lighting. Chen Yulo, possessing superior night vision, discerned this better than the others. Through his observations, he noted that the narrow passage resembled a thief's tunnel but was sufficiently spacious for a person around 2 meters tall. Furthermore, this path was rugged and winding, fluctuating between narrow and wide. If it were part of the underground palace, it would certainly not be so. Yes, I concur. This passage varies in width and the ground beneath our feet is uneven. It surely does not belong to the palace. Zhigu Shao added. There's wind ahead. We must be close. Suddenly, Honggu exclaimed. The others, still enveloped in darkness, felt a surge of energy upon hearing her words, quickening their pace considerably. Indeed, after a short while, they could feel a gentle breeze wafting from the front. Minutes later, they finally emerged from the constricting passage. The sensation of liberation is delightful, Huama Guai exclaimed, inhaling the fresh air with fervor. Shoo, lower your voice. This place feels off. The old foreigner cautioned Huang Maguai quietly. TCH. Off? What could possibly be? As Huang Maguai spoke, he noticed ahead that Chen Yulo, Zhigu Xiao, and Lin Zhuyang stood tensely, eyes fixed forward. Following their gaze, they beheld a towering white giant ape glaring fiercely at them. At that moment, Lin Zhuyang, contemplating the stature of the colossal white ape, pondered whether it might be a diminutive variant akin to the descendants of the six-winged centipede. Then, "Monkey, from where do you hail?" Lin Zhuyang asked, uttering a seemingly trivial question that momentarily left Chen Yulo and Zhigu Xiao stunned, wishing they could chuckle were it not for the gravity of the situation. Roar. Just moments after Lin Zhuyang and Apos' words, the towering white ape and Apos' eyes flickered with thought before it opened its maw and let out a furious roar directed at Lin Zhuyang. In an instant, it lunged forward, striking with tremendous force. TSK, TSK. A rather uncivilized ape, Lin Zhuyang remarked with a smile, showing no fear towards the white giant. As he did, a peculiar symbol flickered on his forehead, and before the enormous ape and Apos' fist could descend, it was as if struck by an invisible hammer, sent hurtling backward. Boom. It only ceased its flight upon crashing into the stone wall, utterly incapacitated. This was the result of the 20-fold enhancement inscription Lin Zhuyang had inscribed after subduing the six-winged centipede, which amplified his existing mental power 20-fold. Originally, his mental strength had surpassed human limits, exceeding 100, and after this enhancement, he could project that power outward. This also explained why he had previously been unscathed despite the soldiers' bullets failing to approach him, and how he effortlessly summoned the Guanshan Taibao's gold medal in the Dan well. Roar. Meanwhile, as the white giant ape regained its footing, it let out a furious roar and leapt high, its fists raised above its head, aimed at Lin Zhuyang. Master, be cautious. Zhuyang, watch out. Lin Zhuyang, be careful. Chen Yulo, Zhigu Xiao, and Honggu urgently warned, witnessing the spectacle. Lin Zhuyang, however, remained unimpressed, gazing disdainfully at the rapidly descending giant ape. Raising his hands to his mouth, he then let out a peculiar roar, causing visible sound waves to surge toward the ape. In mere moments, the giant ape was propelled backward by the sonic shock waves, landing several meters away, utterly motionless. It was clear that it was beyond saving. Chapter 23. The Main Tomb Chamber, the General's Corpse. Observing the immobile white giant ape a dozen meters away, Lin Zhuyang lowered his hands. TCH, what is all that roaring about? As if I can't roar myself, he muttered. He turned to speak, but upon seeing the expressions of those around him, he decided it was best to remain silent and continued walking ahead. It wasn't until Lin Zhuyang had ventured several meters that the others snapped back to reality. Goodness, is this the lioness roar technique? Exclaimed Wamaguai, his face filled with astonishment. The lioness roar? But it sounded more akin to the legendary dragon's cry. The old foreigner hesitated. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Honggu chimed in. At that moment, Chen Yulo and Zhigu Xiao exchanged glances, both registering a hint of shock in each other and Apos' eyes. This was due to the fact that as Lin Zhuyang had roared, they had seemingly glimpsed three dragon heads manifesting around him. Initially, Chen Yulo and Zhigu Xiao believed it to be an illusion, especially since no one else had noticed. But now, all right, let us hurry and catch up. The two, aware of the situation, silently exchanged a knowing look. They then followed Lin Zhuyang, who had already walked a short distance ahead. The others hurried to keep up. Before long, under Lin Zhuyang and Apos' lead, the group arrived at a massive stone door intricately carved with motifs reminiscent of the Yuan dynasty. As the door creaked open, the scene within became clear to all. The vast tomb chamber was surrounded by heaps of gold, silver, and jewels, alongside numerous weapon racks displaying an array of armaments. In the center of the chamber stood a grand coffin made of purple gold, its form indicating that it housed an individual of significant status or nobility. Judging by the weapon racks, it was evident this was the tomb of a general. Simultaneously, Zhigu Xiao and the old foreigner grew excited as they spotted a mural on the wall nearby, depicting countless small figures, one of which held a gem resembling an eye, performing a gesture of tribute towards a colossal figure before it. This must be the main tomb chamber we have been seeking, Wamaguai exclaimed, gazing at the purple gold coffin. Indeed, if all goes as expected, it is. Chen Yulo replied with a smile. Aha! Who would have thought that the saying survivors are blessed would prove true? Brothers, let us go. At Chen Yulo's words, Wamaguai's eyes sparkled at the sight of the abundant treasures surrounding them. Due to the earlier explosion and the subsequent narrow escape passage, They had been unable to carry much of the wealth they had found below. Thankfully, the treasures here were no less plentiful. And they had even located the coffin of the tomb's master, truly a stroke of fortune amidst adversity. As the unloading Ridge brothers began to mobilize, Chinyulo cautiously advised, "Gwai, let us first gather the treasures around us and refrain from disturbing the coffin of the tomb's master." Homa Gwai understood Chinyulo and Appo's intent and nodded, cautioning the brothers to be vigilant, for they had encountered numerous perils along the way. "Lin Jiayang, what do you think about this coffin?" Just as Chinyulo was about to inquire how Lin Jiayang intended to handle the purple gold coffin, a thunderous crash interrupted him. Instantly, everyone in the tomb chamber turned towards the source of the sound. They witnessed the coffin lid of the purple gold coffin crash to the side, several meters away. As a dark, purplish-black hand grasped the edge of the coffin. "This is not good. It's rising from the dead," Zhigu Xiao exclaimed in alarm. Rushing towards the purple gold coffin, intent on suppressing whatever creature emerged. However, before he could approach, an entity erupted from within the coffin. With a dull thud, the figure, a 2-meter-tall, robust corpse clad in ancient general's armor, stood upright. Its gray-brown eyes surveyed the chamber, locking onto the unloading Ridge brothers clutching their treasures. Roar. It let out a furious roar, accompanied by a flurry of afterimages as it charged towards the brothers. Homa Gwai bore the brunt of its assault. And Chinyulo and Zhigu Xiao, taken aback by the corpse and Appo's terrifying speed, were momentarily stunned, including Homa Gwai, who believed his demise was imminent. Just as he braced for the worst, a figure appeared between him and the advancing corpse, moving faster than the creature itself. Boom! As two fists collided, a visible ripple of air surged between them. Both combatants stumbled back a few steps. "Damn, that is solid." Lin Jiayang gasped at the pain radiating from his fist. Yet he felt exhilarated. Roar. Come. With their battle cries echoing, man and corpse engaged once more. They began to exchange blows, a contest of sheer strength, each refusing to yield. Their legs seemed rooted to the ground, and as their fists flew faster and with greater force, the sounds reverberated like war drums, relentless and fierce. The sight left Chinyulo, Zhigu Xiao, Honggu, and the others utterly astounded. My goodness, are they even human? The old foreigner marveled at the spectacle of the two figures, the air swirling around them from their rapid punches. Humph. My master is undoubtedly human. As for the other, that is a zombie. Honggu proudly raised her chin, knowing one of them was her master. Who do you think would win, Lin Jiayang or the general's corpse? Homa Gwai asked. Even from a distance of several meters, they could feel the gusts of wind from the punches. Before he could finish, Honggu confidently declared, "My master will undoubtedly prevail." Indeed, Honggu is correct. The general's corpse fights relying on its undead form, while Jiaoyang, though engaging with pure physicality, possesses other means. It's merely a matter of whether he chooses to employ them, Zhigu Xiao assessed. Chapter 24. It must end. The despair of moving mountains. Indeed. Without further ado, just the countless flying daggers of Lord Linjiao are sufficient to vanquish that general's corpse, Chinyulo remarked, gazing at the swirling mass of air not far away. A few minutes later, the air pressure in the vicinity of Lin Jiayang and the general's corpse intensified. Their strikes created increasingly larger air masses, and the sounds of their blows resonated, akin to thunder on a stormy day. The booming echoes were relentless. Suddenly, a colossal eruption of sound erupted, more thunderous than before, causing the air mass to burst violently. The ferocious winds from their punches surged like an 8th-grade tempest, sweeping through the tomb chamber. This unexpected occurrence took everyone by surprise. Consequently, Chinyulo, Zhigu Xiao, and the others were hurled several meters away. Yet, despite the pain coursing through their bodies, they scrambled to their feet to witness the final outcome, for it was a matter of life and death for them. As for Lin Jiayang and the general and Appo's corpse, propelled by the final explosive force of their confrontation, both were sent flying. However, the general and Appo's corpse, being a zombie, felt no pain, fatigue, or exhaustion. In contrast, Lin Jiayang, despite possessing extraordinary physical capabilities that surpassed human limits, would inevitably tire and experience exhaustion. Realizing his physical condition, he unleashed an even more powerful punch to interrupt the outcome of their contest. During this clash, he also gauged the potential of the general's corpse, roughly breaking through the human limits to a system-defined value of around 180 to 190 points. Logically, it should not have been a match for Lin Jiayang, but due to the opponent and Appo's zombie form, which was impervious to fatigue and injury, and with a body as resilient as iron, it could maintain its state for centuries without issue. Roaring, the general and Amp, Apos, S corpse stood upright once more after being sent flying. Lin Zhuoyang, witnessing this scene, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and smiled broadly. Haraha, what a thrill. This is truly exhilarating. Since my debut, I have never experienced such a rush. Yet, it is time to bring this to a close. Saying this, Lin Zhuoyang extended his right hand and swiftly inscribed a rune in the air, then flicked it toward the general's corpse. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Lin Zhuoyang was merely flailing at the air before making a dismissive gesture toward the general's corpse. Another unknown technique. Chen Yulo and Zhigu Xiao thought inwardly as they observed Lin Zhuoyang's actions. Meanwhile, the general's corpse remained oblivious to any anomaly, relentlessly charging at Lin Zhuoyang. However, halfway through its advance, it sensed an invisible, thick membrane enveloping it, binding it tightly. This was, in fact, the rune of fixation inscribed by Lin Zhuoyang, akin to the immobilization technique of Sun Wukong. The only difference was that Lin Zhuoyang's fixation rune was a low-level inscription, allowing for rapid inscription. Had he inscribed a super or even divine fixation rune, theoretically, he could have halted the flow of time and space in an entire realm. At this moment, having completely immobilized the general's corpse, Lin Zhuoyang stepped forward, beginning to inscribe a complex rune in his hand. He aimed to see if he could subdue this general's corpse, just as he had with the six-winged centipede. After all, this zombie form was indeed formidable, and combined with its not inferior speed and strength, if he could successfully subdue it, it would undoubtedly serve as a considerable asset. On the other side, Chen Yulo and the others, witnessing this familiar scene, recalled Lin Zhuoyang's earlier attempt to subdue the six-winged centipede. The difference this time was that no one dared to act against him, attempting to seize the treasure box or anything else. After all, the remains of that old rogue, which had met its demise, were still buried under the ruins of the Infinite Hall, and given the earlier spectacle, even if someone harbored such intentions, they lacked the courage. All right, it is over. YZ, instruct the brothers to gather their things. Once Lord Lin Zhuo has subdued that general and Amp, Apos, S corpse, we can finally leave this cursed place, Chen Yulo remarked, turning to Huama Guai without disrupting the standoff between Lin Zhuoyang and the general and Apos, S corpse. Yes, Captain, came the reply. Meanwhile, Zhigu Xiao, observing that the general's corpse was anchored in place, rushed towards the purple gold coffin, followed closely by the old foreigner. Upon reaching the coffin, they eagerly leaped inside and began their frantic search. Hey, Captain, this. Chen Yulo interrupted Huama Guai. They have no interest in treasure. They are searching for something specific. As one of the four major sects of tomb raiders, the Shelling Master had some knowledge of the affairs of the other three sections. The mountain-moving sect had always been interested solely in elixirs and pills within tombs, and they seemed to have been in pursuit of a legendary treasure known as the Mist Dust Pearl for generations. Although they would take other valuables, they only did so sparingly, extracting only what they needed or could use. No, it cannot be. Brother, nothing. Absolutely nothing. How can this be? It must be here. It cannot be. It cannot be. We have searched for so many years. At this moment, the old foreigner's voice rose in manic despair, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Huama Guai, witnessing the previously composed old foreigner now reduced to a state of frenzy, looked on in bewilderment. Captain, what is wrong with this old foreigner? Sighing softly, Chen Yulo replied, It cannot be. Why is there nothing? Oh heavens! Are you mocking us? Why? Why? Suddenly, the old foreigner, unable to accept the gravity of the situation, began to wail loudly, resembling a madman. At this juncture, Zhigu Xiao sat vacantly in the purple gold coffin, exuding an air of resignation. Enough! What are you howling about? Red Ant approached and slapped the old foreigner, her voice laden with ire. I do not understand why you have suddenly become this way, but regardless of the situation, I believe you should remain calm. You ought not to bark like a dog in despair. With a look of disappointment, Red Ant regarded the two. It was uncertain whether her words had any effect or if it was something else, but ultimately, Zhigu Xiao roused himself and stood up from the purple gold coffin. The old foreigner, observing this, also stepped out, yet the bewildered expression on his face still betrayed his current state of mind. Chapter 25. The General Corpse emerges. The crafting of bloodline pills. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuoyang had ceased his actions. At the same time, the General Corpse was undergoing astonishing transformations. Firstly, its skin gradually shifted towards the hue of a normal human being. Subsequently, its fangs and sharp claws retracted, and the color of its pupils reverted to that of a typical human. The most significant change, however, was the emergence of a symbol in the center of its forehead, resembling a command talisman, akin to the third eye of Erlangchen, radiating a faint red glow that was barely perceptible to ordinary eyes. After several seconds, Lin Zhuoyang observed the towering figure before him, standing at around 2 meters and 23 centimeters, and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. It was worth my effort to inscribe a few special symbols. This stance is simply perfect. The only drawback is its inability to speak and lower intelligence. But that is of little consequence. It is quite satisfactory. I must bestow upon you a name. With that, Lin Zhuoyang pondered for a moment before declaring, from now on, you shall be known as Eli, the infamous Eli of ancient times. Upon hearing Lin Zhuoyang's words, the general corpse, now Eli, seemed to comprehend something and nodded in acknowledgement. Once Lin Zhuoyang had fully subdued the general corpse, he finally had the opportunity to shift his focus to Zhigu Xiao and the old foreigner. Although he had been intently inscribing symbols, he had also been mindful of the circumstances surrounding the others. He felt sympathy for the old foreigner's sudden outburst and Zhigu Xiao and Appo's despair. It is worth noting that the lineage of the Ban Mountain clan likely does not have a shorter history than that of the Zhang family. The only distinction is that the Zhang family, due to their Qilin bloodline, enjoys longevity and eternal youth, while the Ban Mountain clan, cursed with the Ghost Eye curse, has lifespans that rarely exceed 50 or 60 years, with some even succumbing at birth due to the overwhelming curse. They are indeed a pitiable lineage. Master, Lin Jiaya. As Lin Zhuoyang approached the crowd with Eli in tow, they regarded the general corpse with astonished eyes. Had they not witnessed its original form? They would hardly believe that this robust figure, towering at 2 meters and 23 centimeters, was a zombie, let alone the legendary corpse king of Xiangxi, feared by generations in their village. Lin Zhuoyang greeted each person with a nod before striding directly to Zhigu Xiao. Brother Zhigu, I am somewhat acquainted with your Ban Mountain lineage. While I cannot assist you in locating the Yaochen Pearl, I possess a method to temporarily extend your lifespans, granting you more time. Upon hearing Lin Zhuoyang's words, Zhigu Xiao's demeanor shifted from somber to suddenly bright-eyed, gazing intently at Lin Zhuoyang. Zhuoyang, are you speaking the truth? Under the fervent gaze of Zhigu Xiao, Lin Zhuoyang felt a twinge of unease and turned to respond. Indeed, I can assure you. The source of his unease lay in the Yaochen Pearl. Lin Zhuoyang was aware of its location, yet felt his current strength insufficient for a secure retrieval. In simpler terms, he harbored feelings of insecurity and paranoia. After all, this is a common after-effect for every individual who traverses into another world, even after more than a year had passed. Thus, even though he could calculate the locations of the Daliang tomb and the Xian tomb using the one palm to rule the world technique, he was reluctant to embark on such a perilous journey, preferring to wait until he had grown stronger or until one of his skills, be it one palm to rule the world, fleeting shadows, or the comprehensive guide to inscription, had reached its zenith before considering forays into such treacherous tombs. After all, he was not a protagonist like the innocent, portly young man, blessed with the halo of a hero. Jiaya, is what you say true? The old foreigner, now regaining his composure, inquired once more. Indeed, without a doubt. The Ghost Eye curse afflicting your Zaklima clan has developed over the years into a sort of bloodline rather than merely a curse. Have you heard of the Qilin Zhang family? They possess the legendary Qilin bloodline, endowing them with exceptional physical attributes. Those with a strong bloodline can even repel pests, ward off evil, and enjoy considerably extended lifespans. Thus, if you too could acquire a special bloodline, theoretically, it could counterbalance the effects of your Ghost Eye curse. Lin Zhuoyang continued, however, doing so may also deprive you of the benefits that come with a bloodline. The abilities granted by the bloodline matter little. As long as they can mitigate the harm caused by the curse, that is sufficient. Yet, the dilemma remains, where shall we seek this special bloodline to transplant onto ourselves? Indeed, we have records of the Qilin Zhang family in our Ban Mountain lore. But according to our accounts, their bloodline appears to be innate. Furthermore, the transplantation of bloodlines. Listening to Zhigu Xiao and the others express their concerns, Lin Zhuoyang smiled slightly. You need not worry about the bloodline, for I have already devised a solution and possess the necessary materials. What remains is for us to conduct an experiment. What? Upon hearing Lin Zhuoyang's statement, Zhigu Xiao and the old foreigner were taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief. Zhuoyang, is that truly the case? If you can assist our Zaklima clan in lifting the curse, no, even if it is merely to suppress it, I, Zhigu Xiao, would willingly dedicate my life to repay you. Zhigu Xiao exclaimed excitedly to Lin Zhuoyang. Brother, you, the old foreigner, standing nearby, cast an anxious glance at Zhigu Xiao. Old foreigner, if we can merely delay the damage wrought by the curse upon our clan, what sacrifice is too great? Upon hearing his brother and Apos' words, the old foreigner fell silent, yet could not suppress his discomfort at Zhigu Xiao, the esteemed head of the Ban Mountain clan, stooping to such a level for their sake. Cough, cough. Brother Zhigu, you need not go to such lengths. Moreover, I must clarify that I cannot grant the entire Zak Lima clan a special bloodline. With the materials I currently possess, I can only assist you, the old foreigner, and your younger sister, Hualing, in acquiring this unique bloodline, thereby affording you more time to seek the Yaochen Pearl. Upon hearing Lin Zhuoyang's words, the previously elated Zhigu Xiao calmed down, recalling Lin Zhuoyang's earlier statements. However, it was a reasonable expectation. Given the rarity of a special bloodline, one that common folk would be fortunate to encounter, let alone the Ban Mountain clan, where only the enigmatic Qilinzhong family was recorded to possess such a lineage. Nonetheless, he expressed his gratitude to Lin Zhuoyang with a respectful bow. Regardless, even a little more time is invaluable. Thank you, my brother Zhuoyang. Excellent. Brother Zhigu, in that case, let us commence at once. Seeing that Zhigu Xiao understood, Lin Zhuoyang resolved to begin immediately, for the Xiangxi Corp's king had already been transformed into Eli, and the area was spacious enough. Additionally, he harbored a hint of selfish desire. He wished to use Zhigu Xiao and the old foreigner as subjects for his experiment, so that he might one day employ this method to grant his disciple, Honggu, in the future forces he would establish a special bloodline as well. Without further ado, and without waiting for Zhigu Xiao's response, Lin Zhuoyang waved his hand to reveal the Guishu bronze cauldron he had previously stored away. Observing Lin Zhuoyang's actions, Zhigu Xiao pondered. Could it be that my brother Zhuoyang intends to utilize alchemy to endow us with a special bloodline? However, is this truly possible? Yet, considering his identity, the enigmatic lineage of the Killers of Heaven, it is conceivable that they possess such unique alchemical techniques. Meanwhile, Qin Yulo, upon hearing Lin Zhuoyang mention the possibility of transplanting special bloodlines to the Zhigu Xiao and his companions, chose to distance himself from any suspicion. He led his group away to a secluded corner of the tomb to tally their gains from this venture. Suddenly, upon encountering the unexpected appearance of the Guishu copper cauldron, he initially feared some calamity had befallen them. However, it soon became apparent that it was related to the special bloodlines. At the same time, Lin Zhuoyang, after summoning the Guishu copper cauldron, proceeded to inscribe 2 unique runes upon himself. Given that the subsequent actions would demand immense mental fortitude and awareness of the cauldron and Apos' contents, he etched a rune to amplify his mental power 50-fold and another to grant him the ability to see through the cauldron. Once adequately prepared, he gestured, and a 6-winged centipede, nearly 10 feet in length, materialized within the tomb. Hissus. The 6-winged centipede emerged, exuberantly darting about, startling those who beheld its sudden arrival. They could not help but think. Indeed, the centipede's earlier disappearance was a result of Lin Zhuoyang's special means, akin to the elusive fury of a storm chicken. Lin Zhuoyang, undeterred by such thoughts, beckoned with a sweeping hand, prompting the 6-winged centipede to open its maw and expel a stream of dark crimson essence. This essence then floated directly into Lin Zhuoyang's grasp. Gazing at the dark crimson essence in his palm, Lin Zhuoyang's thought stirred, prompting him to retrieve a 2,000-year-old spiritual mushroom that he had salvaged from the Dan well. With one hand, he inscribed a flame rune in the air and cast it towards the Guishu copper cauldron. Instantly, a roaring blaze ignited beneath the cauldron, and he subsequently cast the essence and the spiritual mushroom into its depths, commencing the concoction of his envisioned bloodline elixir. Chapter 26. The Bloodline Pill and Apos' completion and the transformation of the old foreigner. As Lin Zhuoyang commenced his actions, the old foreigner, Red Ant, and Zhigu Xiao seated themselves beside him, standing guard. The 6-winged centipede remained quietly at the side, motionless. Is Master Lin refining a pill? Zhigu Xiao observed with fascination. Not far away, Huama Guai watched the movements of Zhigu Xiao and the others from a distance, merely commenting to his own leader, Qin Yulo. Indeed, it is remarkable. I never anticipated that Lin Zhuoyang possessed the ability to conjure fire from thin air. Qin Yulo gazed at the flames burning beneath the copper cauldron, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Given his intelligence, he had begun to harbor doubts about Lin Zhuoyang's claims regarding the Shadian lineage. Especially after some time had passed, he found himself reflecting upon Lin Zhuoyang's words, only to uncover numerous inconsistencies. Yet, the astonishing techniques Lin Zhuoyang had displayed along their journey compelled him to ponder deeply. now witnessing Lin Zhuoyang's ability to summon fire. A divine skill indeed, only served to validate the authenticity of his assertions. If he could conjure fire, could he not also summon thunder, lightning, rain, and wind? Coupled with Lin Zhuoyang's mention of the Shadian lineage's past records of slaying the heavens, could this ability be a reward for their success in such endeavors? After all, the powers he exhibited were nothing short of extraordinary, akin to those possessed by deities themselves, or perhaps even by the heavens. It was as if the Shatian lineage merely pilfered the powers of the divine. A shudder ran through Chun Yulo as he contemplated this, a trace of fear creeping into his gaze when he looked at Lin Zhuoyang. As time slipped away, Lin Zhuoyang sat before the copper cauldron for a full hour. During this hour, he continuously employed the runic fire to refine the essence, blood, and spirit herbs within the cauldron, occasionally infusing additional runes. Before long, the runic fire beneath the Guishu copper cauldron began to diminish, until it finally faded into nothingness. The trio of Zhigu Xiao, the old foreigner, and Red Ed, who had been waiting patiently, promptly rose to their feet. The old foreigner's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, it's finally done. This was far more challenging than I anticipated, but thankfully, the task is complete. Lin Zhuoyang exhaled deeply, gazing at the Guishu copper cauldron, murmuring to himself. After a brief respite, he waved his hand to unveil the cauldron's lid. As the lid opened, a unique fragrance wafted forth. The individuals in the tomb inhaled this extraordinary aroma, and in an instant, their spirits soared, invigorated as if enlightened. Lin Zhuoyang gestured, and 4 pills radiating a gentle red light soared from the cauldron, landing in his palm. Observing the 4 bloodline pills made from the essence of the 6-winged centipede, he turned to Zhigu Xiao and the old foreigner. Brother Zhigu Xiao, I'll do it. Before Lin Zhuoyang could finish, the old foreigner hurriedly approached, seizing a bloodline pill from his hand and swallowing it without hesitation. Wait, what? The old foreigner possesses such bravery? Lin Zhuoyang understood that the pill, fortified by his intricate runes, was unlikely to be lethal. Although he remained uncertain about any potential side effects or whether it would truly grant the power of the 6-winged centipede. After all, this was his first attempt. Unbeknownst to him, the old foreigner held his brother Zhigu Xiao in far greater regard. To him, his brother represented the last glimmer of hope for their Zaklama clan. Thus, as the bloodline pill took effect, the old foreigner initially felt invigorated. However, as moments passed, he sensed an overwhelming, fierce power surging within him, coursing through his body. Soon, this energy transformed into a blazing flame, igniting within him. In an instant, he became unbearably hot, his skin taking on an unhealthy crimson hue. His face contorted in agony, his mouth agape, yet he could utter no sound. Old foreigner, Brother Zhuoyang, what is happening to my disciple? Zhigu Xiao looked on in desperation as the old foreigner writhed in silence. How should I know? This is my first time refining a pill as well. Of course. He couldn't disclose such uncertainties to Zhigu Xiao. Thus, he feigned calmness. Do not worry, Brother Zhigu Xiao. This is merely the pill's potency activating, transforming the old foreigner's body. It is a normal reaction. Seeing Lin Zhuoyang's earnest demeanor, Zhigu Xiao believed him and anxiously watched the suffering old foreigner. What Lin Zhuoyang did not realize was that his hasty explanation was, in fact, accurate. Moments later, the old foreigner suddenly expelled a copious amount of golden blood, collapsing to the ground in the process. Zhigu Xiao was utterly astonished at the sight of the golden blood, as it signified the curse of the ghostly eye. With each wave of blood expelled, the once golden liquid gradually revealed hints of red, deep red, and ultimately, a blood-red hue interspersed with gold. Could it be a self-blood transfusion induced by the pill's effects? Zhigu Xiao pondered. Simultaneously, Lin Zhuoyang observed the unfolding scene with growing relief. Initially alarmed by the old foreigner's relentless blood expulsion, he felt reassured upon realizing it resembled a transfusion process, confirming the efficacy of the pill he had concocted. After a few more minutes, the old foreigner ceased his blood expulsion, slowly rising from the ground, disregarding the stains on his clothes. A joyful expression illuminated his face as he addressed Zhigu Xiao. Brother, this pill truly works. I feel lighter than ever before, a sensation I have never experienced. Moreover, it seems my physical prowess has significantly improved. Techniques that once eluded me, like the Quaishan kick, now feel effortless. Fantastic. Quickly, remove your shirt so I can check if the curse remains. Zhigu Xiao exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, a look of exhilaration gracing his features, one that had never been seen before. Prompted by Zhigu Xiao's words, the old foreigner hastily shed his upper garment. The first thing that caught the eye was his muscular physique, rivaling that of seasoned fitness trainers. Next, the six-winged centipede tattoo caught attention, revealing a striking resemblance to the actual creature beside him. The onlookers expressed envy at the old foreigner's perfectly sculpted muscles, while Zhigu Xiao and Apos' gaze remained fixed upon the old foreigner's shoulders. "Brother, how is it? Is the curse still present?" The old foreigner inquired eagerly. "Still." Upon hearing this, the old foreigner felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, extinguishing his initial excitement in an instant. "However, it is rather faint." The partridge whistle continued. "What?" The old foreigner was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. "Junior brother, this elixir is indeed effective. Observe the blood you expelled on the ground, transitioning from a golden hue to a deep crimson, which indicates its efficacy. Furthermore, while this bloodline power has not entirely eradicated the curse upon you, it has managed to suppress it. Previously, the curse was quite apparent, with a distinctly visible eye revealing itself as soon as you removed your clothing. But now, that eye has become exceedingly faint, although it remains discernible. It is akin to a restoration to the state we were in at birth." As the partridge whistle concluded, the old foreigner joyfully turned to him and exclaimed, "So, does this mean we have gained several decades of time? If this bloodline power can continually suppress the curse, then we would be no different from ordinary people?" "Indeed." The partridge whistle nodded excitedly. "Alas, this elixir cannot be mass-produced. Otherwise, the entire clan could." The partridge whistle mused. "Senior brother, in light of this, you should consume one quickly. Of the remaining two, one for junior sister and one for Lord Jiu to keep for himself." Chapter 27. The Return of the Yunnan Army's Ma Jinbang. I advise you not to proceed with such folly. As evening approached, a group led by Lin Zhuyang, Zhigu Xiao, and Chen Yulo made their way along a small path on the Bottle Mountain toward the corpse transport station. Behind them, a throng of unloading brothers carried heavy boxes and chests, their brows glistening with sweat, yet their faces were illuminated with joy. An hour and a half had passed since the old foreigner ingested the bloodline pill. The time taken by Zhigu Xiao to consume the pill, coupled with the search for a path down the mountain, and the fact that there were still treasures to be unearthed from Bottle Mountain, led Chen Yulo, the head of unloading, to leave a mark for a future retrieval. Consequently, the anticipated return to the corpse transport station within an hour was now delayed. However, the group remained hopeful as they gazed at the distant station. Inside the corpse transport station, a middle-aged man in military uniform occupied the main seat. Standing before him was his deputy, Yang, who wore a sycophantic expression. "Rest assured, Commander Ma, I have given the order. As soon as they return, we will seize them." "It's just, what is it?" he scoffed. "Isn't he just a brash little brat? Why fear him? What's in a name like the ghostly immortal Lin Jia? A catchy title is of no consequence. Under my firearms, whether spirit or immortal, they shall submit." The man in military uniform sneered. "Indeed, Commander Ma, you are correct. With so many guns outside, even if he is a ghost or an immortal, your artillery will reduce him to mere scraps." Yang nodded in agreement, though a flicker of concern lingered within him, remembering the earlier encounter with Lao Laowai. The scene had been a one-sided massacre, with weapons shattered into pieces. "Well, we and Oppos, LL assess the situation when the time comes. If it becomes untenable, we shall retreat." Suddenly, a soldier adorned with the character Dian embroidered on his uniform burst in. "Report. Commander Ma, our scouts have sighted Chen Yulo and the others, and they are hauling numerous large boxes, likely treasures extracted from the ancient tomb." "What? They and Oppos, V arrived? And with treasures?" Commander Ma rose abruptly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, brighter than Lao Laowai's upon sighting riches. "Are you certain of what you saw?" "Yes, Commander Ma, I am certain. According to the scouts, the boxes total no less than 100. Haraha. It appears that this so-called head of unloading possesses some skill after all. Given the treasures they bring, I had intended to eliminate them all. But now I shall offer them the chance to submit to me." Commander Ma laughed boisterously. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuyang, Zhigu Xiao, and Chen Yulo, along with the unloading brothers, arrived at the corpse transport station, burdened with over 100 boxes of treasure. Observing the eerily silent surroundings, Chen Yulo felt an unsettling twitch in his brow. Strange. I recall leaving behind many brothers, and Lao Shui had stationed numerous soldiers as well. Together, there should be at least 1,000 or 1,800, yet now. Hua Guai scratched his head in confusion. "Everyone, be cautious. I sense something is amiss," Chen Yulo warned, furrowing his brow. Indeed, Zhigu Xiao nodded slightly. Lin Zhuyang remained composed. scanning the area as if already aware of the unfolding events. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed, and a throng of armed soldiers surged from the shadows. Numbering no fewer than 1,000, wielding remarkably advanced weaponry, including the latest German submachine guns and light machine guns. They soon spotted 2 heavy machine guns aimed directly at them. Ha ha ha. Welcome, Hedshin, and all the unloading brothers back from your glorious return. A raucous voice boomed from behind the soldiers, parting the ranks to reveal the man approaching them. That man is Ma Jinbang, a powerful warlord of the Yunnan army, whose might rivals that of Lao Shui, perhaps even surpassing it. He is notorious for his ruthless exploits, and those targeted by him find themselves in dire straits. We must tread carefully. Chen Yulo cautioned Lin Juyang and Zhigu Xiao about the identity of their formidable opponent. Huh, a warlord? Ruthless? What a pity for him. Lin Juyang, delight in playing with such beasts. It is commonly known as tormenting wild animals. Chan Yulo, recalling Lin Juyang and Appo's history of toppling warlords, silently prayed for Ma Jinbang as he approached. Commander Ma, I wish you a safe journey into the abyss. I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of Head Chun of unloading. Today, it is indeed a pleasure. Ma Jinbang stood before them, unfazed by the potential for sudden retaliation. Surrounded by his men, with heavy machine guns trained upon them, the notion of subtlety was out of the question. So it is Commander Ma of the Yunnan army. I wonder what brings you here. Chen Yulo began, attempting a diplomatic approach. Hedshin is a clever man. The current situation speaks for itself. I believe no further elaboration is necessary. Ma Jinbang interjected bluntly. Very well, Commander Ma, there is no need for further discussion. Men, gather the treasures. Ma Jinbang commanded his soldiers loudly. Thank you, Hedshin. The soldiers echoed, though Chen Yulo detected the underlying mockery in their tone. Wait. Just as the soldiers were about to seize the treasure-laden boxes, Chen Yulo shouted. He then turned to Ma Jinbang. Commander, these treasures do not belong solely to my unloading faction. They also include contributions from the 2 brothers of the mountain-moving faction and the ghostly, immortal Lin Jia. Therefore, according to the rules, to hell with the rules. You, Chen Yulo, are fortunate I consider you a talent. Or else do you think you would still stand before me? Let me make it clear. In this place, I am the law. Without allowing Chen Yulo to finish, Ma Jinbang drew his gun and fired multiple shots at the ground before him, glaring fiercely at him. Then he spoke again. Moreover, what nonsense about moving mountains. What absurdity regarding the ghostly figure of Lord Lin Jiao. Let him step forward. I wish to see if he possesses 3 heads and 6 arms. Does he dare to confront me? I do not have 3 heads and 6 arms. I merely possess a slight inclination towards the maltreatment of beasts. Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted Ma Jinbang's tirade, provoking an immediate sense of affront to his authority. He turned sharply towards the source of the voice. Upon seeing Lin Jiaoyang's delicate visage, Ma Jinbang approached him with a smile. Hiki. Ha ha. You are the so-called ghostly figure, Lord Lin Jiao? A mere pretty boy? I have heard you vanquished a warlord. As he spoke, Ma Jinbang raised his gun, intending to strike Lin Jiaoyang in the face. Beast. I advise you against such actions. Lin Jiaoyang replied with a serene smile as he regarded Ma Jinbang. Commander Ma, I too advise you to refrain from such conduct. Chen Yulo chimed in, observing the scene with an equally composed smile. Chapter 28. The Gathering of the Dian Army. Power ascends. Separation. Fury. Anger. These emotions surged within Ma Jinbang at this moment. The incessant provocations gradually eroded his patience, particularly the disdainful gazes cast upon him by Chen Yulo and others. As if he were a mere jester. How could a distinguished general like him endure such humiliation? Initially, he had considered Chen Yulo a talent, hoping to recruit him to aid in unearthing treasures in the future. Yet, it now seemed he had been overly lenient. Ha! Ha ha! Very well. You have successfully enraged me. You shall perish. In a fit of rage, Ma Jinbang laughed maniacally and without a moment's hesitation. He raised his gun and aimed it at Lin Juyang, pulling the trigger without a second thought. Bang! Boom! With the sound of gunfire and a muffled thud, Ma Jinbang and Appo's body was propelled backward, crashing to the ground, where he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The bullet he had fired hung suspended in midair before Lin Juyang, spinning rapidly yet unable to advance even a fraction. TSK. If bullets were truly effective, what use would my abilities serve? Lin Juyang mused, extending a finger to gently touch the spinning bullet, which instantly ceased its motion and fell to the ground. Not far away, Ma Jinbang, who had been kicked away by Lin Juyang, gaped in disbelief, his face contorted in fear as he shouted, "Open fire! Shoot him! Kill him!" It was only at that moment that Majin Bong truly grasped the reality of the seemingly delicate youth before him, who possessed the power to annihilate a warlord. Alas, his realization came too late. As Majin Bong and Appo's terrified cries echoed for some time, the soldiers of the Dian army, who should have opened fire long ago, remained utterly motionless. Qin Yulo had even instructed his men to pick up their shields in preparation for the impending gunfire. But he was met with the sight of the unmoving Dian soldiers. In an instant, he recalled the immobilized Xiangxi corpse king, Eli, who had succumbed to Lin Zhuoyang and Appo's mere gesture. Meanwhile, Majin Bong, oblivious to the true reason behind his men's inaction, mistakenly attributed it to their fear. Clutching his aching chest, he struggled to his feet, and, in a fit of desperation, he shot a nearby soldier in the head, yelling, "Why are you all standing there? I command you to fire. Didn't you hear me?" Bang, bang, bang. After killing several soldiers in quick succession, he finally came to a chilling realization, observing his troops standing frozen in place. In that moment, terror consumed him entirely. Majin Bong, the notorious warlord of the Dian army? A perpetrator of arson, murder, and plunder? A tyrant who knew no bounds? And yet, he remained audacious. At that juncture, Lin Zhuoyang's voice resonated slowly as he advanced toward Majin Bong. With each deliberate step, Majin Bong felt as though Lin Zhuoyang was treading upon his very heart. Are you human or a ghost?" Majin Bong shouted, attempting to dispel his own fear. I am undeniably human, but you? Perhaps not for long." Lin Zhuoyang replied with a knowing smile, his thoughts veiled. "Majin Bong, the moment I laid eyes upon you, I began inscribing a grand array of binding runes, specially prepared for you. I hope you can endure a while longer, allowing me to play a bit more before your inevitable demise. Bang, bang, bang. I shall kill you. Rat-a-tat-tat." Majin Bong, comprehending the implications of Lin Zhuoyang and Appo's words, swiftly seized a German submachine gun from one of the incapacitated soldiers and aimed it at Lin Zhuoyang, pulling the trigger. Yet, the outcome was the same as before. All bullets halted a mere foot from Lin Zhuoyang, then fell to the ground. Kill! Kill! You shall die! Crack, crack! Majin Bong roared madly, the submachine gun unleashing a torrent of bullets until the magazine was spent, the weapon clicking emptily, yet he did not cease. "How tiresome," Lin Zhuoyang muttered, and in an instant, Majin Bong felt as though an invisible hand had gripped his throat, lifting him into the air. Around the relay station, the soldiers of the Dian army watched in horror as their commander struggled for breath, bound by an unseen force that rendered them utterly immobile. Some of the more timid among them had already soiled themselves. TSK, Lin Zhuoyang and Appo's methods are simply divine. On the other side, Hua Guai marveled at the sight of Majin Bong suspended in midair, as if grasped by an unseen hand. Indeed, Qin Yulo nodded in agreement. As for Lin Zhuoyang, he did not concern himself with Majin Bong's plight. Instead, he addressed the paralyzed soldiers of the Dian army, raising his voice. "Gentlemen, I present you with an opportunity. Submit or perish. You may now move, and the choice lies before you, a testament of your allegiance. Those willing to submit, step forward and take a knife to him. For those unwilling, take a knife to yourselves and leave. The opportunity is before you. I hope you seize it wisely." Hearing Lin Zhuoyang and Appo's voice, the Dian soldiers cautiously tested their mobility and, upon realizing they could indeed move, their first instinct was to flee. After all, Lin Zhuoyang and Appo's displayed abilities were far too uncanny. Indeed, some attempted to escape. However, the moment those fleeing soldiers covered a few meters, they erupted in violent explosions, obliterated beyond recognition. I advise against attempting to flee. Should I desire it, you will all meet a gruesome end." Lin Zhuoyang's cold, precise voice echoed in the ears of every Dian soldier. With this grim reminder, they remained rooted in place, paralyzed by fear. "I shall go." Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was none other than the former deputy of Luo Luai, Deputy Yang. Drawing a military knife from a soldier, he strode directly to Majin Bong, unhesitatingly plunging it into his abdomen. He then knelt before Lin Zhuoyang, clasping his hands respectfully. "I, Yang Fushan, henceforth pledge my loyalty to you, Lord Zhuoyang." Ready to face any peril without hesitation, Lin Zhuoyang regarded Deputy Yang, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. This man had first betrayed Luo Luai, and now turned against Majin Bong. With such a high degree of treachery, would accepting him be prudent? Consequently, he waved his hand dismissively. In a mere instant, Deputy Yang, along with his clothing, was reduced to ashes. My apologies, everyone. This fellow first betrayed Luoloi and then Majin, so I trust you understand my intentions. As soon as Lin Zhuyang finished speaking, a soldier of the Dian army approached Majin, retrieving the knife that Deputy Yang had thrust into him, and stabbed him once more before stepping forward to Lin Zhuyang. Lord Zhuyang, my name is Li Hai. From this day forth, I wish to follow you, ready to face any danger without hesitation. Lin Zhuyang regarded Li Hai with approval and nodded. Excellent, from today onwards. You shall serve as my commander of the personal guard. With Li Hai as a model, soon all the soldiers of the Dian army came forth to pledge their allegiance. The overwhelming aura that radiated from the Black Army, which felt like a tempest closing in on them. In this moment, the once confident leaders of the Nine Gates found themselves grappling with an unshakable sense of trepidation, their expressions betraying the gravity of the situation. The sight of the approaching legion, adorned in dark regalia, was a stark reminder of the formidable power they wielded. The air was thick with tension as Zhang Qishan, a veteran of military affairs, felt a rare chill run down his spine. The soldiers marching before him exuded an aura of discipline and strength, each synchronized step echoing like the drumbeats of impending conflict. He could sense that this was no ordinary force, but a well-trained battalion capable of crushing any opposition with ruthless efficiency. While the leaders exchanged furtive glances, whispers of anxiety rippled through their ranks. The tales of the Black Wolf Army, rumored to be led by a formidable figure known as the Ghost Immortal, Lin Zhuyang, only intensified their fears. The very mention of his name struck a chord of dread, as stories of his merciless prowess had already begun to circulate among the populace. As the Black Army drew closer, the ground trembled beneath the weight of their advance, and the once vibrant chatter of the townsfolk fell into an uneasy silence. The arrival of such a powerful force was not merely an event, it was a harbinger of change, a prelude to the unfolding drama that would irrevocably alter the fate of the region. In the heart of the city, the citizens exchanged anxious glances, their minds racing with speculation about the intentions of the Black Wolf Army. Conversations buzzed with uncertainty, and the specter of conflict loomed large, casting a shadow over their lives. Yet amidst the unease, a sense of curiosity lingered. Who were these soldiers? What did they seek? And above all, what would become of their beloved Sand City in the face of such an intimidating force? Only time would unveil the answers, as the Black Army continued its relentless march toward destiny. Chapter 29. As time changes, the Wolf Army aims to station in Changsha. Turbulence is imminent. The wheel of time turns, and the years slip away like water. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. On a broad road leading to the southern province of Shaqing, a formidable Black Army of nearly 10,000 soldiers is encamped. Host: Lin Zhuyang. Bloodline: First Extraordinary Beast, Three-Headed Dragon, 50. Bloodline abilities: Immortality, Immunity to Poisons, Evil Suppression, Dragon and Appos. S roar to subdue the heavens. Dragon and Imp. Appos. S might to command the world. Primary Dragon Transformation, Innate Dragon Transformation abilities, Physical qualities, 900 to 10, 000. Mental power, 900 to 10, 000. Skills, 1 palm to rule the world. LV3, Comprehensive Inscription Techniques, LV3, Sonic Speed Technique, LV4. Items, Fire God Gatling, Endless Flying Daggers. Hundreds of tons of munitions, tanks. Within the main camp, Lin Zhuyang gazes at his personal information panel, lost in thought. Over the past 3 years, he had first led the remnants of Luo Laoang and Majin and Amp, Appos, as soldiers to the province of Yun. Upon arrival, he swiftly subdued all local warlords, establishing his dominance over the territory. He then settled there, methodically training his soldiers while also venturing into ancient tombs. The remainder of his time was spent diligently completing system tasks, achieving 12 consecutive completions in 1 year, followed by intervals of 3 months and 6 months. Throughout the 3 years, most of the rewards he acquired were sold off for refined weapons and equipment to fortify his army. His most significant achievement, however, was the enhancement of his bloodline from the First Extraordinary Beast, Three-Headed Dragon, which reached a richness of 50%. Additionally, the unparalleled skill, 1 palm to rule the world, attained mastery at level 3. He also acquired 2 other extraordinary skills and received a skill fusion card. The 2 skills, Sonic Fist and Sonic Leg, combined with the previously obtained Ethereal Shadow Technique, formed a new skill, Sonic Technique. Mastery of this technique amplifies both physical prowess and mental power, as each attack reaches sonic or even supersonic speeds, necessitating formidable strength to unleash its full potential. In the interim, He continuously refined special elixirs at his encampment in Yun Province. To date, nearly all 10,000 soldiers under his command have consumed the powerful body-enhancing elixirs he concocted. While not as potent as bloodline elixirs, these potions have endowed each soldier with physical attributes nearing the human limit, approximately 90 points. Consequently, throughout the past 3 years, his army has never faced defeat, sustaining minimal casualties. With each battle, his soldiers, akin to a pack of wolves spotting their prey, displayed ferocity and fearlessness, gradually earning the moniker Wolf Army. Tap, tap, tap. Master. The brothers below report that the situation in Shacheng has been thoroughly investigated. As Lin Jiuyang remained lost in contemplation, a graceful figure entered, addressing him respectfully. Name: Hong Feishue, Misread, Bloodline, Phoenix Bloodline, Ordinary, 99, Bloodline Abilities, Extended Longevity. Immunity to Poisons, Evil Exorcism, Rebirth from Fire. This ability can only be used once in a lifetime. Physical Qualities, 160, Mental Power, 165, Skills, Flying Dagger Technique, LV4. Combat Technique, LV4, Illusory Lightness Technique, LV3, Weapon, Imperial Blade Treasure Box contains 99 sharp flying daggers from the Endless Flying Dagger Box. Embedded and fused with 99 drops of Hong Feishue's blood through Lin Jiuyang's inscription power, forming a personal divine artifact. Lin Jiuyang examined the personal information panel of Misread, which he had obtained during a time task 3 months prior. Initially blank, it revealed its purpose when he inadvertently directed it at a soldier, unveiling all of the soldier's information. As for Hong Feishue's Phoenix Bloodline, it was extracted through Lin Jiuyang's inscription power following the sacrifice of an angry rain chicken. Shifting his gaze, Lin Jiuyang directed the panel towards a robust figure standing silently beside him. Name: Eli, General Corps of Shanxi. Bloodline 1, Zombie Bloodline, 50. Bloodline 2, Six-Winged Centipede, 50. Bloodline Abilities: No Lifespan, Steel-like Bones, Immense Strength, Lightning Speed, Peerless Malevolence. Six-Wings Shaking the Heavens. Physical Qualities: 330, Mental Power, 2, Equipment, General and Imp, Oppos, S-Chainmail crafted from century-old cold iron and inscribed with 17 runes. Later embedded into Eli and Amp, Oppos, S-Body by Lin Jiuyang, allowing it to manifest when needed, a personal divine artifact for Eli. Master? Seeing Lin Jiuyang remain silent, Hong Feishue glanced at him, then at Eli, momentarily perplexed, and called out again. Yes. Do tell, what is the current situation in Shacheng? Upon hearing Hong Feishue and Oppos' voice, Lin Jiuyang returned to the present and spoke. Indeed, according to the reports from below, there is currently a 5,000-strong army safeguarding the defenses of Shacheng. This army is known as the Shacheng Defense Corps, led by a man named Zhang Qishan. Moreover, it is said that Zhang Qishan is also. As Hong Feishue recounted the circumstances within Shacheng, Lin Jiuyang nodded intermittently. The situation aligned closely with his recollections of Shacheng, the old Nine Gates, Qiudiheo, and the origins of the Thief's Pen. Finally, after a 3-year wait, Lin Jiuyang's patience was rewarded. Over 2 years ago, he had dispatched agents to Shacheng. But at that time, the defense officer had not yet been Zhang Qishan, prompting his delay. Without Zhang Qishan, the plot could not unfold, hence his wait. He sought to engage with Zhang Qishan after his ascension as the commander of the Nine Gates. Through him, Lin Jiuyang aimed to probe the most enigmatic organization or force in this world, while also seeking to connect with the mysterious 1,000-year-old Qilinzhang family and the yet immature little brother. Meanwhile, within a luxurious standalone villa in Shacheng, 9 individuals sat on plush sofas, their expressions grave and brows furrowed. At the head of the group sat a tall, handsome young man in military attire, exuding an aura of authority and power, Zhang Qishan, the commander of the Nine Gates. Master, I have heard from my subordinates that the Wolf Army has stationed itself 20 miles outside Shacheng, and by tomorrow at the latest, they will likely enter the city. At that point, suddenly, a robust middle-aged man, steeped in the essence of the martial world, disrupted the heavy silence. If it were merely the nearly 10,000 Wolf Army, it would be manageable, but I have heard that the notorious Butcherly High, the leader of the Wolf Army and Amp, Oppos' elite guard, has also arrived. There are even rumors that the Flying Dagger Master, Misread, is among them. Gentlemen, you must understand that she is the disciple of that esteemed figure, and her mastery in wielding flying daggers is truly extraordinary. To the left of Zhang Qishan, a middle-aged, slender man, confined to a wheelchair and holding a teacup, spoke up. Hey, I'm not suggesting this, but you two, third master and fourth master, need not inflate others' ambitions at the expense of your own prestige, right? Even if those wolf troops are as fearsome as the rumors suggest. We of the Nine Gates are not feeble. Moreover, there are numerous common folk within the city of Sha. Old Eight, Zhang Qishan, seated at the head of the table, called out to the loquacious young man. Upon hearing Zhang Qishan's voice, the young man, referred to as Old Eight, instantly fell silent and obediently returned to his seat. Hey, Eighth Master, we are not diminishing our own prestige by elevating others. This is simply the truth. Furthermore, Buddha Master and all esteemed leaders, I believe their concerns do not lie with the nearly 10,000 wolf troops, or the infamous Butcher Li Hai, or even the sword-wielding Red Maiden. What they truly fear is whether that esteemed gentleman has personally arrived. From the center of the room, a man clad in a traditional long gown, cradling a small yellow dog, spoke with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the atmosphere in the room shifted as everyone's expressions tightened, revealing a mix of apprehension and unease. This included Zhang Qishan, the revered Buddha Master. After all, the deeds and methods of that esteemed gentleman had become nothing short of legendary within their circle. In this domain, he was undeniably a deity. It even crossed Zhang Qishan's mind that the 1,000-year-old Qilanzhong family, to which he once belonged, might not stand a chance in a contest of strength against that esteemed gentleman. Chapter 30. Entering the City, Conversations. The army marches forth. The day after, the encampment of the Black Army outside the Sand City. With a resounding roar, the nearly 10,000-strong Black Legion assembled in perfect order, marching towards the distant Sand City, accompanied by hundreds of tanks, armored vehicles, and transport trucks. Meanwhile, within Sand City, at the entrance, Zhang Qishan stood ready with his city defense troops and all the leaders of the Nine Gates, awaiting their arrival. After a full day of deliberation yesterday, the 9 leaders unanimously decided that regardless of the reasons for the Wolf Army and Appo's long journey to the southern province, their intentions for coming to Sand City remained unclear. However, they firmly resolved that no enmity should be provoked. Rather, a friendly rapport should be established. Thus, they arrived at the city entrance early to await the incoming forces. Within Sand City, the citizens were abuzz with speculation. I heard that the troops arriving are the fierce Black Wolf Army from Yun Province. Nonsense. Where and Appo's as the ferocity? I have a relative from Yun Province who claims that the Wolf Army neither kills nor plunders. They treat the common folk very kindly. Indeed, I have also heard that they can be quite ruthless towards their enemies. The invaders reportedly met a gruesome fate, and their adversaries, well, just imagine their end. Did you know? It is said that the commander of the Wolf Army is originally from our southern province and is known by a nickname. What was it? Ghost Immortal, Lord Lingio. Yes, that sounds about right. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from afar, growing steadily closer throughout Sand City. At the entrance, although the figures of the Black Wolf Army were not yet visible, Zhang Qishan could already ascertain from the uniformity of the approaching sound that this was a formidable army, a true elite legion. The other leaders, though lacking military experience, understood what such disciplined footsteps signified. It indicated a force with strict regulations and discipline, representing overwhelming military might capable of suppressing any form of rebellion. At that moment, the expressions of all the leaders turned grave, particularly as the Black Army gradually came into view, as the imposing presence of the Legion bore down upon them. Even Zhang Qishan, despite his military background, felt nearly overwhelmed by the sheer force of their aura. The gazes of the approaching soldiers were fierce, proud, and utterly disdainful, exuding an indomitable will that Zhang had never encountered before. This was Zhang Qishan and Appo's first impression upon witnessing the Wolf Army, and if he felt this way, one could only imagine the reactions of the other leaders. Among them, the fourth master, Shui Huan, trembled slightly, his legs shaking. My goodness, this army is terrifying. Even from this distance, I feel as though I am facing not a regiment, but a vast pack of wolves. Shui Huan stammered. Indeed, one could hardly comprehend it. Initially, I thought the rumors surrounding this army were mere tales, but now it seems they are indeed well-founded. The sixth master, clutching a black blade, gazed at the approaching legion with a solemn expression, his eyes betraying a flicker of dread. You all see the military quality of this army, but I perceive their individual combat prowess. It may be just my imagination, but I feel that even in a one-on-one confrontation, I might not stand a chance against any of them. The second master, Eriwahong, paled as he looked at the nearing wolf army, his tone heavy with concern. That can end Appo's, TB right. Upon hearing Eriwahong and Appo's words, Hu Xiangu exclaimed in disbelief. Hey, I just did a calculation. And even considering the chances of second master facing those wolf army soldiers in a duel, guess what? It's 50-50. Chi Tizui, the 8th master, stated while tossing a few coins. What? At Chi Tizui and Amp, Appo's declaration, everyone was astonished. Even Zhang Qishan wore an expression of disbelief. Chi Tizui noticed their reactions, and a shadow flickered across his face, but he chose not to elaborate. He had actually made several calculations. For instance, when comparing the 6th master, their strongest fighter, against the wolf army soldiers, the odds were still 50-50. In scenarios involving the notorious Butcher Li Hai, the outcome was a certain death for them. And the same went for Honggu, whose presence alone could destabilize the entire 9 gates. He had intended to calculate the prowess of the legendary ghost immortal Lin Jiao. But the mere thought of attempting to gauge such a figure sent chills down his spine, as if he were contemplating an ancient deity. He feared that merely attempting to calculate would lead to his own demise by some unseen force. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the Black Wolf army halted just 50 meters before them, their piercing eyes glistening as they fixated upon the gathered leaders like predators eyeing their prey. As Zhang Qishan prepared to step forward for an introduction, a striking figure on a tall black steed approached the assembly. Esteemed leaders, I am Hong Feishui, the deputy commander of the Wolf Army. In the world of Jianghu, you may call me the Blade Wielder or Honggu. Today, I apologize for disturbing your territory upon our arrival. Honggu cupped her hands in greeting, acknowledging each leader of the 9 gates. If you knew you were intruding, why come at all? But I must say, this woman certainly has an impressive presence. 4th Master Shui Huan thought to himself, though he kept such musings to himself. Honggu, you honor us. I am Zhang Qishan, the city defense officer of Sand City and the leader of the 1st gate of the 9 gates. Zhang Qishan stepped forward, returning the gesture. 2nd Master Yuehong, Half-Cut Li, Shui Huan, Wu San and Amp, Appo's, The other leaders followed Zhang Qishan and Amp, Appo's lead, each offering their respectful greetings. Honggu, may I inquire as to the purpose of your army and Amp, Appo's visit to Sand City? After the formalities, Zhang Qishan looked up at Honggu on horseback and inquired. It was a peculiar situation, for here was the esteemed Zhang Qishan, commander of thousands, and the foremost leader of the 9 gates, now having to gaze up at a woman seated upon her steed. Regardless of her rank as the sole disciple of that formidable figure, he felt he could not afford to show any displeasure. Esteemed Zhang, my army has returned to the southern province because my master and I are originally from here, as you may already know. Additionally, when we departed, we took with us many soldiers born in the southern province. Thus, our return is to settle down here. We chose Sand City as we believe it to be a splendid locale. Honggu spoke, her meaning clear even though she did not finish her thought. In that moment, the atmosphere grew tense. The leaders of the 9 gates fell silent, with Zhang Qishan lost in contemplation. Honggu did not interrupt, patiently awaiting their response. Today, in the city of Sha, they are determined to enter, regardless of resistance. As for any attempts to obstruct their passage, a slight smirk graced Honggu and Appo's lips. The nearly 10,000 soldiers of the Wolf Army behind her would undoubtedly welcome any hindrance, for many had grown restless along the journey. If a battle could be fought at this moment, Miss Hong, I wonder if Lord Lin Jiao has also arrived? Zhang Qishan suddenly inquired, lifting his gaze. Upon hearing this, the heads of the 9 gates all looked towards the figure of Honggu on horseback, their expression shrouded in ambiguity. Of course, the absence of that esteemed figure would not deter them from preventing the approaching army from entering the city. Had they not encountered this army yesterday, and had Lord Qi not made calculations, perhaps some would still have boasted bravado, speaking recklessly of confronting them. However, having witnessed the might of this army firsthand, coupled with Lord Qi and Appo's calculations, they were no longer inclined to engage in a futile endeavor against such overwhelming odds. This sentiment was shared by Zhang Qishan and the other heads of the 9 gates. The only reason for the inquiry was their desire to meet the legendary figure. Miss Hong, please invite the esteemed heads to take a seat. Suddenly, as Honggu pondered her response, a voice resonated amidst the crowd. This singular act astonished Zhang Qishan and the others. What formidable skill was this? The figure remained unseen, yet the voice clearly reached every ear present. As they proceeded towards the heart of the Wolf Army alongside Honggu, their astonishment escalated into sheer amazement. They had walked over 100 meters, and the voice had traveled such a distance, allowing each person to hear it distinctly. Regardless of Zhang Qishan and Appo's ongoing existential doubts. Lin Jiuyang emerged from a black Ford sedan before them. Concurrently, soldiers parted to form a large circle, placing a sizable round table in the center, adorned with tea and refreshments. Esteemed heads, please be seated. Lin Jiuyang addressed Zhang Qishan and the others. We dare not. Senior, please, after you. Lin Jiuyang and Apos. S voice roused them from their reverie. Gazing at the strikingly handsome, slender young man dressed in an extraordinary black military coat, they found it hard to believe he was the legendary ghost immortal, Lord Lingio. After all, his youthful appearance was astonishingly comparable, if not slightly younger, than several among them. Indeed, the adage that one should not judge by appearances was vividly illustrated in this moment. Yet, regardless of his youthful visage, his prowess, status, and capabilities were undeniable, and the members of the Nine Gates dared not underestimate him. Lord Zhang, Lingio interjected, to address me so is truly excessive. If you do not mind, you may call me Qishan. Zhang Qishan quickly replied. Very well. In that case, I shall speak plainly. I wish to enter Sha City. Thereafter, the Wolf Army and the Nine Gates can form an alliance, or maintain a peaceful coexistence. You shall remain the defense officer of Sha City, and I shall not interfere. I will not intervene. As Lin Jiuyang spoke, the dialogue between him and the heads of the Nine Gates, led by Zhang Qishan, unfolded smoothly. They even reached agreements on several mutually beneficial projects, leaving both parties in high spirits. Chapter 31. The Crystal of Laws and the Visit from Jude Kaobei. Days later. In the western street of Sand City, a grand and imposing mansion stood proudly. Above its grand entrance, the characters Lin Mansion were inscribed with the precision of a chisel. This was a gift from the leaders of the Nine Gates, bestowed upon Lin Jiuyang after leading the Wolf Army into the city. Following discussions held outside the city days prior, the Nine Gates had also agreed to allocate half of Sand City for the management of the Wolf Army. In return, Lin Jiuyang promised that the Wolf Army would come to the aid of the Nine Gates in times of danger. At this moment, within the Lin Mansion, Lin Jiuyang was engrossed in the study of an object in a specially excavated underground chamber. This object was a diamond-shaped crystal resembling stone. It was acquired during a time-limited event over the past 3 years, and the system described it as follows. Minor Law Crystal. It contains countless fragments of the fundamental source of laws. The description was straightforward and somewhat blunt. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that despite the simplicity of the system and Apos' characterization, Lin Jiuyang had been tirelessly researching this crystal since the moment he obtained it. After considerable effort, he had indeed made significant discoveries. For instance, he realized that the flying knives within the treasured box of the Blade of the Red Maiden were reinforced with inscriptions every few months. This was due to the fact that the strength of his inscriptions was directly linked to the mental energy exerted during their creation. Thus, unless creatures like the six-winged centipede or the evil one were infused with his blood, the effects could not be deemed permanent, particularly since they would dissipate upon his death or departure from this world. However, upon acquiring the Minor Law Crystal, he discovered that he could inscribe any rune he desired at will. This was likely because the crystal appeared to enhance both the speed of his inscription and the duration of the inscription's power. It even enabled him to achieve a truly permanent effect of the runic power. Furthermore, considering the system and Apos' description of countless laws, even if they were severely fragmented, they were still laws. His comprehensive collection of runes was, in essence, formed through the various forces of laws present in the universe. Ultimately, after a series of experiments, it became evident that his conjectures were correct. The Blade of the Red Maiden was entirely liberated from his control, evolving into an independent spiritual artifact, or rather, a divine tool. Subsequently, he utilized the power of the Law Crystal to forge a runic artifact for the Evil One and Lehigh. During this process, he encountered a challenge. To ensure the permanence of the runic power on an object or creature, he needed to hold the Law Crystal in his hand while inscribing the runes. While this seemed simple, the challenge lay in the fact that each time he inscribed runes, the Law Crystal emitted a blinding white light, exceedingly dazzling. This was the reason he had commanded the excavation of such an underground chamber. Now, with his core subordinates, each possessing a runic artifact, he began to ponder if there was a way to merge the Law Crystal with himself, thereby fully mastering and claiming the fragmented powers of the laws. Would this not allow him to inscribe runes as effortlessly as a mage casting instant spells? He envisioned a future where he could wield the powers of the laws directly, bypassing the need for rune inscription altogether. This notion consumed his thoughts, and over a year had passed since he acquired the Law Crystal. during which he had employed numerous methods. Yet he had still been unable to integrate the crystal into his body. Alas, it seemed this plan was a formidable and protracted endeavor. In his final attempt, Lin Zhuoyang sighed in resignation. Knock, knock, knock. Master Lin, a foreign gentleman has arrived, expressing a desire to meet you and bearing gifts. Suddenly, the voice of Li Hai, the butcher, echoed from outside the underground chamber. Upon hearing Li Hai and Apos' words, Lin Zhuoyang paused momentarily. A foreign gentleman? He could not recall befriending any foreigner since arriving in this world. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be him? What could he want? Bring him to the hall and wait for me. He instructed Li Hai, still perplexed. Understood. In the main hall of the Lin mansion, a well-dressed foreign gentleman with sharp eyes, a prominent nose, and golden hair sat by the tea table, quietly savoring his tea. To my surprise, this foreign friend has developed a taste for our nation and Apos' tea. I had thought you all preferred coffee. Lin Zhuoyang and Apos' voice resonated from outside the hall. Upon hearing his voice, the foreign gentleman promptly set down his teacup, leisurely stood up, and turned to face Lin Zhuoyang, who had entered the hall. Master Lin, I am Jude Caobei, a merchant from the land of beauty. Jude Caobei politely emulated the cultural etiquette of the Great Xia era, smiling and bowing to Lin Zhuoyang. He continued, the cultural history of Great Xia is profound, with remarkable excellence in every industry. The art of tea is particularly vast and intricate. Each sip brings forth a unique aroma, influenced by the origin of the tea leaves and the time of brewing. Each experience is a delightful variation, and I am still in the process of learning. With a humble demeanor, Jude Caobei spoke. Lin Zhuoyang took his seat at the head of the table, observing the eloquent and refined Jude Caobei, struggling to reconcile this image with the character he portrayed in the story. Nevertheless, he found himself appreciating this individual. Despite being a foreigner, Jude's ambition, cunning, patience, and scheming were undoubtedly among the upper echelons of this world. His only weakness seemed to be an obsession with immortality, to the extent that he would forsake everything for it, except perhaps life itself, for without life, what value is there in immortality? Well then, Mr. Jude Caobei from the land of beauty, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Lin Zhuoyang inquired directly. Master Lin, my visit is primarily motivated by your remarkable deeds that I have heard of. I am deeply enamored with the culture of Great Xia, and thus. Chapter 32, Longevity, Immortality, the Fusion of Crystal Stones. What could Mr. Jude Cao possibly wish to know? Before Jude Cao could finish his statement, Lin Zhuoyang interrupted. Well, Mr. Lin Zhuoyang, when I first arrived in the southern province, I heard rumors that you single-handedly vanquished a warlord. To be honest, when I heard this news, I was quite astonished. Mr. Jude Cao, if you have nothing of importance to say, you may take your leave. Lin Zhuoyang impatiently interrupted Jude Cao and Apos' roundabout speech. Honestly, I am aware of your cunning nature and deep thoughts, but could you please get to the point? With the time spent listening to your idle chatter, I could have already figured out how to fuse the crystal stones. Upon seeing the impatience on Lin Zhuoyang and Apos' face, the shrewd Jude Cao quickly fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Mr. Lin Zhuoyang, I know you are a legend in your field, even referred to as a myth, so I am curious to know, is there really immortality in this world? Hearing this, the impatient Lin Zhuoyang thought to himself. As expected, this fellow has already become infatuated with the idea of immortality. After pondering for a moment, he replied, well, that depends on your interpretation. Upon hearing Lin Zhuoyang's words, Jude Cao's eyes instantly brightened, and he hurriedly urged, please enlighten me, Mr. Lin Zhuoyang. TSK. In my opinion, immortality does not truly exist. As soon as he began, Jude Cao's expression darkened. However, longevity should be attainable. After all, when a person's lifespan reaches a century, a millennium, or even 10 millennia, how's that different from immortality? Wouldn't you agree? Lin Zhuoyang gazed at Jude Cao. Then, I wonder if Mr. Lin Zhuoyang. Hi Z. I'm exhausted. Escort our guest out. Without waiting for Jude Cao to finish, Lin Zhuoyang abruptly stood up and called out to Li Hai. Yes, Master Zhuoyang. Mr. Jude Cao, please. Upon hearing Lin Zhuoyang and Apos' command, Li Hai promptly approached, blocking Jude Cao, who wished to continue his inquiries. As he watched Lin Zhuoyang and Apos' retreating figure, Jude Cao was filled with confusion. Immortality may be a myth, but those who live long. Reflecting on Lin Zhuoyang's earlier words, he furrowed his brow as Li Hai escorted him out of the Lin residence. After Jude Cao and Apos' departure, Lin Zhuyang appeared at a window of a small building within the Lin residence, where he could just catch a glimpse of Jude Cao and Amp, Apos, departing silhouette. TSK. Jude Cao, I have presented you with a mystery. It remains to be seen how you will proceed. Longevity, indeed. In the blink of an eye. More than half a year had passed since Lin Zhuyang and the others arrived in Shaoqing. Within the secret chamber of the Lin residence, bursts of white light flickered. Suddenly, haraha, it is almost complete, just a little more. Indeed, mental strength is the key to fusing the crystal stones. In the secret chamber, Lin Zhuyang gazed at the floating, shimmering crystal of laws before him, exclaiming in delight. After months of diligent study, he finally discovered the faint connection between himself and the crystal of laws when he inscribed the runes, mental strength. However, it seemed his mental power was still insufficient. It needed to be robust enough to fully connect with the crystal, thereby merging it. Damn it. Am I really to give up just like that? In the past, my mental power was around 400 to 500 points, or even 700 to 800 points. Yet now, with 900 points, I can barely sense this connection. How absurd. My mental power is supposed to be exceptional. Within the secret chamber, Lin Zhuyang was nearly driven to madness, running around in frustration while tugging at his hair. Wait, it's been so long, perhaps I should give it a try? If I want to do it, I and Amp, Apos, LL do it. System, activate. Beep. 8-month limited time check-in detected. Beep. Check-in successful. Beep. Congratulations. Host has achieved mastery in the skill of divine consciousness manipulation. Beep. Congratulations, host has received a skill upgrade card. All rewards have been automatically distributed. As the series of notifications echoed in his mind, Lin Zhuyang soon felt something amiss with his brain, or rather, with his mental strength. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated within his mind, causing him to bleed from his orifices, his entire brain spinning. Even with his current mental power of 900 points, he could barely withstand it. After resting for a brief moment, he regained his composure, only to be met with another series of explosive sounds. I can't take it anymore. Boom. Was with a resounding crash accompanied by a buzzing sound. Lin Zhuyang felt as though he had been transported to another realm, a gray, boundless expanse. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to return to reality. No, something felt off. It was exceedingly strange. Observing his surroundings, he continued to gaze. The entire secret chamber, the whole Lin residence. The entire western street of Shaoqing, a substantial portion of Shaoqing, more than half of Shaoqing, the entirety of Shaoqing, until he glimpsed beyond its borders. Damn, is this a god and Amp, Apos' perspective? It was only at that moment that Lin Zhuyang regained his senses. Then, with a swift motion, he found himself back in that gray, nebulous realm. Standing amidst this gray world, Lin Zhuyang contemplated calmly. The previous scene resembled a god and Apos' perspective. Or perhaps that was what they termed divine consciousness. And here, could this be my mental realm? If so, how do I exit? As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping him. Ugh, my head hurts. Opening his heavy eyelids, a sense of reality washed over him. Lin Zhuyang beheld the crystal of laws still floating in midair, illuminated by the chamber and Apos' light. He slowly reached out to grasp the crystal, only to be met with. Host, Lin Zhuyang bloodline. First unique beast, 3-headed dragon, 50, bloodline abilities, immortality. Immunity to all poisons, evil suppression, dragon-s roar resounding in heaven, dragon-s might commanding the world. Primary dragon transformation with inherent dragon transformation abilities, physical qualities, 1,000, 10,000, mental strength, 10,000, 100,000 skills, 1 palm to rule the world, LV3, control of law runes. LV4. Sonic speed technique, max level, items, fire god Gatling, endless throwing knives, hundreds of tons of munitions, tanks. Several hours later, Lin Zhuyang awoke from the secret chamber, gazing at his newly updated personal information panel. The original skill of rune inscription mastery was gone, as was the divine consciousness manipulation he had just acquired, replaced instead by a brand new skill, control of law runes. Staring at the name of the skill on the panel, he closed his eyes and envisioned a boundless, vibrant world. This was the current state of his mental realm, a stark contrast to the previous gray expanse. Simultaneously, he utilized the skill upgrade card on the nearly maxed sonic speed technique. Thus, he had fully fused with the crystal of laws, gaining command over the laws. Although incomplete, he sensed that he could now advance certain plans in this world. Chapter 33. The plot commences. Months have passed. In the residence of the Lin family in Sand City, within the courtyard that boasts a labyrinth of 9 entrances and exits, Lin Jiuyang reclines leisurely in a chaise longue, flanked by Eli and Honggu. In front of them stands Li Hai, slightly bowing as he speaks. Master Jiuyang, this encapsulates all that has transpired in Sand City over the past year. Have there been any developments with the 9 gates? After Li Hai recounts the activities of the Wolf Army in Sand City over the past year, Lin Jiuyang's thoughts drift to the 9 gates, which he has not visited in quite some time. Master, Zhang Qishan of the 9 gates has sought you out several times over the past year. However, due to your seclusion, I have had to turn him away each time. Additionally, other heads of the 9 gates have also visited a few times, including that foreigner named Chiu Dikao. Beyond that, there is nothing noteworthy. Nodding at Honggu and Appo's words, Lin Jiuyang inquires. Did Zhang Qishan mention the purpose of his visits? No, he merely stated he wished to pay his respects, a simple courtesy. Very well. By the way, Haizi, how fares the task I entrusted to you? Suddenly recalling the matter he had assigned to Li Hai 2 months prior, Lin Jiuyang queries. Master, the task remains in progress. Due to your specifications, we have only located 11 individuals thus far. Li Hai respectfully responds with a slight bow. Is that so? Indeed. Given the height of 2 meters and the unique nature of their previous profession, it is quite challenging to find them during this period. Let us take our time. Lin Jiuyang speaks with a nonchalant tone. Yes. Li Hai exhales lightly, relieved by this response. Report. At that moment, a soldier from the Wolf Army approaches, shouting loudly. Speak. Li Hai glances at the soldier. Report to Master Jiuyang and Deputy Commander Li Yingzhong. The surveillance target assigned by the regiment has appeared. Upon hearing this, both Honggu and Li Hai display a flicker of surprise, turning their gazes toward Lin Jiuyang. Although such occurrences are not unprecedented, the accuracy of each revelation continues to astonish them. The source of their current astonishment stems from several months ago when Lin Jiuyang, having fully integrated the law crystal, used his seclusion as an excuse to study the mastery of law inscriptions. During this process, he recalled the origins of the old 9 gates and the enigmatic train, prompting him to instruct Li Hai to monitor the train station in Sand City. To their astonishment, it has indeed manifested. The plot thickens. Lin Jiuyang muses. Reclining in his chaise longue and gazing up at the cerulean sky, Honggu and Li Hai exchange puzzled glances. What is commencing? What is the situation with the train that has appeared at the station? Haizi, prepare the vehicle. Lin Jiuyang rises from his chaise longue, addressing Li Hai beside him. Master, where are we headed? Though uncertain of the circumstances, Li Hai is unwavering in his willingness to act upon Lin Jiuyang and Appo's command. To the Pear Garden. To enjoy a performance. On the streets of Sand City, a gleaming black Ford sedan glides along, flanked by 2 squads of soldiers clad in black military attire, emblazoned with a wolf and Appo's head on their shoulders, armed with submachine guns, escorting the vehicle towards the Pear Garden. ISN and Appo's that vehicle. The leader of the Wolf Army and Appo's What do you mean and Appo's? ISN and Appo's and Appo's. It absolutely is. Yes. I saw it when the Wolf Army entered the city a year ago. Indeed, but since that one sighting a year ago, I haven't and Appo's seen it again. Right. The person inside is of considerable import. It has been a year since I have only heard his name without laying eyes on him. Why has he suddenly ventured out today? Do you think it might be related to that ghostly train that appeared at the train station last night? Surely not. I heard that the Buddha has cordoned off the entire station. And so what? Have you forgotten that even the Buddha personally went out to welcome the Wolf Army when they entered the city a year ago? We ought not to speculate on matters concerning these prominent figures. Why not? The Wolf Army is thriving. They have been in the city for a year. And look how well everything is managed here. By the way, do you know what that ghostly train at the station is about? Who knows? I heard that when this situation was discovered last night, the entire station was surrounded by the Buddha and his men, not allowing anyone to take a look. Inside the Ford sedan, Lin Jiuyang remains impassive, listening to the chatter from the streets, his gaze fixed out the window, lost in thought. SKRRT. Master, we have arrived. As the Ford sedan comes to a halt, Li Hai in the passenger seat turns to address him. Let us enter and enjoy the performance. With that, Li Hai promptly opens the door, proceeding to the rear door to assist Lin Jiuyang. Meanwhile, Honggu opens her own door and steps out. Deputy Commander Hong, Captain Li, what brings you two here? At this moment, a middle-aged man in charge of managing the Pear Garden approaches, eager to greet them. Our master Jiuyang is in good spirits today and wishes to come for a performance. Is there an issue, Manager Lu? Li Hai queries the manager of the pear garden while subtly winking at him. Although Lin Jiuyang cannot see this gesture, he is fully aware of it through his other senses. Despite the law crystal seemingly consuming the mental powers he had acquired from the techniques of divine consciousness and inscription mastery, this fusion has resulted in a profound transformation within his mental realm. Thus, although he lacks the divine consciousness from the techniques, his mental world has evolved into a unique and potent force, which he refers to as the eye of the world. Through it, he can perceive the entirety of existence. Of course, he is not yet capable of such feats. What? This gentleman is. Upon hearing Li Hai and Amp, Appos, S introduction of the young man beside him, the manager and Amp, Appos, S face reflects astonishment. Having never encountered the legendary Lin Jiuyang, he assumed that today was merely a visit from Hong Gu and Li Hai with a friend for tea and a performance. Ah, Master Jiuyang, greetings. I am Lushan, the manager of this pear garden, and I am here to extend my warmest welcome on behalf of my master. Enough with the formalities, Lu. Quickly take us inside and arrange for us a prime seat. My master is eager to enjoy the performance. Before Manager Lu can finish his sentence, Hong Gu impatiently interrupts him. Observing Hong Gu and Appos' familiarity, Lin Jiuyang glances at Li Hai with the eye of the world, then at the manager of the pear garden, piecing together the situation. Yes, I have been remiss. How could I let Master Jiuyang linger outside? Please, Master Jiuyang, Deputy Commander Hong, Captain Li, follow me. Manager Lu promptly replies, turning to lead them into the pear garden. Chapter 34, The Burly Man's Demise, Red Ant's Fury. Under the leadership of Lushan, the steward, the three soon entered the pear garden. Applause and cheers filled the air. Upon entering, Lin Jiuyang heard the enthusiastic clapping and shouts of approval. Looking towards the stage from the entrance, he spotted the familiar figure of Yuehong, dressed in an intricately embroidered costume and adorned with heavy makeup. Yuehong was performing Farewell, My Concubine. As if sensing something, Yuehong glanced toward Lin Jiuyang, momentarily pausing before quickly resuming his performance. However, a thought lingered in his mind. How peculiar. What occasion brings this gentleman out today? At the moment their eyes met, Lin Jiuyang offered a slight nod to Yuehong. Following Lushan, they proceeded to the VIP seats on the second floor. Once there, the view expanded, allowing them to see both the audience below and Yuehong's every movement on stage. As Lin Jiuyang observed the figure exuding a gentle yet powerful presence on stage, he couldn't help but muse. If Yuehong were a woman, with such a figure and beauty, countless men would surely be captivated by her charm. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from a table near the stage. A burly man, clad in a flamboyant floral coat, adorned with a thick gold chain and clutching two shiny walnuts, slammed his teacup down and bellowed, drawing the attention of everyone in the pear garden. Hey, what kind of nonsense is this? This isn't manly at all. You'd be better off at a brothel. Without a hint of respect for Lushan or Yuehong, the man continued to make a spectacle of himself, nonchalantly resting his foot on a chair while spinning his walnuts, addressing both the steward and the performer with brazen disregard. Hey, you down there, turn down the volume. Abruptly, Red Ant and Amp, Appos' voice cut through the noise. Lin Jiuyang, taken aback by her interjection, thought, My dear apprentice, are you about to claim a trophy? After all, he recalled that these ruffians were supposed to be dealt with by Zhang Qishan. Lo and behold, a woman has indeed appeared. The burly man laughed heartily to his companions. Look at her. She might be worth a glance. The others joined in, mocking and jesting, entirely oblivious to the danger they were courting. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Li Hai, standing behind Lin Jiuyang, silently mourned for the brash men below. Oh, dear warriors, I hope you can leave Sha City unscathed. Yet, observing Red Ant's expression, he realized that merely surviving the pear garden would be a stroke of luck for them. Red Ant and Appos' face darkened as she glared at the intruders. Recalling that in all her years since leaving Xieling and following her master, no man had dared to provoke her so openly. Hey, girl, don't waste time. Come to me for warmth. The burly man shouted, his arrogance reaching new heights. The audacity of their taunts was unbearable, even for Yuehong, who advised, Friends, I earnestly suggest you leave while you still can. Why should we run? We're not afraid, they retorted, dismissing the warning. Suddenly, Red Ant's voice boomed from below. If you don't flee now, your demise is imminent. Before they could react, she descended swiftly. Wow, you're quick to come down. What is the rush to my embrace? With a swift movement, the man with the walnuts was sent flying, proving that those who court danger often meet their end swiftly. On the second floor, Lin Juyang observed the chaos unfolding below, sharing a knowing glance with Li Hai, who nodded in agreement. Ah, Li Hai. My apprentice possesses both beauty and grace, ideally suited for marriage. Yet, with such a temper, who would dare approach her? Coughing from the absurdity of the statement, Li Hai inwardly lamented, "Oh, my esteemed master, you may say such things, but please do not involve me." Meanwhile, Red Ant, having just dispatched the burly man, was incensed by Lin Juyang's remarks. "What do you mean? Will no man dare to marry me? How dare you suggest that?" At that moment, the man she had just dispatched struggled to his feet, brandishing a pistol and aiming it at her. In an instant, a glint of metal flashed as a flying knife appeared suspended in the air beside Red Ant. The burly man, feeling an ominous chill, reached for his throat. But before he could react, his head rolled away. A collective gasp echoed through the pear garden. Even Yuehong felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing the imminent danger, it was clear to him that, even with his skills, facing Red Ant would lead to a grim fate. And this was merely one of her flying knives. He knew she possessed a total of 99. Chapter 35, Zhang Qishan arrives, the southern and northern dynasties ring. Silence. Stillness. At this moment, the pear garden was enveloped in an atmosphere never before experienced. Simultaneously, the other individuals accompanying the burly man were drenched in cold sweat. The reason was, they recognized Honggu, or rather, the flying dagger suspended in midair, although they were neither from Yun province nor from Southern province. As frequent visitors to this realm, they were aware of certain matters within it. Among these matters, the most noteworthy was Gui Xian Linqiuyi, a godlike figure, and those associated with him. The woman and imp, Appos, prowess before them, along with the flying dagger, reminded them of what they knew. That is, the only disciple of Gui Xian Linqiuyi, the blade wielder, Honggu, the woman said to have inherited Linqiuyi's complete teachings. At this moment, Honggu turned to look at them. Instantly, thud, thud. This lady, no, this esteemed lady, we did not know you were. Tap, 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 who dares to cause a commotion here? Suddenly, a rhythmic sound of footsteps and a voice filled with fury emanated from outside the door. Following that, Zhang Qishan and Amp, Appos, aide, Zhang Rishan, entered with two squats, one in yellow military uniforms and the other in black. As soon as Zhang Rishan stepped inside, he spotted a headless corpse on the floor along with a severed head nearby. "Rishan, what is going on?" Zhang Qishan and Appos' voice rang out from behind. Not long after, Zhang Qishan, clad in a military cloak, entered. Observing the immobile Yuehong, who should still be performing on stage, he glanced at Honggu and her flying dagger. Then at the headless corpse on the ground, and instantly pieced everything together. "Miss Hong, what happened to make you so furious?" Zhang Qishan inquired with a smile. "Buddha, this matter is not Miss Hong's fault. The troublemakers are entirely that one on the ground, and these few kneeling here," Yuehong interjected on behalf of Honggu. "Oh." Upon hearing Yuehong's words, Zhang Qishan turned his gaze to the kneeling individuals beside Honggu, his expression filled with curiosity as he looked back at Yuehong. Ahem. These individuals first disrupted the order of the pear garden. When Miss Hong spoke up to stop them, they made some taunting remarks towards her. Yuehong naturally understood Zhang Qishan and Appos' gaze and began to recount the details. After listening to Yuehong and Appos' account, Zhang Qishan, though discreet, could already envision the scene. He glanced at the burly men still kneeling beside Honggu and the headless corpse on the ground. TSK. Impressive, gentlemen. You dared to provoke her. No wonder she was so enraged that she revealed her flying dagger. Zhang Rishan, standing behind Zhang Qishan, looked at the culprits with admiration. After all, in the past year, he had often interacted with Honggu and even practiced with her. Regarding her martial prowess, Zhang Rishan could only say she was second to none. With the first being Lin Jiuyi. "Miss Hong, how about this? Hand these individuals over to me, and I will ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. As for today's incident, all right. If Buddha wishes to take them, then so be it. I was merely too angered earlier and failed to exercise restraint. I must apologize to Yi." Honggu waved her hand and turned about to Yuehong. "As for the matter, since it occurred in my pear garden, and Miss Hong suffered from these ruffians because of me, I must bear part of the responsibility." Yuehong replied courteously. "Ahem. Since you all enjoy chatting so much, why not come up and sit down for a discussion?" On the second floor, Lin Zhouyang addressed those below. Downstairs, despite the passage of a year, Zhang Qishan vividly recalled that voice. As he raised his gaze towards the source, he beheld the figure from a year prior. "Esteemed sir, when did you emerge?" Zhang Qishan silently mused, then cupped his hands and said, "Lin Jiuyi, it has been a long time. What brings you here today? Why not come up and join us?" Lin Jiuyang replied, "Very well." Zhang Qishan agreed and began to ascend to the second floor. "Yi, if you do not intend to continue performing, why not join us as well?" Lin Jiuyang invited Wehong, who hesitated momentarily but eventually nodded in agreement. After a quarter of an hour, once Wehong had escorted the remaining individuals out of the pear garden, she arrived in the private room on the second floor. "Yi has arrived? Please have a seat." Lin Jiuyang greeted her. "Thank you, Jiuyi." Wehong bowed, and then took a seat. "Jiuyi, I have heard you." As their conversation unfolded, Zhang Qishan suddenly produced a ring from his pocket and addressed Wehong. "Yi, your family is quite familiar with artifacts from the southern and northern dynasties. Might you have seen this ring?" Upon hearing Zhang Qishan's words, Wehong instinctively glanced at the ring. In an instant, her expression shifted to one of great distress, yet recalling the presence of Jiuyi and Buddha beside her, she quickly regained her composure and shook her head, saying, "I have not seen it." Observing Wehong and Appo's response, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue crossed Zhang Qishan and Appo's eyes. He had distinctly noticed the change in her expression moments ago, indicating that she must possess knowledge of the ring. Yet now, Yi, if you have any information regarding this ring, I implore you to share it for Buddha. Lin Jiuyang suddenly interjected, "Since Jiuyi is present, let us discuss other matters." With a deep breath, Wehong responded. "This." Zhang Qishan looked at the suddenly irate Wehong, momentarily bewildered by her anger, only to furrow his brow in silence. TSK, artifacts from the southern and northern dynasties. At this moment, Lin Jiuyang took the ring from Zhang Qishan and, observing the red narcissus pattern, remarked, "I have heard that the former family crest of Aria's household was the red narcissus. I wonder why it was later changed to the azalea. Yi, could this possibly belong to your family?" Having broached a sensitive topic he had wished to avoid, Lin Jiuyang and Appo's inquiry immediately darkened Wehong and Appo's expression. However, considering the identity of the person before her, she ultimately refrained from expressing her frustration. "Yi, both of us belong to the upper echelon of the old Nine Gates. If this matter were not significant, I would not seek your assistance. If you truly possess any knowledge, I beseech you to lend your aid." Zhang Qishan also chimed in. Chapter 36. The Young Lady. "Alas, Buddha, you know well that I have not laid a hand on that which lies beneath for quite some time," sighed Wehong as he gazed at the ring in Lin Jiuyang and Appo's hand. Zhang Qishan, upon witnessing this, understood his answer and also recognized the reason behind Wehong's decision to refrain from venturing into the tombs and from engaging with the subterranean matters. What in this world is love? It compels one to pledge their life and death. Suddenly, Lin Jiuyang uttered this into the air. Wehong and Zhang Qishan exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the situation. In the private room, Honggu and Li Hai simultaneously smacked their foreheads. "Master, Jiuyang has lost his senses again." "Second master, I have heard that your wife is extraordinarily beautiful, a paragon of grace, and it is precisely for this reason that you are utterly captivated by her, even forsaking your ancestral craft. I wonder, might I have the honor of visiting your home?" Lin Jiuyang turned to Wehong and inquired. "This. I must apologize. Jiuyang, my wife has been unwell in recent years, so I fear." Wehong, unable to decipher Lin Jiuyang and Appo's meaning, could only decline gracefully. "Oh, unwell, you say? Alas, I thought it was something else. A trivial matter. I possess a modicum of knowledge in the art of Qi Huang. If second master does not mind, might you take me to see her? Perhaps I could be of assistance," Lin Jiuyang casually remarked. Upon hearing Lin Jiuyang's words, both Wehong and Zhang Qishan were expressions of disbelief. After all, over the past few years, they had sought numerous renowned physicians and celebrated local doctors. Yet all had proven futile. However, considering certain reasons, they refrained from voicing their skepticism. Wehong pondered for a moment, preparing to politely decline once more when he suddenly froze. Similarly, Zhang Qishan was taken aback. Qi Huang, a modicum of knowledge? Instinctively, they had deemed it impossible, or at least hard to believe. Yet, the words of the individual before them, suggesting even a slight understanding, hinted at something potentially significant. In that instant, Zhang Qishan and Er Yuehong exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken thoughts in the other's eyes. Were it anyone else who had uttered such words, they would have dismissed it outright or scoffed. Yet, this man stood before them, an almost mythic figure within their circle. Perhaps his modest claim of understanding was indeed formidable, or even extraordinarily so. Moreover, even if he could not cure the young lady, perhaps with his mysterious background, he had encountered similar conditions before. Thus, second master, rather than waiting for an auspicious day, let us embark forthwith, Er Yuehong declared decisively. This? Lin Zhuoyang was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, Er Yuehong had seemed intent on refusal, yet now he had come to a resolution? Very well then. I have been in Shaching for quite some time without proper exploration. Let us proceed to Second Master's abode today, Lin Zhuoyang said, standing up. Er Yuehong, sensing the urgency, immediately rose and opened the door, exuding an air of hurried anticipation. Zhang Qishan, witnessing this, also stood up and hastily followed suit. Shaching, the Hong Manor. In merely half an hour, several cars had arrived and stopped at the entrance of the Hong Manor. Upon arrival, Er Yuehong was the first to disembark. Just then, the steward of the manor had already come out to greet him. Second master. The steward approached Er Yuehong with a courteous bow. How is the young lady today? Er Yuehong inquired, his gaze fixed on the steward. Alas, second master, the lady remains unchanged. She has taken several doses of medicine today, yet to no avail, the steward replied. Upon hearing this, Er Yuehong's brow furrowed tightly, his face a mask of concern. Do not fret, second master. Perhaps Zhuoyang will have a solution. At this moment, Zhang Qishan stepped beside Er Yuehong, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Nodding in response, Er Yuehong acknowledged. Oh my, second master. Your residence is quite magnificent. Lin Zhuoyang, now standing beside them, remarked, admiring the grandeur of the Hong Manor, which rivaled his own abode. Second master, please follow me. At the sound of Lin Zhuoyang's voice, Er Yuehong's thoughts immediately turned to the young lady, and he hurried to his side, grasping his arm to lead him into the manor. Lin Zhuoyang, understanding Er Yuehong's intentions, offered no resistance, allowing himself to be guided inside. It is worth noting that this situation had been instigated by Lin Zhuoyang himself. Otherwise, he would not have sought to visit Er Yuehong's home merely for the sake of companionship. He harbored no intentions of disrupting this couple. Shortly thereafter, under Er Yuehong's guidance, the group traversed the corridor and, after a brief passage of time, arrived at the door of a side chamber. Before they even entered, they were greeted by a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafting through the air. Simultaneously, a youthful voice resonated from within. Teacher and Apos, S. wife. I have procured this imported medicine with great difficulty. Once consumed, it shall surely cure your ailment. Oh, Chenpai, you are so thoughtful. A gentle voice, filled with affection, responded. Outside the door, upon hearing the voice, Er Yuehong's brow furrowed slightly. He pondered what concoction Chenpai had brought for the young lady, yet recognizing this was merely the child's filial piety. Coupled with the knowledge that the young lady would defend the boy, he refrained from intervening. Instead, he waited for the commotion to subside before intending to lead Lin Zhuoyang and the others inside. Had Lin Zhuoyang been privy to Er Yuehong's thoughts, he would have regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Oh, my naive second master, do you truly believe Chenpai's actions stem from filial devotion? This is clearly an obsessive infatuation. I have unwittingly stumbled upon a melodramatic plot, where a disciple has fallen in love with his master's wife. Time passed, and Er Yuehong had already ushered them into the room. Upon entry, Lin Zhuoyang's gaze fell upon a young lady seated by the bedside. She possessed a refreshing beauty, with a gentle and graceful demeanor, complemented by a pair of lively and playful eyes. Yet, perhaps due to her affliction, those eyes now reflected only an overwhelming pallor and numbness. This was Lin Zhuoyang's first impression of her. Second master, you have returned. The young lady, upon noticing Er Yuehong at the door, beamed with joy and rose to her feet. Er Yuehong, seeing this, hastened to her side, offering his support before she could approach him. Yes, I have returned, my dear, he said, his gaze filled with affection as he looked at the young lady in his arms. Allow me to introduce you. This is Buddha, whom you are acquainted with. And this gentleman is Lin Zhuoyang, whom I have mentioned to you. These two are his disciples and assistant, Miss Hong and Captain Li Hai. Chapter 37. A lesson for Chenpai. Upon hearing the words of the second master, the girl gazed at the man before her, who appeared significantly younger than her own second master, filled with a sense of bewilderment. Could this be the mythical Linju that the second master had spoken of? He seemed far too youthful. Chen Pai, standing nearby, also regarded Lin Zhiyang with a scrutinizing expression after hearing the introduction from Eriwang. During the entry of the wolf army into the city, he had been in the tomb and thus missed the events of that day. Upon returning, he had only heard second-hand accounts, as his territory lay outside the wolf army's jurisdiction. A year had passed, yet his focus had remained on his master's wife, leaving him little time to inquire about the wolf army. Now, witnessing a man of similar age to himself, who had garnered such high esteem in their circle, even being revered as a deity, Chen Pai felt a surge of animosity. How could someone, who seemed hardly older than he, achieve such acclaim and success? In essence, jealousy had distorted his perception. The girl, having encountered figures such as the Buddha and Linja, politely called out to everyone, "Xiao Hong, please prepare some food and tea. We have esteemed guests." She then addressed a nearby maid. "Yes, madam," the maid named Xiao Hong replied before exiting the room. "Come, sit down," Yue Hong urged the girl. "I have specially invited Jui to treat you. He will surely cure you." Hearing this, the girl smiled wryly. She was acutely aware of her condition. Moreover, with Linjud being so young, she doubted his medical skills. Nevertheless, considering he was invited by the second master and held a position of great respect within their circle, even surpassing the Buddha, she obediently extended her hand, ready for Lin Jui to take her pulse. "Master, no need. I have already found the medicine that can heal my master's wife. Trust me, it won't be long before she fully recovers." Suddenly, before Lin Zhiyang could approach to examine the girl, Chen Pai interjected with an inexplicable hostility. Did he possess some form of mind-reading ability, sensing her desire for care? Such nonsense. "Chen Pai, I understand your filial intentions, but you cannot bring back everything." Yue Hong admonished him. "What if there are issues with what you present to your master's wife? It won't happen. Master, they wouldn't dare deceive me. Otherwise, I would kill them," Chen Pai declared fiercely. "Oh dear. Second master, your disciple does not seem particularly wise. I would not be surprised if he were duped or even sold while helping others count their money." Lin Zhiyang interjected with a grin. "Scoundrel, who do you think you are to speak here?" Chen Pai retorted, brandishing his weapon, the 9-claw hook. "Oh no, this is bad." At that moment, both Erwahong and Zhang Qishan felt a jolt of alarm, their expressions shifting drastically. As expected, a deafening hum resonated through the air, and an overwhelming pressure, akin to the sky collapsing, enveloped the entire Hong residence. All present, except for Hong Gu, Li Hai, and the girl, collapsed to their knees. Unable to withstand the force, Chen Pai, especially, was pinned to the ground. On the floor, Chen Pai roared in anger, struggling to rise, his heart filled with dread. Only then did he comprehend why this man was referred to as the Ghost Immortal. Such pressure nearly crushed him. Was this truly a human being? The nicknames of the Jianghu were not without reason. Lin Zhug, Chen Pai is still a child. He does not understand. Please, have mercy and spare him this once, the girl implored, observing Chen Pai, whose face had flushed with strain. Had she been able to move, she would have knelt before him. "Madam, if Chen Pai is considered a child, what of those outside? What of those who have perished at his hands? Infants?" Lin Zhiyang glanced at the girl, contemplating her naive simplicity. Chen Pai, hearing his master's plea, did not want to cause her concern or ever plead for him. He exerted all his strength to rise, but it was futile. "Lin Jui, silence." Before the girl could continue, Lin Zhiyang's command rendered her mute. Her eyes widened in terror. What sorcery was this that silenced her? "Rest assured, second master, madam is unharmed. She merely cannot speak," Lin Zhiyang reassured, as he lifted the pressure from Zhang Qishan and the others, restoring the tranquility of the Hong residence. As soon as Hong regained her mobility, she rushed to embrace the girl, ensuring her well-being before casting a grateful glance at Lin Zhiyang. The intensity of the pressure she had just experienced left her certain that, had it been directed at the girl, the consequences would have been dire. Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan stood, astonished by the ghostly presence of Lin Zhiyang. After all, this was merely a display of pressure, an effortless demonstration of power. On the floor, Chen Pai continued to struggle. Yet Lin Zhiyang showed no intention of retracting his pressure. Instead, he intensified it slightly before taking his seat at the guest table, simultaneously lifting the girl's gag. He then pretended to examine her wrist with a delicate gesture. "Enough, shut your mouth," Lin Zhiyang ordered, listening to Chen Pai's futile cries. Upon his command, Chen Pai found himself utterly silenced, unable to produce a sound. Chapter 38. Denying your foolishness at the dining table, the girl gazed with concern at Chen Pai, who lay on the ground, mouth agape and silent. Er Wehong discerned her anxiety, but, seeing Lin Zhuoyang's focused pulse examination on the girl, chose to remain silent. She merely squeezed the girl's shoulders gently. Feeling the reassuring grip, the girl nodded in understanding to Er Wehong. After a moment, a sudden sound emerged from the prostrate Chenpai. Concurrently, the oppressive aura surrounding him dissipated entirely. With a deep breath, he lay on the ground, gasping for air. Feeling as though he had been reborn, for the first time, he beheld death beckoning him. What do you think I am now? Lin Zhuoyang opened his eyes, tilting his head toward the prostrate Chenpai. Chenpai, feeling guilty, could not meet his gaze. It was his fault. And he felt grateful for the teachings of Master Jiu. Hearing Lin Zhuoyang's words, Chenpai hastily turned to him, half kneeling in submission. Oh, you've changed your expression quite swiftly. However, I believe my master preferred your previous rebellious demeanor. Perhaps you might consider reverting to that for a moment, teased Honggu. Observing Chenpai, should he dare to revert, he would undoubtedly be subdued in an instant. Do not stoke the flames. Li Hai interjected, bemused by Honggu and Appo's jest. Both of you be quiet. Go out, find yourselves a man or a woman, and stop trailing behind me all day. Lin Zhuoyang commanded as he regarded Honggu and Li Hai. Master Jiu, how's the girl's condition? Er Wehong, who had been anxiously waiting, finally inquired. Her question timely interrupted Honggu and Li Hai, who were about to retort. A body riddled with wounds, vitality nearly extinguished. Lin Zhuoyang glanced at Er Wehong and then at the girl before uttering 8 words. Thud. Upon hearing this, Er Wehong collapsed to her knees, pleading earnestly with Lin Zhuoyang. I beseech you, Master Jiu, to save my girl. I, Er Wehong, am willing to offer everything from the Hong family to restore her health. I would brave any peril, even the fires of hell, for her sake. Second Master. The girl, well aware of her own condition, looked at the kneeling Er Wehong with a pained expression. Master Jiu, I too implore your assistance for the girl. I, Zhang Qishan, stand ready to relinquish all my wealth. Zhang Qishan added his plea. Wait, what are you two doing? I never said I wouldn't treat her. Lin Zhuoyang observed the serious expressions of Zhang Qishan and the kneeling Er Wehong. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force effortlessly lifted Er Wehong back to her feet. Master, I recently discovered a certain medicine. Do you think it might be of use? Before the still kneeling Chenpai could finish, Lin Zhuoyang bluntly interjected, Medicine? What kind of medicine? Poison, perhaps? Chenpai, you are an adult. How can you be so easily deceived? The outside world whispers of your ferocity, yet I cannot fathom why no one speaks of your astonishing foolishness. What do you mean, Master? Er Wehong glanced at the still kneeling Chenpai, seemingly connecting the dots, and looked toward Lin Zhuoyang. Chenpai, too, sensed a shift and stared intently at Lin Zhuoyang. What do you imply? I mean to say that your foolish disciple is truly foolish. Go examine the medicine you brought back. What is it? Western medicine. It comes in both injectable and oral forms, typically used for my soldiers when they suffer severe injuries, either for pain relief or surgical procedures. Indeed, that is the case. Honggu interrupted, brandishing the medicine Chenpai had returned with. Pain relief? Surgical procedures? Chenpai was bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Similarly, Er Wehong, unfamiliar with such matters, exhibited confusion, as did Zhang Qishan, who believed that traditional Chinese medicine surpassed Western medicine and thus had not paid attention to it. This medicine is called morphine, which serves to alleviate pain or numb nerves, and can even reduce anxiety. In essence, it relaxes the mind. That is why my master stated it is only used for my soldiers when they are severely injured or undergoing surgery, Honggu explained to the group. This stuff resembles opium somewhat, Zhang Rishan mumbled. Precisely. This substance is derived from opium. Thus, we seldom utilize it unless our men have severed limbs or severe injuries that they cannot endure. What? The revelation stunned Zhang Qishan and Er Wehong, as well as the others. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Er Wehong struck Chenpai across the face, exclaiming, You fool! You actually gave your master's wife this substance. Master, I was unaware. That is why I call you foolish. And let me add, while this can serve as a medication to alleviate severe pain, excessive use leads to addiction, just like opium. Lin Zhuoyang fanned the flames, understanding why Honggu and Li Hai occasionally acted irrationally. They had learned from him. Er Wehong and Appo's anger intensified upon hearing this. Yet, before she could act, Chenpai stood up, fierce and filled with rage. Addiction? What difference does that make to opium? They deserve to die. Though Chenpai was often oblivious, he harbored a profound hatred for such matters, especially as they concerned the woman he secretly admired. With that, He brandished his 9-claw hook and charged out. Yuehong remained still, but a shadow flickered across her gaze. Zhang Qishan, upon hearing of the addiction, lowered his head, his eyes gleaming with determination. Someone was targeting the Hong family. By manipulating the girl through Chenpai, they effectively controlled Yuehong. This realization resonated within both their minds. Li Hai, Hong Gu, follow him closely. Do not let that lad be deceived by anyone again. Furthermore, if you encounter those living comfortably, eliminate them all. Leave not a single one. Yes, Master, Jiao, Hong Gu and Li Hai nodded in agreement before swiftly pursuing Chenpai. As for those living well, it was a signal shared among the wolf army, referring to the affluent Ji family. Their unified strategy against such individuals was simple. The cherry blossoms in your hometown have bloomed. We have come to escort you home. Chapter 39, The Beautiful National Pavilion. Guishan style. Rishan, you should go too. Zhang Qishan initially seemed bewildered, but after a moment, he turned to Zhang Rishan and commanded. Yes, Buddha. Zhang Rishan replied and turned to leave the room. After they departed, Lin Zhuoyang looked at Yuehong, Zhang Qishan, and the girl. What's wrong, ninth master? The girl asked, puzzled, while Zhang Qishan and Yuehong noticed a hint of seriousness in Lin Zhuoyang's eyes. What sort of matter could cause this esteemed gentleman to frown? The girl and Apos' illness can be treated, but it and Apos' somewhat complicated. Upon hearing this, Yuehong became instantly excited, and even the girl wore an expression of disbelief. Ninth master. How complicated is it? Zhang Qishan, maintaining his composure, quickly focused on the key point. Well, first, we must detoxify. The corpse poison within her has spread throughout her body, even penetrating her internal organs and bone marrow. What? Corpse poison? Instantly. Yuehong's previously excited expression turned cold, and she furrowed her brow as she gazed at the girl before her. How could there be corpse poison in her? Zhang Qishan also glanced at the girl, then turned to Lin Zhuoyang, contemplating whether he might be mistaken. However, he ultimately refrained from speaking. For he had heard that Lin Zhuoyang had once entered the Bottle Mountain alongside the people from the Yuling and Shanshan sections. The ninth master had even subdued the corpse king of Xiangxi within the Bottle Mountain, which Zhang Qishan had seen in Lin's residence. The chilling, malevolent aura was unmistakable. Thus, with Lin Zhuoyang, who had the corpse king by his side daily, it was likely that no one understood corpse poison better than he did, which is why he naturally. Yuehong was also aware of this matter. But the girl had never come into contact with anything beneath. How could she have contracted corpse poison? Yuehong inquired. That is something we must ask her directly. It is impossible for someone to be afflicted with corpse poison without reason, unless someone deliberately poisoned her. Lin Zhuoyang looked at the girl and then at the two of them. At that moment, the girl recalled the hairpin that Chenpai had brought back, which had slipped from her grasp and fallen to the ground, causing her to accidentally cut herself when she picked it up. It seemed that ever since that incident, She-girl, have you remembered something? Yuehong asked, observing the girl's changing expression. The girl hesitated before finally speaking. A few years ago, Chenpai brought back a hairpin. As the girl recounted her story, the three quickly concluded that the hairpin must have been something from below. That damn disciple! Yuehong exclaimed angrily. Meanwhile, Chenpai, wielding a 9-claw hook, forcefully kicked open the door of the beautiful national pavilion. Those within quickly rushed out, brandishing their swords. A short woman in a tailored suit and military boots glared at Chenpai and asked, Master Chen, what do you mean by this? Humph, what do I mean? You should know better than I what you have given me. Chenpai replied with a fierce expression. Upon hearing his words, the woman's face instantly changed. Could it be that Chenpai had discovered the truth? Indeed, what Ninth Master said was true. Observing the woman and Apos' sudden change, Chenpai finally confirmed that he had been deceived. He immediately launched the 9-claw hook towards her. Clang! Clang! Two samurai, brandishing their swords, quickly defended the woman, shielding her behind them. Seeing this, Chenpai redirected his attack towards the nearest samurai. With a swift thrust, the 9-claw hook pierced through the chest of the samurai, resulting in his immediate demise. On the roof of a building slightly taller than the beautiful national pavilion, Hong Gu and Li Hai stood watching the battle below, where Chenpai was engaged in combat with the samurai. Shall we not intervene? Li Hai asked. There's no need. These petty foes are no match for Chenpai. If any true experts appear, we can act then, Hong Gu replied. That makes sense. Outside the beautiful national pavilion, Zhang Rishan leaned against the wall, arms crossed, listening to the sounds of battle inside, showing no intention of intervening. Clang! 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 Thud! 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 Inside the pavilion, Chenpai skillfully wielded the 9-claw hook, sending the samurai retreating. He exuded an aura of invincibility. Chinpai, do not overstep your bounds. This is the territory of the beautiful National Chamber of Commerce. I advise you to cease your actions immediately, or else the beautiful National Chamber and our Sakura Chamber will not spare you. Tanaka Ryoko lamented, watching her fallen compatriots. These were all elites sent from her homeland. Enough, Chinpai retorted, his expression fierce and impatient. Simultaneously, he accelerated his attacks with the nine-claw hook. In a certain room within the pavilion, Chiodiko sat calmly at a tea table, facing a man in his 40s or 50s clad in a black samurai outfit. Surrounding them were several samurai dressed in black, wearing masks and armed with swords. Unlike the samurai being slaughtered by Chinpai outside, these masked figures exuded an entirely different and formidable presence. Mr. Kamita, your Sakura soldiers are being slaughtered by Chinpai. Are you not planning to intervene? Chiodiko inquired while pouring tea for the man across from him. To die in battle is their fate, the man, referred to as Kamita, replied gently as he sipped from his cup. Chiodiko, hearing this, did not respond but merely smiled and shook his head, inwardly mocking the so-called spirit of Bushido. Kamita-san, that fellow outside is indeed troublesome. Why not allow us to deal with him? It would grant you and Mr. Chiodiko a peaceful tea time. Suddenly, one of the black-clad samurai stepped forward, bowing to Kamita, who was still enjoying his tea. Go ahead, but do not disgrace the Gushun style. Kamita finally nodded in agreement. Yes, we shall not bring shame to Guishun style. We will eliminate Chinpai. The black-clad samurai stepped forward in unison, bowing deeply. Outside, Chinpai continued to swing the nine-claw hook furiously. In a short time, only a handful of samurai and Tanaka Ryoko remained in the courtyard of the beautiful National Pavilion. Chinpai, you are courting death. Tanaka Ryoko, having picked up a sword, shouted angrily at Chinpai. She then charged towards him with the remaining samurai. Dare to deceive me? This is your fate. Chinpai snarled, his face twisted in rage as the nine-claw hook sliced through the air towards Tanaka Ryoko and the others. Just as the nine-claw hook was about to strike, a series of swift sounds pierced through the air. Clang! The nine-claw hook was suddenly knocked away, while several other projectiles whistled towards him. With a series of piercing sounds, Chinpai was struck by several darts, causing him to stagger backwards. Before he could regain his composure, Tian Zhongliang and his companions had already approached him. Accompanied by the glint of blades slicing through the air, Chinpai, already wounded by the darts, was further inflicted with several lacerations. Chapter 40, Lehigh and Amp, Oppo's, dominant entrance, sweeping the scene cough. Despicable. Chinpai, lying not far away, furiously rebuked the black-clad warriors who had suddenly appeared behind Tian Zhongliang and his companions. Haha. Despicable? No. This is simply the unique combat style of our Tortoise Grandson School ninjas. A black-clad warrior shook his finger in response. Your combat style is indeed quite distinctive. Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang out from an unknown source. Who goes there? In an instant, a dozen black-clad warriors warily scanned their surroundings. What are you looking at? You little shrimp. Boom. As the mysterious voice echoed, a tremendous roar followed. Pft. Boom. Abruptly, a nearly 2-meter-long, thick-bladed longsword descended from the heavens, reducing one black-clad warrior to mere remnants. Accompanying this was the figure of a man clad in a black military uniform and a black cap. Is it him? From a distance, Chinpai instantly recognized the newcomer as Lehigh, who had just been seen with Master Linjio. Friends, the cherry blossoms of your homeland have bloomed. I have come to escort you home. Lehigh stood beside the great sword, addressing the encircling Tortoise Grandson School ninjas. Ninja escape, the black-clad warriors shouted in unison. Immediately, clouds of smoke began to rise from beneath their feet, and their figures vanished from sight. TCH. Boring tactics. Lehigh observed the smoke, shaking his head. Die. Suddenly, a black-clad warrior appeared behind Lehigh, thrusting a katana directly towards his back. Simultaneously, several other black-clad figures emerged around Lehigh, brandishing swords and blocking all his escape routes. I already said these are tedious tactics. Lehigh frowned, extending his right hand, and with a flick of his fingers, the massive sword beside him took flight, executing a grand pirouette around him. Pft, 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 as the sounds of blades slicing through flesh filled the air. All the black-clad warriors surrounding him were decapitated, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the shadows, witnessing their comrades fall so easily, the remaining black-clad warriors were filled with dread. This was followed by waves of fury. The Tortoise Grandson School is invincible. With a voice echoing from the darkness, a flurry of whistling projectiles surged towards Lehigh. Annoying. Just die already. As the countless darts and hidden weapons approached, Lehigh instantly raised his arms towards the sky. Meanwhile, the great sword flew before him, emanating a faint glow. With a powerful downward thrust of his hands, the sword crashed to the ground. Boom. Accompanied by the tremendous roar of the sword hitting the ground, countless air blades erupted from its body, sending shockwaves in all directions. At the entrance of the hall, Zhang Rishan had rushed in as soon as Lehigh appeared. Witnessing the overwhelming force of the attack and the chilling sense of impending danger it evoked, he hastily grabbed the still-dazed Chen-Pai and fled from the hall. A quarter of an hour later, as the smoke from Lehigh's strike dissipated, Zhang Rishan cautiously led Chen-Pai back to survey the scene. Upon seeing the carnage within, both men gasped in shock. The front courtyard was a scene of devastation, littered with shattered bodies and the long sword and Appo's blade marks etched into the walls, densely packed. In the rear courtyard of the beautiful Nation Chamber of Commerce, in a former room, Chiodiko was following Kuei Tian into a secret passage. Upon hearing the distant screams, Kuei Tian sensed something was amiss, initially intending to investigate. He reached the door only to feel the instinct of a ninja warning him that stepping outside would mean certain death. Without hesitation, he abandoned the so-called Bushido spirit and turned back with Chiodiko, opening the secret passage to escape. In a hidden corner, Honggu stood, casually tossing throwing knives. Indifferent to their actions, once the two had completely entered the passage, Lehigh approached. What is happening? They escaped? Honggu replied, it was intentional. I originally wanted to eliminate them, but my master said to spare Chiodiko for future utility. And what about that ninja? Lehigh inquired. Ei Lai is waiting for him on the other side of the passage. Hearing this, Lehigh inhaled sharply, silently mourning for that individual. Honggu, Captain Li. Where is Chiodiko? At that moment, Zhang Rishan found his way here. He ran. Honggu glanced at him and replied casually. What? No way. Zhang Rishan was taken aback, for if Lehigh was so formidable, then as Linjiao and Appo's only disciple, Honggu should be even more capable of handling Chiodiko, right? It was intentional. Lehigh perceived Zhang Rishan and Appo's thoughts, patting his shoulder and then heading outside. Deputy Zhang, this place is entrusted to you. Honggu also patted his shoulder before departing. Chen-Pai, observing the two leave, glanced at Zhang Rishan and approached, intending to pat his shoulder. However, Zhang Rishan evaded him. What do you want? Speak plainly. It's nothing. Just wanted to say I'm leaving too. Chen-Pai retracted his outstretched hand and turned to depart. Alas, in the end, I bear it all. Watching the trio leave one after another, Zhang Rishan sighed helplessly. Outside the Chamber of Commerce, on the street, Chen-Pai, intending to return to the Hong residence, was intercepted by Honggu and Lehigh. Faced with the two, Chen-Pai felt somewhat guilty, having previously insulted Linjiao. He worried that they might be here for revenge, given that Linjiao and Appo's wolf army was said to hold him in high esteem and feared him greatly. Who would dare speak ill of Linjiao only to be thoroughly dealt with by them? Rumor had it that the consequences were severe. Moreover, those were merely the regular wolf army soldiers. Before him stood Lehigh, the feared commander of the Imperial Guard, and Honggu, Linjiao and Appo's disciple. Having just witnessed Lehigh and Appo's prowess, he assumed Honggu, as Linjiao and Appo's disciple, would be equally formidable. Chen-Pai, what are you thinking? Honggu inquired, observing his flickering gaze with curiosity. Huh? Oh, nothing. I was just wondering if there is something you need to discuss by stopping me? Chen-Pai quickly responded, snapping back to reality. We do have something to discuss, and it concerns your master. Lehigh began. What? My master? What happened to her? Upon hearing his master's name, Chen-Pai's heart raced with anxiety. Could it be? Was she addicted to that drug? Or? He dared not think further. Your master is fine, and my master is currently expelling the corpse poison from her body, so. Corpse poison? What corpse poison? How could my master? Shut up. Listen to me first. Red-faced, Honggu shouted at Chen-Pai, cutting him off. Chapter 41, The Life of Deergrass. Then he continued, if you recall the exquisite hairpin you brought back years ago, you should be able to deduce when your master's wife began to fall ill. Upon hearing this, Chen-Pai was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting on the time he had seen that beautiful jade hairpin, thinking it would be a lovely gift for his master's wife. Alas, the pin shattered, injuring her hand. And subsequently, the reason I have shared all this with you is to impress upon you the actions you must take upon your return. Your master is currently waiting for you at the Hong mansion. Honggu regarded the dazed Chen-Pai with an expression laden with meaning. She then exchanged a glance with Li Hai, and together they turned to leave. Meanwhile, within the Hong mansion, Er Yuehong and Zhang Qishan stood outside. Er Yuehong paced anxiously, occasionally glancing towards the room. After Hong Gu, Li Hai, and Zhang Rishan departed, Lin Jiuyang had suggested detoxifying the girl. Inside the room, the girl had succumbed to a deep slumber. Beside her bed lay a copper basin filled with dark blood. This was the result of Lin Jiuyang's invisible palm technique, which had expelled the corpse poison from within her. However, the toxin had already permeated her organs, making complete eradication a gradual process. While he possessed the ability to directly cleanse her body of the poison, ensuring her health and restoring her to normalcy, such actions would disrupt the unfolding narrative. He wished to explore certain revelations through the ensuing events. Thus, despite his sympathy for the girl's impending suffering, he felt compelled to prioritize his plans. Outside, Chen Pai contemplated for a long time before eventually returning to the Hong mansion. Observing his master Er Yuehong pacing restlessly in the furrowed brow of Zhang Dafu, he stepped inside. "Unfilial disciple, how dare you return?" Er Yuehong exclaimed angrily upon seeing Chen Pai. Thud. Chen Pai, faced with Er Yuehong and Appo's wrath, immediately knelt. "Master, strike me. It is all my fault for not heeding your words, which led to my master's wife being poisoned. I deserve this punishment." Slap. Slap. Chen Pai raised his hand, delivering multiple strikes to his own face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This sudden act rendered Er Yuehong speechless, as he contemplated how to address the kneeling Chen Pai, whose expression was filled with shame. Creak. At that moment, Lin Jiuyang opened the door. Er Yuehong hurriedly approached him. "Jiuyi, how is the girl?" Lin Jiuyang, noticing Er Yuehong's worried expression, smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, the detoxification is proceeding smoothly. Have someone take the copper basin and burn it in the fire." Upon hearing Lin Jiuyang's words, Er Yuehong's face lit up with excitement as he rushed into the room, followed closely by Zhang Qishan, while Chen Pai stood up and dashed after them. Upon entering, the trio beheld the pale girl on the bed and the copper basin filled with dark blood beside her. "Girl, how are you feeling?" Er Yuehong asked, concern etched on his face as he approached her bedside. Tu Yi, I feel much better. A sense of lightness envelopes me." "Is that so? Wonderful." Er Yuehong beamed at her response. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the copper basin filled with dark blood, and he turned angrily to Chen Pai. "Look, this is your doing." Chen Pai cast his eyes down in guilt. "Tu Yi, this is not the time for celebration." Lin Jiuyang interjected, re-entering the room. "The corpse poison has deeply penetrated her organs and even her marrow. I have only managed to expel a portion of it. The rest must be addressed gradually. The toxin has lingered too long within her, becoming part of her very being. Each detoxification leaves her weakened. She requires potent restorative medicine, lest." Lin Jiuyang paused, leaving the implication unspoken, yet understood by all present. "Jiuyi, whatever you need, simply say the word. I have a collection of aged medicinal herbs at my estate. I can send someone to retrieve them immediately," Zhang Qishan offered. "There are also some in the dock. I and Appo's. I'll fetch them right away," Chen Pai exclaimed, turning to leave in haste. Seeing Chen Pai rush out, Lin Jiuyang was exasperated. "Where are you going?" "I haven't and Appo's specified what I need yet. Do you even know what herbs I require?" But as Chen Pai had already dashed out, Lin Jiuyang turned his attention back to Zhang Qishan and Er Yuehong. "Most of the herbs can be procured with relative ease. I and Appo's gathered some over the years, including several rare specimens. However, we still lack the most crucial and elusive ingredient. Jiuyi, whatever it takes, I shall find it," Er Yuehong replied earnestly. Zhang Qishan nodded in agreement. Dear Grass. At Zhang Qishan and Appo's residence, the living room hosted Zhang Qishan, Er Yuehong, Qi Tizui, and Jiuyi. 3 days had elapsed since Lin Jiuyang had begun the girl and Appo's detoxification. Throughout these 3 days, Er Yuehong and Zhang Qishan had mobilized extensive resources and connections within the 9 gates to seek the elusive deer grass. Finally, today, Jiuyi had received news. "Old Jiu, what is the current status? Is it confirmed?" Zhang Qishan inquired, with Er Yuehong watching intently. Jiuyi first sipped from his teacup before addressing them. "Good Yi, Er Yi. I have confirmed the whereabouts of the deer grass. An auction will be held at the Xin Yue restaurant in Beiping in a few days, featuring deer grass as one of the main items." "Excellent." Er Yuehong and Appo's face radiated with excitement upon receiving this news. Though over the past 3 days, his wife had undergone 2 more detoxifications and taken specially crafted pills from Lin Jiuyang, Her condition had noticeably improved. However, the deeper toxins remained, and without deer grass. Even Lin Jiuyang had cautioned against reckless attempts at removal. The news of deer grass eased his troubled mind, allowing him to focus on acquiring it. Buddha Yi. Since we have news of the deer grass, we should set forth at once. We must expedite the healing of my wife and then investigate the situation at the mine. Chi Tizui suggested, looking at the fervent Eri Wehong. Zhang Qishan nodded in agreement. The matter of the ghost train had lingered long enough. He feared that further delay might invite unforeseen complications. Though Lin Jiuyang's formidable presence anchored Sha City, in their hearts, it remained the domain of the Nine Gates. Chapter 42. Negotiation and Seizure. Master Ba, this matter is not as simple as you think, suddenly interjected Master Jiejio. What is it, old Jio? Are there any other issues? Inquired Zhang Qishan upon hearing Jiejio's remark. Buddha, you are unaware, but during this time, I have gathered some intelligence. The New Moon restaurant is quite formidable. First and foremost, its owner, surnamed Yin, hails from a powerful family in Beiping. After establishing the New Moon restaurant, their influence has only magnified. They primarily engage in underground dealings, although they do not delve into graves. Nearly everyone in our circle with valuable items eventually brings them there for auction. Over time, it has become a notorious den of vice in our community. Thus, if we were to disturb the New Moon restaurant, it would be akin to encroaching upon the entire pie of our circle. As Jiejio gradually elaborated, the others began to comprehend the gravity of the New Moon restaurant situation. In summary, unless one were of the caliber of Master Lin Jiu, it would be exceedingly difficult for their Nine Gates to confront such a force. After all, the connections behind the New Moon restaurant were extensive, without absolute strength. Any efforts would be futile. Regardless, whether by theft or force, I must acquire that deer grass. February Red declared with fierce determination, willing to stake the entire legacy of the Hong family built over a century for the sake of the girl. Second Master, let us remain calm. Since old Jiu has already gathered information, he must also have devised a plan. Zhang Qishan urged, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder while observing February Red and Apos' resolute demeanor. Indeed, Second Master, do not be overly agitated. Allow me to explain, Jiejio continued, outlining his strategy. I have calculated two potential plans. The first involves an invitation. To enter the New Moon restaurant, one must possess an invitation issued by them. Otherwise, we cannot gain entry. Therefore, once we secure the invitation, leveraging our financial resources to acquire the deer grass should pose no problem. As for the second plan, Jiejio paused, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Yet everyone understood that it represented a last resort. But where do we procure this invitation? Zhang Rishan, standing behind Zhang Qishan, queried. I have already investigated that. The Lord of Penjiabao, Peng Sanbian, will be passing through a train station in our Changsha tomorrow. That will be your opportunity to act. The next day, at the entrance of the Tanzhou train station, following their previous discussions, it was decided that Zhang Qishan, February Red, and Chi Tizui would take action. Chi Tizui would board the train first, posing as a fortune teller to gather information, before rejoining Zhang Qishan and February Red to relay his findings. February Red would then attempt to steal the invitation while Zhang Qishan dealt with any adversaries. Meanwhile, at the Lin residence in Shaching, Lin Jiuyang nodded as he listened to Li Hai's report. Hai Zi, ensure those items are secured in the secret chamber. Once I have prepared the medicinal pills needed by Madame February Red, I will enter seclusion for a while. You and Hong Gu should continue with the plan as discussed. Remember, do not interfere or involve yourselves. Understood, Master Jiu, Li Hai replied respectfully before departing. Upon his departure, Lin Jiuyang chanted a mantra, sealing the door behind him. At that moment, in the central government of the Republic, a decree targeting Shaching was suddenly issued. Time shifted back to the train station, where Chi Tizui had thoroughly gathered all relevant information about Peng Sanbian. Buddha, Second Master, the situation is as follows, although I did not observe any weapons on those individuals. They are likely concealed, so exercise caution during your operation, Chi Tizui advised as he sat before them. X2 after absorbing all of Chi Tizui's insights. Both men nodded in acknowledgement. They then rose and proceeded toward the carriage where Peng Sanbian was situated. Boom, 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 as the train roared to life. Zhang Qishan watched the approaching tunnel, glancing at the nearby individuals, ready for action. Meanwhile, February Red had already reached the junction of the train car, opened the door, and climbed onto the roof, heading towards Peng Sanbian and Apos' compartment. Boom, boom, buzz. Soon, as the train entered the tunnel, February Red seized the moment and executed a swift somersault into Pengsanbian and Apos' compartment. Upon entry, he found Pengsanbian reclining on the chair, arms crossed, lost in slumber. February Red exhaled quietly. If possible, he would prefer to avoid confrontation. This situation was ideal for him. After calming himself, he began to observe Pengsanbian, searching for the location of the invitation. Before long, he pinpointed the invitation's location. However, the position was rather awkward, causing him to hesitate, uncertain of how to proceed. Yet, thinking of the girl waiting at home, he steeled himself and reached for the invitation. Just as he was about to grasp it, Pengsanbian stirred, smacking his lips as if dreaming of something delectable. February Red held his breath, fixated on Pengsanbian. Perhaps it was the intensity of his gaze. But Pengsanbian abruptly opened his eyes. Realizing he could no longer delay, February Red swiftly seized the invitation and prepared to flee. "Damn it! You're stealing my invitation," Pengsanbian exclaimed, barely roused, as he threw a punch at February Red. Boom! February Red blocked with his hand. Staggering back 2 steps. Not wishing to engage, he swiftly kicked out to create distance, leaping toward the window to escape. But Pengsanbian would not let him go. Drawing his whip, he lashed out at February Red. Outside the compartment, hearing the commotion, Pengsanbian's underlings quickly unsheathed their concealed weapons, preparing to burst through the door. Observing this, Zhang Qishan recognized that the second master had alerted their adversary, and he charged toward Pengsanbian's henchmen. Not good. Reinforcements. The underlings, caught off guard, were swiftly incapacitated by Zhang Qishan in mere seconds, prompting them to rush at him with blades drawn. Inside the compartment, hearing the sounds of fierce combat, February Red realized Zhang Qishan had intervened. With the other train scheduled to arrive imminently, further delay would render their plan futile. "Excuse me, Master Peng," February Red proclaimed, unleashing a flurry of brutal strikes upon Pengsanbian. The suddenness of February Red's offensive caught Pengsanbian off guard, causing him to stumble and fall. Seizing the opportunity, February Red swiftly climbed the train window, executed another somersault onto the roof, and made his escape. "You scoundrel! If I catch you, you will regret it," Pengsanbian bellowed in fury as he watched February Red flee. Outside the private room, Zhang Qishan, upon hearing the furious roar, realized that the second master had succeeded. He promptly drew his pistol and fired several shots. Bang, bang, bang. As the gunfire erupted, Pengsan's men hastily sought cover, allowing Zhang Qishan to seize the opportunity to escape unscathed. Chapter 43, Lu Jianquan. Within the Sand City, shortly after Zhang Qishan and Aaron Guihong achieved their objective, the news reached Jiumin's Jiuyi. Similarly, the other heads of Jiumin were informed, including Lin Jiaoyang on his side. At the Lin residence, in an opulent chamber, Madame Aaron Guihong and her close maid Xiaohong were present. Lin Jiaoyang stood at the door, rapping gently before entering. "Jiuyi, did Yi and the others succeed?" The maid inquired, gazing at Lin Jiaoyang as he entered. Through her persistent questioning, Guihong had finally divulged the subsequent plans of Yi and Yi. Thus, she had heeded Yi and Apos' advice and remained within the Lin residence, fearing to venture elsewhere. Yi had assured her that as long as she stayed obediently in Jiuyi and Apos' abode, no harm would befall her, regardless of who came. Though she felt secure, her concern for Yi and the others lingered, and the day was spent in anxiety, dreading unfavorable news. "Do not fret, for Yi and the others have succeeded and are en route to Beiping," Lin Jiaoyang reassured her, observing her worried expression. "That is comforting to hear," she murmured, placing a hand over her chest in relief. "Madam, this is the tonic I have prepared for you. During this time, my apprentice Hong Gu will accompany you. The servants of the Lin residence will ensure your daily meals are arranged. Should you require anything, you may inform Hong Gu or the servants. They will attend to your needs. Furthermore, remember to take this tonic regularly. Do not neglect it," Lin Jiaoyang instructed, revealing a white porcelain vial from his palm before setting it down and preparing to leave. "Jiuyi, are you planning to go out?" The maid, glancing at the vial on the table, instinctively assumed he was about to depart. "Not at all. I merely seek to reflect in seclusion as I have been struck by a recent epiphany," Lin Jiaoyang replied with a smile. Understanding his intent, the maid nodded, having heard of such matters before. Once she posed no further inquiries, Lin Jiaoyang took his leave. At the entrance of the secret chamber, after parting with the maid, Lin Jiaoyang proceeded directly to the location. Waiting at the entrance was Li Hai, who promptly approached him upon arrival. "Jiuyi, Everything has been prepared as you instructed. Good. For the time being, I shall not receive any visitors until I emerge myself. Lin Juyang directed Li Hai. Understood, Jiu Yi. Time swiftly passed. And soon it was the second day since Lin Juyang had entered the secret chamber, coinciding with the moment Zhang Qishan and Er Yuehong had just arrived in Beiping. At the Beiping train station, beneath a certain sign, a short man clad in a complete black suit, wearing a black hat and oversized sunglasses, stood waiting. He was munching on sunflower seeds while fixating on the station and amp. Oppos, S exit. Miss, we've waited so long, and 3 trains have passed. Where are they? Could they have not arrived? Suddenly, a girl in a chi pao with braided hair approached him, posing the question. Impossible. I have confirmed with reliable sources that so-called Northwest Pingsanbian has already boarded the train. Logically, you should be here by now, the short man responded, surprisingly speaking in a feminine tone. In that case, I shall take my people to wait, the chi pao girl declared. Wait. Do not forget what I instructed you. The short man, or rather, woman, cautioned the chi pao girl. However, miss, even if we teach him a harsh lesson, he possesses our restaurant's invitation. What if? The chi pao girl hesitated. Humph. An invitation? What invitation? As long as I, in Xinyue, do not permit it. Not even the king of heaven can step foot into the Xinyue restaurant. The short woman retorted, her words dripping with arrogance. Miss, they are coming. At that moment, another girl in a chi pao rushed over, calling out to the short woman. Why the rush? Once they arrive, capture him and take him to the alley for a thorough beating. Before she could finish, the first chi pao girl turned her face towards the station exit, cradling her cheeks in both hands. In an instant, the short woman beheld Zhang Qishan, who was dressed in a luxurious mink coat. Just one glance, and a heart-shaped glimmer sparkled in her eyes. My goodness, is he the notorious Northwest Pengsanbian? I thought Northwest men were supposed to be very dark-skinned. Then, miss, should we still take him to the Xinyue restaurant immediately? Without delay, let us proceed. The short woman strode directly toward Zhang Qishan and his companions. Meanwhile, in Sand City, a military vehicle slowly entered the city limits. Inside sat a man dressed in military attire akin to that of Zhang Qishan, possessing a robust physique and a rugged, resolute appearance, yet his eyes radiated a cold, serpentine glint. Observing the retreating streets of Sand City through the window, he instructed the driver, first, head to the residence of Jiao Min and Amp, Oppos, SCE, Shueihua. Yes, Commander. The driver promptly replied, adjusting the steering wheel accordingly. Arriving at the territory of Jiao Min SCE, the military vehicle came to a halt amid the roar of its engine. Stepping out, Lu Jianxuan surveyed the residence before him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. He then ordered the driver to bring the items from the vehicle and proceeded inside. Who are you? Upon entering, a guard immediately halted them, barking the question. Oh, greetings. Brother, I am Lu Jianxuan, the newly appointed intelligence officer of Sand City. Upon my arrival, I heard of the esteemed reputation of Jiao Min SCE, Shueihua, and came to pay my respects. Lu Jianxuan addressed the guard, signaling to another soldier accompanying him. The soldier retrieved $2 silver from his pocket and placed them into the guard and Oppos' hands. I hope, brother, you could facilitate my introduction. With a smile, Lu Jianxuan remarked as the guard accepted the money. Haha, very well. Please wait a moment. The guard, shaking the coins in his hand, turned and rushed inside. Before long, Ce Shueihua emerged with a purposeful stride, flanked by 7 or 8 subordinates. He approached the entrance, eyeing the man clad in military garb akin to Zhang Defo, furrowing his brow as he spoke. I am Shueihua of Jiao Min. Those in our circle refer to me as Ce. May I inquire the name of this esteemed officer? I am the newly appointed intelligence officer of Sand City, a rank slightly higher than Zhang Qishan's, Lu Jianxuan. As Lu Jianxuan revealed his identity, particularly the title he held, Shueihua's expression shifted instantly. Oh, so it is Lu Jianxuan, Commander Lu. My apologies for the oversight. Chapter 44, The 18 Corpse King's Ride, Lu Jianxuan and Amp, Oppos' ambition. As Lu Jianxuan and Amp, Oppos' automobile entered the Sandy City, 2 days swiftly elapsed. During this period, Lu Jianxuan visited all the heads of the 9 gates, except for Zhang Qishan and Er Yuehong, who were absent. At this moment, within the confines of the Lin residence, in a secret chamber, Lin Juyang remained utterly indifferent to the happenings and changes outside. His full attention was devoted to the 18 formidable figures before him. Each of these towering figures stood 2 meters tall, donned in military armor, wielding enormous blades nearly a yard in length, exuding a malevolent aura akin to that of the infamous evil. Additionally, beside them stood 18 majestic steeds, clad in iron armor, their eyes shrouded in darkness. Lin Ziyang was enveloped by numerous colorful inscriptions, each radiating waves of arcane power, connecting him to the 18 imposing figures and their noble steeds. It is nearing completion, he murmured softly to himself, sensing an impending transformation. Simultaneously, dark clouds gathered ominously over the sandy city, fierce winds surged like waves, and the sound of thunder echoed relentlessly. Inside the Lin residence and Apos' secret chamber, Lin Ziyang felt the thunderous energy above, akin to a heavenly tribulation. He gazed at the figures astride the 18 armored horses, both their eyes and the horses ablaze with green flames. Ha! I am on the brink of success. With their steel-like bones, immense strength, swift gallops, and the fearsome aura of the undead, they fear not the sun, harboring innate blade energy in the essence of the undead. Furthermore, their specially forged armor and blades, combined with the impending storm of thunder, create an unparalleled amalgamation of power. The 18 corpse kings are poised to emerge, Lin Ziyang proclaimed with a slightly deranged expression. At that moment, as Lin Ziyang and Apos' voice resonated, a tremendous roar erupted from the sky above the sandy city. Lu Jianxuan and Apos' residence. Observing the somber sky filled with thunderous roars yet devoid of rain, he cursed softly, perplexed by the peculiar weather, before turning back into the manor. In the residences of the other heads of the 9 gates, though Lu Jianxuan could not discern the exact nature of the situation, they felt an inexplicable tension and turned their gazes towards the Lin residence within the sandy city. In the Lin courtyard, Honggu and Li Hai exchanged glances, both sensing the ominous thunder that brought no rain and the sudden emergence of a formidable presence above their abode. They instinctively glanced towards the direction of the secret chamber. Suddenly, the underground of the Lin residence erupted with the sounds of neighing horses and the thunderous pounding of hooves against the earth. Before the guards of the Lin residence could react, and even before Honggu and Li Hai could comprehend the situation, a resounding crash echoed, and 18 fiery figures surged forth from the ground. As they burst forth, they simultaneously raised their blades towards the sky, with a colossal roar emanating from the Lin residence. A vast and invisible blade of malice coalesced and soared into the heavens. In a particular tavern within the sandy city, in the private room marked Heaven, Lu Jianxuan was joined by Si Yi, Shui Huang, San Yi, and Huestian Gu. I wonder what Officer Lu has summoned us for? Huestian Gu inquired, observing Lu Jianxuan, who was calmly sipping tea. Upon hearing her question, San Yi and Si Yi also turned their attention to Lu Jianxuan. With a slight smile, Lu Jianxuan replied, although my time in the Sandy City has been brief, I have garnered some understanding of the current situation. I believe that each of you, as influential figures in your own right, deserves more than to be ensnared within the confines of the 9 gates. Officer Lu, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. San Yi, half-cutly interjected candidly. Very well. I wish to take Zhang Qishan and Apos' place, Lu Jianxuan declared, setting his teacup down, his eyes shimmering with ambition. At his words, half-cut Li and Huestian Gu exchanged knowing glances, realizing his true intentions. If you can support me, I assure you that once I achieve my ambitions, you will be the new leaders of the 9 gates. Moreover, my aspirations extend beyond this modest sandy city. I aim for the entirety of the southern province and beyond. The rewards you could reap would be beyond imagination. Lu Jianxuan spoke enticingly, attempting to persuade the trio. Previously, you claimed to understand our sandy city. How do you perceive the Wolf Army? After all, half of the territory here, while nominally under the 9 gates, is effectively governed by them. Moreover, the Wolf Army and Apos, as commander, Lin Jiui shares a significant relationship with our 9 gates, particularly with Zhang Defo. Huestian Gu queried, gazing intently at Lu Jianxuan. Hearing her words, Lu Jianxuan furrowed his brow in confusion. The Wolf Army? What kind of force is that? Are they the soldiers clad in black uniforms on the other side of the Sandy City? Aren't they part of the city's defense forces? How ludicrous! Huestian Gu scoffed, observing Lu Jianxuan's bewilderment. With a disdainful huff, she rose and left the private room without hesitation, thinking to herself how ignorant he was. Claiming to know the intricacies of the Sandy City yet revealing such ignorance. He seemed intent on extending his reach into the city, oblivious to the potential consequences. San Yi and Si Yi exhibited signs of disappointment as well. They had anticipated Lu Jianxuan to be a shrewd, cunning individual, only to find him lacking in substance. Officer Lu, next time you undertake a venture, ensure you grasp the situation thoroughly before proceeding. Half-Cut Li remarked before departing. Yi cast a glance at Lu Jianxuan but said nothing as he exited. Thus, Lu Jianxuan sat in stunned silence at the 8 Immortals table, watching the three leave. Feeling utterly perplexed. The Wolf Army? Lin Jiui? Such familiar names, as if he had heard them somewhere before. After Xian Gu and the others departed, Lu Jianxuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. It was at this moment he realized something was amiss. It seemed that in the 2 days since arriving in the Sandy City, everything had unfolded far too smoothly. Whether it was gathering intelligence or the obedience of his subordinates, it all felt unnaturally compliant. Chapter 45, The Auction Turmoil. In Beiping, within the confines of the New Moon Hotel, Zhang Qishan and Qi Tizui found themselves ensconced in a private box on the second floor of the auction venue, attentively listening to the auctioneer below. Esteemed guests, the first round of bidding has concluded. We shall take a brief intermission before commencing the second round. Qi Tizui sighed. At last, the first round has ended. That incessant ringing of bells has left my head throbbing. He glanced at the departing auctioneer before turning to Zhang Qishan to express his grievances. However, I must admit, these affluent individuals truly know how to indulge. The moment the bell tolls, their wealth flows out like water. I am genuinely impressed, he continued. Just wait and see. The second round is about to begin, and that is where the real spectacle lies. I fear the prices may even double. Zhang Qishan took a sip from his teacup and remarked, what is there to fear? It is not our fortune being spent. I wonder how much the second master will lament upon discovering this. The second master only concerns himself with his wife. I can only speculate how she fares at the ninth master's residence. Qi Tizui replied, assuredly. Rest assured, even if an army of 100,000 were to besiege the ninth master, they would hardly breach his defenses. As their conversation unfolded, it was not long before the auctioneer re-emerged, ringing the bell once more. A hush fell over the auction house. Esteemed guests, the second round of bidding is about to commence. I must also mention that this round bears a unique significance. There are 3 items up for bid, all of which are not only exceedingly rare and precious, but also pertain to the marital affairs of Miss In Xinyue, the heir of the New Moon Hotel, and Mr. Ping Sanbian from the Northwest. In their box, Qi Tizui was taken aback by the auctioneer's announcement. What on earth? What marital affairs? Wait, master. Has this been mentioned by the ninth master? Or did you already know? He inquired, casting a questioning glance at Zhang Qishan. Zhang Qishan furrowed his brow and shook his head, indicating his ignorance as well. Esteemed guests, the items in the second round include Qilin horn, luahua grass, and blue snake gallbladder. Due to the extreme rarity of these medicinal herbs, we will employ a blind auction format to preserve their efficacy. Before they could fully process the implications of the marital announcement, the auctioneer continued. Qi Tizui was instantly astounded. What is this blind auction? How will we discern which item is the luahua grass? If we cannot identify it, we must bid on all. Zhang Qishan frowned, contemplating the situation. The second round of bidding begins now. The opening bid for the first item is 200,000. As the auctioneer and Appo's words echoed, the sound of bells rang out. Almost immediately, a man from the Sakura chamber, clad in a suit and spectacles, commanded his subordinate, light the lanterns. Upon receiving the order, the subordinate rushed to the auctioneer, shouting, Host, we wish to light the lanterns. Very well, light the lanterns. The auctioneer responded to the call from the second floor. Qi Tizui sprang to his feet. My goodness, master, the Sakura people are lighting the lanterns. What does that mean? Zhang Qishan questioned, perplexed. Lighting the lanterns signifies that the upcoming item has been secured by them. No matter the bid, they will outbid any offer by 10%. In simple terms, regardless of the final price, the lantern lighters will take the item, Qi Tizui explained. Are you suggesting that the item is already theirs? Zhang Qishan queried. Not exactly. But what? Zhang Qishan pressed, sensing Qi Tizui's hesitation. Well, it's quite straightforward. If they light the lanterns, we shall do the same. And it will come down to who bids higher. What are we waiting for? Light the lanterns. Zhang Qishan declared assertively. Master, you must think this through. If we also light the lanterns, we risk a significant portion of our fortune. There is no time for hesitation. Light them. Zhang Qishan interrupted decisively. Very well. Qi Tizui acknowledged, recognizing their lack of alternatives, especially since they remained uncertain if the first item contained the luahua grass. Light the lanterns. He shouted to the auctioneer. The sound of bells resonated as the two lanterns illuminated the auction house, while the ringing continued unabated below. In Shacheng, at the Lin residence. The aftermath of the 18 corpse kings and Appos rampage had restored the estate to its former glory. In the Grand Hall, Lin Jiuyang was attentively listening to Li Hai and Hong Gu report on recent events. Master, just yesterday, Zhang Qishan and Appos, deputy, Zhang Rishan, removed countless treasures from the Zhang residence, delivering them to Ninth Master Jia, Li Hai informed. Additionally, a man named Lu Jianxuan arrived recently, claiming to be the newly appointed intelligence officer for Shacheng. He has been visiting the heads of the 9 gates, he continued. Master, we have adhered to your commands and refrained from meddling in external affairs, instructing those below to divulge nothing regarding the Lin residence. Hong Gu added that Lu Jianxuan invited San Yi, Ban Jieli, Si Yi, Shui Huang, and even Huixian Gu, but it seems their meeting ended rather poorly. Listening to the reports, Lin Jiuyang sat with his eyes closed, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, Hai Zi, prepare some funds, just a few $100 million, and have Eli deliver them to the New Moon Hotel in Beiping for Zhang Qishan and his associates. Honggu, prepare to return to Yun Province with 5,000 wolf soldiers. There, establish a garrison, recruit soldiers, and await the opportune moment. And take the 18 corpse kings with you. The old rule applies, those who resist will perish. But remember, do not act without my command. Understood, Master, they both replied before exiting the hall. Lin Jiuyang watched them depart, then closed his eyes once more, an invisible aura emanating from him, enveloping the entirety of Shacheng. Chapter 46. Sending money. Lu Jianxuan came to a realization at the New Moon Hotel auction in Beiping. The auction had progressed to its final item. Yet Zhang Qishan and his associates found themselves in a predicament. They had run out of funds. Master Peng, will you continue to participate in this auction? Please respond promptly. The auctioneer, adorned in a qipao, inquired from the box on the second floor where Zhang Qishan and his companion were seated. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to delay. Qi Tizui exclaimed anxiously, glancing at Zhang Qishan. Has there been any news from old Jiu? Zhang Qishan asked, rubbing his temples with 2 fingers. Nothing yet. In a box on the 3rd floor, In Xinyue anxiously observed the stillness from Zhang Qishan's box. Miss, could it be that they are out of money? The young woman in a qipao, who had been at the train station, remarked In Xinyue. It seems likely. What shall we do now? In Xinyue pondered aloud, contemplating the maid's words. Miss, the money has arrived. Suddenly, another maid rushed in, calling out to In Xinyue. What is the rush, Xiaofei? What money? In Xinyue responded, bewildered by the maid and Appo's urgency. Mississippi. Just now. A man claiming to be Li Hai said he was here to deliver money for a gentleman named Peng Sanbian, who is fair of face. The maid explained. Upon hearing the maid and imp, Appo's words, particularly the specific description of the fair-faced Peng Sanbian, In Xinyue and imp, Appo's excitement surged. By the way, how much money did he bring? She hurriedly inquired. Knowing that the bidding for the final item had already reached tens of millions. I don't know, but when they opened the box, I caught a glimpse, and there appeared to be over 100 million on the surface. The maid replied. What? Over 100 million? The news left everyone in the 3rd floor box astounded. Master Peng, just as the auctioneer was about to speak, a maid approached, whispering in her ear. Once the maid departed, the auctioneer gathered her thoughts and announced, esteemed guests, I have just been informed that Master Peng has received new funds. So the auction will continue. On the 2nd floor, upon hearing the auctioneer's announcement, Qi Tizui looked bewildered. What is happening? New funds? How come we are unaware of this? Zhang Qishan mirrored his confusion. The two exchanged glances. Could it be that old Jiu had resolved matters? Just then, Li Hai and the towering figure of Eli entered, the latter carrying several large boxes. Upon hearing their arrival, Zhang Qishan and Qi Tizui turned to see. Master. 8th Master, 9th Master sent me to deliver funds to you. Li Hai greeted them with a smile. Eli, without ceremony, dropped the boxes onto the ground, causing one to burst open, spilling its contents. The sight of the scattered bills of considerable denomination caused both men to inhale sharply. As they surveyed the remaining boxes, Zhang Qishan asked, Eli, could you handle the boxes with a bit more care next time? Eli merely responded with a low growl. All right. I'll pretend I didn't say anything. Li Hai chuckled nervously at Eli and Appo's menacing demeanor before addressing Zhang Qishan and Qi Tizui. My sincerest apologies for the ruckus. Please do not let it trouble you. It's quite all right. We owe our gratitude to Ninth Master for his assistance, Zhang Qishan replied. Understanding Eli and Appo's nature and choosing not to provoke it. After all, it was a formidable corpse king. With the funds now secured, the auction resumed. And the lanterns were lit. This round was in their favor. Meanwhile, in Shaqing, at the residence of Lu Jianquan, he finally grasped his dire situation. That wretched Zhang Qishan dared to scheme against him even from afar. His subordinates feigned obedience while withholding crucial information about the Wolf Army and Li Jui, which was utterly infuriating. Lu Jianquan hurled objects in his home, his face a mask of rage. It turned out that Zhang Qishan's aide, Zhang Rishan, had orchestrated this deception from the moment Lu arrived in Shaqing, ensuring his subordinates complied blindly with his orders. Yet, all the intelligence he received pertained solely to the Nine Gates, completely omitting any news about the Wolf Army or Li Jui. It was only now that he learned of the ruthless Li Jui and his Wolf Army, who had arrived in Shaqing over a year ago, striking fear throughout the entire province. He realized he had not conducted sufficient research. Who could have anticipated that the tyrant of Yun province would mobilize his entire army so suddenly? The Wolf Army was known for its stringent discipline, making information hard to come by. Regardless, he had to devise a plan to mitigate his losses. At the former American Chamber of Commerce, after a series of maneuvers and financial persuasion by Chiu Dko, it had returned to its original state. In a particular room within the chamber, a man in a suit and glasses was pouring tea for a young man seated before him, none other than Chen Pai, the apprentice of Heir Wahong, who had been missing for days. Master Chen, please enjoy your tea, the man in the suit offered. Mr. Tsuinxia, your hospitality is excessive. If there is something to discuss, please proceed. If I recall correctly, this is the territory of Chiu Dko. Have you been intimidated by Captain Li of the Wolf Army, leading you to send me as a proxy? Chen Pai remarked disdainfully, eyeing the teacup with indifference. Indeed, Captain Li is quite formidable. Yet, every man has his vulnerabilities. I doubt he is so easily frightened. As for Mr. Chiu Dko, he is currently indisposed, and I summoned you here to pose a question. The man in the suit replied, sipping his tea without acknowledging Chen Pai and Appo's tone. Spare me the pleasantries. I have matters to attend to. Chen Pai retorted bluntly. Chapter 47. Chen Pai and Appo's ascendancy and Zhang Qishan and Appo's return. As far as I know, Master Chen harbors a particularly deep affection for his mentor and Appo's wife. Over the past few years, he has utilized numerous connections and undertaken many endeavors for her ailment. The man in the suit casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Chen Pai's eyes narrowed, emanating an aura of danger. Haha. There is no need for Master Chen to regard me with such intensity, nor to consider launching an attack. For you shall find no opportunity. The suited man perceived Chen Pai and Appo's thoughts. As his words faded, several figures clad in black materialized around them, encircling the two men ominously. Chen Pai recognized these familiar black-clad figures and recalled the day when Li Hai ruthlessly subdued those black-clad cherry blossom warriors. Master Chen, at your age, you possess abilities and strength that far exceed your peers. Frankly, the only shortcoming lies in your origins. Otherwise, who knows whose woman that lady might be? What do you intend to convey? Chen Pai inquired, frowning at the man across from him. Nothing much, merely a desire to assist you in rising to power. Should you become the head of the Nine Gates, wouldn't you then be able to? The suited man spoke enticingly. However, Chen Pai was no longer easily deceived. It is impossible. Zhang Qishan is too formidable. Why must it be Zhang Qishan? Why can it not be another leader of the Nine Gates? For instance, the fourth master. As I understand, there exists a rule among the Nine Gates. The capable ascend. Whoever can slay the previous head of the Nine Gates may become the new leader. And I can assist you. Chen Pai regarded the man, while the suited man met his gaze. Yet, Chen Pai remained devoid of intricate schemes and soon faltered, for he could not discern the intentions of this man. What about Lord Linjiao? If he intervenes, you need not worry about that from the outset. He had no intention of meddling in your affairs within the Nine Gates. Moreover, if he truly did intervene, I fear that your Zhang Defoy would not be inclined to tolerate it. At that point, the suited man left his statement unfinished. But Chen Pai had already gleaned some understanding. Why do you wish to help me? Chen Pai asked once more. There is no reason. I simply desire to forge a friendship with you. The following day, at a certain restaurant in Sha City, within the Tianzi private room, the fourth master Shui Huan had just arrived, intending to treat his newly acquired beauty to a splendid meal before returning to indulge. Lost in thoughts of what posture to assume upon returning, he entirely failed to notice the unusual atmosphere in the restaurant that day. Damn it! What is happening? Were you not instructed to prepare everything in advance? Why has the food still not arrived? Shui Huan, with one arm wrapped around his recently acquired beauty, bellowed angrily at the restaurant manager. All right, it will be ready shortly, fourth master. The restaurant manager, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, attempted to placate Shui Huan, who appeared oblivious to the tension, his gaze solely fixated on his beauty. After appeasing Shui Huan, the manager turned to leave, ostensibly to urge the kitchen to expedite the service. Not long after his departure, Chen Pai, clad in a white chef's uniform and wearing a chef's hat, entered, pushing a serving cart. Move faster. Can you not hurry it up? Do you even want to keep your job? Shui Huan shouted at the figure pushing the cart. Since you're in such a hurry, allow me to expedite your journey. Chen Pai retorted, forcefully pushing the cart towards him. Simultaneously, he produced his concealed weapon, the nine-claw hook, and hurled it at Shui Huan. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, at the moment his voice echoed, Shui Huan and his men sensed something amiss and swiftly drew their firearms, firing at Chen Pai. With no choice, he evaded the incoming bullets, countering by swinging the nine-claw hook at the nearest henchman. With a sickening thud, the henchman was impaled, collapsing lifelessly. Chen Pai, is that you? You scoundrel! You dare to attempt to kill me? Do you wish to incur the wrath of your master? Shui Huan exclaimed in fury as he recognized Chen Pai and Appo's true identity. Humph! By slaying you, I shall become the new fourth master, standing equal to my master, who cannot punish me. Chen Pai coldly replied, swinging the nine-claw hook in an attempt to claim Shui Huan and Appo's life. Alas, Shui Huan's men were numerous, and many remained loyal to him. Thus, Chen Pai and Appo's strike only felled an inconsequential lackey. Realizing this approach was futile, Chen Pai kicked a nearby table to use as a shield, repeatedly swinging the nine-claw hook. In an instant, the Tianzi private room erupted with the sounds of gunfire and the sickening thuds of blades penetrating flesh. Finally, as one after another of Shui Huan's henchmen fell beneath the onslaught of Chen Pai's nine-claw hook, even Shui Huan's beauty was not spared. Now, only the two of them remained in the room. At this moment, the fourth master Shui Huan, clutching a gun that had long run out of bullets, trembled in fear. Crouched behind the table, listening intently to the approaching footsteps of Chen Pai. Abruptly, Chen Pai halted his advance. Shui Huan quickly retrieved a dagger, poised for Chen Pai's movements. Yet, Chen Pai, with a fierce glint in his eyes, regarded the immortal table a few paces away, fully aware of Shui Huan's cunning nature. Suspecting he awaited an opportunity to ambush him. Thus, he disregarded any notions of chivalry, launching the nine-claw hook with ferocity towards the table. With a sickening thud, Shui Huan's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the nine-claw hook piercing his chest. What the hell? This young man lacks any sense of honor. Shui Huan lamented internally, gradually closing his eyes. In Sha City, at the Tancho railway station, Deputy Zhang Rishan awaited outside with 2 squads of soldiers. Observing the still-closed station, he paced back and forth, anxiety etched across his face. Suddenly, the train horn blared from within the station. Moments later, he spotted the Buddha, the second master, and the 8th master stepping out, accompanied by 2 young ladies, one of whom, with an extraordinary demeanor, was entwined around the Buddha's arm. Zhang Rishan regarded this scene, somewhat bewildered. What is happening? Has the Buddha returned with a wife? Haraha. Buddha, second master, look. I told you Zhang Rishan would be dumbfounded. Ha. As Zhang Qishan and his entourage approached him, the 8th master Qi Tizui chuckled at Zhang Rishan. Enough. Old 8. Rishan, has anything transpired recently? Zhang Qishan inquired, noting the anxiety in Zhang Rishan's eyes. Upon hearing this, Qi Tizui immediately ceased his laughter, and the second master stood quietly, awaiting further developments. Buddha. Zhang Rishan hesitated, glancing at the lady beside him. Deputy Zhang, just speak up. This young lady is your Buddha and Appo's newly acquired wife, not an outsider, Qi Tizui urged. Upon hearing the 8th master and Appo's words, Zhang Rishan, though having suspected as much, was still astonished. Soon, he saw Zhang Qishan nod and directly state, Buddha, second master, 8th master, the 9 gates are in turmoil. Chapter 48. Zhang Qishan seizes the opportunity. As Zhang Rishan began to speak, the expressions of Zhang Qishan and his companions darkened. After a moment of silence, Zhang Qishan inquired, What is the matter? Buddha, let us discuss it on the road. I wish to visit the 9th master's residence to check on the girl first, replied Yuehong with a worried expression. Zhang Qishan nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, they boarded the vehicles and headed towards the Lin residence. On the journey, they learned from Zhang Rishan about all the events that had transpired in Shaqing during their absence, including the assassination of the fourth master that afternoon and Chunpai's ascension, a matter of considerable significance regarding the transitions within the Nine Gates. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, Zhang Qishan's convoy of military vehicles came to a halt at the entrance. Wehong was the first to alight and headed towards the interior of the Lin residence. At the entrance, Li Hai, who had been waiting, watched as the flustered Wehong rushed past without greeting him and could only shake his head with a wry smile before approaching Zhang Qishan and his group. Buddha, Eighth Master, and this young lady. Miss Yin, please come in. Li Hai welcomed them. Zhang Qishan nodded in response and then asked, captainly, I noticed that there seemed to be fewer patrolling wolf soldiers along the way, and where is Miss Hong? Oh, there was a situation in Yun province. So the Ninth Master instructed Miss Hong to take several thousand wolf soldiers back to handle it, Li Hai explained casually. Zhang Qishan nodded slightly at this and refrained from further questioning. Under Li Hai's guidance, they quickly arrived at the main hall. Ninth Master. Upon entering the hall, Zhang Qishan and Qi Tizui bowed in greeting to Lin Zhuyang, who occupied the master's seat. Buddha, Eighth Master, please take a seat. Lin Zhuyang responded, casting a glance at Yin Xinyue beside Zhang Qishan. Intrigued by the young woman, he noted her beauty, although not tall. Her youthful face and the intelligent sparkle in her eyes, combined with her lively and charming demeanor, made her quite captivating. At this moment, Yin Xinyue was also curiously observing Lin Zhuyang in the master's seat. Even while in Beiping, she had often heard her father and others speak of him. Her father had even suggested marrying her to this ruler of Yun province, known as the Ghost Immortal, Lin Zhuyang. However, back then, she had heard tales of his ruthless nature, leading her to harbor a poor impression of him. Yet now, upon seeing him, she found he differed starkly from her preconceived notions. At first glance, she felt a commanding aura emanating from him. Upon a second look, she perceived a scholarly elegance and amiable temperament. His demeanor was both refined and enigmatic, his appearance striking yet gentle, and although slender, his stature hinted at a robust physique beneath his attire. His entire presence exuded an air of mystery, evoking an involuntary curiosity. Returning to the present, as Zhang Qishan and the others took their seats, Wehong entered alongside a radiant girl. Ninth Master, during these days at the Lin residence, my girl has been under your care, for which I express my gratitude, Wehong said, bowing deeply to Lin Zhuyang. Lin Zhuyang smiled and nodded. There is no need for such formalities, Second Master. When you left, I promised that as long as the lady remained in the Lin residence, I would ensure her safety. As he spoke, an invisible force gently assisted Wehong in rising. Ninth Master, we have brought back the deer and Appos. Herb. I wonder when we might. Wehong, feeling the unseen support, reluctantly stood and addressed Lin Zhuyang. Rest assured, Second Master, after tonight, I will return to you a healthy lady, Lin Zhuyang assured, gazing directly into Wehong and Appos' eyes. Hearing this, Wehong felt immense relief, but upon noticing Zhang Qishan and Qi Tizui still seated, she recalled the earlier discussions with Zhang's aide. She composed herself and took a seat beside the girl. Ninth Master, may I inquire about the recent circumstances in Shaqing? Zhang Qishan asked, having confirmed the resolution regarding the Second Master's lady. Buddha, I am aware of everything. However, as per our agreement upon entering the city, I shall refrain from interfering in the matters of the Nine Gates, Lin Zhuyang replied as he regarded Zhang Qishan. Ninth Master, I have a humble request, may I? Please, speak freely, Lin Zhuyang replied. I wish to convene a meeting of the entire Nine Gates tomorrow. Might I hold it here at the Lin residence? Upon hearing Zhang Qishan and Appos' request, Lin Zhuyang and Appos' expression remained unperturbed, though he contemplated the implications. Zhang Qishan sought to leverage the meeting and Appos' location for his own advantage. After a moment of reflection, Lin Zhuyang nodded in agreement. That evening, all factions within Shaqing received notice that Zhang Qishan, the Great Buddha, would host a meeting of the Nine Gates Association at the Lin residence the following day. This action signified the alliance between Buddha Zhang Qishan and the Ghost Immortal Lin Zhuyang, suggesting deeper implications. Meanwhile, in the residence of the Fourth Master, Chen Pai slammed his palm onto the tea table, exclaiming in indignation, Humph! Who does Zhang Qishan think he is? Just because I call him Great Buddha. He truly believes he is above all. In the Chun residence's hall, aside from Chen Pai and his subordinates, there were also Lu Jinxuan, the newly appointed intelligence officer of Shaqing, and a well-dressed man from the Foreign Commerce Association. Lu Jianxuan observed Chun Pai and Apos' fury with a smile on his face. Though internally he found it perplexing. He wondered what the village chief saw in Chun Pai, who displayed no cunning or strategy, and had begun to act arrogantly upon assuming the position of fourth master, disregarding Zhang Qishan, although he had yet to meet Zhang Qishan. The latter and Apos' ability to dominate the nine gates for years spoke volumes of his capabilities. Chun Pai, on the other hand, was merely a brute, fourth master. There is no need for such anger. Zhang Qishan is not to be feared. Focus on developing your strengths in the shadows, and it will merely be a matter of time before you surpass him, said the man named village chief. Indeed, fourth master, the village chief is correct. While you may dismiss Zhang Qishan, you must still show respect to that esteemed figure, as it could affect our future plans and developments, Lu Jianxuan added, contemplating their words. Chun Pai nodded thoughtfully. After all, he had first-hand experience of the power wielded by that esteemed figure. Chapter 49, The Nine Gates Conference. Night. Early morning. At this moment, Lin Zhuoyang had just completed the thorough removal of all the corpse poison from the young lady, serving the second master. He had also utilized the medicinal properties of the deer grass along with several other potent herbs to restore her health. Upon exiting the young lady and Apos' chamber, Li Hai approached him and whispered, "Ninth master, he has arrived." Hearing Li Hai's words, Lin Zhuoyang nodded slightly, and under Li Hai's lead, they made their way towards a certain direction within the Lin residence. In one of the rooms within the Lin estate, Li Hai pushed open the door and stepped aside. Lin Zhuoyang entered directly. Once inside, Li Hai closed the door behind him, standing at the threshold as a guard, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Inside the room. As soon as Lin Zhuoyang entered, a figure approached him, cupping his hands respectfully and addressing him, "Ninth master." "Yes, what is it?" Lin Zhuoyang replied, nodding at the figure. "Ninth master, I have fully integrated myself with them, yet I have not encountered Chiodiko. A representative from the Sakura clan named Suinxia is acting on his behalf, and Lu Jianxuan has also been pulled into their ranks. Currently, I remain unaware of the intentions of this Sakura representative or Chiodiko," the figure responded respectfully. "Excellent work. Continue your performance. As for Chiodiko, do not concern yourself with him. Focus on this Sakura representative. Though ostensibly he represents Chiodiko, he likely has ulterior motives, perhaps even others backing him. As for Lu Jianxuan, keep an eye on him as well. I am curious to see if he becomes a candidate for their plans." Lin Zhuoyang stated, his brow furrowed in thought. "Understood, ninth master. I shall take my leave now." The figure bowed, and, upon receiving a slight nod from Lin Zhuoyang, turned and walked towards the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he hesitated momentarily, a hesitant voice emerging, "Ninth master. I wonder, how's the mistress?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuoyang broke into a smile, saying, "Rest assured, she is well. The corpse poison has been completely eradicated. As long as she is not deliberately poisoned or targeted, she can live to a ripe old age without issue." The figure at the door nodded slightly, then opened the door and exited. The following day, the sky was somewhat overcast, yet the atmosphere within the Lin residence felt even more oppressive. In the grand hall of the Lin estate, the heads of the 9 gates had gathered. In the upper 3 gates, there were Buddha Master Zhang Qishan, second Master Yuehong, and third Master Ban Jieli. In the middle 3 gates were 5th Master Wu Laogo and 6th Master He Bei. In the lower 3 gates, there were 7th Master Hu Xiangu, 8th Master Qi Tizui, and old 9th Jie Jiaye. Notably absent was the 4th Master Shui Huang, or rather the new 4th Master Chun Pai. What on earth is going on today? Buddha Master Zhang, you invited us here to 9th Master Lin's residence, yet you remain silent? 3rd Master Ban Jieli directly inquired, glancing at Zhang Qishan, who occupied the main seat. If it were 9th Master Lin in that position, he might have hesitated to speak, but with only Zhang Qishan present, he felt no fear. As 3rd Master Ban Jieli spoke, He Bei and Hu Xiangu, among others, turned their gazes towards Zhang Qishan, though they all understood the core issue of this meeting. None dared to mention it. "My friends, you have all been in Sha City recently. Aside from old 9th, none of you have left, correct? If that is the case, you should all be aware of the matter concerning 4th Master Shui Huang," Zhang Qishan said, his expression darkening as he noted Chun Pai's continued absence. "Master Buddha, this matter has spread throughout Sha City. Who could possibly be unaware? However, it seems we in the 9 gates have a rule, the capable rise. Whoever can slay the previous master can take his place. Thus, I find myself quite apprehensive, fearing that a few lunatics might suddenly appear to attempt my assassination. Thankfully, being 7th in rank, I expect there aren't many targeting me, But you, Master Buddha, should be cautious of those above you. After all, many wish to emulate Chenpai. Huashingu remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm. Enough. Master Buddha, Chenpai is my disciple. I take full responsibility for his failure in guidance and will retrieve him for your judgment. Second Master Eryuhong could no longer tolerate Huashingu's sardonic tone and stood up to address Zhang Qishan. Ahem. Second Master, according to our rules, Chenpai is now the fourth Master of the 9 gates. Though our middle 3 gates may not rival your upper 3, in terms of status and position, we are not inferior. Therefore, directly seeking to apprehend a gate leader sends a troubling signal to the rest of us. Sixth Master Hebei, wiping his black knife with a cloth, interjected. What does Sixth Master propose we do then? Second Master Eryuhong retorted, fixing a steely gaze on Hebei. At that moment, the atmosphere in the grand hall of the Lin estate was charged with tension. Ouch! You little rascal, you dare to bite me? Ha ha. Fifth Master Wu, you can end Amp, Oppos, to even manage your own dog. Perhaps you should consider a different name. Suddenly, Wu Laogo pretended to be bitten, dropping the pup, which scampered away only to be caught by Jie Jie, who lifted it into his arms. Instantly, the previously charged atmosphere in the Lin estate and Amp, Oppos, Grand Hall dissipated due to this playful exchange. In the Lin estate and Amp, Oppos, backyard, Lin Zhuoyang observed the movements of the 9 gates leaders within the grand hall through his extraordinary sight. Meanwhile, not far away, Chenpai had just set off towards the Lin estate. All right, everyone, I, Zhang Qishan, have convened this 9 gates meeting not to blame anyone, but rather to discuss Chenpai's appointment as the new 4th Master and the loopholes in our 9 gates rules. Second Master, please take a seat, after all. Sixth Master is correct. Regardless of our dissatisfaction, Chenpai is now the new 4th Master of the 9 gates. If you were to apprehend him so brazenly, it would not reflect well on us, Zhang Qishan remarked, gauging the reactions of those present in the hall. Upon hearing this, Second Master Eryuhong recognized the current situation. While the 9 gates appeared united, the reality was quite different. After a brief moment, footsteps echoed from outside the grand hall of the Lin estate. Master Buddha, is it that your residence is too small to accommodate the esteemed leaders of the 9 gates, hence the gathering in 9th Master Lin and Oppos' abode? The voice carried in before the figure even entered. Rascal, you wretched disciple. Second Master Eryuhong glared at Chenpai as he entered, his voice laced with ire. Second Master, I am now the 4th Master of the 9 gates. It is rather inappropriate for you to scold me. Chenpai glowered back at Eryuhong. Humph. Chenpai, regardless of your current status, Second Master is still your teacher, and that cannot be changed. Is it proper for you to speak to your teacher in such a manner? 8th Master Chi Tizui interjected. Ah, what now, 8th Master Chi? Are you seeking trouble? Chenpai shot a challenging glance at Chi Tizui. TSK. This is going to be entertaining. Good. Just as 3rd Master Ban Jieli began to speak, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped the entire grand hall of the Lin estate. As he entered, Li Hai's figure came into view. In this book, the name Huashingu is designated as a unique title within the Hua family, akin to Zhang Jiak and Amp, Oppos, Zhang Qilin. During this period, Huashingu was originally named Huajinxia, also known as Huasanyang. The name Huashingu symbolizes the authoritative identity and status of women within the Hua family. Chapter 50, The Mine and the Tomb. The following day, outside the Sand City, Zhang Qishan, Zhang Rishan, Chi Tizui, and Li Hai were traversing the path towards the outskirts. As for the previous day in Oppos' 9 gates meeting, due to Li Hai's presence and the differing perspectives of the heads of various families, it ultimately ended without resolution. The events of the meeting had instilled in Zhang Qishan a sense of foreboding. In the current state of the 9 gates, only he, Eryuhong, Chi Tizui, and the old man Jie were united in purpose. The others had begun to harbor their own thoughts, and the 9 gates were on the verge of disbandment. Even Eryi. Sighing at this thought, Zhang Qishan lifted his gaze to the horizon. Zhang Rishan and Chi Tizui exchanged glances, feeling a heaviness in their hearts, but unsure how to voice their concerns. As for Li Hai, he held no particular thoughts, as he was not a member of the 9 gates. Soon, with the combined effort of 3 men and 1 donkey, they finally arrived at their destination. As for the donkey, it was burdened with the frail Chi Tizui. The 4 of them, accompanied by the donkey, gazed upon the endless mountain range of the mine, surrounded by caves filled with overgrown weeds and rubble, with a broken railway track faintly visible in the distance. The cherry blossom people had severed the railway line after the train departed from here, evidently concealing something. Dismissing his thoughts on the 9 gates, Zhang Qishan focused intently on his surroundings and remarked, Master Buddha, I received your order long ago and accompanied Vice Officer Zhang here once before. What was the outcome? Upon hearing Qi Tizui's words, Zhang Qishan turned to him and inquired, From my previous observations, this place bears a striking resemblance to the dragon saliva tomb as recorded in geomancy. Qi Tizui held a compass in his hand. Despite his family not specializing in feng shui, they had some knowledge of it. What is the dragon saliva tomb? Vice Officer Zhang questioned him in bewilderment. Look here. Qi Tizui produced the map he had drawn during their last visit and traced several lines with his finger, explaining, This entire mountain range is situated adjacent to the nearby winding water pond, resembling the shape of a dragon nourishing the water. This is referred to in feng shui as the sleeping dragon nourishing water formation. To the west is. Just as Zhang Qishan and the others were listening to Qi Tizui's discoveries from his last visit, 2 figures emerged within the depths of the mine. Master 9. Is this a meteorite? A voice with a foreign accent exclaimed. The speaker was none other than the long-missing Chiodiko. And the Master 9 he referred to as naturally Lin Zhuyang. Indeed, this is a meteorite. To be precise, it is a piece of meteor copper possessing extraordinary powers, Lin Zhuyang said, stroking the massive meteor copper stone before him. Extraordinary powers? Chiodiko's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he gazed at the meteor copper. What? Do you have ideas? Lin Zhuyang shot a sideways glance at Chiodiko. I wouldn't dare. I'm merely a bit curious. Feeling Lin Zhuyang's penetrating gaze, Chiodiko felt a chill run down his spine and forced a laugh. I advise you not to covet this meteor copper. It holds value for me, and I will assist you in obtaining what you desire. After saying this, Lin Zhuyang ignored Chiodiko, closing his eyes to observe the entirety of the King Wuzi tomb through his worldly vision. Seeing Lin Zhuyang's actions, Chiodiko had words he wished to express, but after much contemplation, he couldn't restrain himself from asking, Master 9, are we here for a specific purpose? To lay the groundwork. Lin Zhuyang replied, I still shut. Lay the groundwork? Chiodiko felt even more perplexed. You are not the only one seeking the secrets of immortality in this world. Throughout history, countless emperors and officials have devoted their lives to this elusive secret. Lin Zhuyang, understanding Chiodiko and Appo's thoughts, patiently explained. For this fellow was quite useful for his forthcoming endeavors. He had not intended to begin laying the groundwork for this matter so soon. But the previous day's 9 gates meeting had made him acutely aware of Zhang Qishan's psychological shifts. Perhaps now was the moment to engage with it. During this time, he had kept a low profile, using his worldly vision to observe the situation within Sand City, and while he had not made any significant discoveries, he had unearthed a glimmer of clues. Chiodiko, what is your assessment of your subordinate, the Cherry Blossom Man? Lin Zhuyang inquired, still with eyes closed. Zhuangxia? Chiodiko was puzzled by Lin Zhuyang and Appo's sudden interest in an inconsequential underling. Indeed, in his mind, the Cherry Blossom Man was merely a puppet, a pawn. Yet he still responded respectfully, Master 9, to my knowledge, Zhuangxia is the senior disciple of a martial arts sect from the Cherry Blossom Nation. What sect? Before Chiodiko could finish, Lin Zhuyang interjected. This. Chiodiko was momentarily speechless. You are unaware of the sect, the origin. And you haven't even grasped his true background, and yet you dare to employ such a person? Lin Zhuyang opened his eyes. His gaze filled with an enigmatic essence that struck deep into Chiodiko and Appo's soul, nearly causing him to collapse. Enough, let us depart. Observing the shaken Chiodiko, Lin Zhuyang walked past him, venturing deeper into the King Wuzi tomb. Show me, will you come forth? In the outside world, Zhang Qishan and his companions, having absorbed Qi Tizui's analysis, arrived at a site littered with dilapidated graves. Gazing around at the array of white flags resembling a mass grave, Zhang Rishan turned to Qi Tizui, asking, 8th Master, are you certain this is the place? Qi Tizui hesitated for a moment before finally responding, Ahem. Although I am not well versed in feng shui, I am certain the entrance to the mine must be nearby. Observing Qi Tizui and Appo's serious demeanor, Zhang Rishan chuckled as he approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. 8th Master, I am not doubting your judgment. Why are you so anxious? Who is anxious? I am merely. Silence. Suddenly, before Qi Tizui could finish, a low voice from Zhang Qishan cut through the air. The group promptly crouched down, following Zhang Qishan and Appo's gaze toward a certain direction. Throughout, Li Hai had remained silent, having long since noticed a figure lurking in the distance, watching them covertly. However, he recalled Master 9 and Amp, Appos, words, understanding that these individuals held utility, and thus, his intervention was only necessary in times of grave peril. Beyond that, he need not concern himself. Chapter 51. The Cherry Blossom Warriors, a letter. As several pairs of eyes turned, a middle-aged man carrying a yoke approached from a short distance. On either side of his yoke were 2 bundles of firewood. Ah, I had thought it was something significant. Turns out it's just a villager carrying wood. Chi Tiezu remarked, his previously tense demeanor instantly relaxing. Master, it's merely a villager. Shall I go and inquire? Zhang Rishan suggested, glancing at Zhang Qishan. However, Zhang Qishan remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The desolate, remote location seemed devoid of any trees suitable for firewood. What could possibly bring this man here? After a moment, Zhang Qishan finally spoke. Upon hearing his words, Chi Tiezu and Zhang Rishan exchanged glances, coming to the realization that there indeed appeared to be no trees for firewood in the vicinity. Rishan, go assist this fellow villager, Zhang Qishan commanded. Yes, master. Although he was perplexed as to why, if master had already perceived something amiss with the man, he still wanted him to approach. Zhang Rishan adhered to orders, always ready to execute commands without question. As Zhang Rishan walked toward the villager, the man, suddenly sensing someone behind him, jumped in surprise. He cast a deep glance at Zhang Rishan before hastily quickening his pace to leave. Hey, fellow villager, allow me to help you, Zhang Rishan called out. But the villager remained silent, only lowering his head and quickening his steps. Wait, he is one of the cherry blossom people. Meanwhile, Zhang Qishan, observing the scene, suddenly focused on the villager's legs and spoke coldly. What? The one who seems to be living well? Chi Tiezu turned to look at the villager upon hearing Master S words. Good heavens, how did you see that? I didn't notice a thing. Rishan, block him. At this, Zhang Qishan sprang to his feet and dashed toward the 2. Li Hai followed suit, leaving only Chi Bei bewildered and standing still, perplexed. Upon hearing Zhang Qishan's voice, the villager, realizing he had been exposed, discarded his yoke and sprinted away with a speed surpassing even that of the rabbit in the fable of the tortoise and the hare. Unfortunately for him, Zhang Rishan had already drawn his weapon. As the saying goes, within 7 steps, the gun is swift. For Zhang Rishan, 7 steps was merely the beginning for bang. With the sound of a gunshot, the man fled even faster and farther. Li Yingchang, I implore you. Zhang Qishan's voice rang out just as a flash of cold light shot forth. A chorus of anguished cries followed. At that moment, Zhang Qishan and Li Hai sped past Zhang Rishan like the wind. When they reached the man, he was already foaming at the mouth. Seeing this, Zhang Qishan turned to Li Hai. Master, please Don and Appos, look at me. I did nothing. Li Hai raised his hands in a gesture of surrender while retracting his formidable weapon, a massive blade, from the air. Internally, he thought, goodness, Master Zhang. I didn't even heed Jiao Yi's advice to assist you, and yet you still suspect me? It was merely that this fellow seemed to be living quite well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to stop him, no matter how loudly you called. As a member of the wolf army, he inherently held disdain for those who lived comfortably, a sentiment often referred to as class resentment. Upon hearing Li Hai's words, Zhang Qishan had already crouched down, prying open the mouth of the foaming man on the ground, ultimately uncovering the truth. He is a warrior, poisoned. Zhang Qishan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the man's resolve to take his own life so swiftly. Who taught him to act so decisively? Master, what do we do now? Chi Tiezu and Zhang Rishan arrived, and Chi Tiezu immediately launched into a barrage of questions. See for yourself, Chi Bei. Li Hai gestured toward the man on the ground. Well, he died rather quickly. Chi Tiezu exclaimed in astonishment. All right, let us continue our search for the entrance to the mine. Zhang Qishan cast one last glance at the lifeless figure before striding off in a random direction. Meanwhile, outside Shaching in a small grove, Eriwehong and the girl walked together. Child, where are you taking me? Eriwehong asked gently, regarding the girl beside him. Upon hearing this, the girl covered her mouth and smiled, replying, Second Master, I thought I was going to die, so I prepared a grave for myself. But now, since Jiao Yi has healed me, I wish to take you to destroy that grave. Upon hearing the girl's words, Eriwehong felt a pang of sorrow and nodded in understanding. Before long, guided by the girl, they arrived at an open area. As they stood before a tombstone inscribed with grave of beloved wife, the girl, Eriwehong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Suddenly, an imaginative thought struck Eriwehong. Child, Why don't we lie down inside together? Hearing the suggestion, the girl hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded, deciding to experience it. Once they lay down in the coffin, both Yuehong and the girl silently gazed at each other. However, the confined space caused the girl to shift uncomfortably, and with that slight movement, a faint creak resonated in Yuehong's ears. At this moment, in the Lin residence, Lin Zhuyang had quietly returned home. As he stepped into his study and took a seat, he noticed a letter on the table. Remembering his instructions to those below him to write any matters down and leave them on the table for his review, he picked up the letter and opened it. Master, I respectfully report. Disciple Honggu has led 5,000 wolf army disciples to Yun province. But they have encountered an unknown force and are trapped in the Yunwu mountain area. Please, Master, come to assist. Honggu, as he read the letter, Lin Zhuyang's pupils contracted, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Simultaneously, his world-eye power erupted from him, instantly enveloping the entire Lin residence, inside and out, above and below, sparing not even a single ant. Upon finding no issues, the world-eye power swept across the entirety of Shach. At the same time, he raised his hand, vigorously channeling an invisible force, attempting to uncover something, yet ultimately feeling hindered by an unknown force, yielding no results. After a while, Lin Zhuyang withdrew his hand and the world-eye power, turning his gaze back to the letter in his hand. An unknown force attacking? The Yunwu mountain area? At last, you have made your move, seeking to draw me out of Shacheng for some purpose? Or, do you wish to connect with someone? Lin Zhuyang murmured softly, his eyes fixed on the letter in his grasp. Chapter 52. Speculation, no action, no death. As for the safety of Honggu? What a joke. As long as she does not harm others, how could anyone put her in danger? With the life-saving treasures he prepared for her, it would be no exaggeration to say that even if she were besieged by 100 millennia corpse kings, she might still wish to perform a grand escape reminiscent of the legendary Changban slope, not to mention facing a multitude of enemy troops. With her 5,000 restless wolf army soldiers by her side, her treasured blade box would allow her to navigate through the throngs of foes with ease. Setting down the letter in his hand, Lin Zhuyang called out, "Come here." The sound had barely left his lips when hurried footsteps approached. Master Jiao, what is your command? Lin Zhuyang gazed intently at the wolf soldier who entered, not responding, his eyes fixed on him. Name, Gao Wang. Identity, soldier of the 3rd Battalion of the Wolf Army. Observing the information displayed on the attribute panel, Lin Zhuyang inquired, Gao Wang, has anyone come to my study today? Hearing his name spoken by Master Jiao filled Gao Wang with excitement, yet he respectfully replied, Master Jiao, no one has entered the study all day. Upon hearing Gao Wang's words, Lin Zhuyang's brow furrowed, and he pressed further, Are you certain? Gao Wang, seeing the frown on Master Jiao and Appo's face, feared he had misspoken and pondered briefly before answering. Yes, Master Jiao, I can stake my life on it. Stake your life? You are as good as dead. Lin Zhuyang thought to himself upon hearing this, and he waved him away. Gao Wang's physical prowess and mental fortitude were commendable. Soldiers in the 3rd Battalion of the Wolf Army typically ranked in the upper tiers of the Army's strength. According to the system data, they reached around 80 points. Yet such capability could not detect or sense an intruder who had slipped in and left a letter. It appeared to be truly enigmatic. Even his one palm to rule the world technique yielded no useful clues. Cautious, careful, acting meticulously, leaving no trace, and possessing abilities or items that eluded any divination, it was a target he had been unable to accurately assess or even approach in his many years since crossing over. His previous attempts involved the Bronze Door, the Serpent Deity, the Queen of the Jingjue, the Bottomless Ghost Cave, and the giant pupils that emerged during the Sanxi era. It seemed he now had to add this to the list. Regrettably, the rule inscriptions he controlled were all severely fragmented, and perhaps due to their low tier, he felt unable to unleash their full potential. Otherwise, a regional time reversal would allow him to discern who had left the letter. Nevertheless, he needed to contemplate his next course of action. Lin Zhuyang furrowed his brows, lost in thought. From this letter, it appeared to be an attempt to divert him, urging him to leave Sand City to undertake some task. What could it be? Exploring the Qingwu tomb? Or contacting Zhang Qishan? Or perhaps Lu Jianquan? Alternatively, was this letter not from them at all, but rather from that fellow known as Village Down, Little Days? It seemed unlikely that well-off Village Down should also be a pawn. The following morning, as Zhang Qishan and February Hong emerged from the Qingwu tomb, their faces smeared with dust. They had just returned to Sand City and were intent on seeking Master Lin's assistance when they learned that he had departed last night due to matters concerning Yin province, taking along 2,000 wolf soldiers. At Zhang Qishan's residence. How curious indeed. So many incidents recently. Even the ghostly master Lin Jiuyang has left Sand City? What could possibly have transpired to stir such a figure? Qi Tizui, holding a teacup, settled onto the sofa and remarked, "No matter the situation, I have an unsettling premonition." February Hong expressed her concern, her countenance troubled. Zhang Qishan, frowning, remained silent, a restless feeling gnawing at him. On the other side, at the Lin residence, Gao Wang, who had been on guard the previous night, now presented a letter to Li Hai, stating, "Captainly. Last night Master Jiu mentioned that there is a situation in Yun province, and he must return. Henceforth, the affairs of Sand City will be under your complete jurisdiction." With that, Gao Wang turned and departed. Watching Gao Wang leave, Li Hai entered the study, closed the door, and began to read the letter. As its contents unfolded, a grave expression crossed his face, and he retrieved a match to incinerate the letter entirely. Only when it had turned to ash before him did he step out of the room. At the mine, the previous day, Zhang Qishan and his companions had entered the entrance of the Qinggu tomb. Chen Pai, Huixinggu, Ban Jie, and Amp, Oppos, Esli, alongside Lu Jianchuan and Village Down, had arrived with a group of followers. Third Master, Fourth Master, Immortal Lady, esteemed leaders, this is the very entrance where Zhang Qishan and his group entered yesterday. A short, unassuming middle-aged man indicated toward the entrance not far away. "Are you certain this is the place?" Ben Jiesli inquired, his gaze fixed on the entrance, his eyes piercing. Simultaneously, Chen Pai, Huixinggu, Lu Jianchuan, and Village Down glared at him with intensity. I swear on my life. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. If that's the case, then perish." Bang, bang, bang. Before the middle-aged man could finish, Ban Jie and Amp, Oppos, Esli interrupted, signaling to his subordinate. Once the man was dealt with, Ban Jie and Amp, Oppos, Esli turned to Chen Pai and Huixinggu, saying, "What do you all think? What else is there to consider? Clearly, there is a grand tomb inside. From what the underlings said, Zhang Qishan cannot handle it. Otherwise, he would seek Master Lin's help at the Lin residence. Unfortunately, he has found nothing. Master Lin departed Sand City overnight. Now that the sword of Damocles hanging over us is gone, whoever breaks the tomb first will claim it." Chen Pai stated candidly. "Indeed, I concur with Fourth Master Chen." Huixinggu added. "Agreed," echoed Lu Jianchuan and Village Down in unison. "Then let us descend into the tomb. However, let it be clear, united we stand against obstacles. And when it comes to treasures, let strength prevail, no one shall disrupt the rules," Ban Jiesli declared resolutely. "Set forth," Chen Pai shouted. And they proceeded toward the mine's entrance with a throng of followers. At that moment, Lin Jiuyang, who had left Sand City overnight, was seated atop the coffin of the tomb, and Oppos, Master, King Wizzy. With the power of his world eye, he observed Chen Pai and the others entering through the entrance. His brow slightly furrowing before he scoffed, "What a bunch of ignorant fools. And you, Chen Pai, I granted you freedom, not a license to court death. This tomb has long been rigged with numerous deadly traps. Even Zhang Qishan and his group would not have escaped without Li Hai's intervention. And yet you dare to intrude? It seems the 9 gates are truly on the verge of disbanding." Lin Jiuyang's cold voice echoed relentlessly in the empty tomb, sending shivers through the many entities within. So be it. No action, no death. However, that individual, Lin Jiuyang chose to disregard the several heads of the 9 gates who had entered, instead directing his gaze towards the middle-aged man who had been shot dead. With his remarkable memory, if this man had indeed appeared yesterday, he would certainly recall him. Yet, ironically, Chapter 53, The Blank Village Below. On the other side, Chen Pai and his companions had fully stepped into the entrance. As they delved deeper, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. "Third Master, something is wrong with this entrance," exclaimed a robust man pushing half-sectionally. "What's wrong? Have you encountered a demon?" Chen Pai scoffed at the remark. "Speak up." Half-sectionally gave a subtle glance to his subordinate, gesturing for him to disregard Chen Pai and Oppos' words. "Third Master, this is a theft tunnel. Isn't it just a theft tunnel? What is the big fuss? It's a tomb after all. Where there are tombs, there are theft tunnels. It's quite normal," Huixinggu remarked, holding a piece of silk cloth to her nose. "But this is a reverse theft tunnel. I believe both heads should now grasp my meaning." The robust man's tone became somewhat assertive after being belittled twice. Although he was merely a steward under Third Master, there is a saying, one must consider the master when reprimanding the dog. However, Chen Pai and Huixinggu paid little heed to his tone, as they had both come to a realization. A reverse theft tunnel implies that the items within the tomb have either been taken or a desperate escape has occurred. Recalling how today, the underlings reported that Zhang Defo and Yi appeared disheveled, Xiangyu hesitantly spoke. Could this have been orchestrated by Zhang Qishan and the others? Impossible. Firstly, the time is too short, and this tunnel is vast. It could not have been excavated by just a few people. Moreover, the condition of the tunnel walls indicates it has been here for many years. So, regardless of whether it's a legitimate or reverse tunnel, we'll find out once we go in, Chen Pai declared, waving his hand as he took the lead. As they proceeded, Lu Jianxuan and the two from village below minimized their presence. Observing Chen Pai's reckless behavior, Lu Jianxuan turned to village below, casting a meaningful glance. Is this the partner you sought? Sacrificing oneself for the sake of others? Village below, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead and turned away, unable to meet Lu Jianxuan's gaze. In the tomb center, Lin Zhouyang watched Chen Pai's antics with a look of disbelief and cursed. What a foolish thing. Unbeknownst to Chen Pai, his actions left the three in utter disbelief, while two others secretly reveled in the situation, namely, Third Master Half-Section Li and Xiangyu. After all, someone was bravely taking the blows up front. It would be unreasonable for them not to feel pleased. Were it not for the inappropriate setting, they might have burst into laughter. With Chen Pai leading the way, the group continued onward. As they ventured further, the sound of dripping water echoed around them. Meanwhile, Chen Pai, who had been feigning ignorance, began to exercise caution, for while it was acceptable to play the fool, one must not be truly foolish. Something feels off. Suddenly, village below, who had been maintaining a low profile, spoke up. What is wrong now? Both Lu Jianxuan and Chen Pai inquired in succession. If I recall correctly, when we entered, there were 52 of us. Logically, the noise of our footsteps should be chaotic and numerous, yet now, village below furrowed his brow, glancing at Chen Pai and the others ahead. Hearing this, Chen Pai turned to look behind them. Half-Section Li, Xiangyu, Lu Jianxuan, and village below did likewise. But everyone was still there. No, they are problematic. Third Master Half-Section Li's expression darkened as he observed their subordinates trailing several paces behind. In the tomb center, Lin Zhuyang scrutinized the group within the tomb passage, his attention fixated on the individual named village below. You can discern the number of footsteps amidst such chaos? Do you believe you are a gourd child with keen hearing? Suddenly, an unclassified attribute panel appeared. Blank. What? At that moment, Lin Zhuyang sprang up from the coffin of Qing Wuzi. It was now his turn to express that something was amiss. He had previously utilized the unclassified attribute panel to assess this individual's situation, and apart from a lack of background forces, all other information suggested he was merely someone capable of leading a life. But what was this situation? As thoughts raced through his mind, he raised his left hand, and an invisible force surged within his palm. This is it. In an instant, Lin Zhouyang felt the urge to rush out but ultimately restrained himself. Just wait a moment. Just wait a moment. Meanwhile, within the tomb passage, village below felt a sudden thrum in his heart. Who is it? Could it be that already departed individual? Are they still attempting to calculate my whereabouts? In the outside world, within Sha City, Zhang Qishan re-established his composure, accompanied by Zhang Rishan and Qi Tizui as they approached the Lin residence. Following the guidance of the Lin household servants, they swiftly arrived at the grand hall of the Lin residence. Buddha, 8th Master, Vice Commander Zhang. Li Hai greeted the group with a respectful bow. Captain Li. They echoed in unison. Captain Li, Lin Jioi. Zhang Qishan began, uncertain of how to proceed. Buddha, Jioi mentioned before he left that during his absence, I would fully represent the Wolf Army and Appo's affairs in Sha City. If you have any inquiries, feel free to speak. Li Hai observed Zhang Qishan's hesitance and interjected. To speak candidly, Captain Li. As Zhang Qishan began, Li Hai understood that their visit aimed to have him accompany them back to the tomb beneath the mine. However, recalling the contents of Jioi's letter, Li Hai wore a conflicted expression. Captain Li, is there something troubling you? Zhang Qishan inquired. Sensing Li Hai's unease, but still reluctant to accept the obvious. I sincerely apologize. Buddha, Jioi left a secret order prior to his departure. And there are indeed matters within the residence that require my personal oversight. So, sigh. In that case, I shall not impose further. Zhang Qishan bowed and, with Qi Tizui and Zhang Rishan, turned to leave. Li Hai watched the departing trio, a glint of intrigue in his eyes, particularly lingering on Zhang Qishan, pondering what might be on his mind. Captain Li, does Zhang Qishan have any issues? A figure emerged from behind the hall after the three had left, inquiring of Li Hai. Nothing much, just. I can and amp. Oppos. T shake the feeling that Zhang Qishan seems somewhat different today. It's as if he is transformed into another person, Li Hai responded. Transformed into another person? The newcomer questioned, casting a glance toward the hall's exit. At the Air Wuhang residence, after leaving the Lin residence, Zhang Qishan and his companions arrived at their next destination. Zhang Qishan, where have you been these past few days? As soon as they stepped into the Air Wuhang residence, a charming figure approached Zhang Qishan, linking her arm with his. Oh, it's Yin. No, madam. We've been accompanying the Buddha around these past few days. I almost forgot about you. Chi Tizui exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he noticed Yin Xinyue clinging to the Buddha. Zhang Qishan, too, finally recalled this woman, his eyes gleaming as he regarded her. The Yin family. Chapter 54. Engaging in dialogue with it. The truth seems to emerge. At this moment, Zhang Qishan recalled the words spoken by old Jie and Amp, Oppo's ninth brother long ago. The Yin family is a dominant force in Beiping and a vast network of connections in the tomb robbing community. Moreover, having participated in the auction at the New Moon Hotel, he had witnessed the extraordinary talents of the Yin family's subordinates, both in intellect and martial prowess. If he could enlist such individuals. With this thought, his previously indifferent gaze toward Yin Xinyue softened. At this very moment, a plan began to take shape within him. An intricate web that could potentially envelop the entire 9 gates, and perhaps even Old Master Lin. Meanwhile, within the Qingzi tomb, Chen Pai and his companions had begun to panic. First, their comrades were inexplicably controlled by an unknown force, and then a multitude of small serpents capable of parasitizing human bodies appeared. As they ventured deeper, they encountered unknown creatures resembling hair, along with traps and various mechanisms. Just moments after entering the tomb, the group was completely scattered throughout the dark passages. In a shadowy corner, Suinxia and Appos' eyes glimmered with vigilance as he surveyed his surroundings. As time passed, his breathing gradually ceased, and even his heartbeat fell silent. Should someone approach to observe, they would find him appearing as if lifeless. Yet the flickering light in his eyes attested to the fact that he was still alive. How remarkable! No heartbeat, no breath. And even the vitality within him seemed to have vanished, yet he still persisted. And what of you? With no origins or past, as if you appeared from thin air. Does the so-called and Amp, Oppos, killing Heavenly Clan and Amp, Oppos, truly exist in this world? Hey, does it matter? Perhaps it does not. Although your emergence has disrupted our plans, ultimately, you still remain within our designs. Correct? I am quite curious. Who are you? The one who controls everything. Boom. A palpable, invisible force suddenly swept through the Qingzi tomb, its first target being Suinxia in the darkness. God? No one dares to claim divinity in my presence. Even if gods do exist, I can slay them. Ignorant souls often believe they can defy the heavens and vanquish the divine, unaware that what they see is merely what we choose to reveal. Even if you possess a unique bloodline akin to the Zhang family, perhaps even stronger, you shall ultimately remain under our control. At the moment these words fell, Suinxia surged forth with an inhuman speed. Witnessing this, Lin Zhuoyang was taken aback. How could this individual escape the suppression of the dragon's might? Quite intriguing. He runs swiftly, but let us see how he fares against the speed of sound. As Lin Zhuoyang and Amp, Oppos' words faded, his figure vanished in an instant. Moments later, a thunderous sound shattered the sound barrier at the spot he had just occupied. In the dimly lit tomb passage, Suinxia was racing with astonishing speed towards the center of the tomb chamber. Suddenly, Lin Zhuoyang appeared before him, extending a finger in his direction. Suinxia saw a rune hurtling towards him from Lin Zhuoyang and Amp, Oppos' fingertip, and before he could react, he collided directly with it. Instantly, an invisible force of confinement enveloped him, rendering him utterly immobile. How is this possible? What kind of technique is this? Suinxia was utterly astonished. This was not documented in their files. With a flash, Lin Zhuoyang appeared before him. I am curious about one thing. How did you become Suinxia? Or rather, when did Suinxia become yours? Hey, Lin Zhuoyang. We are aware of you. Remember, you are under our control. Suinxia offered no reply, but instead uttered a perplexing statement. In the next moment, Lin Zhuoyang watched in horror as Suinxia and Oppos' body appeared to wither and decay, rapidly turning to dust in the blink of an eye. What a joke. Lin Zhuoyang exclaimed in fury as he conjured shimmering runes around him, channeling forces imbued with the laws of nature into the rapidly disintegrating form before him. Yet ultimately, he could only watch helplessly. Damn it. After all this preparation, you tell me this being might not even be human? Lin Zhuoyang seethed as he gazed at the pile of sand on the ground, infuriated. Impossible. This entity is undoubtedly human. It must be a form of unknown suicide technique, allowing one to perish without leaving a trace, rendering investigation futile. All that remains is a heap of sand. But this method surely exceeds the limits. Just as Lin Zhuoyang was consumed by rage, a minuscule black stone, the size of a fingernail, flickered subtly within the sandy remains of Xuanxia. Suddenly, this stone shot towards Lin Zhuoyang and Amp Oppo's chest with immense speed, accompanied by a piercing sound as it penetrated his body. In that instant, fragments of fragmented memory surged into Lin Zhuoyang's mind, though they were hazy. With a gasp, he spat out blood. Disregarding his own condition as he fervently summoned his mental energy, countless runes in his mental realm blazed with brilliance, unleashing a torrent of shattered law-like power towards the retreating black stone. You dare to injure me and attempt to flee. The entire Qiuzi tomb trembled from the force of his determination. Let me go. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences of provoking us. A surge of mental power emanated from afar. Lin Zhuoyang's gaze turned fierce, his voice resonating as though it emerged from the depths of hell. The consequences for me will be addressed later, but yours are already sealed. Return to me. With a roar infused with the power of shattered loss, the black stone was enveloped by the raging energy. In an instant, it reversed course as if time had rewound, hurtling back towards Lin Zhuoyang. Simultaneously, a hand filled with immeasurable power reached out to grasp the black stone. What is this peculiar energy? Is it meteorite copper? No, it is a stone. A meteorite. A meteorite imbued with special powers? Not only does it shield my mental perception, but it also conceals the calculations of divination. So it was all because of you. Lin Zhuoyang gazed at the black meteorite in his hand, and in that moment, he finally understood why he had been unable to foresee anything. Moreover, Xuanxia had silently undergone transformation right beneath his nose. Suddenly, he recalled the fragments of memory that surfaced when the stone passed through him. Realizing that this ability bore a striking resemblance to the encounters of Wu Xie and Li Zhu with the black-haired snake later on. In that instant, comprehension washed over him. Or rather they, were using this method to achieve a form of immortality. The only difference was that this black meteorite seemed capable of fully harboring their memories, even allowing their consciousness to persist within it. All of this was merely what he had discovered or speculated so far. Whether other abilities existed remained uncertain. What an extraordinary substance. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Zhuoyang opened his palm, gazing at the black meteorite. Huh? What is happening? Stunned into silence, Lin Zhuoyang found himself at a loss for words, having heard no response. He swiftly picked up the black meteorite and examined it, finding no issues. A surge of mental energy flowed in, yet there was nothing. What the hell? When did this happen? Lin Zhuoyang crushed the black meteorite in his hand. His teeth clenched in frustration. The reason for his ire was that this black meteorite contained not a single memory image, not even fragments of memories. Even its peculiar energy had vanished. It seemed that the original inhabitant had triggered some sort of restriction, rendering this meteorite utterly useless, transforming it into an ordinary rock. Moreover, it had completely dissipated. Indeed, it was no wonder that such a being, whose existence spanned an unknown duration, would react in this manner. Lin Zhuoyang was nearly driven to despair. He had prepared for so long to capture this entity, only to see it all come to naught. After this incident, given their heightened vigilance, capturing another one of these beings would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Chapter 55, Chen Pai and the others return gravely injured. While Zhang Qishan domineeringly convenes a meeting, in a room within the Lin residence, Qiu Dko was startled by the sudden appearance of Lin Zhuoyang, who bore bloodstains on his chest. Master Jiao, what has happened? Upon hearing Qiu Dko's words, Lin Zhuoyang first examined him through his attribute-less panel. After the harrowing ordeal with that entity in the tomb, he now regarded everyone with suspicion. This phenomenon is commonly referred to as post-traumatic stress. Furthermore, although that black meteorite could obscure his world eye and the supreme palm technique, it seemingly could not conceal the attribute-less panel scrutiny. Thus, upon confirming Qiu Dko's safety, he silently exhaled in relief. It is nothing, merely an encounter with a person so resolute in their refusal to converse with me that they would rather face death. Lin Zhuoyang remarked, finding it rather peculiar. Logically, these beings, having survived so long thanks to the black meteorite, should be terrified of death. Yet this one had met death with such indifference, failing to even hesitate or provide him with a moment's response. In the room, Qiu Dko couldn't help but twitch his lips at this statement before inquiring, I wonder who would be so disrespectful as to prefer death over conversing with you? He found himself almost amused. You need not concern yourself with that. Just prepare yourself, for it is time for you to return home. Lin Jiuyang gestured dismissively. Yes, Master Jiu. Qiu Dko's eyes brightened at this statement, finally feeling it was his turn to take action. Unbeknownst to him, however, his return would be postponed for decades. Meanwhile, at the Air Yuhong residence, Zhang Qishan and his companions had arranged to explore the mine tomb once again the following morning. Just as Zhang Qishan, accompanied by Yin Xinue, Qi Tizui, and Zhang Rishan, stepped out of the Air Yuhong residence, a soldier hastened towards them. Report, Buddha Master. Just moments ago, as the soldier recounted the events, Zhang Qishan and his companions learned the details. It turned out that the guarding soldiers had witnessed Chen Pai, Hua Xinggu, and Ban Jiali returned from outside the city, appearing utterly disheveled. Ban Jiali, who was already crippled, had returned without even the legs he had left. Chen Pai was grievously wounded, his injuries deep enough to see the bone, resembling a figure drenched in blood. Hua Xinggu was carried back, her life status unknown. The soldiers also mentioned that dozens of brothers had accompanied them earlier, along with the intelligence officer Lu Jianxuan sent from above, and the representative from the beautiful nation's Chamber of Commerce. Yet now, only Chen Pai and the other two heads of the 9 gates had returned, indicating that Lu Jianxuan and the representative had perished in the tomb. At that moment, Zhang Qishan could only think, truly, heaven is assisting me. Ban Jiali was utterly incapacitated, Chen Pai was gravely injured, and the fate of Hua Jinsi, the head of the Hua family, was uncertain. This was the perfect opportunity for him to reclaim control over the 9 gates and eliminate all dissenting voices. As for the reasons behind their plight, Zhang Qishan could easily surmise they were connected to the tomb beneath the mine. Rishan, relay my orders. You shall personally invite the heads of the 9 gates to my Zhang residence for a meeting. Zhang Qishan and Apos. S eyes sparkled with determination as he addressed Zhang Rishan beside him. Yes, Buddha Master. Zhang Rishan stood at attention in response, then departed with the soldier who had delivered the news. Buddha Master, do you intend to take advantage of the situation with Ban Jie and Chen Pai? Qi Tizui turned to Zhang Qishan, who was now gazing at Zhang Rishan's retreating figure, and questioned. For some reason, at that moment, Qi Tizui felt an unfamiliarity in the presence of the Buddha Master. Indeed, Old 8, this is the most opportune moment to reorganize the 9 gates. Zhang Qishan did not acknowledge Qi Tizui's peculiar gaze. Perhaps he sensed his own transformation and could not bear to confront Qi Tizui and Apos' scrutiny. Nightfall. At the Zhang residence, heavy security was in place, with patrols of 10 soldiers visible everywhere. In the living room, the heads of the 9 gates gathered once more. Unlike their previous meeting at the Lin residence this time, the atmosphere was thick with tension as each head sat in silence, awaiting the arrival of their host. Around the room, numerous Zhang family soldiers stood guard, armed with submachine guns, creating an atmosphere so silent one could hear a pin drop. With the resounding thud of military boots on the floor, Zhang Qishan descended the staircase slowly. After taking his seat at the head of the table, he solemnly regarded the assembled heads of the 9 gates. Ladies and gentlemen, the 9 gates have been disorganized for far too long. As the leader of the 9 gates, I believe it is time for a thorough reformation. No sooner had he sat down than he began his targeted address. Each head of the family understood precisely to whom Zhang Qishan's words were directed. Humph! What great authority you wield, Zhang Dafa. Although you are the leader of the 9 gates, historically, each family governs its own affairs. When has it ever been the case that one family dictates all? You claim reformation without our consent? Furthermore, your actions tonight are truly commendable. The entire Sha city is likely abuzz with the news that Zhang Dafa has single-handedly apprehended the other 8 heads of the 9 gates overnight. Ban Jieli, who still bore a pale complexion, scoffed. Though he was gravely injured, the loss of his already crippled legs did not render him powerless. Oh, consent? In that case, allow me to seek your agreement, Third Master, Zhang Qishan replied, before suddenly slamming a gun against Ban Jieli and Apos' already bloodied thigh, then pressing it against the back of his head. Third Master, do you agree now? Ban Jieli remained silent, his gaze fixed defiantly upon him. Well, since the Third Master has chosen silence, we shall take that as agreement. And you, gentlemen? I support the Buddha Master and Apos' proposal for a reformation of the 9 gates. Jijua, one of the heads, was the first to speak. I concur. I too agree. As Jijua led the way, the other heads followed suit. All but Hua Jinsi, who lay unconscious, and Chen Pai, who remained sullen and silent. Fourth Master Chen, do you have anything to say? Zhang Qishan inquired, though his seemingly casual question bore an undercurrent of menace that did not escape the notice of those present. Agree to him just as Chin Pai was about to assert his authority and speak defiantly. A voice echoed in his mind. Who is this? Master Jiao. I concur with the Buddha Master's proposal. Ultimately, influenced by Master Jiao's voice, he decided to bide his time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qishan's expression shifted instantaneously. A smile broke forth as he declared, Very well, since all heads have agreed, I shall announce a matter now. Given that the current Hua family Xiangu is in a coma and it remains uncertain whether she will awaken, I propose that Hua Jinsi and Apos, niece, Hua Yunying, be appointed as the new Hua family Xingu. Who is in favor? Who is against? Thus, the Hua Xiangu from the era of the thieves pen officially made her entrance. Subsequently, Zhang Qishan proclaimed several new regulations for the Nine Gates, thereby pursuing his ambition to restrain and dominate the entirety of the Nine Gates. Chapter 56. Entering the tomb with ease, Zhang Qishan falls into a trap. The deputy officer wishes to head northeast. On the following day, adhering to their previous agreement, Zhang Qishan and Yuehong set forth towards the mine. Accompanied by a selection of elite individuals from the Jumen, Zhang Rishan was left behind to oversee the Jumen's affairs while Qi Tizui continued to follow them. However, due to the potential dangers lurking within the tomb, Zhang Qishan ultimately decided against allowing him to enter, leaving him with a dozen men to await their return outside the tomb. Master, have you noticed anything amiss? Yuehong inquired as they traversed the burial passage. Indeed, it seems there are far fewer mechanisms, Zhang Qishan replied, furrowing his brow at Yuehong and Apos' observation. It appears that my rebellious disciple has not been entirely ineffective. At least this time, they have laid a solid foundation for our descent, clearing many obstacles in our path. Yuehong chuckled. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant, Zhang Qishan cautioned. As their group ventured deeper, they soon arrived at a burial chamber. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The chamber was riddled with numerous pits of varying sizes. Based on the shapes and dimensions of these pits, it was evident that they were once the resting places for coffins, originally housed on the ghost train. Surrounding them were various excavation tools, along with a multitude of bones. Far too many to count. Master, it appears this is the burial chamber, Yuehong said, steadying his racing heart. Yes, it seems so. Let us proceed. Zhang Qishan nodded in agreement, turning to leave the chamber and continue deeper into the tomb. As Zhang Qishan turned, Yuehong glanced back at the chamber before following closely behind. After traversing a considerable distance, Yuehong remarked, Strange. When we visited last time, there were countless mechanisms and bizarre creatures. How is it that this time seems devoid of such threats? Surely, our previous experiences could not have been mere illusions? As they advanced further, Yuehong found it increasingly hard to believe their current fortune. Hearing his words, Zhang Qishan's brow remained tightly knit, lost in thought. He dismissed the notion of an illusion, for if it were true, they would not have narrowly escaped with their lives on that previous occasion. Master, there are numerous iron chains ahead. Suddenly, a soldier from the Zhang residence called out, interrupting Zhang Qishan's contemplation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qishan looked ahead. Indeed, there lay a structure resembling an altar, connected by thick iron chains from all directions. Master, it seems we have reached the deepest part of the tomb, Yuehong observed carefully before addressing Zhang Qishan. Let us investigate. Zhang Qishan and Apos' expression grew grave. Their unusually smooth descent felt orchestrated, a stark contrast to the unusual perils faced during their last expedition. He instructed a nearby soldier to select several Jumen elites to ascend the chains towards the altar. After a brief moment, Zhang Qishan observed the group reaching the altar with ease and, after a moment of silence, finally spoke. Let us move. He leapt onto the chains, followed closely by Yuehong and the rest of the Jumen elites. In no time, they stood before the altar. Aside from a coffin, nothing else was present. However, Zhang Qishan discerned something peculiar. Master, there should have been something significant here, likely of considerable size, which appears to have been removed, Yuehong remarked, noting the evident marks on the ground beside Zhang Qishan. Zhang Qishan furrowed his brow and nodded silently. Then, the coffin. Yuehong and Apos' inquiry snapped Zhang Qishan back to reality. He turned to examine the seemingly untouched coffin and declared, prepared to open it. With his command, the Jumen elites began to ready themselves for the opening of the coffin. Zhang Qishan stood quietly aside, enveloped in a thick fog of uncertainty, as if ensnared in a grand scheme. Master, we are ready, a voice called from below. Hastily, Zhang Qishan pushed aside his thoughts and approached the coffin. This time, he intended to take matters into his own hands. As he rolled up his sleeves, the creaking of the coffin lid echoed, and soon the coffin was fully opened. "Be careful, master." Just as Zhang Qishan was about to react, Yue Hong's alarmed voice rang out. With a sudden hiss, a slender black snake shot forth, sinking its fangs into his neck. Darkness enveloped him, and his final impression before losing consciousness was Yue Hong and Amp, Apos, as concerned and anxious face. In Shacheng, within the main chamber of Zhang Qishan and Apos' residence, Yin Xinyue gazed anxiously at the unconscious Zhang Qishan on the bed, while Zhang Rishan and Qi Tizui stood nearby. At that moment, Yue Hong entered the room. "Second Master, what has happened? Have you been able to reach Lord Linjiao?" Zhang Rishan asked urgently upon seeing Yue Hong. However, after glancing at the others, Yue Hong shook his head and replied, "Captain Li said he cannot contact Lord Jiao either." "What about Captain Li?" As the head of Lord Jiao and Amp, Apos' guards, Captain Li can only treat ordinary gunshot and knife wounds. He is utterly ignorant of poisons. Yue Hong interjected before Zhang Rishan could finish. "What shall we do now? We have consulted every physician in Shacheng. Yet they remain as helpless as they were with the madam." Qi Tizui lamented, observing Zhang Qishan's increasingly pale face, where the two tiny puncture wounds from the snakebite had turned black and purple. If this continued, the Western doctor I summoned from Beiping could do nothing. He merely administered an antibiotic and an antidote before leaving. He stated that if a remedy is not found within 7 days, then Yin Xinyue interjected. "It seems we must return." Zhang Rishan and Apos' expressions suddenly turned grave. "Return? Where?" Qi Tizui questioned, bewildered by Zhang Rishan and Apos' sudden solemnity. "There is no time to lose, Second Master. I entrust the matters of Juman to you from here on." "Eighth Master, Madam, we must gather our things and depart immediately." Without responding to Qi Tizui, Zhang Rishan decisively instructed Yue Hong. "No, Zhang Qishan cannot be moved at this time, or the spread of the poison within him will accelerate." "Madam, I lack the time to explain. You must trust me. Without Lord Linjiao, this is our only option." Zhang Rishan insisted to Yin Xinyue. "Madam, please heed the deputy officer. He has grown up alongside the master and would never harm him." Yue Hong and Qi Tizui urged in unison. Faced with their pleas, Yin Xinyue ultimately released her tight grasp on Zhang Qishan. Chapter 57. A storm approaches, little Zhang Qilan. That night, with the assistance of Yue Hong, Zhang Rishan, Qi Tizui, and Yin Xinyue hastily departed from Shacheng, carrying the unconscious Zhang Dafu towards the northeast. Unbeknownst to them, they believed their departure was discreet, yet a figure lingered nearby, observing their every move. At long last, he would meet him in this moment. In the darkness, a voice quietly emerged, only to vanish as swiftly as it had appeared. Moreover, Zhang Qishan was not the sole focus of interest. In another shadowy corner, several pairs of eyes fixated intently on Zhang Rishan and his companions. Zhang Qishan lay unconscious. Undoubtedly, his aide would escort him back to the Zhang residence. Indeed, our concern for Zhang Qishan is shared by another. That fellow would surely follow, fueled by an insatiable curiosity regarding the Zhang family. This presents an opportunity. However, his strength is formidable and his influence considerable. To confront him, one must first deal with his subordinates. Thus, let us initiate the cleansing plan, with the primary target being his wolf army. As for Zhang Qishan, he pales in comparison to that individual. Yes, Zhang Qishan can be dealt with later, and the Wang family may also make their entrance. It is high time to unleash this hound. At this moment, as the voice in the darkness echoed, an immense web unfurled, casting its shadow over the distant wolf army in Yunnan and within Shacheng itself. The following day, following Zhang Qishan and Amp, Apos' departure, the Sakura army, long poised for action, began mobilizing their forces, appearing ready to launch an assault on Shacheng at any moment. Concurrently, other warlords in the Yunnan region inexplicably commenced gathering their troops. While the Sakura forces stationed along the Yunnan border also amassed, their numbers strikingly formidable. In the stronghold of the Wolf Army, Kuan City, an imposing structure stood resolutely. Within, a soldier clad in Black Wolf Army attire hurried towards the heart of the building. "Report. Significant intelligence," he exclaimed. "Enter." Upon addressing the Red Vice Commander, he proclaimed, "The Sakura army has suddenly mobilized at the border, and numerous warlords within the province seem to have reached a consensus to gather their troops, with our forces as the apparent target." Behind a 2-meter-long table, Red Gu rose from her seat upon hearing the soldier's words. "The Sakura army is mobilizing?" The warlords have reached a consensus? It seems they have been colluding in secret all along, those wretched beings. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Red Goo shouted, "Inform all brothers below to prepare for battle. Mobilize all tanks and armored vehicles. The entire army shall advance and sweep away the trash within the province." Simultaneously, the training of the 7th, 8th, and 9th new recruit battalions would be abruptly concluded. They were to arm themselves and head to the border. With each command issued by Red Goo, the entirety of the Yunnan Wolf army sprang into action. Simultaneously, within Shacheng, Li Hai had already begun to muster his troops, and with Heir Yuehong leading, the 9 gates rallied thousands of brothers. The reason being, a full division of the Sakura army had already encamped just 10 miles outside Shacheng. The towering Sakura flag fluttered in the wind, its medicinal scent causing the citizens within Shacheng to grimace in disgust. Meanwhile, Zhang Qishan and his companions had already entered the northeastern territory. At their current pace, how much longer would they have to travel? Never mind, they are headed in this direction, so I shall take a look first. Perhaps I can reach there ahead of them. Lin Zhuoyang stood atop a tree, hands clasped behind his back, murmuring to himself as he observed Zhang Rishan and his companions. Due to the peculiarities of the Zhang family and the presence of meteorite copper within the ancient Zhang abode, Lin Zhuoyang's current abilities rendered him incapable of discerning their location. This was also why he had refrained from seeking out the Zhang family until now. However, with Zhang Rishan providing a specific direction, there were no longer any obstacles. As Lin Zhuoyang took a single step, his figure vanished from his previous location, reappearing 1,000 meters away. This process continued. He had no idea how far he had traversed. Yet the outcome was favorable. He finally spotted the stone tablet. No entry for non-Zhang family members. Certain death. A chuckle escaped his lips. Certain death? I must investigate. After casting a glance at the stone tablet, Lin Zhuoyang stepped forward, disappearing once more. Deep within a fog-laden forest in the northeast, an ancient tower stood tall. Before its entrance, a chair was positioned, and a small figure sat upon it. "Since you have come, why not step forward?" The diminutive figure suddenly spoke. TSK. At such a young age, where does such an air of wisdom come from? And your expression, is it a natural gift? Lin Zhuoyang and Appo's voice resonated in the vastness as he materialized before the small figure, bending down to scrutinize him. With Lin Zhuoyang and Appo's silent appearance, the young Zhang Qilin maintained a stoic demeanor, though his pupils dilated in surprise. At such a tender age, already adept at concealing emotions, that must be exhausting. Is it not? Were it not for your eyes, I would have failed to notice your earlier emotional fluctuation. Lin Zhuoyang straightened, hands still clasped behind his back, gazing at the small figure before him, who had yet to fully mature. "Who are you?" Zhang Qilin inquired, his calm eyes fixed on Lin Zhuoyang. "Me? If you do not mind, you may call me elder brother," Lin Zhuoyang replied, meeting his steady gaze. "Do you also bear the surname Zhang?" A flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Qilin's eyes. "Must I be a Zhang to call you elder brother? Why not adopt the surname Lin? Perhaps then you could break free from your predetermined fate." Lin Zhuoyang turned to gaze at the ancient tower's entrance. "If you do not share the Zhang surname, how did you enter?" Zhang Qilin questioned the peculiar individual before him. "Why can't I enter? Those rudimentary mechanisms can only deter ordinary folk." "Very well. If you refuse to be my little brother, I shall venture inside. After all, I am quite intrigued by your northeastern Zhang family's ancient tower." "Oh. And one more thing. If you ever leave here and find yourself in another Zhang family's domain, perhaps I may come looking for you in the wild. I hope you will still remember me by then." With that, Lin Zhuoyang strode towards the tower's entrance. "Wait, you cannot enter." The small Zhang Qilin leapt from his chair, rushing in front of Lin Zhuoyang to block his path. "Trust me, I can. Moreover, you cannot stop me now." Lin Zhuoyang regarded the small figure standing in his way, a surge of mental energy enveloping him. In an instant, Zhang Qilin found himself immobilized. "See, I told you, you cannot stop me." As Lin Zhuoyang passed by the young Zhang Qilin, he winked and continued towards the ancient tower's entrance. As he approached, with a mere thought, the heavy doors slowly swung open, and Lin Zhuoyang stepped inside with his hands still clasped behind his back. Chapter 58. The battle begins. Confident Hong Gu. As soon as he stepped inside, before Lin Zhuoyang could react, the door behind him closed automatically. Outside, with the door's closure, Xiao Zhang Qilin regained his freedom. "I told you, you can Appos. Come in," Xiao Zhang Qilin remarked, glancing at the firmly shut door before turning to leave. Inside, Lin Zhuoyang paid no heed to the door that had closed behind him. With a serene expression, he gazed at the scene within the ancient tower. He stood at the entrance, surrounded by stone coffins, some resting on the ground, others suspended within the structure, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. Suddenly, the scene before him began to shift, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself transported to an underground realm. Countless coffins hung from the distant stone walls, and he stood amidst a series of floating stone pillars. A roar akin to that of a savage beast reverberated through the air as a massive black chelan appeared, soaring towards him. Simultaneously, a fireball erupted from its mouth, hurtling directly toward Lin Jiuyang. What an impressive illusion! It feels so real. Is this a true record being reenacted? Or is it a consequence of the meteorite copper power wielded by the Zhang family? Lin Jiuyang mused, unfazed by the approaching fireball, his expression one of keen interest. Just as the fireball neared him, he unleashed a surge of mental energy, dispersing it effortlessly. Suddenly, another sound pierced the air sharp and bright, followed by the emergence of a phoenix soaring from the depths of darkness. What on earth? A phoenix? Is this not a possession of the Wang family? Before Lin Jiuyang could collect his thoughts, another roar echoed from a different direction, revealing a colossal beast resembling a tiger, adorned with wings. Is this the bloodline of Zhang Qishan? Qiongqi? With three monstrous beings charging toward him, Lin Jiuyang remained undeterred, his mind wandering to various possibilities. Could it be that this illusory realm is where the true Zhang family and Apos' ancient tower resides? What if the Zhang family locations in northeast China, Banai, or even the places Xiaoge ventured to were mere replicas? In the authentic Zhang family tower, perhaps ancient beasts like Qilin, phoenixes, and Qiongqi truly exist? At that moment, the three massive beasts drew within mere meters of Lin Jiuyang. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed an invisible force that sent the creatures hurtling away. Meanwhile, at the Wolf Army's base in Yun Province, an atmosphere of preparedness enveloped the troops. All soldiers, except for the newly emerged 7th, 8th, and 9th battalions, were readying for battle. After enduring for an entire year, their patience was wearing thin, in stark contrast to the situation in Yun Province, where the Wolf Army was headquartered and required ample preparation time. The Sakura Army launched its assault on Sha City within mere hours of their arrival. The air was filled with the sounds of gunfire as bullets rained from the Wolf Army and Zhang Qishan and Apos' defensive forces. The Sakura Army relentlessly advanced on Sha City. Captainly, the Sakura troops are charging in recklessly, wave after wave. At this rate, our ammunition won't last. In the defensive fortifications at Sha City's gates, Zhuman Er-yi and Xie Jiu-yi approached Li Hai, declaring, "We must hold our ground, no matter what. When we run out of bullets, we'll resort to hand-to-hand combat." Li Hai responded with conviction, his heavy machine gun trembling as bullets whizzed through the air. As he continued his relentless fire, Zhuman Er-yi and Xie Jiu-yi exchanged glances before returning to their posts, ready to fend off the Sakura Army and Apos' onslaught. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted from the sky. "Take cover, bombers!" With the roar of engines, bombs cascaded down like oversized projectiles, striking the defensive works at Sha City. Back in the Wolf Army's central command in Yun Province, a report rang out. "Deputy Commander Hong, all Wolf Army units are assembled." "Good. Relay my orders. Battalions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Launch an immediate attack on the Sakura Army. We must not give them time to prepare. Tell the soldiers to be fierce and ruthless. This time next year, we shall ride into Daijing to celebrate." "Yes. Battalion leaders of 789, you have 3 days to eliminate all rebel forces in Yun Province. Leave no one behind." "Understood." Deputy Commander Hong. With Hong Gu's commanding voice ringing with fervor, waves of soldiers surged forth from the base, a black tide centered around Kuan City, spreading throughout Yun Province. Watching the culmination of her efforts as 100,000 wolf soldiers departed, a sense of ambition swelled within Hong Gu. This was a plan she had long envisioned, to conquer Yun Province, to build her forces, stockpile resources, and eventually march straight into Sakura Island, replacing their flag with her own. Although her plans had stalled due to her master's influence, the time had come. She was confident that given 3 months, she could reach Sakura Island. As for the headquarters, would they be targeted by elite forces from those who fancied their comfortable lives? She glanced back at the 18 warriors clad in ancient general and Apos' armor, mounted on majestic steeds. Elite forces? How elite? I shall slay them all. In a remote and enigmatic corner of the vast Daxia territory, a colossal stone table stood at the center of a shadowy chamber, illuminated by a single thick candle. Surrounding the table were numerous dark caverns, cloaked in impenetrable darkness. The war had begun. Suddenly, A voice resonated from one cavern, breaking the silence. Do we still have no leads? None. But it's only a matter of time, came a reply from another cavern. A matter of time. We and Appos, we've been saying that for countless years, yet here we are. A furious voice erupted from within one cavern. Calm down. The individuals below have already embarked on their journey to address the matters concerning their loyal subordinates. According to the information we currently possess, both his disciples and followers appear to wield extraordinary powers that transcend the ordinary. Perhaps we might uncover some answers within them. Or perhaps there are simply no answers to be found. Regardless, we are still alive. How is this body truly considered alive? Chapter 59. The Corpse King Self-Destructs. Honggu is wounded. Li Hai escapes. The following day, outside the city of Sha. At this moment, the Wolf Army, the defense troops, and the members of the Nine Gates had all retreated into the city. This was due to the relentless onslaught of the Sakura army, whose madness had reached unprecedented levels with bullets, shells, and bombers. Those infernal bombers, constantly circling overhead, wreaked havoc. Shells as thick as a thigh rained down upon their fortifications, causing untold damage to the flora, which was utterly maddening. Everyone, the situation is dire. Let us gather all that we can. Captain Lee. Defending Sha City is primarily the responsibility of your Wolf Army and the Buddha's defense troops. Now that we are laying bare our resources, where is the Buddha? We have no idea where he is gone. Enough. This is not the time for infighting. Rather than squabbling, we should contemplate our next course of action. What else can we do? We must fight. Within the temporary military camp of Sha City, the leaders of the Nine Gates were embroiled in a heated debate. While the citizens of Sha City hastily packed their belongings, preparing to evacuate at a moment and Appos' notice. Meanwhile, at the Wolf Army and Appos' encampment in Yun Province, Honggu had already engaged in battle with 18 corpse kings and several mysterious individuals clad in black robes. Damn it! Who are these people? Why does it feel like I cannot unleash my full power in this fight? Honggu and Appos' face twisted in displeasure as she forced back a black-clad adversary, her 99 flying daggers swirling around her in a protective formation. At this moment, the Wolf Army's encampment was divided into 19 battlefields, with Honggu and the 18 corpse kings scattered amongst the black-clad opponents. It was evident that the enemy had come prepared, seemingly aware of the combined power of the 18 corpse kings, and thus employed this tactical approach. Moreover, they seemed equipped with some means to suppress Honggu's bloodline power and the blade-wielding treasure box, hampering her ability to exert her full strength. Swiftly resolve this. Suddenly, one of the black-clad mysterious individuals spoke. The others, coordinating seamlessly, nodded and surged towards Honggu with a speed that rivaled her own. Buzzing Swish seeing this, Honggu activated her flying daggers to counterattack. Roar. In a split moment, within a segregated battlefield, one of the Corpse King cavalry erupted with a terrifying aura of blood and malice, culminating in a massive explosion that obliterated the 4 attacking black-clad individuals along with it. Roar, roar, roar. Feeling the severance of one of the 18 ethereal threads unique to the 18 Corpse Kings, the remaining 17 cavalrymen howled in fury, and waves of bloodthirst surged forth. This is bad. They are going to self-destruct. Retreat. Boom. Alas, the black-clad individuals were too late. As the deafening blast echoed, the entire Wolf Army encampment was engulfed, reduced to ruins in an instant, transforming into a convergence of blood, malice, and the stench of corpses. On the outskirts of the encampment, having sensed the commotion caused by the 18 Corpse Kings, Honggu had swiftly fled the central area thanks to the phantom-like agility imparted by Lin Xiaoyang. Yet even so, she was still caught in the ensuing chaos. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Honggu glanced back at what was once the Wolf Army encampment and struggled to rise, fleeing into the distance. Her blade-wielding treasure box, however, had been left behind amidst the overwhelming bloodthirst, malice, and corpse energy unleashed by the self-destruction of the corpse cavalry. Cough. Not far from where Honggu had escaped, 2 figures in black began to rise from the ground. She has run away? One black-clad figure remarked, observing Honggu's distant silhouette. Rest assured, we are not the only ones sent here. She will not escape, replied another, gritting his teeth against the pain. Turning to the area behind them, now saturated with bloodthirst and malice, he muttered in shock, I never imagined those entities could even overwhelm the Black Stone. They truly are terrifying. Indeed, based on intelligence from above, it seemed those beings were specially crafted by a certain individual, formed from unique corpses to create the corpse cavalry. They were not human, nor did they possess any bloodline power, making it unsurprising that the Black Stone could not suppress them. Yet, The extent of their power was still unexpected. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, before the second black-clad figure could finish his thought, two sharp blades pierced through their bodies. Apologies. But your mission has concluded. It is time for you to vanish from this world. We shall take it from here within Sha City, at the temporary encampment. Lehigh found himself confronted by a group of mysterious black-clad individuals who surged in, mercilessly attacking anyone in sight. Apart from the leaders of the 9 gates who had been severely injured and fallen into unconsciousness, the rest had perished. Who are you? Lehigh inquired calmly from his position at the head of the temporary encampment, listening to the ongoing chaos outside as he gazed at the 3 figures before him. The 3 black-clad individuals remained silent, advancing step by step with their long knives drawn. Upon witnessing this scene, Lehigh realized that he was about to face calamity, as the Overlord Blade, which he had once summoned at will, had yet to respond. It appeared that these intruders possessed something capable of suppressing the artifact crafted by the 9th Master. However, even without the Overlord Blade, Lehigh was not one to be easily slaughtered or humiliated. Boom! With a surge of battle intent and murderous intent emanating from him, his figure vanished from the spot. Bang! In the next instant, he materialized before one of the black-clad figures and delivered a powerful punch. The black-clad figure reacted swiftly, raising his blade in defense. Although Lehigh's tremendous strength forced him back several steps, he sustained no actual damage. Lehigh's pupils constricted. A formidable opponent. Summoning even greater battle and murderous intent, his speed and power surged dramatically as he charged towards the 3 figures before him. Bang, bang, bang in an instant. For shadowy figures darted through the temporary encampment as Lehigh's battle intent intensified, his strength and speed skyrocketing moment by moment. Something is amiss. This fellow is not affected by the Blackstone. He is growing stronger. Suddenly, one of the black-clad figures exclaimed, "What kind of monster is this?" At the same time, one of the black-clad individuals engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with Lehigh shouted in frustration. In that moment of distraction, a punch penetrated through his skull. Boom. As Lehigh obliterated the head of one black-clad figure, the sounds of battle outside abruptly diminished, and several more black-clad figures rushed in. What is happening? This guy is unaffected by the Blackstone. Everyone, attack him together and eliminate him. Without hesitation, the newly arrived black-clad individuals charged towards Lehigh. Realizing the impending danger, Lehigh swiftly turned and burst through the wall of the temporary encampment, fleeing at breakneck speed. Chase him. We cannot let him escape. Chapter 60. A few arrive at the ancient tower. Red Ant disappears. Lehigh appears overseas. 2 days later. Northeast. Outside the Zhang family and Apos' ancient tower. At this moment, Zhang Rishan, relying on his past memories, evaded one trap after another, finally leading in Xinyue, Chi Tizui, and the still unconscious Buddha Master inside. Deputy, is this your and Buddha Master's ancestral home? Why does it feel so eerie? Chi Tizui remarked, surveying the surroundings. Shoo. 8th Master, do not speak carelessly. Zhang Rishan, with a tense expression, raised a finger and glanced around. Well, regardless, we must quickly treat Buddha Master. You've heard along the way that damn Sakura people have declared war. Chi Tizui shifted the topic. Hearing 8th Master's words, Zhang Rishan furrowed his brow, worry etched on his face. Unsure of the current situation in Shaching. All right, Deputy, let us not dwell on it too much. After all, there is Captain Li in Shaching. Perhaps Lord Lingio has returned to Shaching by now. Chi Tizui, recognizing Zhang Rishan and Apos' concern, patted his shoulder reassuringly. Hey, you two, what time is it now? Knowing the urgency of the situation, why not figure out a way to treat Chishan first? Xinyue interjected, observing the 2 men before her. Right, Deputy. What should we do next? Follow me. At this moment, the 2 regained their focus, with Zhang Rishan taking the lead. Soon, they arrived at the ancient tower. Wow, Deputy. I never expected your ancestral home to conceal such depths, building a tower within. Chi Tizui exclaimed, astonished at the sight. Zhang Rishan, however, remained silent, gazing at the ancient tower, lost in thought. After a while, he finally spoke. Let us go. Suddenly, Chi Tizui gasped. Zhang Rishan and Xinyue followed his gaze and saw a child had appeared at the entrance of the ancient tower, where there had previously been no one. Composing himself, Zhang Rishan silently tugged at Chi Tizui and led the 2 toward the child. Senior, I have come to seek the root. Zhang Rishan respectfully bowed before the child. Xiao Zhangqiling glanced at the unconscious Zhang Qishan and quietly stated, his root is not here. Although the words seemed to reject He produced a wooden plaque and began to rub it in his hands. Zhang Rishan's eyes brightened at the sight of the plaque, but, aware of the local customs, refrained from acting impulsively. Qi Tizui and Yin Xinyue stood aside, too intimidated to speak, as the atmosphere felt exceedingly strange. A mere 20-something-year-old vice officer addressing a child who appeared to be merely a decade old as senior? Was it due to his high lineage or something else? Eventually, Xiaozheng Qilin extended his hand, still clutching the wooden plaque, but remained silent. Yin Xinyue, having guessed that this plaque was likely the key to saving Zhang Qishan, reached out her hand without waiting for Zhang Rishan to express his gratitude. Deep within the ancient tower, Lin Zhuyang was engrossed in a large library, perusing a book with great enthusiasm. Ever since he entered the illusion and encountered the three divine beasts, he had been speculating about everything related to the Zhang family. Breaking free from the illusion, he ventured deeper into the tower until he reached this vast sea of books. Suddenly, he felt something and lifted his gaze to the ceiling. This is a marking inscription I placed inside Zhang Qishan. Have they arrived? Lin Zhuyang murmured to himself. He then looked down at his feet, a slight frown creasing his brow. After contemplating something, he closed the ancient book and began to walk in a certain direction. Meanwhile, in the Yunnan province, the wolf army initially experienced a series of victories, but with the disappearance of Red Ant, compounded by unseen forces stirring the pot, the wolf army had completely disbanded. They were being relentlessly consumed and slaughtered by the Sakura army and an intangible force, far across the ocean. In a luxurious manner, Chiodko observed a familiar figure brought in by his subordinates and approached with a smile, embracing him. Long time no see, Captain Li. Welcome to my domain. Chiodko. Do you know where Lord Zhou has gone? Li Hai, looking haggard, inquired. To be honest, I do not know. All I know is that Lord Zhou instructed me to return and prepare. Once I receive a certain symbol, I can commence operations, Chiodko replied. Could it be? Lord Zhou has also fallen victim to those men in black. Impossible. With Lord Zhou's strength, they could never. Li Hai, upon hearing Chiodko's words, lowered his head, deep in thought. Wait, Red Ant. Chiodko, have you found Red Ant? Li Hai suddenly recalled Red Ant from the Yunnan province, and urgently grasped Chiodko's shoulders. Oh, Captain Li, please don't be so agitated. I must first warn you to brace yourself. Hearing this, Li Hai felt a chill in his heart. I sent someone to search for Miss Hong in Yunnan province. But the outcome? I am very sorry. It seems she has gone missing. Indeed, Red Ant had also been targeted. Li Hai thought to himself. There is another matter regarding the wolf army. What about the wolf army? I don't and amp, oppos, know how to say this. You can see for yourself, Chiodko said, signaling to the steward beside him, who promptly handed over a letter. Upon receiving it, Li Hai opened it and began to read. The wolf army won successive victories in the initial battles, but after Red Ant and amp, oppos' disappearance, they became leaderless. Beset by unknown forces inciting discord, compounded by a furious counterattack from the Sakura army, the rebel forces in Yunnan province launched a surprise attack, and the wolf army suffered a disastrous defeat, ultimately disbanded. Reading the contents of the letter, Li Hai and amp, oppos' heart burned with rage. Yet he knew there was nothing he could do. If there was hope, it would only be if Lord Zhou appeared to turn the tide. In a mysterious place, the scene remained unchanged. A stone table, candles, a cave. Unlike before, this time, a figure cloaked in a black robe stood beside the stone table. We have captured the girl, and through our research, we have discovered she possesses a purer bloodline than the Wang family, identical to that of the Wang family. The figure in black spoke, slightly bending forward. Silence ensued for a moment, before a voice emerged from within the cave. She is the lost child of the Wang family? The black-robed figure shook his head. No, according to our investigations, prior to encountering him, this girl was merely an ordinary person, perhaps with a bit more talent. Oh, this is intriguing. It implies she possesses the ability to manifest bloodlines from thin air, even granting others a remarkably pure bloodline. Could it be? Such a race truly exists in this world? Impossible. Suddenly, another voice resonated from another cave. If such a race truly existed, we would surely have discovered it in the records. But how do we explain the ability to manifest bloodlines? Do not forget, we can also grant people special bloodlines. Technology is the future's mainstream. Then, how do we explain him? Continue investigating. Even the most cunning fox will eventually reveal its tail. Chapter 61. Emergence from the Ancient Tower, an ominous foreboding, Lin Zhuyang and amp, oppos' wrath. Time swiftly passed. Lin Zhuoyang had spent 2 months within the Zhang family and Appo's ancient tower. Today, he finally stepped out of its confines. Tisk tsk. I must admit, the Zhang family possesses a remarkable collection of tomes, and the array devised with meteorite copper is indeed astonishing, putting me through quite a trial. Lin Zhuoyang, stretching before the grand entrance of the tower, spoke aloud to the empty expanse outside. He was aware that the Zhang family had been observing him from the shadows all this time, and thus he believed they could hear him. However, receiving no response, he resigned himself and walked away from the ancient tower. Until we meet again, esteemed ones, Lin Zhuoyang remarked, before his figure vanished from sight. Across the tower, several silhouettes gazed towards its direction. That ferocious spirit has finally departed, one exclaimed. Indeed. I never imagined that the meteorite copper array we have meticulously studied for centuries could not contain him. This fellow even took away a considerable amount of our meteorite copper and tomes. Another lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Well, it and Appo's merely some outdated texts. As for the meteorite copper, if he's taken it, so be it. Our immediate priority is to rendezvous with the patriarch at Sifang City. The situation for the Zhang family is not favorable. These are merely sycophants, attempting to conspire with outsiders to overthrow our millennia-old legacy, utterly delusional. Regardless, we must remain vigilant. The Wang family, which has been absent for years, suddenly reappears and initiates so many events. We cannot let our guard down. Indeed, formidable as that young man is, his army of 100,000 has already disbanded in just 2 months. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuoyang had just exited the forest surrounding the Zhang family when he felt a sudden thrum in his heart. Strange? Why do I have such a foreboding feeling? Lin Zhuoyang furrowed his brow, raising his right hand from behind his back, unleashing a torrent of invisible palm energy. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from him, sweeping across the surroundings. This menacing force was akin to an 8th-degree tempest, uprooting trees and cracking the ground beneath him, while the sky darkened ominously. Oh, so this is how you wish to play? Then I shall indulge you in this game. At this moment, Lin Zhuoyang was consumed by rage. He had initially believed that his disciple, Hong Gu, with her 18 corpse kings, could evade any impending danger. Furthermore, the 2 inscriptions of battle and slaughter he had placed within Lehigh had been triggered, allowing him to glimpse the past events through the power of the law inscribed in his eyes. He saw 3 figures cloaked in black and a dozen more rushing in behind them, all emanating the peculiar energy waves of the black meteorite. Very well. It appears that the black meteorite possesses the ability to suppress bloodlines. I shall see if that wretched stone can restrain mine. How dare you disrupt a perfectly good game and flip over my table? If that's the case, then let none of you play at all. If you have the courage, then never show yourselves again. Otherwise, I shall slay every last one of you upon sight. With this thought, Lin Zhuoyang transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from his location, heading towards Yun province. Across the ocean, as Lin Zhuoyang peered into the past through the power of the 2 inscriptions within Lehigh sensed it as well. Master Jiao, old Qiu, prepare a plane for me. I wish to return home and gather some manpower as well. Yun province. At a certain warlord and Appo's encampment. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying pressure, the entire military encampment was awakened, with everyone rushing out, bewildered by the darkened sky. Strange. It was just sunny a moment ago. How did the weather change so suddenly? A soldier remarked, gazing at the sky above. The wolf army. Lin Zhuoyang is coming to slay. Suddenly, a booming voice, akin to the roar of an aircraft, reverberated throughout the military encampment. The soldiers, previously in confusion, were now engulfed in terror. The wolf army? Lin Zhuoyang? ISN and Appo's. That. Before the soldiers could comprehend, a silver sea suddenly appeared in the distant sky. This silver sea was accompanied by the deafening sounds of clashing metal, advancing towards the military encampment. Behind the encampment, the warlord leader gazed at the silver expanse with a look of despair, murmuring, "It and Appo's. Over. All is lost." No sooner had he spoken than the silver sea reached the gates of the encampment. Only then did the soldiers realize that this was no silver sea, but an endless barrage of flying daggers. Boom. All. As the silver sea of daggers swept through the military encampment in mere moments, every living being, be it man, horse, weapon, or equipment, was reduced to countless fragments, carried away by the silver tide to another realm. On this day in Yun province, an overwhelming scent of blood permeated the air. In the span of a single day, all warlords who had betrayed the Wolf Army 2 months prior were eradicated, and the once silver sea transformed into a crimson abyss. As the blood-stained blades traversed the skies of Yun Province, the warlord factions numbering in the hundreds of thousands vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, as the endless barrage of daggers cleansed Yun Province, Lin Zhuyang single-handedly infiltrated the Sakura army, bringing forth visions of a brighter future. Unlike the sweeping massacre directed at the rebellious forces, he now resembled a frenzied beast, rampaging through the ranks of the Sakura army. Fists, palms, legs, fingers, claws, an array of techniques emerged in rapid succession. With each punch, anyone who dared to live was either struck dead or pierced through. With each palm strike, the impact splattered brain matter, shattering firearms. In just a matter of hours, Lin Zhuyang had chased the Sakura army for dozens of miles. "Ah, you want to flatten the ground? Let me assist you," Lin Zhuyang shouted at a Sakura officer. Delivering a palm strike that left nothing but a skeletal remnant behind, the flesh scattered across the earth. As the Sakura officer fell lifeless, Lin Zhuyang turned his gaze towards the fleeing soldiers. You run quite fast, but the faster you flee, the more exhilarated I become. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhuyang proclaimed, resembling a madman as he leaped into the air, unleashing a barrage of palm strikes towards the retreating figures. With each strike, enormous invisible palm prints descended upon the fleeing soldiers, akin to swatting away mosquitoes. In an instant, the massive palm prints rained down, and the fleeing figures, appearing as though filled with blood, were met with a resounding smack. Imagine the scene of swatting a mosquito. Chapter 62, The Return of Lehigh, the Abyss, and the resurgence of Chun Pai and Appo's pressure. Several hours later, the largest cherry blossom legion within Yun Province was annihilated by Lin Zhuyang alone. Standing at an elevation of over 1,000 meters, Lin Zhuyang gazed down at the blood-red splatters that marred the roads stretching for miles beneath him, his eyes icy with resolve. The true spectacle was merely commencing. In the following days, Lin Zhuyang traversed various encampments of the Cherry Blossom Army across Yun Province, determined to spare not a single diminutive life. Along the way, he even encountered a so-called imperial envoy of the Ointment Emperor. Admittedly, the individual held a lofty status. Yet the torment he endured was rather amusing, ultimately resulting in his transformation into a grotesque figure, submerged in an enormous cesspool. As for his self-proclaimed title of Ointment Emperor's envoy, apologies, but let him come speak to me directly. In any case, regardless of one and Appo's title or station on that small island, and irrespective of the influence one wielded in the current global assembly, here, it was a simple decree. Those I can kill, I shall kill. Those I cannot kill, I shall also kill. Within a mere few days, Lin Zhuyang had purged the entirety of Yun Province. At this moment, there were no warlords, no cherry blossom troops, and not a single cherry blossom inhabitant in sight. Well, certainly, there were countless bodies. Simultaneously, during these days, Lin Zhuyang had also reclaimed a considerable number of Wolf Army soldiers. When gathered, they numbered nearly 1,000. Yet the memory of his once vast army of nearly 10,000 lingered painfully, especially after Honggu returned to Yun Province and directly recruited an astounding 100,000 troops. And now, bang in a fit of rage, Lin Zhuyang shattered a nearby stone. 9. Master. At that moment, a soldier from the Wolf Army approached him, swallowing hard before speaking. What is it? Lin Zhuyang composed himself and inquired of the soldier. Master 9. Captain Li has returned. The soldier replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuyang and Appo's eyes brightened. Bring him to me. Before long, Lehigh stood before him. Upon seeing Master 9, Lehigh immediately knelt, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded. I am sorry. Master 9. The Sand City. Lin Zhuyang regarded Lehigh, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Enough. Rise. I am already aware of the circumstances. This is not your fault. Hearing this, Lehigh wiped his eyes and then spoke to Lin Zhuyang. Master 9, now that there are no warlords left in Yun Province, and the Cherry Blossom Army has been eradicated, we should. From this moment forth, there will be no warlords in Yun Province. Nor will there be any Cherry Blossom people, understand? Lin Zhuyang interrupted, aware of what Lehigh intended to express, but having formulated other plans. Lehigh comprehended Master 9's intent and nodded in agreement. Observing Lehigh's response, Lin Zhuyang turned to face the setting sun and declared, Convey my message. From now on, Yun Province shall not entertain warlords, nor will it welcome cherry blossoms. We await the dawn of lasting peace. Yes, Master 9. With Lin Zhuyang's proclamation, Li Hai nodded affirmatively. In an instant, news of the situation in Yun province spread like wildfire. Subsequently, countless spies from various factions infiltrated and then exited Yun province. Thus, upon learning the true state of affairs in Yun province, the major powers abandoned their aspirations to stake a claim there. The primary reason being that a esteemed figure, after obliterating the cherry blossoms and all local warlords, had abruptly vanished without a trace. Hence, even if some harbored designs on Yun province, none dared act without that figure's consent. After all, the blood-soaked accounts of the hundreds of thousands of warlords and cherry blossom troops, nearly 1 million in total, served as a stark reminder that they could not provoke that figure. In the depths of the 10,000 mountains of Yun province, within a grand tomb constructed hundreds of meters underground, this burial site had been transformed into a habitable underground stronghold. This was Lin Zhuyang's newly established base, meticulously found and renovated for his purposes. Moreover, he had employed the ancient copper matrix techniques honed by the Zhang family over centuries to secure this tomb and its surroundings with formidable defenses against external threats and prying eyes. He named this place the Abyss. At this moment, in the main chamber of the tomb, Lin Zhuyang held a droplet of blood suspended in the air, encased in an undulating force, as though he were conducting some examination upon it. After a while, alas, it appears Honggu has been taken by them and concealed with black stones. Otherwise, I would have sensed her presence. Lin Zhuyang sighed and murmured, Master 9. Who exactly are they? I know Honggu and Apos. S strength. How could she possibly? Li Hai, noticing Lin Zhuyang and Apos S pause, ventured to inquire. Honggu and Apos S might could easily subdue them. But the issue lies in their possession of a certain object, one imbued with a peculiar energy and magnetic field that can suppress individuals and entities with unique bloodlines. Lin Zhuyang elucidated to Li Hai, then continued, however, while I have yet to fully grasp whether that object possesses additional capabilities, I have already devised a solution for its bloodline suppression and special item constraints. Upon hearing Master Nine's words, Li Hai thoughtfully nodded. By the way, how have you fared with the task I assigned you? Lin Zhuyang suddenly recalled his earlier instruction and inquired of Li Hai. Master Nine, everything has been arranged. Based on the ancient text you brought back, I have selected the most elite 100 individuals for training. Given their current progress, they should be ready for deployment within 3 months. At that time, Li Hai responded regarding the task Lin Zhuyang had previously set for him. Excellent. In the coming period, discreetly dispatch individuals to seek out orphans for cultivation. One day, or at some specific time. I want them to become the most formidable individual combatants of the Abyss. I want them to regret crossing paths with me. Lin Zhuyang's gaze turned frigid as he uttered these words. Understood. Master Nine, as for the Sand City, I shall personally pay a visit to assess the current state of Zhang Defo, he concluded. Meanwhile, within Sand City, since the return of Zhang Defo, Zhang Qishan, under his leadership, the Cherry Blossom Army, though not entirely repelled, had stabilized the situation, allowing Sand City to briefly regain its former appearance. In the Chun residence, one of the 9 gates, Chun Pai was entranced by a newly acquired treasure, lost in thought. What could this object be that so captivated Chen Sai? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him, startling Chen Pai, who instinctively kicked backward. Yet before his foot could connect, a familiar pressure bore down upon him, instantly recalling him to his previous encounters within the February Red residence, rendering him motionless on the ground. 9. Master, please forgive me. Chapter 63. Zhang Qishan. As the introduction, Lin Zhuyang takes action. After such a long absence, Master Chun has bestowed upon me such a delightful surprise. Lin Zhuyang's voice resonated as he dispelled the oppressive aura surrounding Chun Pai. I dare not, Master Jiu. I never anticipated it would be you. Chun Pai hastily rose, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders, and respectfully addressed Lin Zhuyang. All right. I hold no grudge against you. Recently, during my absence, how has the situation in Shaching unfolded? Lin Zhuyang inquired as he turned and settled into the main seat, gazing at Chen Pai. Master Jiu, the recent happenings in Shaching. Chen Pai meticulously recounted all the events that had transpired during Lin Zhuyang's absence. Hearing about the occurrences in Shaching, Lin Zhuyang remained indifferent to most details, however. Upon learning of Zhang Qishan's changes, a glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes. Are you saying that since Zhang Qishan's return, he has remained in the Zhang residence without emerging after driving back the Sakura army? Indeed, Master Jiu. Good, I understand. For now, you may continue as you wish. I must step out. With that, Lin Zhuyang vanished from sight, and Chen Pai, unfazed, tidied up before returning to his previous demeanor. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuoyang arrived at the Zhang residence, discovering Zhang Qishan in his study, engrossed in a blueprint with Zhang Rishan standing guard nearby. Name, Zhang Qishan. Identity, defensive strategist of Shaqing. As the panel of attributes shifted, Zhang Qishan's information appeared before Lin Zhuoyang's eyes. Indeed, at this moment, Zhang Qishan had already engaged with them. Ah, Master Zhang. Lin Zhuoyang and Amp, Appos, S voice echoed in the study, startling both Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan. Master Jiao, Zhang Rishan exclaimed in surprise, while Zhang Qishan, initially taken aback, quickly masked his astonishment and smiled, saying, Master Jiao, what brings you here without a prior notice? I would have. When did you begin interacting with them? Do you know their strongholds? What do they intend for you? Without allowing Zhang Qishan to finish, Lin Zhuoyang interrupted with pointed inquiries. Zhang Qishan's heart sank at Lin Zhuoyang's words, realizing the significance behind them. Master Jiao, what are you talking about? Who are they? Zhang Rishan interjected, puzzled. With a glance, Lin Zhuoyang silenced Zhang Rishan, who promptly collapsed, unconscious. Zhang Qishan, I offer you a chance for me to spare your life. After incapacitating Zhang Rishan, Lin Zhuoyang turned his attention to Zhang Qishan. Master Jiao, I do not comprehend what you speak of, Zhang Qishan stammered, observing his fallen aide and feeling the heavy atmosphere in the study, attempting to maintain his composure. Buzz. As soon as Zhang Qishan finished speaking, an inaudible hum resonated, and a pressure far surpassing what he had felt at Er Yueheng's residence descended upon him. With a thud, Zhang Qishan gritted his teeth and knelt, his face contorted in agony. Zhang Qishan, Master Zhang, do you truly believe I am so easily swayed? Or perhaps my previous kindness has led you to assume I am meek? Lin Zhuoyang stepped forward, looking down upon the kneeling Zhang Qishan with his hands clasped behind him. Master Jiao, I genuinely do not understand what you are saying, nor do I know who and Amp, Appos, they and Amp, Appos, are. Zhang Qishan and Amp, Appos, S face flushed, straining against the oppressive force bearing down upon him. He never anticipated that Lin Zhuoyang could possess such overwhelming power, even stronger than months prior. The mere pressure instilled a sense of impending doom, rendering him completely helpless. No wonder they fear him so deeply. Zhang Qishan, cease your pretense before me. It serves no purpose. I am aware that you possess the black stone. If you so desire, you can easily dispel my pressure, Lin Zhuoyang stated, turning away. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qishan and Appos, S previously reddened face returned to normal, and he gradually rose from the ground. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Zhang Qishan surrendered. Master Jiao, why must this be? You cannot contend with them. His confidence surged, having harnessed the power of the black stone, rendering him formidable. Thus, he felt emboldened against Lin Zhuoyang. With a mere smile from Lin Zhuoyang, Zhang Qishan was sent hurtling against the wall, an unseen force pinning him in place. You cannot contend with them? Then why not summon them to face me? A legion of rats lurking in the shadows can only resort to treachery. Why? Because they know they are merely rats, incapable of harming an elephant. As Lin Zhuoyang's words echoed, Zhang Qishan, pinned against the wall, began to scream in anguish. Is it painful? Weren't you just brimming with confidence? Did you not believe that wretched stone bestowed you with unparalleled strength? Do you not think you can challenge the heavens and earth? And yet now? Do you believe you can defeat me? Allow me to enlighten you. I have yet to begin in earnest. Where are those you claim I cannot contend with? If they are so formidable, let them emerge and eliminate me. With each word Lin Zhuoyang uttered, Zhang Qishan felt as though his very organs were being crushed by an invisible hand. Even his heartbeat, bones, meridians, and every fragment of flesh trembled under the immense pressure. In that moment, he comprehended the true essence of power and the notion that sheer strength can render cunning plots utterly powerless. Master Jiao, grant me a chance, and I shall lure them out for you, Zhang Qishan shouted, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from within. Bang as Zhang Qishan spoke, the invisible force that held him captive abruptly vanished, causing him to collapse to the ground. Gasping for breath, he greedily inhaled the surrounding air, the agonizing pain gradually subsiding with the aid of the black stone. I hope you keep your word. I can grant you time. However, should you dare deceive me, the bloody reality of Yun Province, with its nearly 100,000 lives lost, shall be your fate. Lin Zhuoyang's voice resonated throughout the study. When Zhang Qishan raised his head to respond, he found Lin Zhuoyang had already vanished. And Zhang Qishan, do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. Observe the rune upon your heart. That object cannot be obscured by the black stone. When you're prepared, you can contact me through it. Likewise, I can locate you at any moment. Of course, if you were to extract your own heart, you might escape it. Just as Zhang Qishan exhaled a sigh of relief, Lin Zhuyang and Apos' voice echoed once more in his ears. Suppressing his trembling body, he swiftly rose and lifted his garments to inspect the area near his heart. Indeed, there lay a rune. Thus, he promptly declared, "Rest assured, Master Jiao, I shall not disappoint you." Following the events in Zhang Qishan's study, he began to establish contact with them through the Black Stone. At this moment, he had come to a clear understanding of everything. Following their lead, Lord Lin Jiao would not spare him. His demise was inevitable. After all, as Lin Zhuyang remarked, the gruesome reality of nearly 1 million lives lost in Yun province loomed large. To be targeted by him was akin to having one and Apos' name inscribed on the death register by the King of Hell himself. Yet, should it merely be them, he might still grasp a slender chance of survival. Presently, as Lord Lin Jiao unleashed his wrath upon the entirety of Yun province, they were acutely aware that their very presence would spell certain doom if discovered by Lin Zhuyang. Thus, they dared not reveal themselves openly, and therein lay his opportunity. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. Zhang Qishan successfully established contact with it through the Black Stone, and tonight, it would make its appearance in Sha City. This information was conveyed to Lin Zhuyang through the runes at his heart. Nightfall. In the early hours of the morning, the Zhang Qishan residence lay in silence. Within the familiar study, Zhang Qishan sat upright at his desk, facing 4 figures cloaked in black. "Zhang Qishan, you summoned us. What is the matter?" inquired one of the dark-clad individuals, his tone chilling. Suddenly, with a swift flash of cold light, their thighs were severed. "Ah!" The study echoed with their agonized screams. "It is not he who seeks you, it is I." Lin Zhuyang's figure gradually materialized in the study. The first action upon his arrival was to sweep his hand, retrieving the black stone from them, which then levitated gracefully into his grasp. "Ah, Zhang Qishan, you dare betray us." A black-clad figure growled fiercely at Zhang Qishan, but Lin Zhuyang would not permit him to utter another word. With a decisive stomp, he crushed the man and Apos' skull. As the crimson and ivory remnants splattered across the floor, an eerie silence enveloped the study. "Now, I shall pose the questions, and you shall provide the answers. Understood?" Lin Zhuyang declared. "Heh. Ah, what are you laughing at? Did I inquire of you?" Lin Zhuyang retorted, directing a wave of mental force toward the one who had spoken. "It seemed necessary to employ some measures against you." With that, a multitude of serpents, insects, rodents, and ants surged forth from beneath Lin Zhuyang and Apos' feet, swiftly advancing towards the vocal black-clad figure. Chapter 64, Soul Searching. The aura of Honggu. With the anguished scream of the man in black, within mere moments, his arms were reduced to mere bones. This gruesome spectacle was indelibly etched in the minds of Zhang Qishan and the remaining 2 figures cloaked in black. At that moment, they perceived Lin Zhuyang as a devil, a malevolent spirit, ruthless, exceedingly ruthless. After a brief interval, the man who had cried out in torment collapsed entirely, his flesh consumed by serpents, insects, and vermin, leaving behind only a stark white skeleton. It was only then that Lin Zhuyang turned his gaze towards the 2 remaining men in black. "Well, now it is your turn. Tell me, where is your base of operations? Or how can I contact your superiors?" Lin Zhuyang scrutinized the pair, yet they remained as mute as statues, uttering not a single word. Witnessing this, Lin Zhuyang furrowed his brow in surprise. He had not anticipated such obstinacy from these individuals. "If you choose silence, then I shall resort to another method. Speaking is unnecessary. I possess another means, one that allows me to delve into a person and Apos' memories. The consequences will be exceedingly painful. This method is known as soul searching." As Lin Zhuyang spoke, 2 identical runic inscriptions materialized in his hands, swiftly darting towards the 2 men. As the inscriptions penetrated their minds, countless images flashed before Lin Zhuyang's eyes. Simultaneously, the expressions of the 2 men contorted in agony. Their mouths agape as they attempted to scream, yet no sound escaped their lips. Zhang Qishan, observing this scene, felt his perception of Lin Zhuyang shift once more. He had never imagined that the other possessed such a capability to access others' memories. The sight of the 2 men writhing on the ground sent a chill down his spine. Ghostly, immortal Lin Zhuyang, not to be trifled with. This singular thought consumed his mind. Meanwhile, as the memories of the 2 flickered before Lin Zhuyang, he quickly unearthed valuable information. They indeed had captured Honggu in Yun province and maintained a secret base in Sha City. Beyond these 2 points, there was nothing else of significance. Bang! Bang! With 2 faint explosions, the heads of the remaining men in black detonated, resulting in their instantaneous demise. Damn. Just a few insignificant pawns, and yet I gleaned no useful information, Lin Zhuoyang muttered, his expression darkening. From the memories of these individuals, it became evident that they were merely tools, lacking any means of direct communication with their superiors. They could only await contact from above. A purely one-sided connection. And according to their recollections, they were merely the action team. Essentially, they were only responsible for carrying out orders, entirely ignorant of other matters. The only useful tidbit was that Lin Zhuoyang learned of their organization, which comprised various divisions, action teams, research teams, calculation teams, and so forth. This revelation inevitably brought to mind the Wang family. Could it be that they are connected to the Wang family? Master Zhuoyang, what shall we do next? Zhang Qishan, standing nearby, observed Lin Zhuoyang's expression shift like the changing of seasons, and it was not until Lin Zhuoyang's demeanor had entirely stabilized that he finally inquired. Continue pursuing your own objectives. As for them, you need not concern yourself, Lin Zhuoyang replied, regaining his focus. Do you require me to continue? No need. The only individuals you can reach are these few. Lin Zhuoyang was already aware of Zhang Qishan's intentions, having perused the entirety of the 2 men's memories. He knew they were solely responsible for contacting Zhang Qishan and no one else. Thus he interrupted him, with a wave of his hand. Another inscription flew towards Zhang Qishan's heart. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Qishan's pupils constricted. Did Master Zhuoyang intend to? However, after a prolonged moment, nothing transpired, leaving him somewhat puzzled. You did not believe I would perform soul-searching on you, did you? Lin Zhuoyang asked, his expression one of bemusement. His gaze curious as he regarded Zhang Qishan. In response to this inquiry, Zhang Qishan could only, rest assured, I harbor no interest in your memories, at least not at this moment. The inscription I bestowed upon you is one that will grant you extraordinary endurance in battle. After all, your betrayal places you at odds with them. Thus, for your safety, I have provided you with an additional safeguard. Meanwhile, the previous inscription remains intact. Should anything arise, I shall seek you out again. With that, Lin Zhuoyang's figure vanished from the study. Zhang Qishan, left in a state of resignation, cast his gaze around the study filled with crimson and white artifacts. At this moment, Lin Zhuoyang had already teleported to the secret base of those individuals. Upon entering the underground hideout, which lay several dozen meters below ground, the first sight to greet him was a large vessel filled with a verdant liquid, alongside a peculiar organism, a bizarre amalgamation of various species. Without hesitation, Lin Zhuoyang waved his hand and stored it away. It might prove useful in the future. After securing the vessel and the strange creature, Lin Zhuoyang expanded his mental energy, scanning every corner of the clandestine base. Before long, he discovered a document. Subject 27, female. Possessing a unique bloodline, preliminary assessment indicates a phoenix bloodline akin to that of the Wang family, with a purity surpassing that of the Wang clan. Preliminary experimental results. Her blood can be formulated into a special enhancement drug, intended to augment the capabilities of Wang family members and action team members. Gazing at the data in his hands, Lin Zhuoyang and Appo's expression darkened to an extreme. He had also located the special drug detailed in the document, for vials of pale red serum. From these vials, he sensed the unmistakable essence of Honggu. Staring at the vials before him, even aware that he might ultimately return empty-handed, he nonetheless picked one up. Utilizing his unseen power, he endeavored to deduce the whereabouts of Honggu through these vials. After a lengthy interval, as the unseen force dissipated, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Zhuoyang's face. He then turned and departed the premises. Yin Province, the Abyss. Upon his return to the main hall, Lin Zhuoyang instructed Li Hai to dispatch individuals to guard the secret base in Sha City, ensuring timely reports of any developments. He would utilize the power of the runic inscriptions he had prepared in advance to teleport there directly. Master Zhuoyang, everything has been arranged, Li Hai announced, standing beside Lin Zhuoyang. Very well, I understand. I shall enter seclusion for a period. The matters of the abyss will be entrusted to you. Hai Zi. Let us avoid the mistakes of the past. Notify me immediately of any developments. Yes, Master Zhuoyang. Once their conversation concluded, Lin Zhuoyang departed, making his way to a tomb chamber, sealing the stone door behind him. From his spatial storage, he retrieved 5 pieces of black meteorite acquired from the 4 men in black and Zhang Qishan. Time flowed inexorably onward. Chapter 65, As Time Flows. Tianbao Tower, Sheriyang, Hubei. Time slips away. The years pass. In the 1980s, in the heart of the capital, Panjiayu and Tianbao Street stands a 9-story building, which is the origin of Tianbao Street, Tianbao Tower. Established 4 decades ago, it quickly became a renowned haven for commerce within just a few years, often regarded as one of the 2 major underground hubs alongside the Xinyue Hotel. At this moment, the atmosphere within Tianbao Tower is bustling, with a myriad of individuals coming and going. Among the crowd, there is a striking young woman clad in leather attire. Her tall figure and graceful curves accentuated by her tousled golden-brown curls. With her distinctive hawk-like nose and light-colored eyes, she possesses a unique allure that irresistibly draws the gaze of those around her. At the reception of Tianbao Tower, the attendant cheerfully inquires, "Hello, how may I assist you?" The leather-clad beauty directly responds, "I am here to see Uncle Hai." "Uncle Hai? Do you mean Mr. Li?" The receptionist asks, puzzled. "I apologize, but our Mr. Li, you can just say that Xiao Xue is here to see him." No, the young woman interjects, understanding the receptionist's hesitation. Very well." The receptionist, seeing the young woman and Oppo's confidence, nods and gestures for another colleague to take her place before heading towards the back of the reception area. Before long, the receptionist returns, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a suit, his hair slicked back. "Manager, this is the lady looking for Mr. Li," she announces. "Hello, I am Zheng Fei, the manager of Tianbao Tower. May I ask your name, miss?" The suited manager recognizes the unusual aura about the leather-clad woman and extends his hand in introduction. "Sherry Yang," she replies, shaking his hand briefly before letting go. "Oh, I see. Miss Sherry Yang, may I inquire about your relationship with Mr. Li? The room number 9 at Tianbao Tower is mine," Sherry Yang asserts without hesitation. Upon hearing this, manager Zheng Fei's expression changes instantly, and he respectfully states, "Welcome back home, Miss Yang. Please follow me." He turns and leads the way, with Sherry Yang following closely behind. Meanwhile, the previous receptionist stands frozen in place, astonished. "Oh my, the legendary owner of room 9 has returned? And she is so stunning." Elsewhere, Sherry Yang follows manager Zheng Fei to a private elevator. After opening the door, he respectfully presses the button for the top floor and turns to her, saying, "Miss Yang, this elevator will take you directly to the top floor, where Mr. Li awaits." "All right," Sherry Yang nods in acknowledgement. Manager Zheng Fei remains patient, waiting until the elevator doors close before straightening up and departing. Ding. After a brief interval, the elevator doors slowly open. Stepping out, Sherry Yang is greeted by an exquisite carpet, clearly of significant value. As she stands on the soft fabric, a magnificent crystal chandelier hangs above her. Turning, she notices a large desk nearby, behind which sits a commanding middle-aged man in a genuine leather chair. The man, noticing her gaze, looks up in surprise. "Well, if it isn't little Xue, after all these years, you've blossomed into such a breathtaking beauty," he remarks with a teasing tone. "Uncle Hai," Sherry Yang exclaims, rushing to his side and playfully kneading his shoulders. Hey, let us keep it professional. Shall we? Speak your mind." The man responds, narrowing his eyes as he enjoys the gentle pressure from her hands. "Why can't I come just to see you?" Sherry Yang retorts playfully, pouting. "Of course, if little Schwesser comes to see me, I couldn't be happier." The man replies, relishing the moment. "Isn't it delightful, Uncle Hai?" She grins mischievously at his expression of enjoyment. "Indeed, it is quite pleasant. Since we're at it, you still need to help me find someone." Sherry Yang's tone shifts as she playfully taps his shoulder. "Oh dear, you were just so sweet, and now you're demanding? How do you expect to marry anyone like this?" He feigns a pained expression, addressing her as she approaches the desk. "Humph, with my natural beauty, I have no worries about marriage, trust me. But the pressing matter remains. Have you found the person I asked about?" Sherry Yang inquires, her expression proud. "Rest assured, I have found them. When you're ready to depart, just come to collect them. Is that reliable?" she asks, her eyes narrowing. "Reliable? Are you joking? No one is more trustworthy than me. After all, he is my 9th master," he thinks, concealing his true thoughts. "You can rest easy. It's absolutely dependable." Hearing this, Sherry Yang nods in satisfaction. "That's good." She then turns and heads back toward the elevator. "Hey, are you leaving already?" he calls after her. "Why not? It's been a while since I returned. I might as well take advantage of the time to explore." On the other side, at the Dajinya antique store in Panjiayuan, a man with a rugged appearance and a stout build greets 2 visitors with a wide grin. "Come in, Hu Yi." "Fat Yi." After they settle in, the stout man queries, "What's up, Jin Yi? Why did you summon us here?" "Indeed, Jin Yi, What is so urgent that it couldn't be discussed outside? Oh, it's nothing serious. It's just that the items you two brought back last time have brought me considerable profit. I merely wanted to express my gratitude today. Additionally, I'd like to introduce a new business opportunity, Dajinya explains, retrieving a box from a nearby drawer. Here, this is a gift for you both. Hubai looks at the box hesitantly. Let me see. Fatty, oblivious to the notion of modesty, snatches the box and opens it. Goodness, Genie. This is rather stingy, isn't it? The items we brought back last time were far more valuable than these two trinkets. Fatty remarks, holding up the two dog-tooth-like pendants. Fatty, be quiet. Master Gene, if I am not mistaken, these two should be the treasure-hunting talismans, correct? Although Master Gene did not pay heed to Fatty and Appo's lack of discernment. Hubai, standing nearby, discerned the significance. After chiding Fatty, he turned to the golden-toothed man and inquired, taking the two pendants from Fatty's hands for a closer inspection. It and Appo's fortunate that Master who possesses a discerning eye. Indeed, these are treasure-hunting talismans, perfectly suited to your esteemed identities, are they not? Master Gene gave Hubai the thumbs up in acknowledgement. No, Master Gene, this is far too precious. We cannot accept it. Hubai firmly pushed the box containing the talismans back towards Master Gene. It's not that. Master Hu, I have no use for these items myself. Since that is the case, it would be far more practical to bestow them upon the two of you. Regardless, this item is. But didn't you just mention there was a business proposition for my brother and me? At that moment, Wang Fatty interjected, reaching for the box and cradling it in his arms while casting a meaningful glance at Master Gene. Oh, yes. I nearly forgot about that. Master Gene exclaimed, slapping his forehead before he began to elaborate. Here's the situation. Recently, a wealthy foreign investor has funded an archaeological research team, and now they are in need of someone knowledgeable in feng shui. Naturally, I thought of you, Master Hu. On their way back, Hubai glanced at the grinning Fatty beside him, exuding a sense of exasperation. Fatty, is it really necessary? It's merely a treasure-hunting talisman. What? It's not just merely a treasure-hunting talisman. Do you have any idea what this represents? This symbolizes my status as the legitimate treasure-hunting officer, Wang Fatty. Fatty exclaimed excitedly, touching the talisman on his chest. All right. Whatever you say it is. However, we now owe Master Gene a significant favor, Hubai remarked. Though he harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of the talismans, and the likelihood of them being counterfeit was high, nonetheless, considering the materials, craftsmanship, and age of these two talismans, they were undeniably extraordinary items. Chapter 66, Emotions. Sherry Yang blushed. The following day, early in the morning, Sherry Yang arrived at Tianbao Tower. Given the events of the previous day, the receptionist promptly escorted her to the private elevator. With exemplary service, she pressed the button for the top floor. And as the elevator doors closed, the receptionist took her leave. At the top floor of Tianbao Tower, it was still the same room as yesterday. However, unlike the previous day, Sherry Yang noticed a stranger. Uncle Hai. Sherry greeted Li Hai, the middle-aged man from yesterday. Before her gaze shifted to a young man seated on a leather sofa, engrossed in a book. He was strikingly handsome, his features well-defined, with a fair though he remained seated, he appeared to be quite tall, easily over 6 feet. Most notably, he exuded an aura that was distinctly captivating, though she did not approach him. Merely seeing him brought forth a tumult of emotions, ferocity, brutality, gentleness, warmth, and sunlight, all mingling into an enigmatic and irresistible charm. Haraha. Little Shue and Amp, Appo's, you and Amp, Appo's, here so early. Have you had breakfast? I can have the servants arrange something for you. Li Hai chuckled as he rose from his chair and walked over to Sherry, guiding her to the sofa. I and Appo's, already eaten, Uncle Hai. This is. Sherry replied as she sat down, then winked at Li Hai and subtly nodded toward the young man, silently requesting an introduction. This is. Li Hai understood her intent. But how should he introduce him? Your great-grandfather? After all, back in the day, Lord Jiao and the leader of the moving mountains called each other brothers. So that could work. However, Lin Xiaoyang. The young man interjected, extending his right hand toward Sherry Yang. Hello, Yang Shuer. Sherry reciprocated the handshake. Her mind racing as she thought, Lin Xiaoyang? That name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before, but I can't quite place it. Simultaneously, Lin Xiaoyang felt a peculiar sensation wash over him. This delicate, fair hand felt surprisingly pleasant to touch. Meanwhile, Li Hai observed the two who had introduced themselves yet continued to hold hands. His mind began to whirl as he glanced at Lord Gio, and then back at little Shui and Apos. My goodness, Lord Lin, are you feeling quite eager? And little Shui and Apos. Are you perhaps interested in this older gentleman? After a moment of silence, Sherry Yang looked at Lin Zhuyang, her face flushed. Ahem. How long do you plan to hold on? Li Hai, having stood by for too long, turned his head away in exasperation. Is this holding hands? It's more like groping, and quite brazenly. Lord Gio, while I know you haven tea, in decades, you can't be so forward. Look at how red she has turned. And she is decades younger than you. Perhaps even nearly a century. Apologies. Your hand is just so soft, it's somewhat addictive. Lin Zhuyang replied calmly, as if discussing something trivial. Oh my, Lord Lin, just flirt with her already. Li Hai screamed inwardly. You, how could you? Sherry stammered, her face still flushed as she stared at Lin Zhuyang, utterly astonished. This was bizarre, in the past. If anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner, she would have swiftly retaliated. But today, ahem, little Shui and Apos, shouldn't you be on your way? Don't you have other matters to attend to? Li Hai could no longer tolerate the atmosphere, feeling as if he were suffocating. Yes, right? I have something to do. Sherry Yang and Apos, as head was spinning, and instinctively. She still held on to Lin Zhuyang and Apos, S hand as she stood up and headed toward the elevator. Once they entered the elevator and the doors closed, Sherry quickly freed her hand from Lin Zhuyang's grip. Phew, this man is too strange, almost like a walking aphrodisiac. I was terrified I would get swept away. No, this simply cannot be. I still need to find a way to locate my father. I cannot afford to get entangled in such romantic affairs. In the elevator, Sherry Yang took deep breaths, repeatedly reminding herself. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuyang openly admired the beauty before him. Her figure is exquisite, her appearance impeccable. And she has a generous physique. Surely she would bear sons. What a pity, having lived nearly a century across both lives. I've yet to court a woman or even experience love. Perhaps it is due to decades spent outsmarting foes and remaining in the depths of the tomb. I feel my mind is not quite functioning properly. In the afternoon, at a quaint estate on the outskirts of Beiping, Dejina led Hu Ba-yi and Wang Pengzi to this location. Excuse me, who are you looking for? A bespectacled young man, handsome in appearance, inquired of the trio. Hello, young brother. I am Dejina from Panjiayuan, here on Professor Chen's behalf. Dejina cheerfully replied. Oh, Professor Chen sent you? Please wait a moment. I will fetch him, the young man said before turning and hurriedly entering the courtyard. In no time, the three saw an elderly man with graying hair following the young man out. Dejina quickly approached him, speaking up. Professor Chen, I have brought the people you were looking for. Little Jean, these two are well versed in. Indeed, Professor Chen, allow me to introduce them. This is Hu Ba-yi, a master in the metaphysical arts you mentioned, and beside him is his good friend, Wang Kaixian, known in the circles as Wang Pengzi. Dejina meticulously introduced both men to Professor Chen. We don't just accept anyone here. Let us hear what skills you possess. And you, do you truly understand geomancy? Suddenly, a voice emerged from the doorway where Professor Chen had just appeared. Upon hearing the voice, the three turned to look and were met with the sight of Sherry Yang. The moment Hu Ba-yi laid eyes on her, he was instantly captivated, while Wang Pengzi, hey, this little beauty. Shut it, you fool. Dejina quickly covered Wang Pengzi's mouth, whispering urgently, that is the wealthy patron I mentioned. Pengzi, don't cause trouble. Hu Ba-yi added in a hushed tone. Hearing their exchange, Wang Pengzi finally quieted down, understanding the gravity of the situation. Old Hu, show this little beauty what you know. Recite those few lines of geomancy you learned back then to impress her. Wang Pengzi, though subdued, could not resist whispering to Hu Ba-yi. Hu Ba-yi nodded. He felt an inexplicable urge to showcase his skills since seeing her, as if he needed to express himself. This was the perfect opportunity to do so. Chapter 67, The Imprudent Fat Man and His Lesson. There exists a multitude of feng shui techniques, among which I have mastered the secret art of the 16-character yin-yang feng shui. At its core lies the essence of the term heavenly star, also known as the celestial canopy technique. The ancient wisdom states, to seek the dragon, one must discern the veins and observe the mountains. Each twist in turn presents a new challenge. With one hand behind his back and the other poised in front, Hu Ba-yi adopted an air of an expert as he recited these words slowly. Clap, clap, clap. Very well, you may join us. But Shirley Yang remarked approvingly while glancing at Wang Fatty. What is wrong with me? Wang Fatty questioned, pointing to himself with a bewildered expression. Mister, who has already demonstrated his knowledge. What skills do you possess? Shirley Young inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Hey, are you looking down on me? Wong Fatty rolled up his sleeves, eager to showcase his abilities. Yet, despite his eagerness, it seemed as if, perhaps, ha, you're killing me, you fat idiot. Suddenly, a raucous laugh erupted from behind them. The group turned to see the source of the laughter. While Shirley Young maintained a gentle demeanor, Hubai's expression turned grave, and Virginia exhibited surprise. As for Professor Chun and the others, they were already acquainted with this individual. Only Wong Fatty, slow on the uptake, finally realized that the young man was mocking him. Without hesitation, he strode towards Lin Jiuyang, exclaiming, "You little brat, why are you laughing?" "Fatty, no, don't, fat master." Thud. Three voices rang out simultaneously. Hubai and Virginia attempted to dissuade him, while Wong Fatty suddenly dropped to his knees, a look of utter confusion adorning his face. What is going on? Wong Fatty pondered, wanting to rise, yet. Old Jean, come help me up. I can't get up. Hearing his pleas, Hubai and Virginia rushed to his side, each taking an arm, trying to lift him. But no matter their efforts, Wong Fatty's knee seemed rooted to the ground, immovable. "You foolish glutton. How many times have I warned you to keep that mouth of yours in check? Now you're suffering the consequences. This is what you get for being reckless," Hubai exclaimed, exhausted from his attempts. From the moment he first laid eyes on Lin Jiuyang, Hubai's instincts had been on high alert, a sensation honed over years in the military, allowing him to evade numerous deadly crises. Moreover, the young man exuded an extraordinary aura, unmistakably indicating he was no ordinary individual. Wong Fatty was simply being impulsive. "Fat master, apologize to that gentleman. Perhaps it will allow you to stand," Virginia suggested to Wong Fatty. Upon seeing Lin Jiuyang, Virginia recalled the deference with which the owner of Tianbao Tower treated the young man, prompting him to speak in unison with Hubai. "What? You want me to apologize to that pretty boy?" Before Wong Fatty could finish his protest, Virginia swiftly covered his mouth. "Oh, my fat master. We cannot afford to offend him. Just admit your mistake and apologize. It's a simple task. A real man knows when to yield." Virginia whispered urgently in his ear. "Dear brother, I apologize for my comrade's sharp tongue. Please don't take it to heart and let it slide." Hubai bowed respectfully to Lin Jiuyang. "I'm sorry, but I can be rather petty. Even trivial matters can vex me. I would be inclined to overlook him, but—" "My little finger. Well, it seems he isn't quite willing." Lin Jiuyang raised his right hand, wiggling his pinky. Shirley Young, now beside Lin Jiuyang, could not suppress her laughter at his earnest demeanor and gesture. Hubai glanced at the giggling Shirley Young, then at the young man before him, a swarm of crows seemingly floating above his head. "Fatty, I can't handle this. You'll have to sort it out yourself." With a resigned shake of his head, Hubai clapped Wong Fatty on the shoulder before turning away. "Hey, this. Wong Fatty watched as the elder turned and stepped aside, then glanced at the young man not far away, something he dared not voice. Finally, gritting his teeth, he stammered, "Sir, I apologize for my sharp tongue. I tend to speak without thinking. Is there any chance you could?" "Absolutely not," Lin Jiuyang interjected, immediately pulling Shirley Young along into the interior. Upon witnessing their actions, Hubai's eyes flickered with disappointment. "No, sir, please." Wong Fatty pleaded desperately as the pair departed, but in his agitation, he attempted to move, only to discover that his legs could finally move, leading to an embarrassing tumble. "This is a one-time occurrence. It will not happen again." Lin Jiuyang's voice echoed from within the room. After a moment, inside the room, all present assembled. And ultimately, Shirley Young consented to Wong Fatty and Apos' inclusion, deeming the financial implications negligible. "Everyone, our destination is the depths of the Taklamakan Desert, rumored to house the ancient city of the Queen of the Western Regions. However, prior to our journey there, we must divert to the Kunlun Glacier." "As I have received." "Absolutely not." Just as Shirley Young was pointing to the map on the wall, Hubai leapt to his feet and shouted, "What's wrong, old Hu?" Wong Fatty inquired, noticing the elder and Apos' unusual agitation. The others turned to look at him, while Lin Jiuyang remained with his eyes shut, seemingly asleep. "Miss Young, we cannot go to the Kunlun Glacier. That place is exceedingly perilous. We must go to the Kunlun Glacier. It holds clues about my father." Shirley Young interrupted Hubai decisively. "What's wrong with you, old Hu? It's just a detour. What's the harm in earning a little extra money?" Wong Fatty urged, tugging at Hubai and Apos' sleeve. "This isn't about money, Fatty. It's about something much more serious. Hubai's complexion darkened as he hesitated to elaborate. Comrade Hu, do you know something we don't? Have you been there? Professor Chen inquired, having noticed Hubai's distress. Indeed. Hubai nodded. I visited there during my service. It is an extremely dangerous location. As Hubai recounted his experiences, the others learned of the treacherous conditions of the Kunlun Glacier, harsh survival environments, ignitable fire beetles, and the fates of fallen soldiers. However, none of this could deter Shirley Yang's resolve to proceed. Regardless of the circumstances, I must go. If you are afraid, Mr. Hu, you are welcome to leave now, she declared firmly. Miss Yang. Hubai attempted to reason further. The Dapa ghost insect, also known as the fire beetle, manifests in two forms, the infinite karma fire and the pangu ice, cultivated by the ancient demonic kingdom as guardians of tombs, existing in. Suddenly, Lin Jiaoyang, who had appeared to be dozing, spoke up. Do you know about this insect? Hubai asked incredulously. Shirley Yang and the others turned their attention to Lin Jiaoyang. Know about it? I am uncertain how many of these insects I have captured. Having studied for several decades the immeasurable inferno and the frigid essence of despair they possess. Now, these two forces have become the standard for members of the abyss, thought Lin Jiaoyang to himself. However, he replied, yes, I am quite familiar with them. Can you resolve the issue? It's a minor problem. Upon hearing this, Shirley Yang unconditionally placed her trust in him. Chapter 68, Arrival at the Kunlun Glacier, Encounter with a Pack of Snow Wolves. The sun rose on a new day. After a long night of persuasion by Wang Fatty, Hubai finally relented. As dawn broke, the group began their preparations. Before long, they made their way directly to the train station, boarding a train bound for Tibet. 3 days and nights passed in the blink of an eye. The group disembarked in Tibet and boarded a bus that took them to the Kunlun Glacier region. At the foot of the glacier, they were greeted by a contingent of local soldiers, arranged in advance by Professor Chen to protect the archaeological team. After exchanging a few words with the leader, the group set off, climbing towards the glacier. After more than 3 hours of arduous trekking, everyone except Lin Jiaoyang was panting heavily. Seeing this, Shirley Yang spoke up. All right. This area is relatively flat. Let's take a moment to rest. Upon hearing their employer's voice, Fatty plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, Oh dear, I'm exhausted. Fatty, you really should exercise more. Look at your figure. Hubai chuckled as he sat beside him. Cut it out, old Hu. This is called prosperity. It signifies that I am destined for wealth. Fatty shot him a glance and patted his belly. Jiang, have some water. Shirley Yang approached Lin Jiaoyang with a water bottle, offering it to him. No need. I and Appos am not thirsty. Lin Jiaoyang glanced at the bottle, then lay back on the cold snow, closing his eyes in a feigned slumber. Shirley Yang shook her head in resignation, thinking, this fool has no understanding of a woman and imp. Appos, heart. Look at that guy. The beautiful boss herself is offering him water. And he refuses. TSK. If it were me, what would you do? Drink it all? Hubai rolled his eyes at him. Everyone, be cautious. There are snow wolves. Suddenly, a soldier, brought by Professor Chen for their protection, shouted. Upon hearing the alarm, the group quickly got to their feet, following the soldier and Appos' gaze. Indeed, not far away on a steep slope, a robust snow wolf with bright green eyes was fixated on them. It is well known that wolves are pack animals, so the presence of one wolf indicated that others were surely nearby. Be careful. Don't provoke it, or else. Oh woo. Hubai's warning was cut short as the snow wolf began to howl. My goodness. This wolf is calling for reinforcements. Fatty, a former soldier familiar with wolves, knew exactly what this meant. Prepare for battle. Protect Professor Chen and the others. The leader of the soldiers shouted. Simultaneously, howls echoed from the vicinity. In no time, nearly 100 snow wolves appeared around them. Oh whoa. Before the group could gather their wits, the pack surged toward them with a chorus of howls. Fire! Bang! 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 While the others scrambled in chaos, Lin Jiaoyang remained oblivious, still lying on the snow, unperturbed by the rising danger. In fact, feeling uncomfortable, he even turned over. Moments into the battle, 2 or 3 of the soldiers hired by Professor Chen fell victim to the relentless wolves. Mazi, Guizi, damn it! One soldier, witnessing his comrades being torn apart, turned his weapon on the wolves. But, no. These wolves look starving. They are fixated on us. Run. Quickly. Hubai shouted, realizing that they were facing a pack of ravenous wolves as he watched several soldiers fall in quick succession. Hearing Hubai's command, Professor Chun and the others hastily fled up the mountain, leaving Hu Bai and his companions to hold the rear. Bro Hu, you all go ahead. I'll cover you. The leader of the squad shouted to Hu Bai as he observed Professor Chun and the others retreating. Hu Bai understood the soldier and Appo's intent just by looking into his eyes. Glancing at the remaining hungry wolves, he knew this man was likely to. Fatty, we're leaving. Hu Bai yelled at Fatty, who was still firing wildly. All right, brother, take care. Fatty responded, glancing at the squad leader and his two companions, then steeling himself to depart. Not long after the two fled, the remaining soldiers quickly fell, having lost 2 points of firepower. Sniff, sniff. With the squad leader and his comrades down, the snow wolves ceased their pursuit, lingering to savor their hard-won meal. At that moment, one snow wolf approached Lin Zhuyang, sniffing curiously at him. Indeed, Lin Zhuyang had not followed Professor Chun and the others, and due to the earlier chaos, even Shirley Yang, who was quite concerned about him, had not noticed. What are you sniffing at, little wolf? Suddenly, Lin Zhuyang opened his eyes, addressing the wolf that was intently investigating him. Oh, whoa. The snow wolf jumped back in surprise, leaping 2 meters away and baring its teeth at him. Lin Zhuyang merely cast a glance in its direction. Whimpering, the snow wolf tucked its tail and fled. Meanwhile, all the other wolves in the vicinity, sensing some sort of formidable presence, scurried away in fright. On the other side, Shirley Yang realized that Lin Zhuyang had not joined them in their escape. Shirley, you should listen to Uncle Chun. Wait for a while before going back. Otherwise, if you go now. No, I must go? I need to bring Zhuyang back. Miss Yang, I believe that if you go now, you won't just fail to retrieve him. You might also become a meal for those ravenous wolves. Hu Bai interjected, stepping in front of Shirley Yang. I must go, no matter what. Move aside. Shirley Yang insisted, her expression resolute. That Zhuyang is quite capable. He'll be fine. Why must you? What are you all talking about? Suddenly, before Wang Fatty could finish, Lin Zhuyang's figure emerged slowly from below. Zhuyang, Shirley Yang exclaimed, pushing past Hu Bai to rush towards him. Are you all right? Did anything happen? Are you hurt? Upon reaching Lin Zhuyang, she bombarded him with questions. I'm fine. What could possibly happen? Lin Zhuyang replied nonchalantly. This. Fatty. Look. Just as Fatty was about to say something to Lin Zhuyang, Hu Bai pulled him back and nodded towards Lin Zhuyang. Old Hu, what's going on? In an instant, Wang Ponzi was momentarily taken aback before turning to Hu Bai and inquiring, footprints? Hu Bai offered a subtle reminder. In that fleeting moment, Wang Ponzi discerned the peculiarities of the situation. Upon closer inspection, he gasped, what manner of sorcery is this, to traverse the ground without leaving a trace? And on a snowy mountain at that, walking upon the snow, yet leaving no footprints? At this moment, the two exchanged a silent glance, each acutely aware of the uncanny enigma before them. Chapter 69, The Rift, Entrance, and the Fatty S. Jade Pendant. Professor Chen, come quickly. There's a crack here. As Hu Bai and Wang Fatzi were astonished by Lin Zhuyang's footprints disappearing, Shire Yang was concernedly checking if Lin Zhuyang was injured, when suddenly, one of Professor Chen's students, Chu Jian, shouted, I'll take a look. Hearing the commotion, Professor Chen hastily ran over. Hu Bai and Wang Fatzi exchanged glances and followed suit. Soon, everyone gathered at the rift that Chu Jian had discovered. If I am not mistaken, beneath this lies Professor Chun bent down to peer into the fissure, hesitating. The Kunlun Glacier Tomb. Hu Bai's expression turned grave. Now that we've located the site, let us prepare to descend. Shire Yang instructed the group, gazing into the crack. I'll jump down first, Lin Zhuyang casually remarked before leaping into the rift. Whoa! Wang Fatzi exclaimed in surprise. Zhuyang, Shire Yang called out anxiously. I'm fine after a while, Lin Zhuyang's calm voice echoed from below. Upon hearing this, Shire Yang sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Wang Fatzi exclaimed, Good heavens! This guy jumped down without taking anything with him and is perfectly fine? What do you expect? All right. Let us get ready. Hu Bai patted his shoulder. After a considerable time, when Lin Zhuyang felt he might doze off, Shire Yang, Hu Bai, and the others finally arrived. Thud, 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 the sound of their landings reverberated. Wow, this space down here is quite expansive. Wang Fatzi marveled. Just as everyone was admiring the vastness and the unprecedented scenery, suddenly, one of Professor Chen's female students screamed. Xiaoyi, what happened? Professor Chen, along with Teacher Hao and the others, rushed to the girl's side. Hey, there's a corpse here. Fatzi pointed at the ice wall, discovering the source of the girl's alarm. Old Hu, could this be one of your comrades from when you were in the army? Wang Fatzi asked. Upon hearing this, Hubai shook his head. No, the clothing is completely different. This is the outfit of my father's expedition team. Shire Yang stepped forward, gazing at the figure encased in the ice wall. Ah, then how did this person meet their demise here, frozen in the ice wall? Xu Jian pondered, observing the encased individual. Regardless, it appears this isn't a firefly, and there may be other dangers ahead, so everyone must remain vigilant. Hubai's expression grew serious. Nodding in acknowledgement, the group steadied their emotions and began to survey their surroundings. Eventually, they realized there seemed to be only one path, a nearby ice cave, the destination of which remained unknown. Let us proceed, Shire Yang declared, setting off towards the ice cave. Under her lead, the group ventured deeper into the icy abyss. Shortly after entering the cave, Wang Fatsi suddenly remarked, "How curious. Is this ice cave truly a natural formation? It doesn't seem to appear that way to me." Ha ha ha, little Fatsi. Time is a wondrous force. The things it can create often surpass our imagination. This is precisely why archaeology holds significance. Professor Chin chuckled in response. He continued, "Judging by the direction we descended from, we should now be situated in the true south. Perfectly nestled between two snow-capped mountains, look at the naturally formed minerals above, the mica, the crystals. They are treasures of nature." As he spoke, Professor Chin began to conduct an impromptu lesson. With his guidance, the group swiftly exited the ice cave, and the first sight that greeted them was a shallow underground river. Excitedly, Professor Chun and his students marveled at the sight, never anticipating they would witness such underground phenomena in their lifetimes. "Professor, come look. There are inscriptions here." A student named Sadipis shouted from beside a rock wall. Upon hearing his exclamation, Professor Chin immediately perked up and rushed over to Sadiping. Hubai and the others followed closely. "Hey, how strange. These characters look oddly familiar to me," Fatsi said, scratching his head as he examined the engravings on the rock wall. "Indeed," Hubai nodded in agreement. Then, in unison, they remarked, "The jade pendant." "A jade pendant? What jade pendant?" Shire Yang inquired, glancing at the two. Fatsi glanced at old who nodded in affirmation. "The inscriptions on this rock wall resemble the characters on a jade pendant that Fatsi possesses, which is why we what? That's impossible. According to my observations, these characters should belong to the Ghost Cave tribe." How could Professor Chin express disbelief? But before he could finish, Fatsi pulled out a jade pendant from his chest. At that moment, Professor Chun and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the key to Jingjue," he exclaimed. Shire Yang, too, stared intently at the jade pendant on Fatsi's chest, extending her hand toward it. "Hey, what are you doing, beautiful boss? Are you attempting to snatch it?" Fatsi retreated 3 steps, hastily placing the pendant back under his clothing. "Little Fatsi, where did you acquire that jade pendant?" Professor Chin asked, his expression eager. "This pendant was unexpectedly obtained by my father during a campaign against bandits. It eventually became our family heirloom." "What is the matter?" Fatsi cautiously regarded Professor Chin, as the intensity of his gaze was somewhat overwhelming. "Could you let me see the jade pendant?" Shire Yang asked Fatsi. "No way," Fatsi replied flatly. "I just want to take a look. I have no ulterior motives, because I possess a similar jade pendant." With that, Shire Yang revealed her own jade pendant. Fatsi's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the pendant in Shire Yang's hand. "What the? Your father was also involved in a campaign against bandits?" "Fatsi, just let the boss take a look. She doesn't intend to covet your pendant," Hubai remarked, curious about the matching jade pendant. "Fine." Seeing old who speak up, Fatsi, intrigued by the unfolding mystery, removed the pendant and handed it over. As Shire Yang held the pendant, excitement flickered in her eyes, and her hands gradually drew closer together. Ultimately, the 2 jade pendants successfully aligned. "Indeed, this is the complete key to Jingjue," Professor Chin exclaimed, watching the pendants unite with fervor. "Wait, what is going on? What is the key to Jingjue?" Fatsi inquired, perplexed. "The key to Jingjue is the key to unlocking the ancient city of Jingjue, which is our next destination." "What?" Upon hearing this, both Fatsi and old who gasped in astonishment, particularly Fatsi, who had never imagined that the item he had worn for so long was the key to the ancient city. If that were the case, wouldn't it be worth a fortune? Fatsi mused inwardly, gazing at the 2 united pendants. Chapter 70. A dialogue deep within the tomb between Hu and Chin. "All right, Wang Fatty, here is your jade pendant back. When we arrive at the ancient city of Jingjue, you can borrow it again if needed." Shire Yang glanced at Wang Fatty before returning the pendant to him. Clears throat. "Well, just so you know, there will be a fee when that time comes." Wang Fatty, feeling a bit embarrassed upon receiving the pendant, seemed to realize that his request might have been somewhat excessive. Indeed, as soon as he uttered those words, the others gazed at him in astonishment, as if questioning his audacity. Even Hu Bai, standing nearby, discreetly took a couple of steps away, brushing his face with his hand. All right, let us proceed. Shirley Yang nodded at Wang Fatty and then turned toward the surface of the underground river. The others hurriedly followed suit. Hey, Shirley, what about that quiet guy? Just as the group reached the river's edge, Professor Chen suddenly noticed that someone seemed to be missing from their ranks. Upon hearing this, the others jolted back to reality. Yes, where did that taciturn fellow go? Shirley Yang looked around, a hint of anxiety creeping into her demeanor. That fool Lin Xiaoyang. How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? Lin Xiaoyang. Lin Xiaoyang. After searching for a while without success, Shirley Yang raised her voice in a desperate call. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she uttered Lin Xiaoyang's name, Hu Bai and Professor Chen's expressions shifted dramatically. The professor's reaction stemmed from his age. His parents belonged to an earlier generation and had often spoken of that name during his upbringing. He understood its significance, particularly in Yun Province, where his family hailed from. He had spent several years there before moving to the capital for his studies. As for Hu Bai, although he was not from Yun Province, his father, Hu Guo, hailed from Hubei, and his grandfather had spent time in Yun Province. It was during the chaotic times that his grandfather had fled to escape disaster, ultimately finding refuge in Beiping. The reason for Yun Province's reputation as the safest place during that era was known to him, especially since it had been untouched by warlords or foreign powers. It was only in recent years, with the rise of the new daxia, that some outsiders began to intrude upon that territory. Thus, through exposure to these tales, he had also become familiar with that name. Furthermore, after studying the ancient secrets of feng shui, he had heard more about it within that circle. He could still recall his grandfather's words, in Yun Province. There are no warlords, no cherry blossoms, foreign powers dare not tread, those who enter shall perish. Only a time of peace may resolve this. The reason Yun Province had become the safest place in Daxia during that era was precisely due to the name Shirley Yang had just called out. Could he be that person? Both Hu Bai and Professor Chen thought simultaneously. Meanwhile, in the depths of the tomb, Lin Xiaoyang had already ventured far ahead. He gazed at the distant, crumbling 9-story demon tower, his expression unchanging as he walked toward it. Strangely, as he approached, the entire tower began to tremble, and the malevolent insects clinging to it flew away but did not dare approach Lin Xiaoyang. Well, after decades, they tremble at my presence. What does that signify? Lin Xiaoyang mused aloud. Have they truly not come for all these years? Quite peculiar. If they seek immortality, one would assume they would come looking for me. Why the hesitation? Have they turned into ninjas? They might wish to come, but you've laid traps everywhere. Over the past decades, who knows how many you've eliminated? Those with strength, I suspect, are nearly all gone. A surge of mental energy flowed toward Lin Xiaoyang. Almost all gone does not mean completely eradicated. Lin Xiaoyang scoffed. Wasn't he that girl sent away over a decade ago? Why cling to the past? The mental energy surged again. Humph, you turned my disciple into that state. Even now, she has yet to fully recover, and the schemes from decades past are not so easily forgotten. What? Do they think returning my disciple signifies the end of our entanglements? That karma can be resolved? What a joke, Lin Xiaoyang declared, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. Sigh, you possess great strength. Your word is law. The mental energy responded, somewhat defeated. Indeed, you best not let me discover any ties between you and them, or else. Outside the depths of the tomb, Shirley Yang, having called for Lin Xiaoyang in vain, sat dejectedly on a nearby stone. Surely, that gentleman. Surely nothing ill has befallen him. Let us proceed. Perhaps he has already ventured deeper, Professor Chen reassured her, observing her forlorn expression. Indeed, Boss Yang, Professor Chen is correct. That gentleman possesses extraordinary abilities. He may have already advanced ahead. We should set forth. Perhaps we shall encounter him soon, Hu Bai chimed in. Oh dear. That gentleman is something else. He jumps down without a second thought, and now he has vanished without a trace. Who knows if he is even human or ghost? Wang Fatty complained impatiently. Fatty, silence. Hu Bai immediately reprimanded him. Based on what he had heard and the tales from his grandfather, that gentleman held immense power. Should he overhear Fatty's remarks, it could spell trouble. Not old Hu, but it's just. Do you wish to kneel and not rise again? Before Fatty could protest further, Hu Bai recalled an incident from a few days prior that had caused Fatty to kneel in fear without the gentleman even moving. This. Upon hearing Hu Bai and Apos, words, Fatty glanced around nervously, fearing the specter of that gentleman might appear at any moment. Though he did not see the gentleman, he did notice. Oh no, so many flying insects. At Fatty and Appo's exclamation, Hubai followed his gaze, puzzled. A memory surged in his mind. Hubai. Run quickly, old Hu. I've decided. My child shall be named Bao. Run. As the memories flooded back, Hubai shouted at the sight of firefly beetles approaching them. What the hell? Old Hu, what are you yelling about? You startled me, Fatty exclaimed, trembling with irritation at Hubai's outburst. The others looked on in confusion, unsure why he suddenly appeared to be panicking. Run. We must flee. It's the firefly beetles. We could die, Hubai urged, pulling Fatty to his feet while warning the others. Firefly beetles? They seem similar to fireflies. They glow at the rear. What is so frightening about a swarm of insects? Are they truly as terrifying as you claim? Chu Jin gazed at the firefly beetles soaring across the river with an indifferent expression, remarking, well, they do look rather beautiful, Don and Appo's, they? The female student, Yi-san, who had previously been startled by the icy corpse, nodded in agreement. Boss Yang, Professor Chen, you must persuade them quickly. If we don't flee now, it will be too late, Hubai urged as he grasped Wang Pengzi, anxiously calling out to Shirley Yang and Professor Chen, regardless of the circumstances. Comrade who was unlikely to deceive them. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. Ah, help me. Save me. Professor Chen had scarcely finished speaking when a firefly beetle, having appeared unbeknownst to them, landed on Sa Dipei's hand. In an instant, blue flames erupted from his palm, although the onlookers felt no heat. The terror-stricken cries of Sa Dipei made it abundantly clear that the temperature of those blue flames was alarmingly high. With a swift motion, Hubai rushed to Sa Dipei and Appo's side, and just as he was about to call for help, he unleashed a glimmering blade. In that moment, Sa Dipei and Appo's arm, engulfed in blue flames, was severed and fell to the ground. The crackling of the flames and the sound of flesh being scorched filled the air, and in mere moments, Sa Dipei's arm had been reduced to ashes. What are you still dawdling for? Run. Chapter 71. Identity revealed. Upon hearing Hubai's voice, coupled with the charred remains of an arm on the ground, the others finally regained their senses and rushed frantically towards the ice cave from which they had just emerged. Not good. Juyang. Unlike the others, Shirley Yang was preoccupied with the safety of Lin Juyang. She contemplated jumping into the water to hide until the fire beetles passed. However, just as she made a move, Hubai intercepted her. Fatty, come help. Let me go? Are you out of your mind? The fire beetles are far too close. Your plan is futile. No, I must go in and save Juyang. Oh my goodness, at this point, you should prioritize your own safety. Absolutely not. You need not worry about Juyang. With his abilities, those fire beetles are no match for him. Amidst their tugging, Hubai and Wang Fatty ultimately gained the upper hand. Wang Fatty hoisted Shirley Yang onto his back and sprinted toward the ice cave. Along the way, he complained incessantly, for heaven's sake. If I weren't worried about you dying and leaving me broke, I wouldn't want to carry you. You're so heavy. Hubai, why did you just call Juyang Master Juyang? Shirley Yang inquired, perched on Fatty and Appo's shoulder. Indeed. Who is this Master Juyang? Fatty echoed. You Don and Appo's. Know who that gentleman is? I'm astonished. I truly Don and Appo's. Know how you managed to bring him out. Hubai replied, casting a surprised glance at Shirley Yang. Although he could not be certain that Lin Juyang was indeed the one, reflecting on their journey together led him to believe it was highly probable. Lin Juyang. Master Juyang, the ghost immortal. On Fatty's shoulder, Shirley Yang appeared bewildered, mumbling to herself until she recalled a name from her late grandfather's notes. Her expression darkened instantly, and she fell silent. Noticing her reaction, Hubai understood she had made a realization but chose not to elaborate, for their immediate concern was survival. As they fled, he glanced back to see if the fire beetles were in pursuit. In that fleeting moment, his pupils contracted. Behind them, countless fire beetles hovered. Yet they remained suspended at a distance. Most significantly, within that swarm, a shadowy figure was discernible. It was undoubtedly the gentleman. But why? Hubai could not comprehend. He only knew that the fire beetles and Appo's behavior, or perhaps that gentleman and Appo's intent, suggested he did not wish for them to delve further. That was for the best, as Hubai had always harbored an inexplicable fear of this place, perhaps due to the comrades lost here, or perhaps for other reasons. After a brief while, they all descended back to the ground via the rope they had initially lowered. Professor Chen and his students lay exhausted in the snow. gasping for breath and devoid of dignity. Not to mention Wang Fatty, who had carried a person for so long and then climbed the rope. Ouch. Pay me more. I demand more money, Fatty exclaimed, tossing Shirley Yang aside and collapsing onto the ground. Hubai, tell me. Shirley Yang ignored Fatty's outburst and turned to Hubai, who was also slumped on the ground. Shirley, what do you want Hu to explain? Professor Chen approached. Master Zhou Yang. Hubai managed to catch his breath enough to utter those 3 words. What? Professor Chen and Amp. Oppo's expression transformed to one of astonishment upon hearing Hubai and Amp. Oppo's declaration. Comrade Hu, do you suspect that young man is? Professor Chen, you know too? Hubai inquired, surprised. Not only do I know, but to be precise, I originally hail from Yun Province. Following this, Professor Chen began to narrate the legends of Yun Province. Hubai interjected occasionally. Wait a moment. If what you're saying is true, that gentleman must be nearly 70 or 80 years old, perhaps even close to a century, yet he appears so youthful. Wang Kaixin queried, perplexed as he listened to the exchange. Indeed, Professor, how can someone nearing 100 still look no older than a teenager? Is there truly a method for eternal youth in this world? Chu Jian added skeptically. Others nodded in agreement. That, I cannot say. However, in Yun Province, the name Lin Jiuyang has become legendary. As for the truth behind the tales, no one has witnessed them firsthand, let alone verified them. Professor Chen responded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Shirley Yang and Hubai's fell into silence. Others might express doubt, but they knew better. One was a descendant of the renowned leader, Zhigu Xiao. And Shirley Yang vividly recalled how her grandfather appeared no older than 30 when he passed. Through his notes, she understood why. The other had studied the profound secrets of yin and yang, having encountered numerous inexplicable phenomena. Thus, both held reservations regarding the notions of eternal youth and immortality. Hey, old Hu, what's wrong? Why the silence? Could it be that you? Fatty nudged Hubai with a shoulder. Fatty, there are many matters in this world that cannot be elucidated by science. Hubai simply replied, gazing at him. Boom, you lot are quick to flee. Yet your memories seem to falter. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside them, and they turned to see Suddy Ping sprawled on the ground, appearing unconscious, with the enigmatic young man from Professor Chen's tail standing beside him. Suddy Ping, how are you? Yuisen rushed to Suddy Ping, shaking him gently. Meanwhile, Hubai, Wang Kaixin, Shirley Yang, and Professor Chen stared in disbelief at Suddy Ping and Oppo's left arm, which Hubai had previously severed. Their pupils dilated instantly. For Suddy Ping and Oppo's left arm, which should have been empty, was now whole and intact. Enough with the commotion. He merely fainted and will awaken shortly. Shirley, here's what you sought, Lin Jiuyang said to the oblivious and naive university student Yi Yisen, tossing a notebook that landed directly in Shirley Yang and Oppo's embrace. Goodness, this is nothing short of a miracle. Wang Kaixin marveled, having approached Suddy Ping and now touching the perfectly intact arm. Master Zhou Yang, thank you for aiding Suddy Ping. Professor Chen expressed his gratitude to Lin Jiuyang, bowing respectfully as he observed the flawless arm. Lin Jiuyang simply nodded in acknowledgement, then approached Shirley Yang, saying, with the notebook in hand, we can proceed directly to the ancient city of Jingjue. Upon hearing his words, Shirley Yang remained silent, staring intently at him. What is it? Lin Jiuyang inquired. Earlier, Professor Chen referred to you as Oppo's, Master Zhou Yang, and Oppo's, the ghost immortal Lin Jiuyang. Shirley Yang clarified. Indeed, that should be me. Lin Jiuyang responded candidly. It was true. It was indeed him. Hubai and Professor Chen silently acknowledged this revelation. Meanwhile, a bittersweet smile flickered across Shirley Yang and Oppo's face. I almost developed feelings for a man from my grandfather's era. She mused with a wry smile. Well, how should I address you now? Initially, I referred to you as Oppo's, grandpa brother, Oppo's. According to the hierarchy, you may also call me Oppo's, grandpa, Oppo's. Lin Jiuyang pondered and replied, Oppo's, master, I, your disciple Wang Kaixin, sincerely pay my respects to you as my teacher. I implore you to bestow upon me your divine skills. Suddenly, Wang Kaixin executed a kneeling slide, arriving before him, and bowed deeply in reverence. Chapter 72. Entering the desert, Lin Jiuyang's mischief, stirring up a tempest. In a small town near the Taklamakan Desert. Following Lin Jiuyang's appearance and the revelation of his identity, Sherry Yang, having obtained her father's notebook from him, ultimately resolved to head directly to the Taklamakan Desert in search of the ancient city of Jingjue. As for the rotund fellow who wished to apprentice under Lin Zhuyang, the latter merely shook his head and declined, citing their lack of a master-disciple affinity. Despite this, Lin Zhuyang gifted him a token known as the Gold Digger's Plaque. This gesture was more of a reluctant concession on Lin Zhuyang's part, as the persistent Wang Kaixian, realizing he could not become an apprentice, clung tenaciously to the idea and would not relent. Eventually, Lin Zhuyang had no choice but to toss him a small trinket he had studied over the decades, the aforementioned plaque. Crafted from the heartwood of a peach tree that had thrived in sunlight for 500 years, it possessed an abundance of yang energy. Additionally, it was infused with the essence of a 5-year-old black dog that had been steeped in its own blood for an entire year. Complemented by a piece of exquisite earth core lava stone, a fiery red rock sourced from the depths of a volcano. Thus, the plaque was formed. Endowed with formidable yang energy and protective abilities against malevolent forces, in Lin Zhuyang's eyes, it was indeed a treasure, far superior to the common black donkey hoof charms used by others. At that moment, within the inn of the small town, everyone was busily preparing the necessary supplies for their imminent journey into the desert. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuyang, as before, rested with his eyes closed, a sight to which the others had grown accustomed. After all, it is the weak who must adapt to their surroundings. The strong simply bend the environment to their will. "Hey, fatty, could you stop wandering around with that plaque and lend a hand?" Hu Bai called out to the plump man, who was grinning foolishly as he paced with the plaque in hand. "Oh, coming." Upon hearing Hu's words, the rotund fellow carefully tucked the plaque away and approached him. Elsewhere, Sherry Yang was conversing with Professor Chen about their upcoming itinerary and route. "Sherry, we cannot traverse the desert relying solely on our own knowledge. At the very least, we need someone well acquainted with the terrain," Professor Chen remarked, examining the map. "Yes, I understand. I and Appos, VE already made arrangements. There and Appos, a man named Enliman in this town who has many camels and frequently ventures into the desert," Sherry Yang replied with a nod. "That and Appos, that's good to hear," Professor Chen said, feeling reassured. Before long, the group had finished their preparations, and Enliman arrived at the inn and Appos' entrance, leading a string of camels. "Hey there, everyone. Bring your gear over here and load it onto the camels," he called out in his distinctive accent, waving at the others. The group promptly gathered their belongings and approached the camels. Within mere moments, they had loaded all their equipment onto the animals and set off towards the desert beyond the town. As they departed from the town and first entered the desert, the newcomers were filled with curiosity, marveling at the unique and majestic landscape. However, as they pressed onward through the arid expanse, 2 days swiftly passed. At this juncture, several of Professor Chen's students began to tire of the monotonous scenery, their initial or replaced by a sense of drudgery and an abundance of sand in their mouths. "Ugh. It's maddening. Every sip of water tastes like sand," Chu Jian exclaimed, seated atop his camel with a water bottle in hand. Ahead of the group, Hu Bai scrutinized the compass in his hand and noted a change in its needle. He called out to Enliman, who was leading the way, "Enliman, why has the direction shifted so abruptly? What? Did this old fellow lead us astray? Is he out to rob us?" The rotund Wang Kaixian misheard Hu and Appos' inquiry and prepared to roll up his sleeves. "You and Appos, hard of hearing." Hu Bai was asking about the sudden change in direction, not something else. Lin Zhuyang remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation directed at Wang Kaixian. Upon hearing the voice beside him, the rotund man turned to Lin Zhuyang, puzzled, for the latter's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in his ears. "This is impressive," Wang Kaixian muttered to himself. "A storm is brewing. We need to find shelter quickly, or we and Appos be swept away by the desert winds." Enliman responded to Hu Bai and Appos' concerns, realizing the wind was intensifying. Hu nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further comment. After a considerable time, the group, under Enliman and Appos' guidance, arrived at a slope where the fierce winds diminished significantly. "Whoa, this place is surprisingly soft. I almost sank in," Wang Kaixian exclaimed as he jumped off his camel, barely managing to steady himself by grasping onto the animal. "Fatty, keep it down. With your bulk, you might actually sink," Hu Bai teased him. "Hu Bai, how far are we from the ancient city of Jingjue?" Sherry Yang inquired as she approached him. In response, Hu Bai spread out the compass and map on the ground. Professor Chen, having joined them, observed in silence. After a moment, Hu Bai stood up and gazed into the vast desert, stating, "If my calculations are correct, we should reach the vicinity of Jingjue in no more than 2 hours, but we'll only know the specifics once we arrive." Lin Zhuyang, overhearing Hubai's words, was taken aback by the accuracy of the calculation. It seemed the 16-character yin-yang feng shui technique held some merit. However, given the current wind conditions, it appeared that the storm would not abate anytime soon. Thus, Lin Jiuyang chose to recline on the sand once more, closing his eyes as an invisible force emanated from him, silently converging into the distance. Moments later, a terrified voice broke the silence. A tornado. Professor, a tornado is approaching. Chu Jian, scanning the area in alarm, shouted as he hurried to his companions. What? That and amp, oppos, es impossible. There's shootin' and amp, oppos, be a tornado. Hubai exclaimed in disbelief, glancing skyward. Though strong winds were expected, the weather did not suggest the formation of a tornado according to the ancient texts. By the heavens, there truly is a tornado. And amp, oppos, es heading straight for us. Wang Kaixian yelled. Just then, the sound of the tornado and amp, oppos, es how reached everyone and amp, oppos, es ears. This is bad. Gather the camels close and hold on tight. Hubai shouted, responding to the overwhelming gusts. Unfortunately, under Lin Jiuyang and amp, oppos, es subtle manipulation, it was already too late. The outer winds of the tornado whisked the group into the air, while miraculously, the camels and the old man and Lyman appeared unaffected, huddled low in the sand, steadfast as a mountain. However, this scene is invisible to those who have ascended. Chapter 73, A Direct Journey to the Enigmatic Ancient City. Lin Jiuyang strikes suddenly. In the blink of an eye, an indeterminate amount of time had passed. In a dimly lit space beneath the desert, the group gradually regained consciousness. Damn it. The Fat Master, survived being swept up by such a massive tornado. Truly, I am the chosen one, the first to awaken. The plump man rubbed his aching head and muttered, surveying the murky surroundings. Cough, cough. Fatty. Wang Kaixian, where are you? Hubai's voice echoed in the dimness. Old Hu, I'm right here. Wang Fatty called out, rising to his feet and glancing towards the source of the voice, faintly perceiving Hu's silhouette. In a corner of the space, Shirley Yang was also slowly waking, clutching her head. Upon observing the shadowy environment, she instinctively reached for her backpack and retrieved a flashlight. Switching it on. As the beam illuminated the area, she instantly spotted Lin Jiuyang seated on a nearby stone. Awake? Lin Jiuyang inquired, gazing at her. Yes. Shirley nodded. Since learning of Lin Jiuyang and amp, oppos, es true identity, she had intentionally maintained a distance between them. Thus, upon discovering him beside her, she quickly deduced the reason for his presence, to protect her. In that moment, she found herself uncertain of how to respond. As she was unaware of his true intentions or status, was he a guardian, or perhaps something more? Oh dear, how could I forget about the flashlight? The plump man exclaimed. Noticing the light and slapping his forehead, he hastily rummaged through his backpack, producing a flashlight and directing it toward Hubai's voice. Oh my goodness! The moment the flashlight beam illuminated the area, a ghastly face appeared, startling him. Haraha, you fatso, did I scare you? Hubai chuckled, giving Wang Fatty a playful pat. Goodness! Old Hu, could you please move your foot off me? Suddenly, they heard a voice from beneath them. Looking down, they were met with the sight of Professor Chen and amp, oppos, es student, saw dipping. An awkward silence ensued. 15 minutes later, everyone had gathered again. And after confirming that no one was injured, they all expressed their relief. All right, everyone, let and oppos, assess our surroundings. We have no idea where the tornado has brought us, nor how far we are from our intended route. Shirley addressed the group. No need for that. We have arrived. Just as Shirley finished speaking, Hubai, holding a compass, interjected. Upon hearing his words, the group cast puzzled glances at him. Arrived? What nonsense is this? After such a massive tornado, it's a miracle we're alive, let alone reaching the enigmatic ancient city. Hubai noticed their incredulous expressions and discreetly glanced at the impassive figure nearby. He had faith in the ancient art of yin-yang feng shui he had learned. It had helped him evade numerous dangers in the past. However, the tornado's sudden onset had left him questioning his beliefs. Such natural forces, if manipulated by human hands, would suggest that the individual in control transcended humanity, perhaps even a god. Old Hu, what are you pondering? You just said we've arrived. What gives? Wang Fatty waved his hand in front of Hubai. And upon receiving no response, he nudged him. Cough. According to our previously established route, I have calculated that this place falls within the boundaries of our ultimate destination, the enigmatic ancient city, Hubai explained as he regained his focus. This is the enigmatic ancient city? Where is the entrance? Chu Jian questioned, surveying the dark surroundings with skepticism. In that direction, Hu Bai pointed toward the compass needle. Upon hearing him, Professor Chun and Shirley Yang exchanged glances before hastily leading a few others, flashlights in hand, toward Hu Bai and Apos' indicated direction. Wang Fatty, ever eager, was particularly enthusiastic, for who knew what treasures awaited within the enigmatic ancient city. As the group moved toward Hu Bai's indicated path, Lin Zhuyang lagged behind, taking his time. Sensing this, Hu Bai quickly approached him. Master Zhuyang, some matters need not be scrutinized too deeply. Furthermore, a direct approach saves us from the harsh desert sand, does it not? Lin Zhuyang interrupted before Hu Bai could voice his thoughts. Upon hearing Lin Zhuyang's words, Hu Bai felt his suspicions solidify. Indeed, the tornado had been orchestrated by this enigmatic figure. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from afar. Damn it. Girls are so dramatic, it's just a corpse, oh no. Wang Fatty and Apos' voice followed closely. Hu Bai quickly turned on his flashlight and rushed toward the source of the commotion. Upon arriving at the scene, he was taken aback by the sight before him. As a vision replayed in his mind. Hu Bai, is this what you call the entrance to the enigmatic ancient city? Where is the entrance? Chu Jian stormed toward Hu Bai in fury. Watch it. What are you trying to do? Wang Fatty stepped in front of Hu Bai, pushing Chu Jian back while cursing. Hu Bai, before we set off, I investigated you. Your past records detail your experiences upon returning from the Kunlun Glacier. This place bears an uncanny resemblance to what your records describe. Do you know something? Shirley Yang queried Hu Bai. Comrade Hu, you claim this is the entrance to the enigmatic ancient city, yet all we see are, Professor Chen noted, glancing at the peculiar corpses nearby. I know nothing, but I am certain this is the entrance to the enigmatic ancient city, Hu Bai asserted to the group. And you still insist this is the entrance? Where is it? Look around. Aside from these corpses, where is the entrance? Chu Jian shouted at Hu Bai. How annoying. Could you keep it down? Lin Zhuyang interjected, frowning at Chu Jian. What business is it of yours? I'm telling you. In the blink of an eye, Chu Jian and Apos' head flew off, severed cleanly. Ah! Yu Yisun shrieked at the sight. With another swift motion, her head too was severed from her body. Xiao Jian, Yisun, Professor Chen, momentarily stunned, could only utter a sorrowful cry. In an instant, the sound of silent blades slicing through necks filled the air as Teacher Hao, Sa Diping, and Professor Chun, who had remained silent until now, all met the same fate. Confronted with this gruesome spectacle, Shirley Yang, Hu Bai, and Wang Kaixian stood frozen in shock, utterly dumbfounded. Honestly, I had intended to wait until we fully entered the enigmatic ancient city to let them meet their demise naturally, but now that we're here, they proved to be rather bothersome, so Lin Zhuyang remarked, observing the three with an indifferent expression. Zhuyang, what do you mean by that? Hu Bai stammered, gazing at Lin Zhuyang in disbelief. At this moment, the previously boisterous Wang Pengzi had fallen into an uneasy silence, while Shirley Yang gazed at him with an expression of disbelief. In truth, there was nothing extraordinary. I had merely prepared for a considerable time. And now, standing at the threshold, I felt a surge of excitement, coupled with the fact that they were indeed rather bothersome. I resorted to eliminating them to quell my own exhilaration. Moreover, even if these fellows had ventured further inside, their ultimate fate would have been death. Thus, with a smile, Lin Zhuyang turned his attention to Hu Bai and the others, implying that they had intentionally joined his expedition with the goal of reaching the ancient city of Jingjue. Shirley Yang, observing Lin Zhuyang, asked with a hint of sorrow in her voice. Lin Zhuyang, noticing her demeanor, merely nodded in non-committal agreement. Chapter 74, Sherry Yang and Amp, Apos' fury. The ancient city, Honggu. Sherry Yang, witnessing Lin Zhuyang's nod, felt a surge of anger rise within her. So, everything, including the initial manipulation involving Uncle Hai's deliberate approach towards me, was all orchestrated for this very day. Listening to her somewhat indignant inquiries, Lin Zhuyang merely nodded again. Why? Why would you do this? Even if you sought to use me to enter the ancient city of Jingjue. Why did you have to kill Professor Chen and the others? Sherry Yang's fury erupted completely as she questioned him vehemently. I have already stated that even if they had entered the ancient city of Jingjue, they would still meet their demise. It has merely been expedited. Furthermore, the Uncle Hai you speak of, whose real name is Li Hai, is one of my own, so there was no question of utilizing him. Lin Zhuyang replied calmly, gazing at her. Upon hearing this, Sherry Yang's anger intensified. She never anticipated that the man who had stirred her emotions had been scheming against her since her youth. In that moment, all her feelings for him shattered, leaving only a profound sense of resentment. In a fit of rage, She drew a sharp dagger from her waist and charged at Lin Zhuyang. I will kill you. Alas, Sherry Yang was still too inexperienced. As she closed in within a foot of Lin Zhuyang, she found herself ensnared by a force emanating from deep within her. This left Hu Bai, who was watching the unfolding events and prepared to intervene at any moment, momentarily stunned. What have you done to me? Sherry Yang shouted in terror and fury at Lin Zhuyang, feeling utterly immobilized. TSK young lady, it and amp, oppos, it's best not to play with such dangerous objects as daggers. You might hurt yourself, Lin Zhuyang remarked, as the dagger in Sherry Yang's hand flew effortlessly into his grasp. Nearby, witnessing the dagger soar directly into Lin Zhuyang's hand, Wang Pengzi, who had intended to sneak an attack with Hu Bai and Oppos' tacit encouragement, instantly deflated. What nonsense is this? This man did not even lift a finger. Yet he rendered the young lady immobile, and with a mere word, he seized the dagger. If I were to act against such a being, how could I possibly survive? Wang Pengzi glanced at Hu Bai, who, in turn, gave him a knowing look. In an instant, Wang Pengzi comprehended the situation and relaxed his previously tense body. Lin Zhuyang observed their subtle movements, curious to see how they would proceed. Noting that Wang Pengzi had eased up, he understood the answer. Boring. Lin Zhuyang lightly shook his head in disapproval. Then, he manipulated Sherry Yang and Oppos' body, transforming her into a standing posture before levitating her into the air. Thus, Lin Zhuyang, with Sherry Yang suspended beside him, advanced deeper into the realm of the peculiar corpses. As they passed by Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi, he instructed, keep up. Upon hearing his command, Hu Bai resigned himself to follow, and Wang Pengzi, seeing Hu's submission, had no choice but to comply as well. Lin Zhuyang, release me. What have you done to me? If you have the ability, let me go, you scoundrel. Sherry Yang, floating helplessly beside Lin Zhuyang, vented her fury. To Sherry Yang, now consumed by rage, Lin Zhuyang simply uttered two words. Silence. Immediately, Sherry Yang realized that no matter how she attempted to speak, no sound would emerge. Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi, trailing behind, exchanged looks of astonishment mixed with a sense of familiarity. In a fleeting moment, as Lin Zhuyang arrived at a stone wall deep within the realm of the peculiar corpses, the wall unexpectedly opened. The mechanism of the stone wall activated, rising. Within moments, as sunlight streamed in, a dilapidated ancient city hidden within the desert revealed itself beyond the stone wall. This is the ancient city of Jingjue, Hu Bai exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the distant cityscape. Old Hu, is that indeed the ancient city of Jingjue? Wang Pengzi queried, his eyes fixed on the ancient city resembling a structure built from yellow sand. Yes, Hu Bai nodded in affirmation. Oh my, after enduring countless hardships, we have finally arrived. However, judging by the distance, it seems we must. Wait, hold on. Old Hu, I think I and Oppos am hallucinating. I seem to be flying. Suddenly, Wang Pengzi exclaimed in shock, his tone shifting dramatically. Stop shouting, Pengzi. Have you forgotten about Professor Chun and the others? This is no hallucination, Hu Bai remarked, glancing at the figure soaring ahead. Moments passed in an instant. After the group swiftly traversed the air for a distance, they soon approached the ancient city. In midair, as Hu Bai descended, he observed the ancient city drawing nearer. And he noted that there were many people within the city. A glance revealed a group clad in dark combat attire, numbering no fewer than 100. Led by a woman who exuded an imposing aura. Clad in a black cloak with a ponytail, wielding an exquisite tank saber, her expression was icy, which formed Hu Bai and Oppos' initial impression of her. Before long, under Lin Zhuyang and Oppos' conscious manipulation, they landed on the ground. Master, Ninth Master. As soon as they touched down, the cold-faced woman softened slightly, addressing Lin Zhuyang along with the others in dark combat attire in unison. MHM. Lin Zhuyang nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned to the three bound men and one woman among the Abyss members and inquired of the black-clad woman, Hong Gu, what their situation was. Master, I have inquired. They are members of the mountain-moving clan, who have come to this place in search of the Miaochen pearl. The woman in the black cloak, Hong Gu, replied to Lin Zhuyang. Oh, I did not expect that the mountain-moving clan still exists. Lin Zhuyang expressed surprise upon hearing Hong Gu's words. For if memory served him correctly, he had previously ensured the complete destruction of the Zaklamar clan as a precaution. Never mind, let us eliminate them. Lin Zhuyang waved his hand dismissively. No, I can't. The apparent leader among the three men and one woman, a bald and muscular man, attempted to speak, but the Abyss members were too swift, rendering his words inaudible. Wang Kaixian, Lin Zhuyang paid no heed to the fate of those individuals and showed little interest in the leader's intended words. Instead, he called out to the somewhat dazed Wang Kaixian beside him. Pengzi, Ninth Master is calling you. Hu Bai nudged Wang Pengzi with his shoulder, who had regained his senses. Ah? Yes. Ninth Master, you called me. Wang Pengzi approached Lin Zhuyang with an ingratiating smile. The jade pendant. Lin Zhuyang glanced at him coolly, stating, The jade pendant? Oh, the jade pendant. Realizing his oversight, Wang Pengzi hastily retrieved the jade pendant from around his neck and respectfully presented it to Lin Zhuyang. Honggu stepped forward to take the jade pendant, and simultaneously, a jade pendant floated from Sherry Yang towards Honggu. Honggu effortlessly accepted it, merging the two pendants before turning toward a peculiar platform located in the center of their vicinity. Chapter 75, A 30-Year Scheme, Entering the Essence of the Void. Desiring control of the illusory space, as Honggu placed the combined jade pendant into a peculiar slot on the serpentine pedestal, the structure began to slowly open, revealing a singular orb within. Honggu gazed at the orb and promptly seized it. Goodness, what a treasure! Exclaimed Wang Pengzi, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the precious gem in her hand. Regrettably, it was not meant for him. Activate the mechanism. Honggu instructed several members of the Abyss. Upon hearing her command, the Abyss members immediately approached the surrounding stone pillars. After examining the structure of the pillars, each one began to push against the base of a pillar. As a series of clicks echoed, a stone door mechanism on one side of the serpentine pedestal opened. Observing the door and Apos' activation, the remaining Abyss members hurried to the mechanism and stepped inside. Seeing this, Honggu approached Lin Zhuyang and respectfully presented the orb to him. Lin Zhuyang merely glanced at it before averting his gaze, saying, Hold on to it for now. It will be useful later. Yes, Master, Honggu replied, carefully stowing the precious orb in a pouch at her waist. Hu Bai observed the pouch at Honggu and Apos' waist. Despite its small size, it effortlessly concealed the large orb, indicating that it was no ordinary item. Let us proceed. Upon Honggu securing the orb, Lin Zhuyang uttered, striding towards the stone door mechanism. Honggu exchanged a glance with Hu Bai and Wang Kaixian, signaling them to follow. After a brief look at her exquisite Tang broadsword and the distinguished figure who had just entered the stone door, they ultimately decided to follow. As the group traversed through the stone door, they encountered no traps or dangers, which led Hu Bai to recall the initial group that entered. Indeed, as they ventured deeper, they soon arrived at the innermost sanctum of the ancient city of Jingjue. There, Hu Bai saw the group that had been waiting for them. Jiuyi, Hongjie. As Lin Zhuyang and Honggu reached the forefront, the Abyss members called out. Lin Zhuyang did not respond, for his attention was entirely focused on the enormous coffin constructed from Kunlun divine wood before him. The coffin of the Jingjue Queen. 30 years. I have laid my plans for 30 years, awaiting this moment to enter Jingjue, seize the illusory space, and finally transform into a dragon. Lin Zhuyang murmured to himself as he gazed upon the coffin. Nearby, Shirley Yang, suspended in midair, widened her eyes in disbelief. She had not anticipated that he had been scheming for 3 decades. Before she could ponder further, her body inexplicably drifted towards the coffin and melded into it. My goodness! Old Hu Yang is gone. Wang Pengzi exclaimed in shock at the sight. I saw it. Hu Bai and Apos' expression turned grave. He was unsure of the intentions of the figure, but sensed that he needed to flee, lest he find himself in dire straits. Just as he considered his next move, the coffin began to tremble following Shirley Yang's integration, releasing an enchanting fragrance. With a thunderous crash, the massive coffin lid flew open and fell aside. As a figure adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing robes slowly rose from within, Lin Zhuyang remained impassive, merely instructing Honggu beside him. I will require some time, perhaps long, perhaps short. During this period, you and Li Hai must manage the Abyss well and set up a grand formation throughout the ancient city of Jingjue, ensuring I am not disturbed. Yes, Master, Honggu acknowledged, glancing at her master before retrieving the orb from her pouch. With the orb and Apos' emergence, the entire inner tomb of Jingjue began to tremble, accompanied by strange sounds resembling beastly roars and serpentine hisses. We must leave. Honggu and Apos' expression darkened as the orb in her grasp began to emit a faint glow. This object was pivotal to their escape from the ancient city of Jingjue. As Honggu led the charge outward, all Abyss members bowed slightly to Lin Zhuyang before hastily following suit. Hu Bai called out to Wang Pengzi, Pengzi, run. However, as he attempted to move his legs, He found them unresponsive, and then he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi, having heard his words, swiftly turned and fled, exclaiming, "Damn it! Old Hu! Wait for me!" Lying on the ground, Hu Bai wished to convey something to the fleeing Wang Pengzi, but he found even his mouth unresponsive. This spectacle elicited a subtle smirk from Lin Zhuyang, who observed everything. As for Hu Bai's condition, Lin Zhuyang surmised that the fragrance emanating from the figure within the coffin could numb the nerves and body, rendering Hu Bai incapable of movement. The reason Wang Pengzi was unaffected by the fragrance was due to the golden talisman he had acquired not long ago while pestering Lin Zhuyang. Oh, this fellow is indeed fortunate. While Lin Zhuyang contemplated this, the figure within the coffin had fully risen, and the woman adorned in the phoenix crown and flowing robes opened her eyes. At the moment her eyes fluttered open, Lin Zhuyang felt as though he glimpsed another realm through her beautiful gaze, a world of void. On the other side, lying on the ground, Hu Bai also witnessed the figure emerging from the coffin, her eyes now wide open. In an instant, Hu Bai vanished from sight. His disappearance did not disrupt Lin Zhuyang or the woman before the coffin. Unknown bloodline, no past existence. Why have you come here? The figure inquired. Lin Zhuyang regarded her but offered no reply. Instead, an array of inscriptions surged forth from his being, each inscribed with the essence of powerful loss. Within mere moments, the inscriptions enveloped the entire tomb. What do you intend to do? The figure, sensing the terrifying aura of the law inscriptions permeating the tomb, exclaimed in fear. You shall soon find out. Lin Zhuyang responded expressionlessly. Then, the myriad inscriptions surged into the figure's body at an astonishing speed. A series of agonizing screams followed, as her eyes radiated an unfathomable brilliance. Chapter 76. The Monster and the Ashen Space. As all the inscriptions of the laws entered her body, Lin Zhuyang sensed the opportune moment had arrived. In an instant, she transformed into a myriad of inscriptions resembling digital symbols, soaring towards the dual eyes that radiated boundless brilliance. As Lin Zhuyang merged with her eyes, a tremendous roar erupted, accompanied by powerful shockwaves akin to crashing waves, sweeping through the entire tomb chamber, affecting the ancient city of Jingjue within mere moments. Outside the ancient city of Jingjue, Honggu, along with a group of Abyss members and the portly Wang, who had just escaped and barely caught his breath, gazed at the crumbling entrance of the ancient city. Something colossal is about to emerge. Prepare yourselves, keep what is useful, and eliminate the rest. Understood, Sister Hong. The Abyss members replied in unison. Old Hu, where are you? Wang, regaining his composure, scanned the crowd and called out repeatedly, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. Stop shouting. You're the only one who made it out, Honggu remarked, casting a glance at him. What? Impossible. He was the one who yelled to run. How could he not have escaped? Wang stood up incredulously, rummaging through the Abyss members. It was only after searching through the hundreds of Abyss members that he turned and raced towards the entrance of the ancient city. Old Hu. What a tragic fate you've met. Wherein and Amp, Oppos, to you the one who shouted to flee. Boom. Roared before he could finish his lament. A monstrous creature erupted from the ground. Wang was knocked unconscious by a stone dislodged by the creature's emergence. Meanwhile, Honggu and the others gazed at the creature before them, measuring over 10 meters in length. Its upper body resembled that of a human, but bore sharp fangs and a grotesque visage, adorned with pointed horns. Its lower body was serpentine, segmented like a caterpillar. A bizarre blend of snake and insect with the upper half of a human. Sister Hong, what should we do? This creature appears to hold potential yet seems utterly useless. An Abyss member inquired. First, eliminate it, then take it back for the research department to examine, Honggu replied decisively. Upon hearing her words, the Abyss member nodded, exchanging glances with a few companions before charging towards the monstrous entity. The others, understanding his silent cue, spread out to encircle the creature. Roar. The humanoid serpent-tailed monster, upon seeing the approaching figure, let out a furious roar and swung its tail in retaliation. Suddenly, iron chains whizzed through the air from all directions, each tipped with precise arrowheads. The arrows pierced its body with a sharp sound. At that moment, the first Abyss member ignited icy blue flames in his hands and slammed them onto the ground. With a series of cracking sounds, the ground instantly froze, spreading towards the creature. Deep within the ancient city, as the myriad inscriptions of Lin Zhuyang flowed into the eyes of the Queen of Jingjue, the body awakened by Shirley Yang began to decay and wither. At this time, Lin Zhuyang found himself in a peculiar space. A glance revealed an expanse of ashen hues. Within this realm, countless figures flickered, all appearing in various shades of gray. Here, Lin Zhuoyang also spotted Hu Bai, who had just been absorbed into this ethereal space. However, Hu Bai exuded no vitality, resembling a lifeless husk, his form indistinguishable from the other gray figures. How intriguing, Lin Zhuoyang mused, a smile curling at the corner of his lips as he surveyed the monochromatic world. Subsequently, his figure began to fade and transform, ultimately becoming an inscription reminiscent of ancient hieroglyphics. Concurrently, the multitude of inscriptions he had released in the tomb began to slowly materialize within this space, infusing it with vibrant colors. As innumerable inscriptions emerged, they converged towards the ancient hieroglyphic inscription that Lin Zhuoyang had morphed into. Time passed unmeasured until 3 thunderous booms resonated within the ashen space. Roar, roar, roar. At the center of the gathering inscriptions, an extraordinary dragon, nearly 1,000 meters long, its body appearing as if forged from gold and possessing 3 fearsome dragon heads, manifested within this realm. What a delightful sensation! The central dragon had exclaimed, reveling in the presence of its 2 neighboring heads. It then turned its gaze towards the gray figures inhabiting the space, sensing a unique energy emanating from them, an energy that connected the entirety of the Ashen Realm. After a brief moment of contemplation, it opened its massive jaws and surged towards the gray figures. In the external world, Honggu observed the creature, now encased in a layer of ice created by her subordinates. With a wave of her hand, numerous Abyss members advanced towards the monster. Once 100 individuals formed a specialized formation around the creature, each clutching a piece of black stone. Honggu nodded at the leading Abyss members. Then, a radiant display of black, red, and blue light erupted from the 100 members, ascending skyward. As these multicolored beams converged in the heavens, they ultimately formed a circular matrix, descending onto a nearby patch of ground, swirling incessantly until a vortex materialized. The vortex appeared to connect to another realm. Bring this creature back, and send someone to prepare the formation, Honggu instructed, her gaze fixed on the vortex ahead. Yes, Sister Hong. Following her command, several Abyss members produced ropes, binding the creature before dragging it towards the vortex. Sister Hong, what about that fellow? An Abyss member approached her, inquiring about Wang, who lay unconscious. Honggu glanced at the slumbering Wang with a slight frown. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, just find a populated area and discard him there. Understood, Sister Hong. With that, the Abyss member dragged Wang into the vortex, leaving him unaware of where he had been cast. Meanwhile, Honggu remained poised, observing her subordinates at work, awaiting the arrival of those who would soon emerge from the other side of the vortex. Chapter 77. Departing from the ancient city, the passage of time. Qinyulo and Mount Zhalong. In the blink of an eye, it is uncertain how much time has elapsed. In the gray-white expanse, the golden three-headed dragon, transformed from Lin Zhuoyang, has grown to an imposing stature of nearly 10,000 meters. The 3 golden dragon heads exude an extraordinary majesty. Within this gray-white space, the previously present silhouettes have vanished, leaving him as the sole dragon. The golden radiance emanating from his form bathes the surrounding area in a resplendent golden hue. Yet this is insufficient. He yearns to completely dominate and seize this space, merging it with his spiritual realm to ultimately forge a unique golden world within himself. Thus, to achieve this goal, every scale upon his dragon form begins to reveal distinct golden inscriptions. Although I have never mastered a complete law of power, and even now, I must rely on inscriptions to channel the fragmented powers of the laws, this so-called virtual space cannot impede me. Roar. As the immense dragon heads unleash a thunderous roar, Lin Zhuoyang begins to fully activate the law inscriptions upon each scale of his dragon body. Boom, boom, boom. With his full force, the golden radiance he emits extends ever further, illuminating the depths of this space. In Yun Province, at Mount Zhalong, amidst a forest thick with miasma, 3 figures traverse the terrain. Who would have thought, in my lifetime, I would return to this place, walking fearlessly through this endless miasma? A voice tinged with age emanates from one of the shadows. Master, you are no longer blind. Comes a woman's voice, imbued with an indescribable emotion. Indeed, I owe my sight to Lord Jiao, replies the aged voice. There is no need for such formality. After all, we are acquainted. I shall assist you as best I can, and I also have a vested interest in the tomb of the Offering King, Lin Zhuoyang interjects. 3 months prior, after thoroughly consuming the virtual space of the Queen of the Lost, he stepped out of the ancient city of Jingjue. Upon emerging, he felt the passage of time, and resolved to return to Yun province to assess the current state of the abyss. Fearing it would be akin to the decades past when he first emerged from the Zhang family and Apos' ancient tower. Along his journey, he encountered the former leader of the Unloading Ridge, Chen Yulo. Upon seeing him, clad in tattered attire, sporting black spectacles, and wielding a divination flag, he resembled a fortune teller. Amused, Lin Jiuyang expressed a desire for him to predict his fortune, only for the man to deduce his identity with a mere touch. After some pleasantries, Chen Yulo knelt before him, beseeching assistance with the tomb of the Offering King, not for treasure, but to conclude a lingering regret concerning the thousands of brothers he had led into the tomb. However, upon learning the current timeline from Chen Yulo, Lin Jiuyang contemplated a return to the abyss first before heading to Hang City. Yet, Chen Yulo, now lacking his former vigor, had resorted to a more tenacious approach. Ultimately, Lin Jiuyang acquiesced to his request, leading him first to the Shuandishan Mountains, where they contacted Honggu before making their way to Mount Zhalong. Along the journey, Lin Jiuyang, moved by Chen Yulo's pitiful gaze, restored his sight and vision. As he pondered, Lin Jiuyang glanced skyward. Host: Lin Jiuyang. Bloodline: Golden Three-Headed Dragon, 101. Bloodline talent: Immortality. Indestructibility: Human Dragon Transformation, Divine Power of the Golden Realm, Law Inscription Mastery, LV10. Skill: One Palm to Rule the World, LV4. Lin Jiuyang observed his personal information panel, noting how it had evolved alongside his growing strength, shedding the complexities to reveal the pure essence of his bloodline power. Lord: When I first arrived here with my brothers from Unloading Ridge, we faced numerous monstrous assaults. Ultimately, as Lin Jiuyang was lost in thought, Chen Yulo suddenly halted, gazing around at the hauntingly familiar locale. Master, be at peace, Lin Jiuyang consoled, patting his shoulder. He surveyed their surroundings before continuing. This place is rife with miasma, situated in a position of great peril. You and your companions went astray. Otherwise, Chen Yulo and Apos' expression darkened upon hearing this. He understood the gravity of their past missteps, yet pride had led to their downfall. Let us proceed. With my master and me here, we shall conquer the tomb of the Offering King. You will witness the palace and the remains of the Offering King, Honggu asserted. Indeed, Chen Yulo nodded in agreement. Thus, the trio, under Lin Jiuyang's guidance, continued deeper into Mount Zhalong. As for danger, apologies, for Lin Jiuyang himself embodied danger. Before long, while navigating the treacherous path, they encountered numerous creatures transformed by the Offering King and Apos' sorcery. Yet, with Lin Jiuyang and Honggu and Apos' intervention, each threat was swiftly neutralized. After 2 hours of travel, they finally reached the depths of Mount Zhalong. Gazing at the resplendent palace basking in sunlight above, Chen Yulo marveled. Truly, it is a marvel constructed by countless hands. The Offering King is indeed formidable to have erected a palace in the heavens. Quite impressive, Lin Jiuyang concurred, a silent smile curving upon his lips. He had not anticipated an unexpected boon here. Observing the palace built into the stone walls, an inexplicable thrill surged within him. If he was not mistaken, the aura emanating from it was that of the elusive Yaochen Pearl, sought after by the Mianshan lineage for millennia. With a thought, Lin Jiuyang, along with Chen Yulo and Honggu, soared skyward toward the palace. In mere moments, they arrived at the grand entrance. Lingyun Heavenly Palace, Treasure Hall of the Immortals. Lin Jiuyang scoffed at the inscriptions on the stone tablets flanking the entrance. A mere border prince, yet such bravado. If this had been decades prior, he might have hesitated to speak thus, but now, having attained considerable strength, only that which piqued his interest could capture his eye. As he spoke, Lin Jiuyang led the two toward the palace gates. With a resounding crash, the doors were shattered by an unseen force. Chen Yulo, trailing behind, was left speechless, while Honggu, already accustomed to such displays, remained unfazed. Chapter 78. The Tomb of the Offering King. Divine power torments the Offering King. Chen Yulo passes away. Honggu, over these years, have you all been descending into tombs like this? Chen Yulo inquired of Honggu as he watched Lin Jiuyang stride deeper into the palace. Pretty much. When the master was still around, no matter what tomb we entered, we faced almost no obstacles. We merely needed to follow in his footsteps. In his absence, our strength was still considerable. We could break almost all traps, and for those we couldn't and Apos' we simply charged through, regardless of whether they were traps or anything else. Nothing could truly hinder us, except, as Honggu spoke, she suddenly recalled something, her expression darkening for a fleeting moment, but she quickly shifted her tone. stating, "In any case, there was essentially nothing that could stop us." Unbeknownst to Qin Yulo, who was captivated by their prowess, he marveled at their capabilities. Throughout their journey, he was thoroughly astonished by the strength of both that esteemed individual and Honggu. After a while, the duo kept pace with Lin Jiayang, soon arriving at an unusual location. Before them knelt three bronze figures, heads bowed, facing the entrance of a tomb chamber. Lin Jiayang, leading the way, regarded the tomb's great door with a calm demeanor, lost in thought. "Is this the main tomb chamber, Juyang?" Qin Yulo asked, observing Lin Juyang. Nodding, Lin Juyang replied, "This is the offering king." Qin Yulo wore a puzzled expression upon hearing this, unsure of its significance. Lin Juyang, however, offered no further explanation. A surge of golden energy erupted from his being, enveloping the entire offering king and Apos' palace in an instant. At that moment, everything within Qin Yulo and Honggu's sight transformed into a golden hue, even when they exchanged glances. It appeared as though their bodies were morphing into gilded figures under the influence of this energy. Suddenly, the tomb and Apos' great door began to tremble. With a resounding boom, it swung open, releasing a viscous, snot-like substance that surged toward them. Lin Juyang scoffed at the sight. Merely a futile struggle. As his words echoed, the approaching mass of flesh began to dissipate into specks of golden starlight, halting just 5 steps away from them. Roar. A fierce roar erupted from within the tomb chamber, and the entire space began to transform, ultimately coalescing into a massive mass of flesh that rolled toward them. "Watch out, Juyang!" Qin Yulo exclaimed in alarm, while Honggu remained unruffled. "How revolting!" Lin Juyang observed the conglomeration of flesh, aware that this entity was indeed rare. It possessed the capability to grant mortals longevity, health, and even enhanced strength. For certain individuals, it could significantly amplify their power and serve as a remarkable healing substance. Yet, he found it utterly displeasing. In an instant, he immobilized the colossal mass of flesh, which promptly disintegrated into golden starlight, revealing the figure at its core. A man garbed in the attire of an ancient minor king, now resembling a small golden figure due to the influence of the golden energy, opened his eyes. His once blood-red gaze now gleamed golden as he fixed his stare upon Lin Juyang. "Bold, who are you to dare attempt to slay a god?" The offering king rebuked fiercely. Lin Juyang and Apos' expression darkened. "What nonsense is this? You dare to claim divinity before me? I wouldn't, Apos, to even dare to label myself a god. And yet you presume to be one? It seems you are still oblivious to the treachery of modern society, allowing you to speak so brazenly." Thus, Lin Juyang resolved to enlighten him about the harsh realities of life. Bang, bang, bang. As Lin Juyang's thoughts crystallized, the offering king's figure, suspended in midair, was mercilessly battered by an invisible force, flying back and forth like a volleyed tennis ball. After what felt like an eternity, the offering king's form finally came to a halt, appearing tattered and battered, yet slowly beginning to mend. Seeing this, Lin Juyang unleashed the divine power of the Golden Realm, flooding it into the offering king's body, stifling the recovery process instigated by the mysterious pearl within. Simultaneously, under the influence of this divine energy, the pearl began to surge outward from within him. "No, you cannot do this," the offering king roared, desperately attempting to control the pearl within him to prevent its expulsion. Yet, with a mere fraction of effort, Lin Juyang heard a resounding explosion as a fist-sized golden pearl, influenced by the divine energy, shot toward him, landing squarely in his palm. With the pearl in hand, the offering king fell silent, gradually decaying into a handful of golden dust that settled upon the ground. Lin Juyang observed this scene with indifference, his gaze shifting to the pearl he held, swiftly retracting the golden divine energy. As the golden realm faded, vibrant colors surged forth. Even the ashes of the offering king transformed from golden dust back to a desiccated yellow-white. The pearl in his hand regained its fiery red hue, free from the golden energy's restraint, radiating its own formidable aura. Sensing the immense power within the pearl, Lin Juyang's gaze fell upon Honggu's exquisite Tang Hung Dao. Conjuring thoughts of a renowned weapon, an idea began to take root in his mind. Now that the Zaklamas have been transformed into a protected species by his own hand, they are likely no longer needed. Moreover, with Hu Bai and Shirley Yang having lost everything, according to Honggu, Wang Kaixian might well have been discarded. Given the passage of years, and from what he gathered from Qin Yulo and Honggu, the once innocent youth had graduated from university and recently returned from the desert with that chicken head. Even Wang Yuebin had grown into a young man in his 20s. Suddenly, as Lin Zhuoyang pondered using the pearl to forge the weapon of his imagination, a melancholic voice from behind interrupted him. Honggu, you must have known all along that the only belief sustaining him until now was this place. Now that the Offering King's tomb is breached, he has witnessed this legendary palace with his own eyes. His regrets have been fulfilled, Lin Zhuoyang remarked, gazing at the lifeless Qin Yulo in Honggu's arms. In truth, he had recognized Qin Yulo and Apos as conditioned from the very beginning. According to the original narrative, Qin Yulo should have encountered Hu Bai and the others 20 years ago. Subsequently, he would have relied on them to fulfill this regret. However, due to his own actions, Qin Yulo had only now managed to accomplish this. Over the years, he had indeed reached his limit. Were it not for a steadfast dedication and an unwavering belief, he would not have survived until now. This explains why Lin Zhuoyang was initially willing to escort him into the tomb of the King of Offerings, and even brought Honggu along during the journey. Master. Honggu glanced at Lin Zhuoyang, hesitating to voice her thoughts. I understand what you wish to express. Go ahead. Lin Zhuoyang responded, his tone somewhat heavy. This place truly served as his best sanctuary. Let him rest here, in eternal slumber. Lin Zhuoyang immediately discerned Honggu and Apos as unspoken words. He nodded at her, his demeanor reflecting a somber gravity. Throughout the years, he had witnessed too many acquaintances depart one after another. While he could not claim to have become entirely accustomed to it, he no longer possessed the same sentimental disposition he once had. With a sigh, Lin Zhuoyang watched as Honggu carried Qin Yulo away. He clasped his hands behind his back and took his leave as well. Chapter 79, Wu Sanqing, Young Master. Hangzhou City. Evening. Inside a villa, Lin Zhuoyang's figure appeared here. At this moment, he was seated on a modern, plush sofa, sipping the tea offered by the man across from him. Opposite him sat a man clad in a white shirt and jeans, his features deep set, showing signs of age. With a hint of stubble on his chin, his eyes bore a depth and darkness uncharacteristic of his years, exuding an air of shrewdness, as if he were perpetually calculating something. This man was none other than Wu Sanqing of the Wu family, also known as Xielian Huan. May I ask who you are? Why visit so late at night? Have I, Wu Sanqing, offended you in any way? Wu Sanqing inquired, gazing curiously at the young man, who remained nonchalant while sipping his tea. For reasons unknown, despite his extensive experience in the tomb raiding world, it was the first time Wu Sanqing felt an overwhelming and suffocating aura emanating from another. Even after recalling the remaining elders from the Nine Gates, he realized none could compare to the young man before him. It matters not who I am. We have no grievances. I have come primarily to see you. Having heard you possess a long spine, the young man stated. The term long spine was indeed a colloquialism in their line of work, and Wu Sanqing understood its significance. However, he could not believe that this formidable young man had come solely for a long spine. My friend, if you have a purpose, it would be best to state it plainly. I, Wu Sanqing, am willing to assist, and there is no need to resort to the matter of the long spine. Wu Sanqing boldly declared, fixing his gaze intently on the young man. Upon hearing Wu Sanqing's words, Lin Zhuoyang frowned slightly, exuding a momentary pressure. In an instant, Wu Sanqing felt as though he bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, his posture bending under the strain, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I do not favor repeating myself. Furthermore, it would be wise for you to speak with a degree of respect. Even your father, were he alive, would have to address me as sir. Thus, when I say I am here to see the long spine, that is precisely why I am here. You need only present it for me to examine, understood? Lin Zhuoyang said, his brow relaxing as he took another sip of tea. As his voice faded, the oppressive aura dissipated from Wu Sanqing. He exhaled deeply, filled with gratitude, and replied, very well, please hold on a moment. With that, he rose and made his way toward where the long spine was kept. As he walked, he pondered the young man's words. Even his own father would have to call him sir? Although he was not the real Wu Sanqing, Old Five was indeed of his father's generation. What manner of young man was this? Lost in thought, he arrived at the location of the long spine, grasped it, and returned. Senior, please take a look. Wu Sanqing reverently opened the box containing the long spine, pushing it toward the young man. Lin Zhuoyang gazed at the black gold ancient blade, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his face. Just then, a knock echoed from the villa's door, interrupting Lin Zhuoyang. Wu Sanqing noted this detail, realizing that this seemingly young man might indeed be of his father's generation. Senior, I shall see who it is. It may be a guest I invited. With that, Wu Sanqing composed himself and headed toward the villa and Apos' entrance. In a short time, he returned with a young man dressed in a black tactical jacket, hooded, with a cold demeanor and a slender frame. Notably, this young man possessed remarkably long index and middle fingers. Lin Jiayang observed the young man's fingers, internally marveling. Ah, after all these years, little brother's rich woman's happy fingers have certainly improved. Senior, this is a friend I invited. And regarding the long spine, Wu Sanqing hesitated, glancing at Lin Jiayang. I am aware. It is prepared for him, Lin Jiayang replied, then turned his attention to the young man. At that moment, the young man stared at Lin Jiayang, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. What? You don't remember me? Lin Jiayang smiled, addressing him. Upon hearing this, the young man furrowed his brow slightly, as if lost in thought. Wu Sanqing, observing the exchange, wore a puzzled expression, glancing between the two. This senior knows little brother? Who are you? The young man inquired, scrutinizing Lin Jiayang. He had sifted through his scant memories, but could not find the figure before him. Yet, he felt an unshakable sense of familiarity, igniting a desire to understand his past and their connection. Lin Jiayang, recognizing the young man and Apos, as confusion, feigned sorrow. Ah, how could you forget me? How cruel fate has been. In the past, I nurtured you through thick and thin, yet now. The young man remained expressionless before the theatrics. Meanwhile, Wu Sanqing noticed the fleeting smirk Lin Jiayang had tried to conceal, realizing the absurdity of the situation. He merely had amnesia, not folly. So, he promptly collected the box containing the black gold blade, slinging it over his shoulder, and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Listen to me. I truly am your great uncle. Lin Jiayang called out helplessly from the sofa, watching the young man depart. Wu Sanqing, witnessing the young man's resolute exit, found himself torn between confusion and concern. Has little brother truly abandoned his father? What should I do now? Should I pursue him for counsel or comfort this elder? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Jiayang turned to sip from the teacup, remarking casually, Alas, people nowadays are increasingly difficult to deceive. How shall I navigate my future? Wu Sanqing was left utterly dumbfounded, thinking to himself, Good gracious, I am utterly astounded.